Chapter 1. The Crown Prince and the Shift of the Principal Consort to a Secondary Position. By the decree of the Emperor, it is proclaimed, in the 23rd year of the Zhao era, year of the Wood Dragon, a successor shall be established for the ancestral shrine. Qihuang, Pei Ziyan, possessing extraordinary qualities, is hereby appointed as Crown Prince. Yanjiu Xiao, daughter of the General of the Nation, is to be betrothed as the principal consort of the Crown Prince. Xiao Shi, the wife of Qihuang, is to be designated as the secondary consort. Thus it is decreed. The eunuch's voice resonated with careful intonation, each word carefully enunciated. Upon the conclusion of the two proclamations, all present in the hall knelt in gratitude, save for the former Qihuang's wife, Xiao Qingxue, who slowly raised her gaze towards the eunuch at the forefront, her expression freezing in an instant. The eunuch descended the steps with a tray, presenting the two imperial edicts to Pei Ziyan, and respectfully stated, "May His Highness the Crown Prince accept the decrees." Xiao Qingxue turned her head to glance at her husband of 2 years, Pei Ziyan, only to find him gazing downward at the tiled floor, seemingly oblivious to her look, or perhaps too guilty to meet her eyes. His countenance bore no trace of surprise, indicating he had long anticipated this outcome. As the eunuch approached, Pei Ziyan respectfully accepted the tray and expressed, "I thank Father Emperor for this grace. I shall not disappoint you." The light in Xiao Qingxue's eyes extinguished in an instant, replaced by a chill colder than the depths of winter. She gradually rose, disregarding the sympathetic, pitying, or even gloating gazes cast upon her, and resolutely turned to leave. Qingxue. Pei Ziyan's expression shifted slightly as he hurried after her, grasping her wrist. "We are still in the palace, you must observe decorum." Xiao Qingxue turned her head, meeting his gaze with calmness. "The Emperor has issued 2 decrees, one appointing you as the Crown Prince, and the other demoting me to a concubine." Pei Ziyan, did you know this all along? Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together. Qingxue, a secondary consort is not the same as a concubine. That a faint smile, almost imperceptible, graced Xiao Qingxue's lips. So my failure to express gratitude earlier was a breach of etiquette on my part? Qingxue. Pei Ziyan's expression turned awkward. "I am indeed at fault in this matter. But my father, I do not wish to quarrel with you in the palace." Xiao Qingxue averted her gaze, freeing herself from his grip, and continued to walk away with an air of indifference and estrangement. Her close attendant, Mingwei, followed closely behind, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "What a disgrace! Is there anyone more treacherous? If it weren't for the young lady saving his life, he would still be bedridden and helpless. Now that he has ascended to the position of Crown Prince, he has forgotten all gratitude? Ha! I have truly witnessed the depths of human shamelessness." Her voice was not loud, yet it was not deliberately subdued either. Pei Ziyan and the other princes present could hear her clearly. Expressions of astonishment and incredulity swept across their faces as they stared at the audacious maid who dared to insult the Crown Prince. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Pei Ziyan's face fluctuated between pale and flushed as his hands, hanging at his sides, slowly clenched into fists. "This maid has truly lost her senses," remarked Yan Wang Pei Zai, his voice cold and menacing. "To insult the Crown Prince in the Great Hall, she ought to face death by 1,000 cuts according to the law." The Crown Prince smiled and remarked, "Does the Princess of Jin harbor dissatisfaction with Father Emperor's decree? It is only natural for her to find it difficult to accept that, despite being the formally recognized principal consort, she has been relegated to the status of a secondary wife. Instead of becoming the Crown Princess, perhaps the Crown Prince should offer her some comfort upon his return." The King of Wu scoffed, "She is merely a physician by birth. Her elevation to the position of a prince's consort is already a lofty aspiration. The title of Crown Princess should never have been within her reach. The Crown Prince ought not to indulge her whims, allowing her to entertain the fanciful notion of becoming the Crown Princess." Xiao Qingxue walked at a leisurely pace. The discussions of the princes behind her penetrated her ears, yet she remained unfazed. Whether they intended to sow discord or genuinely believe their words, it mattered little to her now. Accompanied by Mingwei, she advanced toward the palace gates, a singular thought reverberating in her mind. Indeed, emotions are inherently unreliable. Whether in matters of love or life-saving favors, they pale in comparison to the weight of power in a man's eyes. Miss, Mingyue clung to her arm, concern etched on her face. Please do not be disheartened or sorrowful. There are plenty of admirable men in this world. We need not hang ourselves on one tree. What is so precious about being the crown princess? Pei Ziyan, that ungrateful and heartless scoundrel, truly believes that Miss cares for the title of crown princess? How laughable! He will soon realize the magnitude of his grave mistake, one that could lead to his eternal downfall. Xiao Qingxue gently patted Mingyu's hand, her voice calm. I am neither sad nor disheartened, merely a bit disillusioned. However, it is for the best to gain insight into human nature ahead of time. Indeed, Mingwen nodded emphatically. It is splendid that you can think this way. Such a man is unworthy of your sorrow. Xiao Qingxue fell silent, continuing her walk toward the palace gates. She had intended to return directly to the Jin prince's residence, pack her belongings, and leave this wretched place. Yet someone seemed unable to remain content after gaining the upper hand. Outside the palace gates stood a woman clad in a crimson gown, gazing haughtily at Xiao Qingxue. Behind her stood 4 maidservants, each displaying a demeanor of arrogance, clearly signaling that they were not there for a friendly visit. Xiao Qingxue chose to ignore them and proceeded toward her carriage. Stop. One of the maidservants barked coldly, exuding an air of false authority. My lady, the crown princess, stands here. Do you not know to pay your respects? Xiao Qingxue narrowed her eyes, slowly turning to regard the woman in the crimson gown adorned with embroidered begonia flowers. The crown princess? So this is Pei Ziyan's newly appointed crown princess. Yun Shuiao approached, her gaze condescending as it settled on Xiao Qingxue's face. In a dispassionate tone, she declared, I know you harbor resentment, but this is the emperor's will. My marriage to the crown princino, my union with the crown princey is set for next month, coinciding with his formal enthronement. This is the emperor's way of granting face to the Yun family. Her lips curled into a slight smirk, disdain evident as she regarded Xiao Qingxue. I shall be the first to occupy the Eastern Palace as the crown princess. As for you, the secondary wife, you will be expected to pay your respects when you encounter me, and your demeanor must be respectful when addressing me. Are you not yet wed? Mingyue retorted coldly, her gaze fixed on Yun Shuiao, as if she were a deluded toad. Until you are married, you are not yet the crown princess, and according to royal etiquette, it is you who should pay your respects to our princess. Yun Zhao's expression stiffened. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at her. What did you say? How dare this insolent wretch speak to her in such a manner? I said you are merely betrothed to the crown prince, yet have not formally entered his household, Mingyue replied, raising her chin defiantly as she met Yun Zhao's gaze with unwavering composure. You expect my future princess to pay you respect? Surely you jest. Impudence. Yun Zhao's face darkened with rage as she raised her hand, pointing at Mingyue. Seize her. Strike her face until it swells. The crown princess, bestowed by his majesty himself, exhibits such manners and grace. Xiao Qingxue interjected, pushing Mingyue behind her as she regarded Yun Shuiao with an impassive expression. General Yun has ascended through military merit, establishing his presence in the capital for over 2 decades, and though his prominence is recent, it is no wonder that Miss Yun displays such barbarity. Having just attained the position of crown princess, she cannot contain her eagerness to flaunt it before me. Chapter 2. Pei Ziyan, let's part ways. Yun Shuiao's face turned ashen upon hearing these words. She detested the notion of others using her background against her. Although she was fortunate enough to hail from the capital, she was not considered a noble lady of high birth. Her father had initially been a mere soldier, who ascended the ranks through his martial prowess and indomitable courage, becoming a minor general a decade ago, then a 4th-rank military general 8 years prior. He earned numerous accolades, rising to the rank of 3rd-rank general of Huaihua 7 years ago, and finally achieving the title of 2nd-rank general of state 5 years ago. By the time her father attained the rank of general, Yun Shuiao was already 13, having not undergone the stringent upbringing that characterized the lives of other noble ladies. The daughters of prestigious families often looked down upon her. Thus, Xiao Qingxue's words struck her deeply. In a fit of rage, Yun Shuiao lost her composure and shouted, "Silence her!" The two of them, mistress and maid, began to strike in unison. Indeed, she was unlike those noble ladies of high birth, but so what? Had she not been betrothed to the crown prince? Once the crown prince ascended the throne, she would be the revered empress. And who would dare to look down upon her then? Her maid advanced, raising her hand to slap Xiao Qingxue. However, Mingyue's expression turned cold. This is intolerable. She stepped forward and seized the maid, delivering 2 resounding slaps without mercy. The maid staggered, her cheeks instantly marked with redness and swelling, covering her face. She gazed at Mingyue in disbelief. You dare to strike me? What's it to you if I do? Mingyue replied icily. Shouldn't such bullies be punished? A mere lowly servant dares to lay hands on my lady. You must truly be emboldened by audacity. You. Yin Xiao trembled with rage, pointing at her. You dare. Her gaze fell upon the palace gates, and her eyes suddenly reddened, her voice trembling. Your Highness, the crown prince. Pei Ziyan emerged from within the palace gates, his expression shifting slightly at the sight before him. He soon saw Yin Xiao hastening towards him, appearing aggrieved as she spoke. Please, your Highness, grant me your justice. What has happened? Pei Ziyan inquired, furrowing his brow. Yin Xiao lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. I understand that Sister Xiao feels wronged, and I specifically awaited her here to apologize, but unexpectedly. She looked as though she bore a grave injustice. Turning to Xiao Qingxue, I know Sister Xiao harbors discontent towards me, but the position of crown princess was not usurped. It was bestowed upon me by the emperor. Even if you feel aggrieved, it is unjust to allow your maid to strike me. Upon hearing this, Pei Ziyan's gaze swept over the maids present, quickly landing on one whose face bore evident marks of swelling and fingerprints. His expression darkened as he looked at Mingyue with displeasure. Was it you who did this? Mingyue retorted coldly. And if it was, will your Highness punish me? The emphasis on your Highness dripped with unmasked sarcasm. Pei Ziyan pursed his lips, turning to Xiao Qingxue, only to be met with her mocking gaze, causing his expression to stiffen. Qingxue, this matter was instigated by Mingyue. Then does your Highness intend to punish Mingyue? Xiao Qingxue emphasized the title of the crown prince with a tone laden with mockery. Yin Xiao abruptly turned her head, staring incredulously at the duo. Is this how they speak to the crown prince? Mingyue, kneel and apologize to Miss Yun, Pei Ziyan commanded with a grave expression, his tone brooking no dissent. Today, both parties were at fault. Yet, as a servant, you should not have taken the first action. Mingyue scoffed, not a chance. She wanted to exclaim that it was preposterous. But remembering her mistress was still his princess, she refrained from rudely uttering those 2 words in his face. Pei Ziyan's countenance turned icy. You dare to defy the crown prince's command? You truly have no fear of death. Yun Xiao fanned the flames. Perhaps the crown prince has indulged you too much, allowing even the lowly maid by the princess's side to become so brazen, devoid of any sense of hierarchy or decorum. A servant like you deserves to be dragged away and beaten to death. Mingyue nodded. You are right. I am indeed spoiled to the point of ignorance. However, what qualifies people like you to speak of hierarchy before my mistress? It is utterly laughable. Impertinence. Pei Ziyan's tone was frigid. Mingyue kneel. Yin Xiao looked triumphantly at Xiao Qingxue. My maid will kneel to no one. Xiao Qingxue's demeanor was indifferent, exuding a sense of distance that kept others at bay. Mingyue would not apologize to Yin Xiao, and there was no need for the crown prince to waste his breath. Yin Xiao, exasperated, exclaimed, Crown Prince, look at her! Qingxue. Pei Ziyan's gaze darkened, his hands slowly clenching at his sides. Have I truly spoiled you? Preposterous. Mingyue retorted, her anger leading her to speak unchecked. If it weren't for my mistress 2 years ago, you would have long met your end. Pei Ziyan, it is you who have been spoiled, ungrateful and heartless. A treacherous wretch. My mistress saved you. It was indeed the gravest mistake of her life. Mingyue. Xiao Qingxue interrupted her, her gaze calm as she looked at Pei Ziyan. You are correct. I have indeed been spoiled, and thus I am no longer worthy of being your princess or concubine. Our relationship ends here. Pei Ziyan's complexion shifted dramatically. Pei Ziyan, upon returning to the manor, I shall write a divorce decree for you. Xiao Qingxue made her decision, declaring that from henceforth they would lead separate lives. After uttering these words, she showed no inclination to waste further time with him, taking Mingyue's hand and heading toward her carriage. Pei Ziyan froze, his complexion paling gradually. Divorce? She dares to mention divorce? How absurd! Yin Shuiao, in a fit of rage, shouted at Xiao Qingxue's retreating figure, "You are intentionally threatening the crown prince." Xiao Qingxue, there has never been a precedent for divorce in royal marriages. You are dreaming. Xiao Qingxue paid no heed to her frantic outburst, calmly boarding the carriage. Mingyue followed into the compartment, her face brimming with indignation. Mistress has wasted 3 years on him. Had I known back then, Mingyue, Xiao Qingxue gently interjected. I do not regret it. Mingyue was taken aback. Mistress, I have come here because of an incomplete dream, and I yearn to know what transpires beyond that fragmented vision. Xiao Qingxue sighed. Now I have discovered the answer. There is nothing to regret, nor do I feel any lingering sorrow. Let it be a fulfillment of my wish. The bright moon nodded gently in agreement. The carriage began to move slowly, soon departing from the imperial palace. Pei Ziyan restrained the tremor of his fingertips, as an ominous premonition suddenly blossomed in his heart. No, he would never consent to a divorce. Someone, bring forth my steed, he commanded with a voice full of fury. Your Highness, Yin Shuiao said in a flustered manner, tugging at his robe, Xiao Concubine is merely threatening you. As a healer, she is utterly alone and would never dare to seek a separation. Your Highness, do not believe her words. The guards led the steed forward, and Pei Ziyan paid no heed to Yin Shuiao's reaction as he skillfully mounted his horse and galloped away. Your Highness, Yin Shuiao cried, stamping her foot in distress. Your Highness. Chapter 3. The Physician's Daughter. Aspiring to be a princess when Xiao Qingxue's carriage returned to the Jin Wangfu, Pei Ziyan happened to arrive on horseback. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Xiao Qingxue did not spare Pei Ziyan a glance, instead walking purposefully to the entrance and gazing up at the plaque above. The 3 gilded characters representing the Jin Wangfu were imposing and regal, signifying the status of a prince, born into the noble lineage of the imperial family. Yet, 3 years ago, at this very moment 3 years prior, I arrived here alone. The Jin Wangfu was desolate and quiet, devoid of visitors, resembling a hollow estate. Pei Ziyan, having just dismounted, heard her words, and his complexion turned ashen, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. The servants within the palace, taking advantage of the situation, were idly lounging about, some napping in corners, while young attendants and maidservants exchanged playful banter, and greedy matrons stealthily pilfered inconspicuous items from the Wangfu to sell. As Xiao Qingxue reminisced about the scenes from 3 years prior, she felt as though time had flown by. The prince then lay bedridden, incapable of self-care, and even the maidservants were reluctant to approach him. Pei Ziyan clenched his hands tightly, his complexion a mixture of pale and green, his voice taut. Qingxue, I understand that you saved my life, and I recognize the rarity of our mutual support and friendship. However, as a physician's daughter, I had never contemplated becoming your princess. Xiao Qingxue turned to face him, her gaze imbued with a hint of pride and disdain. 2 years ago, when your health improved, you personally sought a decree from the emperor to marry me. Pei Ziyan lowered his eyes, deep remorse and self-reproach evident within them. Had it not been for your indomitable will, had you not promised to never betray me, and had you not declared, for a lifetime, one husband and one wife, I shall never take a concubine, I would not have agreed to marry you. Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, seemingly attempting to justify himself. I am now the crown prince. I cannot avoid. Indeed, thus I do not wish to compel you to uphold your promise. Xiao Qingxue interjected calmly. We may simply part ways. I do not consent. Pei Ziyan stepped forward, grasping her wrist with fervor, his tone impassioned and resolute. Qingxue, I will not agree to a separation. Do not even consider it. This matter is not yours to decide. Mingyue stepped forward, furiously pushing aside his intrusive hand. Keep your distance from my lady, you ungrateful scoundrel. Pei Ziyan retorted angrily. Mingyue, do not overstep. As a mere maidservant, you dare to defy me repeatedly. Do you think I have no temper? Xiao Qingxue replied coolly. Mingyue, from this moment forth, our affairs will be resolved between us. There is no need for you to speak. Understood. Mingyue shot Pei Ziyan a resentful glare before retreating behind Xiao Qingxue. Xiao Qingxue's gaze was as calm as water, unwaveringly fixed on Pei Ziyan. He bit his lip, his eyes evasive, his expression betraying a mixture of guilt and unease. I know this decision places you in a difficult position. You know I am wrong, yet remain a spectator to my plight, hoping I will be more understanding. The corners of Xiao Qingxue's mouth lifted slightly, though her expression held no trace of a smile. You should have long been aware of the Emperor's decree demoting me to a side consort, yet you have never mentioned it to me. Pei Ziyan averted his gaze, saying, Father said, as a physician's daughter, becoming a princess is already a lofty ambition. It is utterly impossible for you to become the crown princess. He anxiously grasped her hand, speaking in a low, submissive tone. Qingxue, we have been married for 2 years, our relationship harmonious and mutually supportive. I know you harbor deep affection, and I have treated you with sincerity. Our bond should withstand any trial. Xiao Qingxue silently regarded him, his words echoing in her ears. A physician's daughter, a lofty ambition. Lofty ambition. It dawned upon her that, in his eyes, her identity would always be one of inferiority. She smiled wryly, laced with sarcasm. If it were not for me, your life would have been claimed by the king of hell 3 years ago. Her gaze lifted slightly, lacking the usual tenderness, instead exuding a chilling detachment. 3 years ago, you were poisoned to the core, critically ill, while the court physicians were at their wits' end. The emperor had already prepared for the worst. It was my exceptional medical skills that snatched your life back from the clutches of death. 2 years ago, after your recovery, you personally knelt before the emperor for a day and night, pleading for a decree of marriage, promising that you would never forsake me in this life. On the night of their wedding, your eyes glistened with joy, declaring that if you broke your promise, you would face divine retribution. Pei Ziyan, a man of honor. If you can disregard your own words, what right do you have to claim the title of crown prince? Over the past 3 years, she had meticulously nurtured his health post-illness, transforming him into a normal man, one not only possessing a robust physique, but also qualifying for the position of heir apparent. Even his claim to the throne was bolstered by her discreet assistance. Otherwise, did he truly believe that a prince, once critically ill and without any foundation, could ascend to the position of heir immediately upon recovery? He repeatedly expressed gratitude for her life-saving intervention and openly acknowledged his affection for her, pledging never to betray her in this lifetime. Yet merely 2 years had passed, just 2 years. Pei Ziyan's countenance darkened as he evidently recalled his earlier promises. When I made those vows, I was indeed sincere, but now I am the crown prince, destined to become emperor in the future, with numerous consorts required. Qingxue, you ought not to. What ought I not to do? Xiao Qingxue raised an eyebrow in retort. I merely respect your decision and choose to part ways with you. Pei Ziyan choked back his words, his thin lips pressed tightly together, a palpable displeasure adorning his features. Xiao Qingxue, I care for you, which is why I am patiently discussing this matter with you. Is this truly a tone of discussion, Your Highness? Mingyue could not contain herself, her voice laced with icy sarcasm. A gentleman's word is his bond. It has only been 2 short years since your promise, and you have entirely forgotten what you said? Do not forget, without Our Lady, your life would have long since been claimed by the King of Hell, leaving you with no chance to become the crown prince. Pei Ziyan's expression darkened. Impudence. Who do you think you are to speak here? Your Highness indeed exudes an air of authority. Yet, I'm unafraid of you, and Our Lady fears you not. Mingyue's brows furrowed defiantly, her eyes brimming with disdain. Do you think Our Lady is truly unworthy of the mere title of crown princess? Indeed, it is a case of disdainful arrogance. Were it not for my admiration for you, Mingyue, Xiao Qingxue interjected, her tone strikingly calm, do not speak further. Mingyue cast a disapproving glare at Pei Ziyan, her expression brimming with indignation. Pei Ziyan, his countenance darkened, turned to Xiao Qingxue, saying, Qingxue, your maidservant has been spoiled by your indulgence. She dares to confront even the crown prince. Does she possess any sense of respect for the hierarchy? He had never before encountered such defiance from a mere maid. Mingyue had, time and again, affronted the crown prince today, and by law, she ought to have faced execution. Were it not for his remorse towards Xiao Qingxue, he would have commanded her immediate punishment. Mingyue scoffed coldly 3 years ago, when his highness lay bedridden, ravaged by illness, and covered in sores. Even the maidservants of the palace were unwilling to tend to your needs. Do you truly believe yourself to be of such noble stature? Were it not for my lady, impudent. Pei Ziyan finally reached his limit, raising his hand to strike her across the face. Chapter 4. A man's promise is worthless. Xiao Qingxue raised her hand and grasped his wrist. Though her grip seemed light, it left Pei Ziyan unable to resist. Mingyue is ignorant of propriety. There is no need for you to stoop to her level. Xiao Qingxue's expression was indifferent. I have yet to congratulate you on attaining the position of crown prince, so allow me to extend my felicitations now. Since you have achieved your desire, my task is also concluded. Pei Ziyan stiffened, his pupils narrowing. What do you mean? I shall not be your concubine, and the matter of divorce is not for you to negotiate. Xiao Qingxue met Pei Ziyan's gaze with unwavering calm. I willingly request to vacate my position, making way for you to wed the daughter of the general. As her words fell, the air around them thickened. Pei Ziyan's cheeks twitched as he struggled to contain his emotions. Are you resolute in seeking a divorce? Xiao Qingxue nodded. Indeed. Absurd. Pei Ziyan's fury ignited. A woman married into the royal family had her name inscribed in the family register. How could there be a divorce? Qingxue, if you intend to threaten me in this manner, this is not a threat. It is a notification. Xiao Qingxue's expression remained devoid of emotional fluctuation, calm to the point of unsettling Pei Ziyan. All I require is a divorce decree, and we shall sever our ties completely, with no further connection. That is impossible. Pei Ziyan's voice was frigid. The royal family has never set a precedent for divorce. You should abandon this notion. Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly. You will acquiesce. Unreasonable. Pei Ziyan's face darkened as he turned and swept away, exclaiming the absurdity of all. Xiao Qingxue watched his retreating figure, her heart heavy with disappointment. After a year spent curing and treating Pei Ziyan and 2 years of marriage, this was their first quarrel in 3 years, or rather, Pei Ziyan's unilateral outburst. Xiao Qingxue withdrew her gaze, realizing her emotions were surprisingly stable. Though a tinge of sadness and disappointment lingered, there was no excruciating pain, nor the despair that life without him would be unbearable. Mississippi Mingyue pursed her lips, gazing at her. Xiao Qingxue chuckled lightly. It matters not. She ascended the stone steps to the courtyard and entered the gates of the royal residence. Upon returning to the Dongzhong courtyard, where she had resided for 2 years, Xiao Qingxue first visited the apothecary. She gazed at the shelves adorned with an array of medicinal herbs, gently sighing. These herbs are destined to be wasted. From this day forth, they shall lose all efficacy. I shall not set foot here again. Having collected her emotions, Xiao Qingxue turned to leave. Summer had passed. The leaves on the trees began to fall one by one. In the courtyard, maids were sweeping the fallen leaves. Upon seeing Xiao Qingxue, they respectfully bowed and greeted her. Miss, people's hearts can change. Mingyue followed closely behind, her brow furrowed in indignation. When you toiled day and night to cure him, he vowed never to betray you. How long has it been since then? A man's promise is worthless. Mingyue. Xiao Qingxue turned her head, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. You are a young lady. Do not speak so coarsely. Mingyue retorted with anger. I simply cannot abide this. It is of no consequence. Xiao Qingxue gently caressed her head. Reflecting that love is not the entirety of life, she regarded it merely as an experience to be savored. Fortunately, only a trifling 3 years had passed. She was still young, with ample time ahead of her, and there was no need to harbor anger over a man. Mingyue bit her lip, gazing at her with a hint of sorrow. Are you truly not heartbroken, miss? Xiao Qingxue pondered seriously for a moment. There is certainly a tinge of sadness, for I devoted my whole heart to him. Yet more than that, I feel a sense of acceptance. Since events have unfolded as they have, dwelling in sorrow is futile. It is better to extricate oneself sooner rather than later. Mingyue nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, miss. Let us not dwell on such matters. Xiao Qingxue chuckled softly as she strolled along the corridor toward the main courtyard. You should feel happy instead. Mingyue pouted. While I am indeed glad that you can see things clearly, I cannot help but think. Pei Ziyan is truly despicable. Everything he possesses now is what I have given him. Xiao Qingxue's tone was indifferent, as if discussing an utterly trivial matter. Before I depart, I will reclaim all of this. Miss is formidable. It should be so, Mingyue scoffed. We cannot allow the heartless rogue to benefit. Upon returning to the main house and crossing the threshold, Xiao Qingxue instructed Mingyue to gather their belongings. Take only what belongs to us. There is no need to take anything that belongs to the Wang residence. Understood. Xiao Qingxue approached the desk, took up a pen, and penned a letter. Once the ink dried, she folded the missive and placed it in an envelope. Infone. A figure materialized, kneeling on one knee, eyes lowered in anticipation of commands. Deliver this letter tonight. Yes. Infone took the letter and departed. Although she maintained a composed demeanor, Xiao Qingxue had invested 3 years of her heart into Pei Ziyan, and naturally, her spirits were not high. She stood by the window for a moment before instructing her maid to prepare water. She desired a warm bath to soothe her somewhat discontented emotions. The maid swiftly set to work. Indulging in a hot bath was a pleasurable experience. Xiao Qingxue shed her garments and stepped into the tub, her flawless skin gradually enveloped by the warm water, offering a comfort that seemed capable of washing away all negativity in an instant. Mingyue set aside her packing and approached to attend to her. The young maid was steadfastly loyal, her character straightforward, with her eyes forever focused solely on her mistress. Previously, she had held Pei Ziyan in high regard solely because of Xiao Qingxue's admiration for him. Now, the mere thought of him filled her with disdain. All men are fickle and ungrateful. None are worthy. Vows are spoken lightly, and promises are broken with various excuses. This cannot be helped, that cannot be avoided. In the end, it is either a matter of infidelity or sheer incompetence. They are hardly the paragons of masculinity. It is not worth the Mrs. continued investment of energy in him. My mother once told me that romantic relationships are the most unreliable of all worldly matters, advising me not to become too immersed in them. At the time, I was skeptical, but now I reflect and find her words to ring true. Leaning against the tub, a self-deprecating smile graced Xiao Qingxue's lips. Her mother, having experienced life, surely understood the inherent flaws of men. The bright moon nodded in agreement. As long as one remains untouched by love, a young lady may take as many suitors as she desires, for there is an abundance of men. Handsome, gentle, capable, and charming. Whatever qualities the lady seeks, they are readily within her grasp. There is no need to be ensnared by a single tree. Does Pei Ziyan truly believe that the lady cannot live without him? His refusal to agree to a separation is utterly laughable. Chapter 5. The capriciousness of human hearts. Xiao Qingxue let out a soft sigh. It was she who had taken the initiative to come to the Yong dynasty, to the Jin Wangfu, to cure Pei Ziyan of his ailments. She had sought to atone for past regrets, yet fate had not aligned with her desires. Well, there is no use in overthinking. After her bath, Xiao Qingxue donned loose and comfortable attire, a thin garment beneath a layered outer robe, and leaned by the window, engrossed in her reading. Although the practice of medicine was a passion of hers, it had proven quite beneficial since her arrival in Yong. In her first year, she dedicated herself to treating Pei Ziyan, and, as his health gradually improved, various noble women sought her expertise for their unspoken gynecological afflictions, including the wives of high-ranking officials and the current princess. What appeared to be mere acts of assistance, simple prescriptions, and herbal remedies, subtly facilitated Pei Ziyan's connections with influential circles. Typically, she preferred to remain indoors. Apart from her consultations, she often immersed herself in medical texts. Since last year, Pei Ziyan had largely recovered, and the frequency of his medicinal intake had diminished compared to the previous 2 years. This newfound freedom allowed Xiao Qingxue to focus on establishing a pharmacy, where she meticulously prepared various herbal concoctions specifically designed to address the issues of noble women suffering from concealed ailments. Navigating the complexities of social relationships was unavoidable among the elite. Xiao Qingxue was willing to treat their challenging conditions, incurring debts of gratitude that would prove invaluable in Pei Ziyan's pursuit of succession. Furthermore, She had also assisted in matters of finance and building alliances. She had believed that genuine feelings could foster mutual sincerity, yet the fickleness of human nature ultimately prevailed. A servant has come to see the princess. The matron in charge of the Wang Fu stepped over the threshold, kneeling respectfully before Xiao Qingxue. The Den princess has sent someone from medicine, stating that the prescription you provided last time has been exhausted. Xiao Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly. Mingyue interjected. Our princess is in a foul mood today and cannot prepare any medicine. Kindly inform the princess's servants accordingly. The matron raised her gaze to Xiao Qingxue, astonished. Princess? Please heed Mingyue's response. Xiao Qingxue spoke in a calm tone. Tell them I am currently in the midst of a separation from the Jin Wang, and thus cannot focus on preparing medicine. If the princess can procure a decree of separation for me, I shall gladly provide the prescription, ensuring that she need no longer rely on others. The matron gasped in disbelief. She looked at Xiao Qingxue with incredulity, momentarily convinced she had misheard. A separation? The bond between the Wang and the princess is profound, often envied by others. Why would there be talk of separation? Go, Xiao Qingxue replied, not wishing to elaborate, before returning her attention to her book. The matron hesitated, awkwardly and anxiously observing Xiao Qingxue. Princess, by marrying the Wang, you have entered the royal lineage, becoming part of the imperial family. How can there be talk of separation? Furthermore, the crown prince would never agree, nor would the emperor. Zhou Mingyue interjected, frowning with discontent. Since the princess has stated it thus, your response should align accordingly. The rest is not your concern. Seeing that she was not jesting, the matron's expression shifted to one of apprehension and gravity. 3 years ago, she witnessed the princess skillfully employing her medical expertise, gradually rescuing the prince from the clutches of death. She was acutely aware of the profound bond between the prince and the princess, recalling vividly how, 2 years prior, the prince had knelt outside the palace for an entire day and night to obtain the imperial decree granting them marriage, thrusting the princess into the spotlight overnight. In the imperial capital, noble women envied and resented her, claiming that a mere medical girl had no right to become the principal consort. Yet, the prince resolutely defied the pressure, declaring that he would marry no one but her. For 2 years since their union, the prince and princess have shared an extraordinary affection, never once raising their voices in discord. Why, then, on the very day the prince was proclaimed crown prince, did the princess suddenly propose a separation? Such a request from a royal consort is a rarity throughout dynasties, especially considering how could a woman of humble origins contend with the crown prince? The head maid steadied herself, wishing to offer further counsel. Princess, I have made up my mind and shall not waver, Mingyue replied coldly. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her brows furrowed. Never mind, I shall speak to her directly. You are from the Jin Wangfu. Who knows if you will convey the princess's words accurately? With that, she turned and strode toward the exit. Madame Zhou, pale with fright, neglected even to formally withdraw. Hastily pursuing her, Mingyue, please calm down. Mingyue, the princess's chief maid, enjoyed a high status in the Wangfu due to the affection shared between the prince and princess. There was no place within the estate she could not enter. Furthermore, her swift pace left Madame Zhou struggling to catch up, despite her frantic calls. In the blink of an eye, Mingyue reached the front courtyard. Spotting the waiting maid, she hurried forward and greeted her. Madame Gu, I hope you are well. Madame Gu, familiar with Mingyue, smiled warmly upon her arrival. Mingyue, the medicine the princess prepared for the eldest princess has proven quite effective. After 14 days of treatment, the eldest princess has shown remarkable improvement and has taken to venturing out. She sent me here, too. Mingyue interrupted, a hint of apology in her tone. I regret to inform you that the princess can no longer provide medicine for the eldest princess. Madame Gu was taken aback. The princess's relationship with the prince has soured, and she wishes to separate, but the Jin Wang. No, the crown prince does not consent. The princess is in a rather dismal mood. Mingyue sighed, her heart heavy. If the eldest princess could procure a separation decree for our princess, she promises to leave the prescription for the eldest princess's household, ensuring that medicine can be prepared without intermediary hands. Madame Gu stood in stunned silence. A separation decree? Mingwei. Madame Zhou, breathless and anxious, caught up, urgently advising, "Please calm yourself. Though I am unaware of the full circumstances, separation is no trifling matter. Do not exacerbate the situation. You are the princess's most trusted maid. Could you not persuade her?" "Absolutely not," Mingwei replied firmly, then turned to Madame Gu. "Please convey to the eldest princess that until the separation decree is secured, do not send anyone else here. There will be no medicine." With that, she strode away like a whirlwind. Only Gu Mama and Zhou Mama remained, staring at each other in bewilderment, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Zul Mama. Gu Mama regarded her with a look of uncertain astonishment. What could possibly be amiss? "I too am unclear." Zhou Mama appeared flustered, her heart racing as she implored. "I beg you, Gu Mama, please return for the time being. Whether or not to disclose the truth to the eldest princess is entirely your decision." "I." Her expression grew increasingly urgent. "I shall first seek an audience with His Royal Highness." With that, she hurried towards the main courtyard where Pei Ziyan resided. Pei Ziyan stood before the window of his study, his figure cloaked in shadow, his brows slightly furrowed, rendering his gaze inscrutable. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, an unyielding stillness that seemed to suffocate the air itself. The atmosphere felt laden with an unsettling quietude. "Your Highness," the voice of his personal guard broke the silence. "Zhou Mama requests an audience." Pei Ziyan lifted his gaze towards the door, gently closed his eyes, and composed himself. "Allow her to enter." Chapter 6. The accuser. The door was pushed open by the guards, and Aunt Zhou entered the study. "Your Highness," she greeted, kneeling with a voice tinged with trepidation. "The matron from the Dan princess's residence has come to request medicine from the princess," but she said. Pei Ziyan turned his head, his brow furrowing. "What did she say?" Aunt Zhou lowered her gaze. "The princess mentioned that she is currently in a dispute with the prince regarding a separation, and cannot concentrate. If the princess is in urgent need of medicine, she requests a separation document from you, Your Highness." Pei Ziyan's expression darkened as he turned and strode outside. His demeanor was ominous, as if engulfed in boundless fury, and he hastened towards the frost and snow courtyard. Two maids were tidying up fallen leaves in the courtyard. Upon seeing the enraged prince approaching, they quickly knelt beneath a large tree, fearful of his wrath. Upon reaching the door of the eastern chamber, Pei Ziyan clenched his fists, striving to contain his anger. He stepped over the threshold and beheld Xiao Qingxue seated by the window, engrossed in a book. "Qingxue, are you attempting to threaten me in this manner?" He approached the window, coldly regarding her. "I had always believed you, despite your humble origins, to be a woman of intellect and grace. I never expected you to be no different from those envious and jealous women." Mingyue gritted her teeth, wishing she could slap him across the face. Such a shameless man was indeed a rarity in the world. Was it love that clouded her judgment, causing her to misjudge him? Or was he simply a master of disguise, leading others to mistakenly perceive him as a gentleman? Xiao Qingxue showed little reaction to his arrival, merely stating, "I have no interest in competing with you for affection, nor should you be so self-important." Pei Ziyan retorted coldly, "The Dan princess has always treated you well. A healer's compassion. Must you take out your dissatisfaction with me on others?" "Your Highness, you truly are amusing." Mingyue could not help but scoff, her sarcasm evident. "Being your wife requires not only healing and antidotes, but also an obligation to cater to every patient's whims. Before my lady arrived in the capital, did you noble officials not have doctors to attend to you? Oh, right, the Imperial Medical Bureau is composed of inept fools. Thus, when you were on the brink of death, not a single one extended a helping hand. Thankfully, my lady descended from the heavens, only to save an ungrateful wretch, who quickly forgot the debt of gratitude and had the audacity to belittle her as just a mere physician. If you all look down upon a mere physician, why then do you come pleading to my lady?" Pei Ziyan gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. He had truly had enough of Mingyue's brazen insolence and boorishness. In the 3 years since Xiao Qingxue entered the royal residence, he had never realized how sharp-tongued Mingyue could be, nor her utter disregard for hierarchy. With his hands tightly clenched, Pei Ziyan gazed at Xiao Qingxue, hurtful words escaping his lips. You truly disappoint me. Even though Xiao Qingxue had resolved to withdraw, those words pierced her heart with a sharp pain. She set her book down and raised her eyes to Pei Ziyan. The ungrateful one is you. The one who has broken promises is you. I have yet to blame you, yet you are the one to cast the first stone. Pei Ziyan's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. You incessantly proclaim yourself a prince, a crown prince, a scion of noble lineage, yet at this moment, I am indifferent to your status. I harbor no desire for such opulence. All I seek is a decree of divorce. Are you truly unwilling to grant me that? Xiao Qingxue's gaze remained icy, her voice laced with a palpable chill. Do you believe that my entrance into the royal residence through medical prowess obliges me to be eternally grateful for your mere tolerance? Since you have invoked the notion of men taking multiple wives as justification, why did you make promises you had no intention of keeping? Pei Ziyan found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by her inquiries. It was likely that Xiao Qingxue's unwavering calmness since the incident had stirred an unsettling anxiety within him. He had long harbored feelings for her. His heart was irrevocably intertwined with hers. There was no possibility he could acquiesce to a divorce. Yet, her adamant stance on separation incited a tempest of anger and unease within him, prompting him to speak carelessly. Deep down, he did not genuinely feel that way. Pei Ziyan yearned for a serious conversation, wishing to explain his predicament with tranquility, but Xiao Qingxue offered him no such opportunity. He gently closed his eyes and confessed. Half a month ago, my father commanded me to marry Yun Shuiyao as the crown princess. I initially refused, yet my father remained resolute, asserting that only through an alliance with General Yun's family could he secure the loyalty of the general and his soldiers. He seated himself opposite Xiao Qingxue, attempting to persuade her to accept the reality. Shuiyao is the daughter of the general, spirited and straightforward, devoid of guile. I believe you two could find common ground. Xiao Qingxue remained non-committal, spirited and straightforward. If confronting someone at the palace gates and coercing a future princess to pay her respects before marriage could be deemed straightforwardness. She had nothing further to say. She inquired coolly, when is the ceremony to officially establish the crown prince? Pei Ziyan, perceiving a glimmer of concession in her tone, responded eagerly. The Bureau of Astronomy has just presented the dates for my father to select. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it should be on the 9th of next month. After a brief pause, he added, although Yun Shuiyao will be the crown princess, you need not explain anything to me, Xiao Qingxue interjected, meeting his gaze with indifference. Marrying the crown princess is your personal affair. There is no need to seek my consent, as it bears no significance. She smiled lightly, as if unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Even if you possess 1,001 reasons, my disappointment in you remains unchanged. Pei Ziyan's expression stiffened, his grip on the teacup tightening subconsciously, as if his patience had suddenly evaporated. Disappointment and discontent tinged his voice. Which man from a noble family is not entitled to take multiple wives? In the prince's courtyard, there are legitimate wives, concubines, and a multitude of lesser partners. Yet I have remained chaste for the past 2 years, with you as my sole companion. What more could you possibly desire? I may have broken my word, but circumstances have shifted as the crown prince. I cannot possibly have only you as my wife for the sake of fostering power or balancing political maneuvers. Can you not comprehend the difficulties I face? Xiao Qingxue regarded him calmly, as though observing a cornered beast in a frenzy. Deep down, she longed to convey to him that if a man is sufficiently strong and resolute, even if he is a sovereign, he can still love but one person. All excuses are merely fades. It is merely an excuse for one who wishes to indulge in the pleasures of multiple partners. However, to speak of this now is futile. She did not wish to squander her breath in a debate with him. Lifting her teacup, she took a sip and spoke earnestly. I do not wish to share a husband with others. Pei Ziyan, if you are willing to sign a divorce decree, we may part ways amicably. You may marry as many as you desire without interference. Pei Ziyan's face darkened, suppressing his fury with great difficulty. He could not comprehend why she was so obstinately defiant. Was it not a stroke of fortune for a mere physician to marry into royalty? He was now the crown prince, destined to be emperor. Even if she were to be a mere concubine, once he ascended the throne, she would at least be one of his 4 consorts. What, then, did she find unsatisfactory? A physician lacking a noble lineage, even if elevated to the status of crown princess, would ultimately be overshadowed by the prominent consorts of the harem. Would she not be ridiculed in such a scenario? He had initially believed her to be someone who understood the greater good, but he was disillusioned to find her so narrow-minded, lacking the dignity of a true matriarch. Consumed by disappointment, Pei Ziyan stood coldly. I have said all that I needed to say. Reflect on it carefully. A divorce decree is out of the question. If you truly refuse to be a concubine, then becoming a mistress is also an option. Chapter 7. Pursue your grand dream. Xiao Qingxue remained silent. With a terse remark, Pei Ziyan, suppressing his fury, departed. To be a concubine? Mingwei exclaimed in rage, glaring at Pei Ziyan's retreating figure. Nonsense. Go indulge in your grand dream. Xiao Qingxue sipped her tea, unfazed by Pei Ziyan's words. Do not rush, she said in a leisurely tone. He may say what he wishes, but you need not take it to heart. The maid, filled with indignation, declared, I cannot bear to hear him humiliate our miss. Mingwei, seething with rage, expressed a desire to head to the Yun residence that very night and dismember the arrogant Yun Xiao, questioning how she could still aspire to be the crown princess. Xiao Qingxue cast her a glance and replied, even if you were to dismantle Yun Xiao, others like Wang Xiao, Li Xiao, and Shun Xiao would still emerge. The one whose heart has strayed is Pei Ziyan. What does it have to do with anyone else? As he stated, the emperor's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards are indispensable. Without Yun Xiao, there will be other women. They will inevitably reach that juncture. So, is it not better to part ways sooner than later? She felt a sense of gratitude towards Yun Xiao. The maid had just ventured outside for a brief observation and noted an increase in guards outside the frost and snow courtyard. Mingwei furrowed her brow, gazing at Xiao Qingxue with concern. Miss, will we be able to leave as we wish? Since Pei Ziyan had refused to agree to a divorce, he would certainly not allow her a smooth departure. Xiao Qingxue took another sip of her tea, her voice calm and undisturbed. However, do not fret. I have already dispatched a letter through Infong. Within 10 days, we shall be able to leave the kingdom of Yong without hindrance. Mingwen nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Qingxue lowered her gaze and chuckled softly. It is just as well. I shall require these 10 days to reclaim what I once relinquished. Although leaving tonight is within my capabilities, I must first obtain the divorce decree from Pei Ziyan. I intend to ensure that the royal family and officials of the Yong dynasty are fully aware that I shall no longer have any ties with Pei Ziyan. If we are to sever our connection, let it be done thoroughly to prevent any lingering entanglements in the future. The increase in guards outside the frost and snow courtyard was evident. Pei Ziyan, infuriated by Xiao Qingxue's resolute stance on the divorce, exited the courtyard and commanded the captain of the Jin Wangfu to reinforce the guards, secure the front and back entrances, ensure that the princess and her maid do not leave the frost and snow courtyard. Understood, Your Highness, a guard hastily replied, kneeling on one knee. Young Master Yin from the general's mansion requests an audience. Pei Ziyan turned towards the frost and snow courtyard, gently closed his eyes, and suppressed the darkness in his gaze. Invite young Master Yin to the front hall for tea. Yes. Pei Ziyan stepped away. General Yun Baocheng, hailing from humble beginnings, enlisted in the military at the tender age of 12 to save on rations. His diligent training in martial arts led to remarkable achievements, resulting in successive promotions, ultimately attaining the esteemed rank of general. His humble origins set him apart from the other noble families in the capital. Having spent years stationed at the frontier, he was somewhat neglectful in the upbringing of his daughter. His wife, whom he married before his rise to general, was the daughter of a lieutenant, vastly different from the daughters of noble families in the capital. Thus, the children of the Yun family lacked formal education and refinement. Yun Jiazhang's eldest son, Yun Xiaoran, is as valiant as his name suggests, yet his temperament leaves much to be desired. He is fiercely protective of his younger sister, Yun Xiuyao, whom he cherishes dearly. allowing no one to mistreat her. Today, upon learning of her distress, it was only natural for Yuan Xiaoran to seek redress. However, he seems to have forgotten his place, disregarding that Pei Ziyan is the crown prince. Regardless of whether Xiao Qingxue is a princess or the crown prince's consort, she is under the crown prince's protection. It is not his place to demand accountability. Pei Ziyan arrived at the front hall, flanked by his guards, his expression one of displeasure. The newly appointed crown princess, Yuan Xiuyao, sat quietly weeping in the hall, while Yuan Xiaoran's visage was set in a cold fury. His Royal Highness has arrived. Yuan Xiao hastily wiped her tears and, alongside her brother, rose to greet Pei Ziyan. Yuan Xiaoran knelt on one knee, declaring, "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness. There is no need for excessive formalities." "Please be seated," Pei Ziyan replied, taking his place at the head of the hall, his countenance devoid of emotion. The maidservant who has been with Qingxue for 3 years is straightforward and has been spoiled by both me and her. Today, in defending our princess, she acted wrongly against a maid of the Yuan family, and I have already punished her. Yuan Xiaoran clasped his hands. "Your Royal Highness, the engagement of Xiuyao to you was decreed by His Majesty, not a demand from the Yuan family. Even if the princess feels aggrieved, she should not permit her maidservant to bully Xiuyao." Pei Ziyan remained silent. Outside the palace gates today, her maid struck Xiuyao's maid, in the eyes of the Imperial Guard. This is a case of a consort striking the future crown princess, which is a grave offense. Yuan Xiaoran lowered his gaze, beseeching Pei Ziyan to adjudicate fairly. Pei Ziyan asked, "What would you propose?" Yuan Xiaoran replied, "Even if the offending maidservant is not to be executed, she ought to receive at least 20 lashes." He found this demand reasonable. Pei Ziyan lifted the teacup, taking a sip in silence. While Yuan Xiaoran's request was indeed not excessive, Qingxue, despite her gentle demeanor, was quite headstrong and would not idly watch as her maid was punished. Should a commotion arise, it would undoubtedly lead to further disputes. "Does your Royal Highness deem my request unreasonable?" Yuan Xiaoran inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Pei Ziyan's silent stare. "I have grown up in the military, accustomed to the principle that wrongdoings must be punished. As the crown prince, you should set an example for your brothers and the officials. Order and clear rewards and punishments within the household command respect. I implore you to make a fair decision." Pei Ziyan set down his teacup. "I understand that the young general is accustomed to the military's clear delineation of rewards and punishments. However, today's matter cannot be solely attributed to Qingxue." Yuan Xiao suddenly raised her head, disbelief etched on her face, her eyes welling with tears. "Are you implying that this is my fault, Your Royal Highness?" Yuan Xiaoran frowned, his expression darkening. Although their father had issued a decree, until Xiuyao officially entered the Eastern Palace, she was not yet the crown princess. Pei Ziyan gently fiddled with the jade ring on his finger. Although Xiao Qingxue was now a consort, she was his legitimate wife, and Xiuyao, as the legitimate daughter of the general's household, ought to pay her respects to her. Yuan Xiuyao's complexion turned ashen. Should she pay her respects to that wretched Xiao Qingxue? "Your maid has offended the side consort. It is not unreasonable for Mingyue to administer a lesson on your behalf." Pei Ziyan remarked indifferently, "If you believe there is no distinction of rank within the crown prince's residence, then when you marry into the Eastern Palace, you will have the power and responsibility to rectify the inner court. However, until that time, it is not permissible." Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiao's expression froze. "Does His Highness the Crown Prince imply that my maid was unjustly punished and I was humiliated in vain?" Yuan Xiaoran's countenance darkened, clearly displeased with this outcome. Pei Ziyan turned to instruct the guards. "Send old Madame Zhou to Frost and Snow Courtyard to summon the princess and Mingyue." The guards complied promptly. Pei Ziyan continued, "I will have Mingyue come here to offer her apologies to you in person." Chapter 8. Let her look in a mirror when Granny Zhou delivered the message to Frost and Snow Courtyard. Her expression was somewhat complex. She had already realized that the princess's proposal for a divorce was no mere jest, but a genuine decision. The reasons for this lay in the 2 guests in the front hall. The crown prince was to marry a crown princess, and the princess was to become a concubine. Granny Zhou found it difficult to ascertain who was right or wrong in this matter, for she was a matron of the royal household, not a maidservant of the princess, and was naturally expected to remain loyal to His Highness the Crown Prince. Moreover, the princess was merely a physician. To ascend to the position of a concubine for the Crown Prince was already a considerable elevation. Granny Zhou could not bring herself to declare that the Crown Prince was in the wrong. Furthermore, the nobility of the imperial family held immense power, with life and death, honor and disgrace entirely in their hands. When ministers faced punishment or execution, they were required to kneel and humbly express their gratitude for the emperor's grace. What difference did it make if the emperor decreed her demotion from primary consort to concubine? She ought to be grateful and appreciative of the emperor's favor and the crown prince's benevolence. Yet, while Granny Zhou could articulate these disingenuous sentiments, she was unable to convince herself to genuinely feel this way. As the senior matron of the Jin Prince's residence, she had followed the Jin Prince from the moment he established his household outside the palace. She had witnessed firsthand the gradual decline of the Jin Prince's health after his poisoning, observed the fruitless efforts of physicians who came repeatedly, and seen the emperor's wrath directed at others due to the Jin Prince's condition. She had personally witnessed the Jin Prince's near demise, when even the maidservants hesitated to approach him. It was only when Xiao Qingxue arrived at the royal residence that everything began to change. She had seen Xiao Qingxue tirelessly working day and night, gradually pulling the Jin Prince back from the brink of death, through her combined treatments of acupuncture and herbal remedies. The Jin Prince's spirit improved day by day. Within a month, he progressed from being bedridden and unable to care for himself to slowly being able to sit up, and 2 months later, he could stand. She had observed Xiao Qingxue supervising the Jin Prince's rehabilitation as he learned to walk. After 5 months, when the Jin Prince stepped out of that room, she vividly remembered the joy on his face and his gratitude towards the princess. She recalled the emperor's immense appreciation upon hearing of the Jin Prince's ability to stand and walk. At that time, she was still Miss Xiao. It was no exaggeration to say that the emperor and empress were so grateful to Miss Xiao that they would have gladly bestowed upon her the stars from the heavens and the moon from the waters as rewards. The emperor would fulfill any promise made to her, but Miss Xiao was selfless, indifferent to accolades. The Jin Prince was the emperor's most cherished son, and anyone could understand the emperor's sentiments. Even if Miss Xiao wished to be a princess, the emperor would have readily acquiesced. The empress summoned Miss Xiao to the palace, overflowing with joy as she grasped Miss Xiao's hand, expressing heartfelt gratitude and vowing to treat her as a beloved daughter. Any wish of Miss Xiao's, once voiced, the empress promised would be granted without hesitation. Eventually, the Jin Prince developed feelings for Miss Xiao and sought a royal decree for their marriage. The emperor deemed Miss Xiao's background insufficient for the role of princess. But the Jin Prince, citing the life-saving grace she had bestowed upon him and recalling the emperor's earlier promises, knelt for a day and a night, ultimately obtaining the royal command. Madame Zhou believed that the prince was a man of responsibility and gratitude, perfectly matched with the benevolent healer, Miss Xiao. Moreover, Miss Xiao was not only kind-hearted and skilled in medicine, but also possessed striking beauty. On the day the prince entered the palace to kneel and request the imperial decree, Miss Xiao remained at the Wang residence. Engaging in leisurely activities, she basked in the sun in the morning and sipped tea in the afternoon, seemingly indifferent to whether the prince could secure the marriage decree. Madame Zhou recalled having asked her then, "Aren't you anxious?" To which Xiao Qingxue, with a light smile, replied, "What is there to be anxious about? Destiny governs fate. If we are meant to be, the marriage will come to pass naturally. If not, forcing it would be futile." Ultimately, the emperor did consent to the union. When the prince returned to the residence, he was filled with joy, despite the exhaustion from kneeling all day. The princess even applied medicine to his knees, yet the prince radiated happiness, enveloping the entire Wang residence in a collective euphoria. The wedding was splendid and grand, as if it had only just transpired. Madame Zhou halted her steps, gazing at the frost and snow courtyard, and sighed silently. From the moment they sought the imperial decree to their marriage, merely 2 months had elapsed, a swift passage of time. Yet from their wedding to this day, it had only been a brief 2 years. Time flew, and human hearts were fickle. A sense of melancholy and sorrow suddenly welled up within Madame Zhou, though she herself could not discern the source of her grief. Such was the nature of the world. Women had never held a voice of authority. What worth was a life-saving grace? In moments of gratitude, one might be revered as a celestial being, yet as that gratitude waned, they would merely say it was an honor to treat the crown prince. In the throes of affection, they would wish to pluck the stars from the heavens and present them to you. Upon changing their hearts, they would declare that women ought to be humble and submissive, quick to jealousy and pettiness, unworthy of being the mistress. Madame Zhou entered the courtyard, traversing the stone-paved path until she reached the door. Princess. Xiao Qingxue replied, "Come in." Madame Zhou stepped over the threshold and, upon raising her gaze, encountered Mingyue standing beside the princess. With a gentle sigh, she said, "The crown prince has sent me to inform you that Miss Mingyue is requested in the front courtyard." Mingyue frowned. "What does he want with me?" "The eldest son of the Duke of the State has brought Miss Yin to meet the crown prince and is currently speaking with him in the main hall." Madame Zhou explained, "The crown prince wishes for Miss Mingyue to apologize to Miss Yin in person." "That is absurd," Mingyue scoffed. "You expect me to apologize to that insufferable wretch? She should return home and reflect upon herself." Madame Zhou furrowed her brow. "Miss Mingyue, young Master Yin has suggested to the crown prince that you have committed an offense against propriety, and even if you are not to be executed, you should receive 20 lashes. The crown prince remarked that since Miss Yin has not yet entered the household, your actions towards her maid, driven by loyalty, do not constitute an offense, and merely an apology would suffice." Mingyue coldly laughed. "So, am I to express gratitude to the crown prince for such benevolence?" Madame Zhou wished to persuade her further. Yet, Xiao Qingxue interjected, "Madame Zhou, there is no need to press this matter. Please return and inform the crown prince that my maid has committed no wrongdoing today, and she does not owe an apology to anyone." Madame Zhou paused for a moment, her voice imbued with earnestness as she advised, "Your Highness, I understand that the matter regarding the crown princess has caused you considerable distress. However, the crown prince is the sovereign. His word is absolute. Once you enter the Eastern Palace, he will hold dominion there. Miss Yin will ascend as the crown princess of the Eastern Palace. If you sever ties with them now, I fear that your future will be fraught with difficulty. Miss Yin Shuiyao is supported by the esteemed general's household. It is evident whom the crown prince will protect should a conflict arise between the crown princess and a concubine. Moreover, the crown princess wields both the authority and responsibility to oversee the prince's harem. Should she harbor intentions of vengeance, the concubines will be left to endure her wrath." Chapter 9. Bring the bright moon. Here Mingyue held a considerable respect for Granny Zhou. She stated, "I shall not apologize to that Yin Shuiyao. Simply convey my words truthfully to the crown prince. As for whether the crown princess will make things difficult for my lady after assuming control of the Eastern Palace, there is no need for you to worry about that." It was uncertain whether Yin Shuiyao would achieve her aspiration of becoming the crown princess. Even the smooth conduct of the ceremony for the crown prince's enthronement by Pei Ziyan remained an unknown. Furthermore, my lady would not truly remain in the Yong dynasty as a secondary consort, regardless of Yin Shuiyao's possible cunning. Granny Zhou, feeling helpless, could only depart once more. Upon returning to the main hall, she relayed Mingyue's words accurately, stating, "Miss Mingyue insists she is in the right and does not wish to apologize." Both Yin Xiaoran and Yin Shuiyao wore grim expressions. A mere maid dared to defy the crown prince's words. Yin Xiaoran's voice turned stern. Such a lowly servant deserved to be punished severely. "Your Highness," Yin Shuiyao said, her eyes reddening with grievance. "The imperial guards on duty outside the palace witnessed Mingyue assaulting my maid. If the crown prince does not take action, I shall become the laughingstock of the palace upon entering the Eastern Palace as the future crown princess." Pei Ziyan's countenance darkened. Although the Grand General of the state was renowned for his military exploits, his temperament was quite eccentric, adhering strictly to the belief that military power was paramount. While he and his son were loyal, their loyalty was directed towards the emperor seated upon the dragon throne, not a prince who could be replaced at any moment. The term crown prince implies the potential for future rulership. As long as he had not ascended the throne, uncertainties remained. Yun Xiaoran's protective nature was well known throughout the capital. Last year, when a noble lady ridiculed Yun Shuiao for her lack of refinement, contrasting her with the poised and elegant daughters of aristocracy, Yun Xiaoran had retaliated fiercely in court, condemning their disdain for military generals. Coincidentally, during a time of instability in the Western territories when the Yun family was urgently needed to combat enemies, the emperor had no choice but to comply with their wishes, dismissing the offending lady's father from his post and exiling the family from the capital. Now that Yun Xiaoran had arrived, it was inconceivable for him to leave in disgrace. Pei Ziyan held his teacup, his voice low and commanding. "Bring her here." 2 guards entered promptly, responding, "Your Highness." "Fetch Mingyue," Pei Ziyan commanded, lowering his gaze to conceal the emotions swirling within. Should the crown princess attempt to intervene, Mingyue would be. His tone faltered momentarily before he concluded, "Executed on the spot." Yun Xiaoran narrowed his eyes, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face. Yun Shuiao dabbed at the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes with her handkerchief, unable to suppress a sense of triumph. "Xiao Qingxue, are you not arrogant? Do you not allow your maid to run wild? I am eager to see how you will rescue your maid today. This is merely a warning. Once I enter the Eastern Palace, I shall ensure you have a difficult time." "Your Highness," Yun Shuiao said, pursing her lips in dissatisfaction. "I dislike anyone sharing my name." Pei Ziyan tightened his grip on the teacup, slowly raising his gaze to meet hers. "What did you say?" "I dislike the presence of Xue in Xiao Qingxue's name. I wish for her to change it," Yun Shuiao stated matter-of-factly, showing no sense of impropriety in making such a request. "She is the crown princess. How dare that lowly woman of a physician's background share the same character in her name?" Pei Ziyan suppressed her rising anger and calmly remarked, "A name is bestowed by one's parents or elders. Unless to avoid the emperor's taboo, there is no reason to alter it. Yet, I do not wish to share the same character with her." Yun Shuiao, oblivious to Pei Ziyan's displeasure, persisted in her unreasonable tirade, insisting that associating her name with that of a mere physician diminished her own status. "Shuiao," Yun Xiaoran finally spoke, "do not put the crown prince in a difficult position. A name is given by one's parents. The crown prince has no obligation to change it." Yun Shuiao bit her lip, clearly displeased. "But never mind. Once I am wed to the crown prince and officially become the crown princess, I shall find a way to compel Xiao Qingxue to willingly change her name." When the guards arrived at the frosty snow courtyard, Xiao Qingxue sensed that today's matter would not be so easily resolved. She set down her book, rose, and walked out of her room, her expression impassive as she regarded the 2 guards. "Your Highness," the guard saluted, "we are commanded by the crown prince to escort Miss Mingyue to the front hall. If there are any offenses, we beseech your forgiveness." Xiao Qingxue replied with a faint smile, "You cannot take her." The guards lowered their eyes, stating, "The crown prince has decreed that should the princess obstruct us, we are authorized to execute Miss Mingyue on the spot. The crown prince exudes great authority, indeed." Mingyue stood beside Xiao Qingxue, fists clenched. "In that case, let us proceed. I wish to see who will ultimately meet their demise." A layer of frost enveloped Xiao Qingxue's brow. She offered a barely perceptible smile, one that did not reach her eyes. "Mingyue, since he wishes to escalate matters, there is no need for you to spare him any dignity." "Understood." Mingyue stepped forward and coldly declared, "If you intend to act, do so swiftly. Do not waste my time." The 2 guards exchanged glances, frowning at Mingyue. "As long as you are willing to accompany us and apologize to Miss Yun in person, today's matter can be easily resolved without the need for violence." "Dream on," Mingyue retorted mercilessly. "If I truly went with you, I would only berate that lowly Yun Shuiao fiercely, and I would drag your precious crown prince into it, stripping him of his dignity and authority." Realizing that negotiation was futile, the 2 guards could only apologize before simultaneously reaching for Mingyue. However, in the next moment, she seized one of their shoulders and, with the strength of a giant, hurled him away, then leaped and kicked the other guard, sending him flying as well. The guard stationed outside the frosty snow courtyard, startled by the commotion, rushed in unbidden. Xiao Qingxue coldly stated, "Until Pei Ziyan provides me with a divorce decree, I remain the crown princess here. Whoever dares to act against me is committing an offense against the crown." At her words, the guards involuntarily halted their advance. They were not intimidated by the princess's words, but rather recalled the affection Xiao Qingxue had shown to the crown prince over the past 2 years, as well as her demeanor towards the guards and servants. Xiao Qingxue was a princess of little pretense, possessing the benevolence of a healer and remarkable medical skills. After restoring the prince's health, she patiently tended to the concealed ailments of certain noble ladies from the outside, treating the servants of the estate with equal regard. The current prosperity of the Jin Wangfu owes much to the efforts of the princess. Not all individuals are ungrateful. Even though they serve as guards of the Jin Wangfu and are expected to heed the prince's commands, they cannot forget the princess's benevolence towards the estate. The guards exchanged glances, instinctively retreating. Xiao Qingxue, weary of the incessant entanglement, adjusted her attire and proceeded towards the main hall with Mingwei. Upon seeing her approach, Pei Ziyan's expression shifted slightly, and he instinctively rose. "What brings you here?" Did not the prince wish for Mingwei to apologize to Miss Yin? Xiao Qingxue replied with a detached smile. "Rather than have Mingwei apologize, it is more fitting for me, as the princess, to come personally." Pei Ziyan's expression tightened. "That is not my intention. As long as the prince is willing to draft a divorce decree." Xiao Qingxue fixed her gaze upon him, her demeanor resolute and unyielding. "Once I have that decree, I shall immediately offer my apologies to Miss Yin." Chapter 10. Cast the bright moon out and strike it dead. Pei Ziyan's face instantly turned ashen. He clenched his fists tightly. "Xiao Qingxue, do not overstep your bounds." "Your Highness," Yin Xiaoran replied, his brow slightly furrowed, his voice cold and firm. "If the princess consort holds the position of secondary consort in such disdain and insists on a divorce, why not grant her wish? It would save us from her incessant threats with the divorce decree, as if your Highness could not live without her." If he thought this would cause Xiao Qingxue to falter, he was gravely mistaken. Xiao Qingxue nodded slowly. "General Yin speaks wisely. Your Highness has become the crown prince. In the future, there will be but one crown princess, 2 secondary consorts, and several concubines of all shapes and sizes. When you ascend to the throne, countless beauties will fill the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. There is no need to confine me indefinitely. A divorce decree would free us both. You may pursue your princely ambitions, while I could live freely as a physician. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" Pei Ziyan's expression darkened with fury, his emotions roiling like turbulent waves beneath the surface. He gritted his teeth, his countenance grim. He simply could not understand why she was so adamant about a divorce. What was wrong with being the crown prince's secondary consort? A free-spirited physician? How naive she was. Should she encounter a capricious and domineering noble, she would surely become a mere plaything. Did she truly believe the world was so peaceful that a beautiful woman could roam unaccompanied? "Your Highness." Yin Xiaoran observed his prolonged silence, his gaze darkening. "Is it that you are unwilling to part with the princess consort, thus allowing yourself to be coerced?" Pei Ziyan's expression grew colder still. After 2 years of marriage, he understood Xiao Qingxue's temperament better than anyone. Her threats were genuine. Even if she became a laughingstock after the divorce, and no one dared to marry her, she resolutely refused to leave herself an escape route. Pei Ziyan felt fury burning deep within him. He contemplated sending Xiao Qingxue back to the frost and snow courtyard, ordering her to be confined, ensuring she would never set foot outside again, to see if she still dared to bring up the divorce. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive and foreboding. After an indeterminate amount of time, Pei Ziyan finally spoke icily. "You wish for a divorce decree? That is utterly impossible. Abandon such thoughts." Yin Xiaoran narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Qingxue. Indeed, she was a beauty, exuding an air of grace and dignity. Her appearance and demeanor were impeccable, perhaps influenced by her medical practice, as she bore an expression of compassion. If she were his concubine, he would not easily relinquish her. However, Xuyao was his sister, and he would not forgive anyone who wronged her. Since the crown prince was unwilling to divorce, Let her make amends instead. The princess consort need not threaten the crown prince with the prospect of divorce, Yin Xiaoran declared, his stature imposing, his physique robust from years of martial training. Few women would remain unperturbed when he spoke with such gravity. If the princess consorts maid kneels and offers an apology to my sister, I shall consider this matter resolved, and I will not impose further difficulties. Xiao Qingxue smiled enigmatically, her gaze fixed upon him. Are you jesting? Yin Xiaoran was taken aback, and soon he distinctly perceived the derision and disdain in Xiao Qingxue's eyes. His expression darkened, as if shrouded in a layer of frost. What did you say? Are you jesting? Xiao Qingxue replied with a faint smile. General Yun might as well return and gaze into a mirror, to behold the arrogance and ignorance etched upon his countenance. How utterly grotesque and overbearing he appears. Yin Xiaoran's face turned ashen and rigid. The princess is utterly disrespectful. Who do you think you are? Mingyue scoffed. At most, you are merely a bully relying on your status. Mingyue, you are being outrageous. Pei Ziyan thundered. Kneel. My lady has spoken. You are merely dreaming. Mingyue retorted defiantly. If anyone should kneel, it should be you. I shall not bow to such a wretched being. Yin Xiaoran and Yun Shuiyao were both astonished. Rather than fury, disbelief overwhelmed them. How could a mere maid act with such audacity? Where did she find the courage? Did she truly believe the crown prince would not drag her out and execute her on the spot? Pei Ziyan trembled with rage, out of consideration for Xiao Qingxue. He had restrained himself from punishing Mingyue, yet the more he held back, the bolder she became in her provocations, disregarding him entirely. Unable to endure any longer, Pei Ziyan coldly commanded, summon someone. 2 guards entered, kneeling on one knee. He ordered, drag Mingyue out and whip her 20 times. Mingyue sneered. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Pei Ziyan retorted icily, 40. Nonsense, Mingyue shot back. If 1 comes, I shall kill 1. If 2 come, I shall slay them both. Drag her out. Pei Ziyan roared, losing control. What are you all waiting for? Remove this insolent servant and execute her. The guards rose to seize Mingyue. Xiao Qingxue's gaze shifted slightly, her expression impassive as she regarded Pei Ziyan. His Highness the Crown Prince has not lost control for 2 years. Today, he has repeatedly acted out of character. It seems this prince is indeed ill-suited for you. As soon as her words fell, 2 guards were suddenly kicked into the air, crashing heavily onto the stone floor outside the hall. Yun Shuiyao stood in shock. This wretched maid is skilled in martial arts? Pei Ziyan's eyes revealed astonishment. Evidently, he had not anticipated Mingyue's formidable abilities. Of course, Mingyue replied, dusting off her hands. If I lacked any means of self-defense, how could I protect my lady in her medical endeavors? How could I stand up for her when she is wronged? A palpable silence enveloped the hall. Yin Xiaoran's cold laughter pierced the stillness. No wonder you are so brazen. It turns out you possess martial skills. Mingyue remained silent, a smirk dancing on her lips. Unfortunately, fists cannot overcome many hands. No matter your prowess, how can you withstand the multitude of guard from the crown prince's residence? Yun Xiaoran's voice dripped with malice. The more you resist, the swifter your demise will be. With that, he coldly commanded, summon more. At the entrance, 6 armed guards marched in unison, all of them loyal to Yun Xiaoran. They were not from Ajin Wangfu and did not recognize Xiao Qingxue or Mingyue, thus showing no mercy toward her. Yin Xiaoran commanded, seize this wretched maid. General, General, a figure stumbled in from outside, breathless and urgent. Madam has sent word, urging you and the young lady to return at once. The proprietor of the treasure pavilion demands payment for the bill. Yun Shuiyao's complexion changed dramatically, her expression suddenly fraught with panic. Yin Xiaoran turned, fury etched upon his face. What bill? The people from the treasure pavilion claim that the young lady has accrued debts for jewelry and ornaments with them. The servant hesitantly lifted his gaze, glancing anxiously at Yun Shuiyao. Moreover, representatives from the Mabe pavilion and the Xiaoluo pavilion have also arrived, asserting that the young lady owes them money. There are over a dozen individuals gathered outside the gates of the Yun residence. Yin Shuiyao rose, her face ashen. Did they not say we could defer payment? Shuiyao. Yin Xiaoran gazed at her in disbelief. his countenance a mask of indignation. You truly have incurred debt? Chapter 11. The debt collector arrives. Yun Shuiao bit her lip, glancing anxiously at Prince Pei Ziyan. Your Highness, The jewelry she had accrued on credit from the treasure pavilion was exorbitantly priced, intended to please the Empress Dowager and the Empress, not for her personal use. She had merely fashioned a few outfits for herself, along with a necklace, a pair of jade bracelets, a set of floral hairpins, and 2 pairs of earrings. As she was about to become the crown princess, lacking a couple of impressive adornments would invite ridicule from the noble ladies of high society. They had agreed on a 2-month grace period for repayment. Why had they suddenly come to collect today, with the debt collectors at her door? It seemed General Yin had no time to defend his sister. Mingyue raised an eyebrow, a smirk of schadenfreude playing on her lips. It was the first time, indeed, that both the proprietors of the treasure pavilion and the ink pavilion had come to demand payment from the general's residence. One could only wonder whether the salaries of the Grand General and the young general were sufficiently ample to cover the debts incurred by Miss Yun. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Surely they aren't resorting to military funds, are they?" Yin Xiaoran felt a weight in his heart and retorted angrily, "You insolent girl, cease your slander." It was paramount that military funds remained untouched. Mingyue laughed coldly, warning that if the censor learned of the Grand General's embezzlement of military funds, it would not bode well for him when the matter reached the emperor's ears. Yun Shuiao, already on edge, erupted in fury at Mingyue's words. "You wretched servant, cease tarnishing my family's reputation." "Enough," Yun Xiaoran stated icily, with no time to linger. "We must return and assess the situation." With that, he bowed respectfully to Pei Ziyan and turned to leave. Yun Shuiao, biting her lip, dared not utter another word and hurriedly followed. The guards of the Yun family, who had initially intended to drag Mingyue out for punishment, now had no choice but to follow their master. The hall fell into a brief silence. Mingyue turned towards Pei Ziyan, shrugging her shoulders. "Will you still execute me, Your Highness?" Pei Ziyan's expression was frigid, his gaze heavy upon her, with a glimmer of restrained ire in his eyes. Xiao Qingxue looked up at him, saying, "Pei Ziyan, I hope you understand something." Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, silently observing her. "Mingyue is my maid and has not sold herself to your princely household. Do not speak of execution. You do not possess the right to lay a finger on her." With that, Xiao Qingxue turned to leave, clearly unwilling to engage further. Mingyue gave a light huff. The young lady of the Yun family is truly remarkable, being cornered for debts. The emperor has indeed chosen a knowledgeable and sensible crown princess for his highness. "Qingxue," Pei Ziyan suddenly spoke, his voice deep and devoid of emotional fluctuation. "You have been married to me for 2 years. Yet I had no idea Mingyue possessed such remarkable skills." Xiao Qingxue paused slightly, offering a faint smile. "There are many things you remain unaware of." Pei Ziyan gazed at her retreating figure. "You have been concealing matters from me. If I did not conceal them, how would you know that you are a person of untrustworthiness?" Xiao Qingxue's voice was gentle and unassuming. Yet she was far from a person who would endure grievances in silence. "Just as you had known for half a month that you were to marry the crown princess, you had never hinted at it before me." With that remark, she turned and departed with Mingyue. Pei Ziyan sank despondently into his chair, a sudden wave of unease washing over him. He was well aware of Xiao Qingxue's remarkable medical skills, particularly her unparalleled talent for detoxification. He had always perceived her merely as a healer, believing her free-spirited demeanor stemmed from a lack of ties to a medical lineage, devoid of the chaotic rules and principles that often accompanied noble families. She resembled a hermit, living freely in the deep mountains, her sole focus being the study of medicine and poisons. Hence, the presence of a maidservant like Mingyue seemed entirely reasonable. Her extraordinary medical abilities allowed her to treat the impoverished without charge, yet she could also cater to the wealthy, ensuring her financial stability and a comfortable life. An affluent and capable woman naturally exuded grace. However, witnessing Mingyue's martial prowess today and recalling her audacity, Pei Ziyan felt an unsettling jolt within him. He could not help but ponder Xiao Qingxue's true origins. Even if a maid possessed martial skills, she should be aware of the consequences of offending the royal family. The fates of the populace lay in the hands of the royals. Did she truly believe that her medical knowledge and martial abilities would render her fearless? No. Her confidence must arise from another source. Qingxue, who exactly are you? Why must you insist on a divorce? What actions might you take if I refuse? The sudden demand for payment from the Yun family at the treasure pavilion. Does it have any connection to you? If not, why is it such a coincidence? Pei Ziyan closed his eyes, overwhelmed by questions, yet no one could provide him with answers. Upon returning to the Yun family, Yun Xiaoran was met by a daunting assembly of individuals outside their gates. Miss Yun has accrued a debt of 23,000 taels of silver for jewelry, bracelets, and collars from the treasure pavilion. She has also ordered clothing from my shop totaling 3,420 taels. Additionally, she ordered an inkstone from the mobile pavilion for 1,800 taels. Hearing those alarming figures, Yun Xiaoran's complexion turned pale as he turned to his sister, Yin Shuiyao, and asked, "What have you ordered that costs so much?" The 33,000 taels from the treasure pavilion alone equated to an entire year's salary for the general's residence. What he and his father earned combined was scarcely that much. Yun Shuiyao's face drained of color as she instinctively averted her gaze from her brother. I sent a set of jewelry to Her Majesty. And during the Empress Dowager's birthday, I also presented a white jade screen. I bought myself a pair of jade bracelets. Brother, gifts for the Empress and the Empress Dowager must be exquisite. I had no choice. Yun Xiaoran gritted his teeth. That amounts to 23,000 taels. Yun Xiao bit her lip and said anxiously, "There is still one inkstone. It is meant as a gift for His Highness the Crown Prince, but I have not yet presented it. It is kept in my elder brother's study. Additionally, I have some personal jewelry. As the prospective Crown Princess, she must interact with noble ladies from prestigious families, and appearing too shabby would invite ridicule. Those self-proclaimed daughters of noble lineage already looked down upon her. If she were to be further outshone by their adornments, they would surely find ways to mock her behind her back. Yung Xiao's face d'arcaned, ressembling à frosted visage. The accountant from the treasure pavilion spoke up. Young General, Miss Yun has accrued too much debt. We truly cannot accommodate this any longer. We kindly request that you settle these accounts. Yun Xiaoran, observing the shopkeepers and accountants before him, fearing the situation might escalate, commanded them to be escorted to the front hall for tea, requesting them to wait a moment while he consulted his mother before returning to settle the accounts. The shopkeepers nodded. "Please, young general, make haste." Upon reaching the inner courtyard, he conferred with his mother regarding the matter. "Mother, how much liquid silver do we have at our disposal? Let's take out some to repay Shuiyao's debts." Madame Yun's expression shifted. "But are you not wealthy?" "Mother." Yun Xiaoran frowned. "The situation at the border is dire, with military funds in short supply. The Ministry of Revenue is constantly lamenting the emptiness of the national treasury. If I were to produce a large sum of silver to settle Shuiyao's debts at this juncture, what would those officials think of me? What would His Majesty think? Do you wish for the Yun family to bear the accusation of embezzling military funds?" Madame Yun's complexion paled. "But," Yun Xiaoran turned to Yun Shuiyao, his tone resolute and unyielding. "You have been betrothed to the Crown Prince. There must be no mistakes at this critical moment. Otherwise, should the censors launch an impeachment, and the Emperor become enraged, your marriage may be at risk at any moment." Chapter 12. The principle of repaying debts. Yun Shuiyao's face turned ashen, and without a moment's thought, she vehemently refused. "I possess but a few garments and ornaments. If I were to sell them all, what shall I wear or adorn myself with in the future? How will I endure the ridicule of noble ladies? How shall I respond?" Yun Xiaoran's countenance darkened with fury. With tears brimming in her eyes, Yun Shuiyao declared, "I am to wed the Crown Prince. Without some private savings, how shall I manage the servants of the Eastern Palace? How can I ensure their willing service? Brother, can't you consider my plight?" Yun Xiaoran retorted angrily. "When you enter the Eastern Palace, does our family not prepare a dowry for you?" Yun Shuiyao countered, "Today, we cannot even produce several tens of thousands of taels. When the time comes for my marriage, how much dowry can you possibly prepare? I refuse to return those garments and ornaments. I will not part with them. Several tens of thousands of taels? She speaks of it so lightly. Is that amount trivial?" Yin Xiaoran seethed with rage. Yin Xiuyao, can you not understand the gravity of the situation? Enough. Stop your bickering. Madame Yun, plagued by a throbbing headache from the commotion, could no longer contain her frustration. Do those creditors outside fear for their lives? Xiaoran, as a general with many troops at your command, send a few to intimidate them, to deter their demands. If they value money over life, what harm is there in eliminating a few? Yin Xiaoran was taken aback, incredulity washing over him. Mother, what are you suggesting? To kill a few without consequence? In the Emperor's realm, how can you speak of such things so casually? Moreover, those who can afford to visit the treasure pavilion undoubtedly have powerful backing. Are you prepared to risk the entire Yin family? Madame Yin retorted. Your father has earned accolades on the battlefield. Is it not absurd that they come to our general's residence to collect debts? Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoran could not suppress the fury rising within him, nearly overwhelming his senses. Repaying debts is a fundamental principle. He could hardly believe his mother would utter such words. The position of a general is inherently precarious. Even a discreet approach can incite suspicion. Under the emperor's gaze, she not only wished to evade repayment, but also to suggest he take lives? Is murder such a trivial matter? Furthermore, even the emperor pays for his purchases. Since Yin Xiuyao dares to incur debts, why should the creditors not pursue what is owed? Yin Xiaoran felt a pounding ache in his forehead from the mounting anger. Suppressing his rage, he turned to Yin Xiuyao. You have but one choice now. Sell those new garments and ornaments for whatever sum you can obtain, and use the proceeds to settle as much of the debt as possible. Silence their demands. Otherwise, I shall enter the palace to plead for leniency. Should the emperor deem you extravagant, he will seriously reconsider your qualifications as the crown princess. Yin Xiuyao's complexion drained of color. Brother, you cannot do this. Yin Xiaoran disregarded her protests and strode toward the main hall. Inside, a throng of people sat haphazardly, engaged in animated discussions, some wielding abacuses, others clutching ledgers, which only served to further overwhelm him. Moments earlier, outside the main door, he had heard the accountants announce figures nearing 30,000 taels, and he wondered if there were still others yet to arrive. The annual salary of the Grand General is over 10,000 taels, and although there are some grains and silks, these are merely for the household's sustenance and attire, not to be easily sold. His official salary amounts to 6,000 taels. Over the past 2 years, both father and son have achieved considerable military feats, earning several thousand taels in rewards from the emperor. Yet, when all is accounted for, after subtracting the household expenses and the monthly stipends for the servants, little remains to cover the bills. Originally, it was a debt that could have been settled. Yin Xiaoran's expression darkened. However, a few words from Mingyue reminded him that if the general's residence were to repay this sum effortlessly, it might raise suspicions of embezzling military funds or other illicit income sources. His father had yet to be granted a noble title. Although the emperor had conferred a fief before the new year, the income from that fief would not be realized so swiftly. Most critically, the national treasury was depleted, and such extravagant spending by the general's residence was fundamentally inappropriate, contradicting the royal family's principle of frugality. If the censor were to take notice, the general's household would undoubtedly find itself in the eye of a storm. Contemplating this, Yin Xiaoran felt a fresh wave of headache. He turned to the assembled shopkeepers, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Regarding Xiuyao's credit at your establishments, I was previously unaware. These funds cannot be procured immediately. I beseech you for a little time to gather the money. May I have 3 days? Within 3 days, I will ensure the silver is delivered to each of you, sparing you any distress. After a hushed discussion among the shopkeepers, they eventually nodded in agreement. 3 days it is. We trust the young general will keep his word. Should the funds not materialize within this time frame, we shall be compelled to take our accounts to the magistrate. Hearing their intention to report, Yin Xiaoran's countenance darkened. Yet, having promised 3 days, he must adhere to his pledge. A promise is a promise. He suppressed his irritation, but had one more question, hoping for their indulgence in answering. Please, young general, ask away. My sister mentioned that you had granted her a 2-month deadline. Why then, have you suddenly come to collect today? Yin Xiaoran frowned, his gaze deepening with suspicion. Was there an instigator behind this? The shopkeeper from the treasure pavilion smiled lightly. Young general, you jest. We have never assured Miss Yin of a 2-month grace period. When she chose her items, we merely requested prompt payment. After waiting for over 10 days without seeing Miss Yin, we felt compelled to come and collect. If we have overstepped, we ask for your understanding. With that, the shopkeepers and accountants took their leave. Yin Xiaoran's eyes were cold and indifferent. After dismissing them, he summoned his personal guard. Investigate who stand behind these shopkeepers and whom they have been in frequent contact with recently. Understood. As Yin Xiaoran harbored doubts about the matter, Pei Ziyan had also dispatched someone to inquire about the treasure pavilion. He suspected that the sudden demand for payment from the Yun family was orchestrated by someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. But he remained unaware of the true identity of this mastermind. As night fell, Pei Ziyan stood with his hands clasped behind him at the window, silently gazing outside. The night was pitch black, tranquil as autumn waters. In his usually gentle eyes, a shadow of gloom now lingered. Understanding fully that Xiao Qingxue would prefer to shatter like jade rather than remain intact like mere tiles, he refrained from immediately disclosing the news of the emperor's selection of a crown princess for him. Yet, he had not anticipated her reaction would be so profound. With no alternative left, the only course was to sever ties, resolutely. Pei Ziyan gently closed his eyes. He would not part ways. His love for Xiao Qingxue was indisputable, and in his eyes, Yun Shuiyao merely represented the military power of the Yun family. Even if he were to marry her, he could never come to cherish her. Why could Qingxue not comprehend this? Chapter 13. Only fond of Qingxue after 2 years of mutual support in their relationship. Does she truly harbor not a shred of trust in him? Your Highness. Mama Zhou stepped across the threshold, bowing her head in inquiry. Should we continue to keep someone watching over the princess? Pei Ziyan remained silent, his voice as cold as water. Yes, keep watch. She is not to step out of the frost snow courtyard. Understood, Mama Zhou replied, yet she lingered, hesitating to speak as she gazed at Pei Ziyan. What is it? Pei Ziyan frowned, turning his head to fix a heavy gaze upon her face. Is there something more? Your Highness. Mama Zhou hesitated before continuing. Is it truly necessary to marry the crown princess? Pei Ziyan did not respond, his lips pressing into a thin line. Was it absolutely necessary? He had just been contemplating that very question. The answer was indeed unavoidable. A look of anguish flickered in Pei Ziyan's eyes. I'm only fond of Qingxue. Over these past 3 years, I have been more aware than anyone of her feelings for me. However, if I do not marry Yin Xiuyao, my position as crown prince will remain precarious. Should someone else ascend to that throne, both Qingxue and I would be doomed. Mama Zhou's inquiry had already strayed far beyond her station. As a mere servant, she had no right to question her master's affairs, especially concerning such a significant matter as the crown princess's marriage. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, she nodded. Your Highness, perhaps it would be wise to have a proper conversation with the princess. She is truly a wonderful person. If you let her go, I fear you may never encounter another as remarkable in your lifetime. Pei Ziyan remained silent. How well he understood that missing the chance with Xiao Qingxue would condemn him to a life of regret. Thus, he would never let go, and he would never agree to part ways with her. She need not entertain such thoughts. Pei Ziyan's gaze drifted towards the window, his eyes dark and brooding. Today marked the day of the crown prince's establishment. From the incapacitated former prince 3 years ago to the newly appointed heir of the Yong kingdom, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, a rebirth of sorts. He ought to feel joy today. He should have ordered a banquet prepared, sharing a table with Xiao Qingxue, celebrating with wine and heartfelt confessions. If only the edict had named her as the crown princess instead of Yin Xiuyao, they would be reveling together at this very moment. Pei Ziyan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Yet there was no if in this narrative. Draping a robe over his shoulders, he turned and exited the room, unconsciously making his way towards the frost-snow courtyard along the winding corridor. The night was enveloped in darkness as deep as ink. Lanterns hung along the corridor, casting light upon the shadowy courtyard. The frost-snow courtyard was now heavily guarded. Pei Ziyan gazed from afar at the upright figures of the sentinels, and, inexplicably, his thoughts wandered back to the prince's residence from 3 years prior. where guards relax, servants idle, and unscrupulous maids sold off their master's possessions. While in a room, everyone avoided Leo, once mighty prince, now rendered powerless. Looking up at the sparse stars in the night sky, he felt a profound sense of solitude akin to the ache in his heart. He ought to have a sincere conversation with Qingxue. Pei Ziyan stepped forward, silently entering the courtyard under the solemn bows of the guards. Observing the desolate surroundings, he let out a silent sigh and moved towards the main hall. Just as he was about to push the door open, the lights within the room abruptly extinguished, plunging him into darkness. He froze at the threshold, standing in silence for an extended period, his figure blending into the shadows, rendering his expression and the depths of his gaze indiscernible. After a prolonged moment of solitude, he turned and departed. The following morning, Pei Ziyan set off for court early. After finishing her breakfast, Xiao Qingxue sat alone in her room, diligently completing the divorce letter. At that moment, Granny Zhou entered to inform her that the empress had summoned the princess to the palace. Xiao Qingxue carefully folded the dried ink letter, placed it into an envelope, and tucked it into her sleeve. "Are you going to the palace, miss?" Granny Zhou inquired. "Indeed," Xiao Qingxue replied. "Having spent 3 years in the Yong dynasty and being married to Pei Ziyan for 2 prior to our divorce, I still hold the title of princess consort of the Yong dynasty. Yes, I must prepare to present myself as the crown prince's side consort. I owe the empress that respect. One must act in accordance with one's status. The empress's summons is likely regarding the crown prince's marriage, and I have no valid reason to refuse the audience. This presents an opportunity to clearly convey my thoughts and sever any ties, preventing future entanglements." With that, Xiao Qingxue rose to change her attire and, accompanied by Mingyue, set off for the palace. To be fair, her relationship with the empress had been quite amicable over the past 2 years. After all, even the most exalted of figures would possess a sense of gratitude towards the savior of their child. Furthermore, the empress was inherently gracious, broad-minded, and possessed a grand vision. However, no matter how virtuous the empress, she would undoubtedly stand firmly beside her son regarding his ascension and the selection of a crown princess. Xiao Qingxue harbored no illusions of the empress feeling any remorse towards her, but she never anticipated the depths of selfishness and lack of sentiment that one could exhibit. Upon entering Fengyi Palace, she discovered a young woman seated beside the empress, none other than Yun Xiuyao, the newly appointed betrothed of the crown prince. Her gaze faltered momentarily, yet she approached steadily, still addressing the empress as a daughter-in-law. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat," the empress replied with a smile, exuding the poise of a sovereign matron. "You are aware of the emperor's recent decree regarding the betrothal. From now on, you and Xiuyao shall assist the crown prince and serve as his worthy consort. I have faith that you will both foster an excellent rapport." "Your Majesty," Yun Xiuyao spoke softly, her tone tinged with melancholy, "I fear that Sister Qingxue may not wish to fulfill this role alongside me." "How could that be?" The empress reassured her, gently patting her hand. "Qingxue has always possessed a keen sense of propriety and understanding. She would never harbor dissatisfaction towards you." Turning her gaze towards Xiao Qingxue, the empress inquired, "Qingxue, do you not agree?" Xiao Qingxue shook her head slowly. "Your Majesty, I do not intend to continue as the crown prince's worthy consort. I wish to divorce His Highness." The empress's expression darkened. "Xinx, demoted." Upon witnessing this, Xiuyao revealed a faint cold smile, saying, "I always suspected that the princess was unwilling to be relegated from the status of the primary consort to that of a secondary one. Hence her deliberate use of the divorce decree to intimidate the crown prince." The empress, however, would not heed my words, insisting that she understood the boundaries. "Is this truly her understanding? Miss Yun, you need not project your own sentiments onto others." Xiao Qingxue responded with a serene smile. "I would not stoop to employing such threatening tactics. A divorce is simply a divorce, should His Highness the Crown Prince consent. I shall take the decree and depart without hesitation, never to reappear before Miss Yun or the Crown Prince again." Yun Xiuyao's expression darkened. "You, Qingxue, do not utter such vexatious words." The empress furrowed her brow. "While it may seem unjust to have you assume the role of a secondary consort under the title of princess, You must understand that the crown prince differs from the princes. He is destined to become emperor, and thus, the background of the crown princess must be sufficiently robust to ensure her capability and confidence in managing the inner court. Pausing for a moment, she continued, moreover, a secondary consort holds a formal status, distinct from that of a concubine. Given your lineage, it cannot be considered a true grievance. As Ziyan is now the crown prince, you must adeptly manage the inner chambers and serve as a paragon for women, rather than emulate those petty women who are quick to harbor jealousy and rivalry. Chapter 14. Xiao Qingxue, you possess remarkable audacity. Xiao Qingxue nearly broke into laughter. After a moment of silence, she indeed chuckled. Is it that once married, any request made by a woman is deemed as jealousy? The empress furrowed her brow. What do you mean? This is the divorce decree I prepared this morning. Xiao Qingxue retrieved the decree from her sleeve and placed it upon the table before the empress. I had intended for the crown prince to write it yesterday, but he resisted this matter vehemently. Hence I composed it myself, hoping he would sign it soon. The empress's countenance grew cold. She had not anticipated Xiao Qingxue's obstinate resolve. Did she not heed a single word I uttered? From the moment she comprehended the empress's intentions, Xiao Qingxue had no intention of continuing the pretense. She fixed her gaze upon the empress. Before my engagement to the crown prince, your majesty asserted that I had saved his life, and that whenever I made a request, you would surely acquiesce. Ignoring the empress's wrathful demeanor, she calmly stated, my sole request now is for your majesty to urge his highness the crown prince to sign this divorce decree, or perhaps to grant us a decree of separation. Yun Shuiyao pursed her lips, casting a cold glance at Xiao Qingxue. She had not envisioned that this woman would display such unbridled audacity. To threaten the crown prince with a divorce decree was one thing, but to employ such tactics in front of the empress was another. Did she truly believe the empress would not take action against her? The empress's cheeks twitched, her brows shadowed by a layer of frost. She regarded the strikingly graceful woman before her, uncertain whether to be incensed by her lack of propriety or conflicted by the promise she owed her. The emperor's word is law, and the empress's promise is invaluable. Moreover, Xiao Qingxue had indeed saved Pei Ziyan's life, a fact the empress never denied. Deep down, she harbored gratitude towards Xiao Qingxue and sought to compensate her as best as she could. Today, she summoned her with the intent to assure Yun Shuiyao that even if she were to become the crown prince's concubine, her status would be akin to that of the crown princess, with no distinction from her previous standing. She would ensure that Yun Shuiyao treated her well, fostering a sisterly bond between them, mutually supportive. Though the empress was aware of Yun Shuiyao's foul temper and domineering nature, if given a choice, she would prefer the medical expertise of Xiao Qingxue beside her son, to better care for him and prevent any future treachery against him. However, Yun Shuiyao's father was the grand general, a key figure in the court. The crown prince had ascended to his position only 2 years after his recovery, and his foundation was precarious. Without the support of the Yun family, he could hardly secure his place as heir. The court was rife with factions, and other princes were ever watchful, necessitating the crown prince's need to build alliances with both civil and military officials. A bittersweet predicament. Why could Xiao Qingxue not contemplate the crown prince's interests? Furthermore, when Ziyan ascends the throne, would she truly dare to monopolize the harem, insisting that he desires only her? The atmosphere within the palace thickened, and the temperature subtly dropped. The palace maids stood trembling at the side, their heads bowed, afraid to utter a word. The queen gently closed her eyes and said, Qingxue, you and the crown prince share a harmonious marriage and deep affection. I had thought you were a woman of discernment. You should not put me in a difficult position. I have no intention of making things difficult for the queen, Xiao Qingxue replied calmly. Your Majesty, you have personally promised that whenever I make a request, you would certainly comply. After a brief pause, she continued, this request is not excessive. I merely wish to regain my freedom. The queen's tone was indifferent as she responded, you willingly entered marriage. Now that you have wed into the royal family, what talk is there of freedom? There has never been a precedent for divorce among the offspring of emperors. Indeed, there is no precedent, Xiao Qingxue nodded. That is precisely why I wish for the queen to honor her promise and break this tradition. The queen picked up the divorce document before her, reading each word slowly before tearing it apart. Impossible. You should abandon this thought. If the queen does not agree, I shall not press the matter, Xiao Qingxue remarked, unperturbed by the queen's action, a tranquil smile gracing her lips. However, I would like to propose a wager. The queen narrowed her eyes. What wager? In less than 10 days, your majesty will voluntarily propose my divorce from the crown prince. The queen instinctively wanted to retort that it was impossible, but she soon recalled Xiao Qingxue's medical expertise, her expression shifting as her tone altered. Xiao Qingxue, what do you intend to do? Xiao Qingxue replied coolly. I always believed that the royal family was the most faithful to their promises. After all, it is widely known that a sovereign's word is as solid as gold. If even the promises of the emperor and the empress can be disregarded. She smiled subtly. I wonder how the world would perceive the imperial couple's credibility. Xiao Qingxue. Yuan Shuiyao stood up, angrily rebuking. You have such audacity to openly accuse the empress. Xiao Qingxue's gaze shifted mockingly toward Yuan Shuiyao. Miss Yuan, were you able to settle the debts you incurred when someone came to your door yesterday? Yuan Shuiyao's face flushed red. You are outrageous. It is true that the emperor selected a noble-born crown princess for the crown prince. And perhaps she is the first to be confronted for debts since the founding of the Yong dynasty. Xiao Qingxue's tone was leisurely, her smile failing to reach her eyes. What an eye-opener. Debts? The queen's expression tightened as she turned to Yuan Shuiyao. What debts? Your Majesty, do not listen to Xiao Qingxue's nonsense. She is deliberately sowing discord. Miss Yuan owes the treasure pavilion 23,000 taels, of which 5,800 taels were for a white jade screen customized for the Empress Dowager last month in celebration of her birthday. And another 4,600 taels were for a set of golden headpieces gifted to your Majesty half a month ago. Xiao Qingxue smiled. The remaining sum of over 10,000 taels consists of various jewelry pieces, such as bracelets, earrings, necklaces, hairpins, and hairpieces that Miss Yuan purchased for herself. Of course, not just one set, as the jewelry from the treasure pavilion, while expensive, is not exorbitantly priced. As her words echoed, Yuan Shuiyao's expression grew rigid and unpleasant. She looked anxiously at the queen. Your Majesty, is what she said true? The queen turned to Yuan Shuiyao, her expression difficult to read. Shuiyao, why did you purchase so many expensive pieces of jewelry? Yuan Shuiyao murmured, I do not wish to be outshone by the noble ladies. The empress, nearly trembling with anger, retorted, the jewelry of aristocratic maidens seldom exceeds 100 taels. Acquiring a piece of fine quality for merely a few dozen taels is already a remarkable feat, yet you have spent over 10,000 taels on jewelry. Just then, a resounding announcement echoed. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Pei Ziyan hurried in, his face betraying evident anxiety. Upon entering the hall and noticing that Xiao Qingxue was still present, he discreetly exhaled in relief, then composed himself, adjusted his robes, and stepped forward to bow respectfully to the Empress. I have just returned from court and have come to pay my respects to Mother. Chapter 15. What exactly does Xiao Qingxue intend to do? The atmosphere in the palace lightened somewhat upon his arrival. The Empress composed herself and declared, no need for formalities. Pei Ziyan looked up to see Yuan Shuiyao as pallid complexion and the Empress's discontent, furrowing his brow in concern. Mother, what troubles you? Ask your esteemed fiancé. The Empress retorted brusquely. Several shops approached the Yuan family for debts yesterday. Just the Jinbao pavilion alone owes over 20,000 taels. Such extravagant expenditures could easily deplete the national treasury. I truly did not intend for this to happen, Yuan Shuiyao replied, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Your Highness, last month I presented a white jade screen to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, and this month I gifted a set of hair ornaments to Her Majesty the Empress. I believe their esteemed statuses warranted the finest offerings, so I didn't consider the price. The Empress's demeanor turned icy. Are you insinuating that the over 20,000 taels were for my and the Dowager's use? Have you forgotten that you personally ordered jewelry costing over 10,000 taels? Shuiyao, if you are to become the crown princess, such extravagant habits are unacceptable, the Empress admonished, her countenance darkening. You have no awareness of your spending. The combined annual salary of your father and brother would scarcely cover your visits to the shops. With such a lavish disposition, how can you manage the affairs of the Eastern Palace? Yun Shuiao bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Qingxue. The collectors came yesterday, and today's Sister Qingxue seems to know the exact amount I owe. How is it that Sister Qingxue is so well informed? Pei Ziyan's expression shifted as he turned to look at Xiao Qingxue. I possess foresight and am well-connected, Xiao Qingxue replied with a mocking demeanor. You are deliberately sowing discord, seeking to incite the Empress's displeasure towards me, Yun Shuiao accused, her voice laced with resentment. You are a woman of ulterior motives. On the surface, you claim to seek separation from the Crown Prince, professing it is not a threat, yet you constantly instigate discord between me and the Crown Prince. You are utterly terrifying. Think as you wish, Xiao Qingxue said, bowing to the Empress. For the next 10 days, I shall refrain from visiting to pay my respects. I hope that when we next meet, it will be at the moment I obtain the divorce decree. Having said this, she did not spare a glance at Pei Ziyan and turned to leave. Qingxue, the Empress seethed, restraining her anger. I am aware of your medical prowess, but such skills should be employed to save lives, not to harm. You would do well to. The Empress misunderstood. Xiao Qingxue paused momentarily, turning with a smile. As long as others do not conspire against me, I shall not resort to poison against them. My wager with you is for 10 days and is unrelated to medicine. With that, she departed, ignoring anyone else in the room. Pei Ziyan's expression shifted through various emotions as he fixed his gaze on the Empress. Mother, what does Qingxue mean by a 10-day wager? The Empress frowned. Qingxue just presented a divorce decree, hoping to part ways with you. I tore it up. She wagered that within 10 days, I would voluntarily suggest that you separate from her. Pei Ziyan felt a heavy sensation in his heart. 10 days? What could Xiao Qingxue possibly be planning? A sudden sense of panic enveloped him as he disregarded all else and turned to leave. Crown Prince, Yun Shuiao urgently called out. Wait for me. Rising to her feet, she hurriedly bowed to the Empress before turning to chase after the prince. Your Highness, Your Highness. The Empress, weary, reclined upon the phoenix couch, her expression dark and her eyes tinged with a cold disdain. The consort chosen for the Crown Prince by the Emperor is certainly not a virtuous one. The close maid furrowed her brow and remarked, This is unavoidable. After all, our Crown Prince has been unwell for so long, confined to his bed. Lacking a solid foundation in court, he can only pave his way through marriage. Otherwise, his position as heir remains precarious, and the imperial throne is but a distant dream. The Empress rubbed her temples, saying, What you can comprehend, Qingxue fails to understand. During her first year in the capital, she tirelessly treated the prince. Yet now she cannot show him a modicum of understanding. The maid chuckled. Perhaps it is precisely because of her deep affection that she is acting out. Your Majesty need not worry. The secondary consort hails from a lowly background. Where else can she go? The Crown Prince should take the time to soothe her. If she proves obstinate, a brief confinement will render her compliant. Once the prince marries and takes residence in the Eastern Palace, the secondary consort will naturally accept her fate. The Empress fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. It must be so. The exalted Empress clearly dismissed Xiao Qingxue's wager as inconsequential. As long as she promised not to use her medical skills for malice, the Empress did not believe she possessed any other capabilities to upend the status quo. Even the maid, having spent years in the palace, believed that a royal consort's defiance, especially one of humble origins, would not warrant concern. If the husband cared for her, he could expend effort to appease her. If he did not, he could simply employ measures to bring her to heel. As for the notion of divorce, that was utterly fantastical. Which other man in the realm would dare to marry a consort of the royal family? Even if a divorce were to occur, as long as the Crown Prince did not permit her to leave, she would remain trapped within the imperial city, unable to take a single step away. Not to mention someone of Xiao Qingxue's medical background. Even Yun Shuiao, born of a general's household, would find her fate entwined with that of the emperor. Once the crown prince firmly seated himself on the throne and cultivated his loyal ministers and generals, should Miss Yin continue to act so irrationally, he would surely find a reason to dispose of her. The maid's voice conveyed a shrewdness, a testament to her long tenure in the palace. She thought to herself that given Xiao Qingxue's temperament and the crown prince's feelings for her, as long as she was willing to endure, she would eventually replace Miss Yin. The empress found comfort in the maid's words. Her spirits lifted. "You speak wisely," she sighed, "but I fear Qingxue's stubbornness may prevent her from yielding." The maid remained silent, her mind occupied with Xiao Qingxue's recent reaction, feeling somewhat uncertain. "Qingxue," Pei Ziyan chased after Xiao Qingxue, grasping her wrist. "Explain to me the meaning of the 10-day wager." Mingyue's expression turned frosty. "Please, Your Highness, release, Your Highness." Yin Shuao rushed out, urgently calling, "Your Highness, please do not walk so swiftly." Hearing her voice, Pei Ziyan felt a twitch in his forehead, a flicker of restraint crossing his face. "Your fiancé, he has come seeking you, Your Highness. It will be prudent to soothe her first." Xiao Qingxue brushed aside Pei Ziyan's hand and turned to leave without a backward glance. Mingyue snorted coldly and quickened her pace to follow her master. Xiao Qingxue halted at once. Yun Shuiao pursued her with quick strides, shouting in anger, "You reported me to the Empress, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Why are you running away?" Chapter 16. Striking the crown prince, and the wretched Mingyue's expression turned icy, and she could hardly suppress the urge to commit murder. Were it not for the repercussions of killing within the palace and the minor troubles it would bring to her lady, she would have relished the thought of severing ties with Yin Shuiao. This was the imperial choice for Pei Ziyan's crown princess, utterly uncultured and a source of disgrace. Her loud outburst garnered considerable attention, drawing the curious gazes of numerous maids and eunuchs flitting about the palace, who now lurked in the corners to witness the spectacle. Though Pei Ziyan had been named crown prince, his foundation was precarious. Other princes still held opportunities, and the concubines of various courts, having engaged in fierce rivalry for years, were no innocents themselves, reveling in the drama between the crown prince and his two consorts. As she was publicly commanded to halt, Xiao Qingxue understood that moving forward would only give the impression of fleeing in disgrace, tarnishing her image. She paused momentarily, slowly turning her head to regard Yun Shuiao with indifference. "What accounts do you wish to settle with me? Is the matter of the Jinbao pavilion not sufficient for you?" Yun Shuiao, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Shut up, you wretched woman, Shuiao!" Pei Ziyan thundered. A resounding slap echoed, catching everyone off guard. No one could fathom how Xiao Qingxue had moved with such swiftness. Just moments before, a distance of several paces separated them. Yet in the blink of an eye, her hand connected with Yun Shuiao's face. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Yun Shuiao, in disbelief, cupped her face and stared at Xiao Qingxue, astonished. You dare strike me? You wretched slap." Xiao Qingxue swiftly retaliated, delivering another blow to the opposite side of Yun Shuiao's face, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Qingxue, what are you doing?" Pei Ziyan, in a fit of rage, grasped her wrist, exclaiming, "This is the palace, slap." Xiao Qingxue wrenched her hand free and struck Pei Ziyan across the face, her gaze icy. "You are aware this is the palace. Then kindly keep your fiancé's tongue in check. Should she continue her vulgarity, I will ensure she experiences the consequences of silence." Her voice, frigid and resolute, starkly contrasted with her usual calm demeanor. "I have endured this slap for an entire day and night, Pei Ziyan. You and Yun Shuiao are equally contemptible." With that, she cast a cold glance at both Pei Ziyan and Yun Shuiao before turning to leave. "Mingyue, let us depart." Mingyue was nearly moved to applause by her lady's audacity. How exhilarating! They had assumed her lady's restraint meant weakness. Yesterday's silence had merely been a reflection of her lady's disdain for their trivialities. Yet, Yun Shuiao's lack of decorum and her brazen provocations had led them to believe they could bully her lady, who had ventured alone into the Yong dynasty. Thus, Xiao Qingxue and Mingyue departed. The palace corridors fell into a hush, the sound of a falling pin palpable. Pei Ziyan's eyes dimmed, his expression inscrutable. As the imprint of 5 fingers gradually emerged on the side of his face, red and swollen. Due to his health, his complexion had always been slightly fairer than that of the average man, though it had improved significantly over the past 2 years. He frequently sought the sun during spring and autumn to appear more robust. Yet, despite this, his complexion still bore a hint of the pallor that often follows recovery from illness. At this moment, the imprint of a palm on his face became all the more shocking. Yuan Xiao was rendered speechless, tremors of disbelief coursing through her. She herself had endured 2 slaps, already consumed by a fury that clouded her reason, but she never anticipated that Xiao Qingxue would dare to strike the crown prince, which left her utterly astounded. Even more astonishing was the crown prince's complete lack of reaction, as if he were momentarily stunned. She was not alone in her astonishment. The eunuchs and palace maids hidden in the corners, spectators to this spectacle, were equally startled by the scene of Xiao Qingxue slapping the crown prince. They dared not linger to witness his response, fear gripping their hearts as they hastily turned to report the incident to their respective masters. It was truly an eye-opener. The crown prince's consort dared to slap him within the palace walls. How audacious! Indeed, those who are favored often act without fear. Xiao, the consort, must have been certain that the crown prince would not retaliate, which emboldened her to behave so recklessly. Yuan Xiao's eyes reddened as she stammered, appearing pitiful, entirely devoid of the arrogance she had previously displayed. Pei Ziyan regarded her with an impassive gaze, causing her heart to race as she instinctively averted her eyes from his. "You must find a way to settle your debts and refrain from incurring further obligations," he stated gravely, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. "The crown princess should be strict with herself and lenient towards others, always mindful of her conduct and upbringing. Tomorrow, I will ask my mother to select a tutor to instruct you on the decorum befitting a crown princess." With that, he turned and departed. Yin Shuiao, bitter lip, rage boiling within her. That wretched Xiao Qingxue. "Miss, shall we return home?" Her personal maid, Dong Yun, inquired softly. Yin Shuiao turned her gaze sharply upon her, coldly proclaiming, "Xiao Qingxue's maid protects her at every turn. You all watched as I was struck without lifting a finger. What use are you to me?" Dongyun's face paled. Her head bowed in silence. They were merely humble maidservants. Were they to engage in a confrontation with the crown prince's consort? Mingwei, under the protection of the crown prince's consort, naturally felt emboldened and loyal. Just yesterday, at the palace gate, the miss had instructed her to slap the crown prince's consort and the maid Mingyue. Yet it was Dongyun who ended up receiving the slap. The miss's reaction to Dongyun's punishment was one of anger, but not out of concern for her maid. Rather, it stemmed from her own loss of face. When His Highness commanded Mingyue to kneel and apologize to Yuan Shuiao, what did the crown prince's consort say? "Mingyue is mine. No one can force her to kneel." Such domineering words were beyond Yuan Shuiao's capacity to utter, nor would she dare offend someone of higher status for the sake of mere maidservants. Surely, even the crown prince would not shield his guards in such a manner. Yet Xiao Qingxue did. Regardless of whether her confidence stemmed from her support or a disregard for her life in pursuit of dignity, it was evident that she truly cared for her maid, willing to stand against the crown prince for her sake. Dongyun could not help but envy Mingyue for having such a master. Even if the crown princess eventually takes her place in the Eastern Palace, the days of Xiao Qingxue and Mingyue as master and servant are destined to be fraught with difficulties. However, with such a genuinely protective master, Mingyue should find solace even in her demise. Yuan Shuiao clenched her teeth in fury. "Xiao Qingxue has humiliated me time and again. I shall never let her escape retribution." Chapter 17. The Princess of Dun. As Xiao Qingxue exited the palace with Mingyue, she beheld a luxurious carriage awaiting her outside the gates. Over the past 2 years, she had engaged in countless interactions with the Princess of Dun, particularly frequenting the princess's residence in the past 6 months. Thus, she immediately recognized the carriage as belonging to the Princess of Dun. At the front of the carriage stood the venerable Gu Mama, flanked by 6 maidservants on either side, while 8 guards trailed behind. The entourage accompanying the Princess of Dun was neither excessively grand nor minimal. Yet it was invariably lavish and formal, as she would never compromise on her own dignity. Princess Gu Mama approached respectfully, bowing to Xiao Qingxue. My lady wishes to speak with you. Xiao Qingxue silently moved to the carriage, standing before the window. Princess. The princess of Dun lifted the curtain, revealing a face of striking beauty adorned with resplendent ornaments. Indeed, she was more opulent than the queen or any of the concubines. You had someone convey a message to me, stating your desire to part ways with the crown prince. The princess's gaze settled on Xiao Qingxue, a hint of scrutiny lurking within her eyes. Was this a threat to the crown prince, to her, or did she genuinely intend to sever ties? For a royal princess, the notion of separation from the crown prince was utterly unfathomable, especially for a lady to propose such a thing to the heir apparent. It was akin to a fragile egg daring to challenge a stone. Xiao Qingxue responded with a faint smile. I have no need to threaten anyone. I spoke with Pei Ziyan yesterday. He is not in agreement with the separation. I just met with the queen, who promised 2 years ago that should I ever have a request, as long as it did not involve treason, she would comply. However, when I presented the separation document, she tore it to shreds. The princess of Dun narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you serious? Absolutely without pretense, Xiao Qingxue replied steadily. If the princess can persuade Pei Ziyan to sign the separation document, I shall immediately provide the prescription, ensuring you no longer need to rely on others for your medicinal needs. The princess of Dun inquired coolly, You are not a native of the capital. After parting ways with the crown prince, where do you intend to go? Xiao Qingxue smiled. In this vast world, there will always be a place for me. In this vast world, perhaps there truly is no refuge for you, the princess of Dun stated candidly, not as a threat but as a reality. Despite the crown prince's unstable foundation, dealing with a mere physician would pose no challenge. Even if she were to separate, she would remain within his grasp. Xiao Qingxue chuckled softly, her demeanor seemingly dismissive of the warning. She replied, There is no need for the princess to fret. I shall always find my own path. After a moment of silence, the princess asked, Do you believe I can assist you in this matter? I am uncertain, Xiao Qingxue replied, her tone undisturbed, seemingly unaffected by the princess's ability to help. I simply lack the inclination to prepare prescriptions for now, unless someone resolves the issue of my separation from the crown prince. The princess of Dun discerned her true intentions. She genuinely wished to part ways, indifferent to who facilitated this outcome. She solely desired a resolution. The princess found herself torn between anger and amusement, angered by Xiao Qingxue's brazen threat and amused by her naive audacity. A royal consort, a side consort of the crown prince, dared to harbor thoughts of separation? She was unaware that in this vast world, all lands belong to the sovereign, on every shore. The rulers are but the king's subjects. Even more absurdly, Princess Din believed it was her duty to assist this woman, not merely because Xiao Qingxue had treated her ailment, nor solely due to her dependency on Xiao Qingxue's prescriptions, but primarily because she detested the treachery exhibited by Pei Ziyan. It is often said that one should not burn bridges after crossing a river. Yet, before he had even traversed the river to its end, he was prepared to break his promises, displaying a lack of the responsibility expected of a man. As if summoned, Pei Ziyan appeared before her, emerging from the palace, flanked by 2 personal guards. His expression was one of dark clouds, as if he had just suffered a grievous betrayal. Upon catching sight of Xiao Qingxue conversing with Princess Dun before the carriage, his lips tightened and his hands clenched slowly. He struggled to suppress his emotions, stepping forward with measured grace to bow to Princess Din, addressing her as aunt, and then nodding to the crown prince. Princess Din's voice was cool and detached. Xiao Qingxue, of humble origins, was accustomed to a life of freedom, unencumbered by the constraints of royal protocol. Bestow upon her a divorce decree and grant her the liberty she deserves, she suggested. Pei Ziyan's countenance darkened instantly. That is impossible. With a grave expression, Princess Din replied, her smile tinged with disdain. Crown Prince, I am not here to negotiate with you. The reason you are to wed the daughter of the general is to solidify your claim to the throne, is it not? Should you agree to grant Qingxue a divorce decree, I can ensure your position remains secure, and your ascension to the throne will be as steadfast as a rock. Pei Ziyan gritted his teeth. I will not grant her a divorce. I will never agree to such a separation. The Duke of Dingwa's son, Xiao Yian, had long harbored affection for Shan Shan and had sent suitors to propose marriage several times, but Princess Dun had consistently delayed, citing Shan Shan's youth as the reason. Princess Dun's tone grew colder. You should understand the implications of an alliance between the Princess Dun's residence and the Duke of Dingwa's household. The Duke of Dingwa rose to prominence through military achievements, his past glories eclipsing those of the current general of the state. However, due to a leg injury, he is now unable to lead troops in a battle. The Duke's eldest son, Xiao Yian, inherits his father's ambitions, well-versed in military strategy. Yet he remains confined within the imperial city under the pretext of filial piety, unable to serve at the front lines. This is a lament shared by both father and son. A military leader, reliant on past exploits, will gradually see his power wane if he does not continue to command troops, ultimately fading into obscurity among the elite. Thus, the Duke has long sought an opportunity for Xiao Yian to return to the battlefield. Princess Dun's consort, Su Cheng, hailed from a noble family, his brother Su Qi being the Marquis of Cheng'an. Their nephew, Su Yin, was equally accomplished, commanding the Imperial Guard. Princess Dun and the Su family maintained neutrality among the princes, garnering the emperor's trust. The Su family had a close relationship with the Princess Dun's residence. Their respect for her evident, and their ties to the heir of the princess were deep-rooted. Should Princess Dun marry into the Duke of Dingwa's family, it would signify a sharing of interests. While the Duke had always supported Prince Rui, Pei Ziyan, Prince Rui being the son of the current virtuous consort, the Duke's sister. Should Princess Dun explicitly align herself with Prince Rui, the political currents within the court would inevitably shift, for her influence extends far beyond the Su family. Her husband's clan. She possesses her own means of leverage. Pei Ziyan, due to health constraints, has seen the advantages of being the direct heir of the central palace diminish over the years. Now that he has finally ascended to the position of crown prince, his standing remains precarious. If Princess Dun were to secure an alliance with the Duke's residence, it would spell trouble. The crown prince may remain oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yian and Shan Shan have long harbored mutual affections and have broached the subject of marriage on several occasions. A faint smirk graced Princess Dun's lips, tinged with subtle mockery. Setting aside the allegiances of their families, I have taken a liking to that boy Yian. He is a responsible and admirable young man. But do you know why I've been prolonging the matter of Shan Shan's marriage for over a year? Pei Ziyan's pupils constricted slightly, a thought flickering to life in his mind. His gaze upon Princess Dun gradually transformed. What you are suggesting aligns with your suspicions. Princess Dun smiled indifferently. Ziyan, it is not my intention to deliberately complicate matters for you. Rather, my own health is of considerable importance. Would you not agree? Pei Ziyan lowered his gaze, the depths of his eyes shrouded in darkness, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Chapter 18. What you should obtain is a letter of divorce. Xiao Qingxue had already departed in a carriage. She was indifferent to the negotiations between Princess Dun and Pei Ziyan, nor did she care about the outcome of their discussions. Although a divorce was destined to be the conclusion between her and Pei Ziyan, her focus for the next 10 days was on the process. She was determined to understand how he had acquired the position of crown prince and how she would ensure his loss of it, for it was never rightfully his. Upon returning to the royal residence, it coincided with the lunchtime. Xiao Qingxue instructed her servants to prepare a meal, and, as the maidens arranged exquisite dishes on the table, Pei Ziyan entered. He gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, remaining silent for a considerable time, his expression betraying little emotion. Xiao Qingxue, seated at the table, continued her meal, unperturbed by his arrival. Pei Ziyan approached the table and took a seat, requesting the maidens to provide him with a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. He then lifted his gaze to Xiao Qingxue and said, "If I were to tell you that I do not harbor feelings for Yin Shuiyao, that marrying her was solely for the military power of the general's residence, and that I would ensure she has no opportunity to confront you once she assumes the role of crown princess, would you still choose to divorce me? Your treatment would remain unchanged." Xiao Qingxue quietly continued to eat, seemingly unmoved by his words. "I only have affection for you," Pei Ziyan said, lowering his gaze to the rice in his bowl, which glistened like pearls. Marrying Yin Shuiyao was inevitable. Once she becomes the crown princess, I will restrict her power under the pretense of teaching her decorum, ensuring she cannot target you. If feasible, I could even entrust the authority of the Eastern Palace to you. Thus, Pei Ziyan, do you perceive a crisis prompting you to negotiate with me? Xiao Qingxue interjected, setting down her chopsticks with interest. The decision for Princess Dan to form an alliance with the Duke of Dinghua has frightened you, hasn't it? Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, his expression darkening. You wish to take revenge on me. You are truly full of yourself, Xiao Qingxue replied, her disdain for him unabashed. Let me enlighten you. The daughter of Princess Dan has long harbored feelings for the Duke of Dinghua's eldest son, Zhou Yian, who reciprocates her affections. Given their ages, they should have been discussing marriage last year. You must know that due to Princess Dan's standing before the emperor, her daughter's marriage is entirely at her discretion. Beyond the interference of others, even the current Empress Dowager has no authority over it. Do you know why she has yet to arrange the marriage? Xiao Qingxue scoffed. It was a condition I set while treating her. Pei Ziyan lowered his gaze. The princess has already informed me. I no longer wish to treat her. Thus, I have no reason to intervene in her daughter's marriage. Xiao Qingxue replied coolly, unless you agree to divorce me, I shall provide her with a prescription, allowing her to adhere to the original agreement and marry this time next year. Su Yushan, merely 16, was proposed for marriage at 15. The princess deemed her too young, and with the conditions presented by Xiao Qingxue, she felt that a 2-year delay was reasonable, as it is quite normal for a girl to marry at 17. Had the original plan proceeded, Pei Ziyan would have been proclaimed crown prince this year, granting Xiao Qingxue a full year to pave the way for him, thus ensuring his grip on the position would be secure. By that time, Su Yushan and Zhou Yian would be wed again, and it would not disturb Pei Ziyan's position as heir apparent. However, his impatience was palpable. On a single day, 2 edicts arrived, one to establish the crown prince and another to select a crown princess, seeking to force Xiao Qingxue to accept the reality, only to later offer an apology, lamenting his unavoidable circumstances, believing she would understand and forgive his concealment. Xiao Qingxue found his naivety laughable. It seemed all men harbored a degree of self-importance. Pei Ziyan, do you think I am concerned about the title of crown princess? With a soft sigh, Xiao Qingxue declared, you're kind, regardless of the promises made. I shall no longer trust. Yet, since you've already been named crown prince, there is truly no need to ponder the thoughts of a concubine. There is no necessity for explanation or promises. Simply proceed according to your own designs. Even if I were to provide you with a divorce decree, do you believe you could escape the imperial city? Pei Ziyan's cheeks twitched, appearing to restrain his temper. Qingxue, once I ascend to the throne, the crown prince's side consort will be at least one of the 4 consorts, and I can elevate you to the position of noble consort. Once I cultivate my own civil and military officials, the grand general will no longer be needed. The Empress Yun Shuiyao can be deposed at any moment. Can't you grant me a little time? Mingyue felt a wave of nausea. Had she not wished to waste food, she would have delighted in appending the dishes upon his head. Truly, a man who dismantles bridges after crossing them. Today, he was willing to marry Yun Shuiyao for military power, and even before the crown princess had entered the household, he had already considered how to depose her. Such a man was inherently unfeeling and selfish. Power was of paramount importance to His Highness the Crown Prince, significant enough to betray the one he cherished, to forget past promises, to act treacherously in ingratitude. Yet, my lady has no need for the meager title you bestow. Mingyue retorted fiercely. Do not speak of side consorts or noble consorts. Even the empress position holds no allure for my lady. A man who sees only power and profit is utterly oblivious to the priceless nature of genuine affection. Priceless affection? Pei Ziyan forced a bitter smile, seemingly uninterested in contesting Mingyue's rudeness. For if I fail to attain that position, our very lives may be at stake. How long can sincerity endure? It is precisely because of my sincerity, precisely because I cherish Qingxue, that I am willing to risk everything to secure that position. I wish to grow old with Qingxue. I desire, do not deceive yourself. Xiao Qingxue calmly interrupted him. All you do is for your own sake. There is no need to disguise it under the pretense of love. Pei Ziyan fell silent, the warmth in his gaze gradually dissipating. Xiao Qingxue resumed her meal, savoring the exquisite delicacies with a leisurely elegance, entirely unfazed by the matter of divorce. Pei Ziyan remained silent for a long while. Since receiving the imperial edict and returning to the Jin Wangfu, he had not partaken of a proper meal. Now, gazing at the table laden with sumptuous dishes and the glistening rice in his bowl, he found it irresistibly tempting. Yet, as he observed Xiao Qingxue dining with composure, he sorrowfully realized she showed no sign of distress. There was no heartbreak, no entanglement, no struggle, no pain. Aside from the fleeting glimpse of cold disappointment that surfaced upon receiving the news yesterday, Xiao Qingxue maintained an air of composure akin to that of an observer. Pei Ziyan tightened his grip on the chopsticks in his hand, realizing that Xiao Qingxue genuinely seemed indifferent. Her desire for divorce was sincere, a complete severance of ties with him. She exhibited no lingering affection for their relationship, devoid of any sense of loss. This revelation ignited a surge of anger within him. In moments of profound rage, one is often swayed by emotions, leading to indiscreet utterances. "We have been married for 2 years, yet you have borne no child. According to the stipulations of 7 dispensations, your lack of offspring qualifies as childless. The uproar surrounding your marriage to the crown prince consort marks you as jealous. Furthermore, your disrespectful discourse with the empress in Fengyi Palace today categorizes you as disobedient to your parents." Pei Ziyan's voice darkened as he declared, "Xiao Qingxue, on what grounds do you demand a divorce decree? If you wish to leave, you ought to request a letter of dismissal, not a divorce document." Chapter 19. Because of a dream, Mingyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him. Was he mad? Had he truly lost his senses? Could the emotional turmoil have driven him to the brink of insanity, rendering him incapable of coherent speech? A letter of divorce? Did he dare to present such a thing to the young lady? "Your words have reminded me," Xiao Qingxue replied coolly. "I should not have requested a letter of separation from you." Pei Ziyan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. Xiao Qingxue continued with a faint smile. "I ought to have simply cast aside a letter of divorce and fled with Mingyue, rather than waste my breath in this futile exchange with you." Pei Ziyan's expression hardened, as though encased in ice, and he rose, sweeping his sleeves as he departed. Mingyue raised her hand, intent on shattering the bowl on the table, hoping to create a dent in the thick skull of that foolish pig, Pei Ziyan. However, Xiao Qingxue restrained her hand. "Young lady, your efforts over these 3 years have truly been squandered," Mingyue exclaimed indignantly. "How could you waste 3 precious years on such a person?" Xiao Qingxue paused for a moment. "Mingyue, do you recall the dream I once shared with you?" Mingyue nodded. The young lady mentioned that the rise of the Yong dynasty was due to a dream. "The figure in my dream is none other than Pei Ziyan." Xiao Qingxue stood and moved to the back window, gazing out at the vibrant scenery, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. "If it had occurred just once, I would dismiss it as mere coincidence, as it is not uncommon for one to experience peculiar dreams. Everyone has encountered strange visions in their slumber. Yet, for 6 consecutive months, I have dreamt of the same individual every night." Mingyue was taken aback, then speculated, "Is the person in your dream always the crown prince of Jin?" "Yes." Xiao Qingxue nodded. "I do not know who he is, but he appears in my dreams each night, gravely ill and on the brink of death, always looking at me with pleading eyes." Xiao Qingxue could not forget those lifeless eyes, nor the desolation etched upon his face as he faced death time and again in her dreams. Indeed, Pei Ziyan had perished in her dreams countless times. In dreams, one usually cannot discern features clearly. Yet, Pei Ziyan's visage was strikingly vivid. From his youthful exuberance to the silence that followed his poisoning and the despair that shattered him in his final moments, all of it had manifested in her dreams. Xiao Qingxue had pondered whether there existed an entangled fate between herself and this man across lifetimes. She yearned to uncover the truth, unwilling to be ensnared by an inexplicable dream night after night. In accordance with the memories from her dreams, she crafted a portrait, laboring over it repeatedly. For each time she awoke, the features would blur slightly. She dedicated an entire month to perfecting that portrait. Once she was satisfied that it closely resembled the figure from her dreams, she dispatched someone to investigate, which took another month. Upon receiving the results, Xiao Qingxue journeyed to Daeong. Initially, her sole intention was to meet this person, cure his ailment, and ensure he lived well, freeing her from his nocturnal hauntings. She was exceedingly busy, burdened with numerous responsibilities, and her nights were plagued with poor sleep, leaving her fatigued during the day, which hampered her affairs. She did not wish to succumb to an untimely death due to sleep deprivation at such a tender age. However, many things in this world are indeed unpredictable. After a year of treatment, Pei Ziyan had developed feelings for her. Xiao Qingxue did not disdain love from a position of superiority, perhaps influenced by her dreams. She subconsciously believed that an invisible thread connected her to Pei Ziyan, and thus she did not deliberately resist it. However, she did not take this relationship too seriously, often adopting a philosophy of letting things unfold naturally. This has always been her temperament, calm and unruffled, not easily troubled by any matter. She felt that it was sufficient to allow nature to take its course. Her true decision to remain in the Yong dynasty stemmed from Pei Ziyan kneeling in the palace, pleading for the imperial decree of marriage. At that time, the crown prince was as pure as a bright sun. Though his health was frail, his eyes shone brightly, and his heart was unclouded by any ulterior motives. In retrospect, it is possible that he had no capital for scheming back then. Xiao Qingxue does not regret coming to the Yong dynasty, nor does she regret falling for Pei Ziyan 2 years ago, and she certainly does not regret marrying him. For these experiences brought her joy. There was no coercion, no compulsion, no suffering, and no uncertainty. However, should the nature of their relationship deteriorate, she would withdraw decisively, harboring no lingering attachments. They were legally wed, with the royal family of the Yong dynasty as witnesses. Therefore, she required a divorce decree willingly signed by him to conclude their brief marriage. As for whether she could retain a letter of separation, such a document also necessitated the seal of the government, and their marriage was beyond the authority of ordinary officials. Only the emperor and empress could grant approval. If acquiring a divorce decree was so challenging, how could one even mention a letter of separation? Detaching from her memories, Xiao Qingxue stood by the window, resolved to sever ties with Pei Ziyan completely. The 3 years she spent in the Yong dynasty should be regarded as an experience that broadened her horizons, revealing the complexities of human nature and honing her character. The sun descended gradually. Xiao Qingxue turned to bathe and change, her mood scarcely affected, while Pei Ziyan, having stormed out, returned to the courtyard and smashed nearly everything within reach. The room lay in disarray. After venting his frustrations, he collapsed onto the couch, engulfed in profound regret, lamenting the foolish words he had just uttered. He had gone to seek reconciliation, to have a sincere discussion with her. Why had it ended so unhappily? Pei Ziyan pressed his forehead, his mind involuntarily revisiting those 2 years of intimacy, recalling the moments of happiness, and remembering Xiao Qingxue's gentle eyes that always brimmed with warmth. He was tormented and helpless, resenting Xiao Qingxue for her inability to understand him, while simultaneously blaming himself for being unable to resolve the predicament before him. What must he do to placate her and never again mention the matter of separation? Pei Ziyan found himself ensnared in a web of resentment, self-reproach, and anguish, unable to sleep through the night. The following morning, the guards outside the frost and snow courtyard had become even more vigilant, making it exceptionally difficult for Mingyue to venture out. Layers of guards stood like an impenetrable fortress. Upon seeing Mingyue exit the courtyard, piercing gazes scrutinized her, a mix of vigilance and a hint of evasion. Their wariness stemmed from the necessity to obey the crown prince's orders, forbidding the princess and Mingyue from leaving, while their evasion arose from a sense of guilt towards the princess, leaving them feeling uneasy. The bright moon comprehends the situation and harbors no desire to impose difficulties upon the guards who follow orders. She merely gains a deeper understanding of the beast that is Pei Ziyan. As for Xiao Qingxue, she remains indifferent. She has never been one to relish venturing outdoors. Instead, she prefers to remain in the courtyard, enjoying fine food and drink, resting peacefully, and indulging in books during her leisure time, regardless of the throngs gathered outside. Chapter 20. Rules are meant to be broken, although Xiao Qingxue was reluctant to step outside. Her conflict with the crown prince regarding their separation had already stirred a tempest throughout the city. Historically, it is rare for a royal son to have his legitimate wife suddenly relegated to his secondary consort, and never has a princess sought divorce due to dissatisfaction over such a demotion. The noble families and officials alike were abuzz with discussions. The ladies of influential households were utterly shocked and incredulous, whispering among themselves over tea and meals, deeming this the most extraordinary event since the establishment of the Yong dynasty. A woman proposing a divorce was unprecedented, and daring to present such a notion to the current crown prince was an unparalleled audacity. The repercussions of this incident were far from mere gossip. They directly influenced the political climate and dynamics within the court. The first to take action was Princess Dun. The engagement of the princess of the Dan estate to the eldest son of the Dingwa Duke's house inevitably caused a stir in the court, especially since the emperor had recently bestowed a marriage upon the crown prince. The timing of Princess Dun's decision regarding her daughter's marriage raised suspicions among the court ministers, as her alliance with the Su family implied that her stance represented their interests. Consequently, the emperor summoned Princess Dun for a meeting. One was the emperor's principal consort, wielding substantial power, while the other was the favored daughter of the late emperor. Their relationship had remained amicable, with neither party willing to offend the other. However, the decision made by Princess Dun at this critical juncture was unsettling for the empress. The empress, observing Princess Dun seated before her, maintained a calm demeanor as she inquired, "Isn't Shanshan's marriage set for next year? Why the sudden change?" Princess Dun, delicately holding her teacup adorned with an exquisite emerald bracelet that signified her noble status, replied with a tone imbued with both grace and a hint of pride. "Shanshan and the young man from the Zhou family have been fond of each other since last year. I wish to delay their engagement for a couple more years, considering Shanshan's youth. But with the crown prince's recent joyous news, I thought it fitting to hasten their engagement and aim to finalize the arrangements before the year's end." The empress's expression remained serene, yet her skepticism was palpable. "We are not young anymore, and you are well aware of the current court dynamics. Such reasoning feels somewhat disingenuous." In response, Princess Dun raised an eyebrow. "I shall not conceal the truth from the empress. The marriage between Zhou Yian and Shanshan should have been settled long ago, as your majesty is surely aware. The delay was due to the Princess of Jin. Despite the imperial decree that designated Xiao Qingxue as the crown prince's secondary consort, Princess Dun still referred to her by her former title as a sign of respect. "My health has not been robust in recent years. Princesse Duance Miled Softly," acknowledging that women often harbor certain discreet ailments that may be somewhat embarrassing to discuss. At times, it feels awkward to summon the imperial physician. Fortunately, the Princess of Jin is capable of addressing my private affliction. She neither demands a consultation fee nor seeks any benefits. Her sole request being the postponement of Zhou Yian and Shanshan's marriage for 2 years." A knowing smile graced the corners of Princess Dun's lips, for she had always understood her intentions. In the past, when the crown prince was gravely ill, your only desire was for Ziyan to survive. However, once his health improved, desires multiplied. The Princess of Jin's audacity to propose such a condition was not lost on me. I could even assist in legitimizing the firstborn, thus supporting the establishment of the crown prince, even though the Su family and the Princess Dun's residents had never openly allied themselves. I had clandestinely aided the crown prince. The empress is a perceptive individual. She comprehended the implications behind Princess Dun's words. For years, civil and military officials had urged the emperor to designate a crown prince, hoping to capitalize on the crown prince's precarious condition to secure a decision. Yet, the emperor remained indecisive. When the crown prince's health improved the year before last, officials revisited the matter. Lord Su candidly stated to the emperor that should the Prince of Jin recover, establishing a legitimate heir would garner public support. However, factions within the court had already formed, each backing a different prince, and thus engaged in fierce debates. After much contention, the emperor ultimately postponed the selection of a crown prince to this day, reflecting on the tumultuous undercurrents of the past 2 years and the contest for succession. The Empress felt a lingering trepidation. She recalled how the Princess of Jin had faced resentment from other princes for her role in the Prince of Jin's recovery, leading to several attempts to undermine her. A sense of guilt welled up within the Empress, followed swiftly by anger. Was the Princess of Jin using this as leverage against you? She merely requested a divorce decree. Princess Dun stated plainly that if granted the divorce, she would provide me with the medicinal formula. Once I obtained the prescription, I would adhere to our agreement, scheduling Shanshan's wedding for the following year. The Crown Prince would have a year to secure his position, and I believe this time would suffice for the Emperor and Empress to pave the way for him. The Empress fell silent, her expression inscrutable. She merely requires a divorce decree? Yes. No further demands. Princess Dun's brow furrowed slightly, a playful smile dancing at her lips. The Princess of Jin, lacking the burdens of a noble lineage, was unencumbered by societal constraints, allowing her to act with freedom. I was convinced of her genuine desire for divorce, not as a means of coercion. Your Majesty, since she truly wishes to part ways with the Crown Prince, it may be wise to grant her the freedom she seeks, which would benefit both her and the Crown Prince. The Empress's demeanor darkened. Have you ever seen a royal consort successfully obtain a divorce? Princess Dun replied calmly. Rules are made to be broken. Exceptional circumstances warrant special consideration. You need only reflect deeply on what truly matters: the Crown Prince's position or the ramifications of a divorce decree. Confined within the palace, a disheartened consort can only bring harm to a Crown Prince whose foundation is already unstable. Do not say that he is to expend a considerable portion of his energy in the court and in dealings with the ministers. He must also cultivate his own faction of princes, leaving him little strength to attend to matters within the inner palace. Should the relationships between the Crown Princess and the concubines deteriorate, the repercussions could be far graver than the current prospect of a divorce. Yet, the Empress cannot make such decisions unilaterally. The union between Pei Ziyan and Xiao Qingxue was bestowed by the Emperor himself. Thus, should a divorce be considered, it must first receive imperial approval. The Emperor would never consent to such a matter. Princess Dun seems to have perceived her thoughts, offering a faint smile. 2 years ago, the Prince of Jin knelt before the Emperor for a day and night for the sake of a marriage contract. I believe it would not be arduous for him to kneel again to request a divorce decree. He has just been enthroned as the Crown Prince. How would the court view him if he were to seek a divorce so soon? How would men across the realm regard him? The Empress's expression darkened. The censors would certainly impeach him for abandoning his humble wife and would invoke Xiao Qingxue's life-saving grace against him, branding him with the infamy of ingratitude. Could he still retain his position as Crown Prince under such a stigma? She closed her eyes, pondering. I fail to comprehend what the Crown Prince has done to wrong her. Even the scions of noble families take multiple wives and concubines. As Crown Prince, it is inevitable that he would have many. Is he meant to remain devoted solely to her? I have never denied her gratitude towards the Crown Prince. Over the past 2 years, I have treated her almost as my own daughter, bestowing upon her all that is good, never disparaging her origins. What more could she desire? Why must she insist upon a divorce? Princess Den understands the crux of the matter. When she married Ziyan, he had pledged to her that she would be his only wife for life. That is why Qingxue agreed to his proposal, she remarked. Had Ziyan stated at that time that he would take multiple wives, perhaps the Princess of Jin would have healed his ailment and departed the imperial city, forever severing their ties. Pausing slightly, she added with a smile, after all, no physician would offer their heart simply for the act of healing. If the Prince of Jin had not sought the imperial marriage decree, they might have evaded so much trouble today. Chapter 21. Does she dare to defy the imperial edict? The Empress discerned the underlying sentiment. Princess Din was reproaching Ziyan for failing to uphold his vow, viewing his promises as trifles. She found herself without a counterargument. When Ziyan had sought to marry Xiao Qingxue, he had indeed professed before her that he would take only Qingxue as his wife, never to wed another. Yet, was the situation not peculiar now? The Crown Prince's marriage to Yun Shuiyao would secure his position, thereby enabling him to safeguard Qingxue better in the future. How could she not comprehend this? Moreover, how could one take a man's promises at face value? The Empress understood the temperament of Princess Dun. Once she had made up her mind, It would take a compelling incentive to sway her, such as Xiao Qingxue providing her with medical treatment, thus buying her 2 years' time. Other threats or inducements would be of no consequence to her. The Empress could only seek a secondary approach, intending to engage in earnest dialogue with Xiao Qingxue, promising her certain advantages in hopes that she would continue to treat Princess Dun. After Princess Dun's departure, the Empress dispatched a matron along with 2 palace maids to summon Xiao Qingxue. The trio arrived at the residence of the Jinwang, but were unable to meet with her, for Xiao Qingxue had been placed under house arrest. Bearing the Empress's edict, they reached the frost and snow courtyard, where Matron Zhou entered to report to the princess, only to be met with the message. The princess is unwilling to see anyone. The matron's voice turned stern. We come bearing the Empress's decree. The princess has no right to refuse an audience. Yet, Xiao Qingxue remained resolute in her refusal. The doors of the frost and snow courtyard were tightly shut, and the guards dared not breach the threshold. The matron called out fruitlessly to the door for quite some time. Finally, Mingyue opened the door, coldly stating, "My lady is in a foul mood and does not wish to entertain guests. Leave." With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut, leaving the matron seething with indignation, momentarily at a loss for words. How audacious of that insolent maid to reject even those sent by the Empress. She shouted at the closed door. Does the princess dare to defy the Empress's command? Silence enveloped the room. Pei Ziyan had gone to court and was not present in the residence at that moment. Most of the servants in the Wang residence owed their loyalty to the princess and would not take this opportunity to turn against her. Even Matron Zhou merely stood by, attempting to persuade respectfully and apologetically. Yet, facing the closed door, she did not take any action, nor did she command anyone to force the door open. Defying the imperial edict is a transgression, and rebelling against authority is equally wrongful. Seeing the princess's stance, the matron clearly did not wish to prolong the confrontation. After all, as a mere matron, she could not truly engage in a physical altercation with the princess, nor could the guards of the Wang residence resort to violence against her. The one at fault for defying the edict would be the princess herself, and the Empress would undoubtedly address her transgression. The matron departed, casting a sidelong glance at Matron Zhou, remarking coolly, "The temperament of the concubine is truly admirable." Matron Zhou could only offer a forced smile in response. The princess has been placed under house arrest. I hope the matron will convey this to the Empress. With a disdainful snort, the matron departed. Upon returning to the palace to report, she recounted the events with utmost fidelity. The Empress could hardly believe her ears. She dares to defy the imperial edict? The matron replied respectfully. The reason given by the side consort is that she has been confined by the crown prince and is not permitted to step outside the frost and snow courtyard. The Empress inhaled deeply, a shadow of darkness crossing her gaze. In that case, bring that maid named Mingyue into the palace. I wish to see if she can still uphold her laughable principles. In order to secure her son's position, she was compelled to resort to extreme measures. Xiao Qingxue must comply, whether she wishes to or not. Otherwise, she would have to collect the corpse of that arrogant maid. The Empress summoned the eunuch Taoshi, commanding him to take people to the Jin Wangfu and ensure that Mingyue is brought back. Her tone was icy. If she dares to resist, deal with her as you see fit. Taoshi, accompanied by 4 young eunuchs who often practiced their skills together, believed that 5 of them would easily manage one Mingyue. Moreover, with the Empress's decree, the guards of the Crown Prince's residence would not dare to intervene. However, they were preceded by the Princess of Ruwei Wang. The current political landscape was uncertain. Although the Emperor had established the Crown Prince, the other princes had been vying for power for years and had their own factions. Would they relinquish their long-term ambitions merely because of a Crown Prince with an unstable foundation? Furthermore, due to the turmoil between Xiao Qingxue and the Crown Prince, even the yet-to-be-married Crown Princess had been offended. The 2 consorts were clearly in an irreconcilable situation, and some of the princes contending for succession naturally sought to exploit this opportunity. Ruwei Wang was the son of the virtuous consort, supported by the Duke of Dinghua's residence. As long as the engagement between the Duke of Dinghua and the Princess of Dun went as planned, the Su family would naturally become part of Ruwei Wang's faction. Once the Duke of Dinghua regained military authority, the Crown Prince's position would be precarious. even if he married Yun Shuiyao. That haughty and arrogant woman from the Yun family not only lacked the grace and demeanor of a noble lady, but also possessed a feeble intellect. Though her marriage to the crown prince might superficially provide him with military backing, the troubles that Yun Shuiyao would inevitably bring would far outweigh any benefits. Guided by the steward to the inner courtyard and then by the matron into the inner sanctum, the princess of Rui Wang finally met with Xiao Qingxue. The crown prince had only instructed to secure the frost and snow courtyard, forbidding the princess from leaving, but had not prohibited visitors from entering. This was not the princess's first visit to the frost and snow courtyard, but it could very well be her last. As she entered the courtyard, she meticulously observed the arrangement and layout within, clearly noticing the layers of guards surrounding the area. It seemed the situation had indeed become quite tense, with the courtyard completely encircled. Upon stepping into the room, she found Xiao Qingxue sitting by the window, engrossed in a book. With a gentle sigh, she spoke with a hint of concern. "Why has His Royal Highness arranged so many guards outside? Is he afraid you might flee with your belongings in the middle of the night?" Xiao Qingxue looked up from her book, smiling nonchalantly. "After being busy for so long, I find myself quite fatigued. It's nice to pause and take a rest." The princess of Rui Wang merely assumed she was offering herself a form of consolation. She approached the bedside and took a seat, her expression tinged with melancholy as she spoke. "I can empathize with your feelings. It is understandable to feel unwell these past few days. However, for men, power is the most significant aspect of their hearts. As women, our most crucial role is to support our husbands and raise our children. Qingxue, sincerity is ultimately futile. Emotions will inevitably fade. You may sulk for a few days, but do not truly provoke the crown prince. It could lead to an unfavorable conclusion." Mingwei stood beside her mistress, unable to suppress a glance at her upon hearing these words. It must be said, the daughters of noble families are seldom truly foolish. What sounds like comforting words are, in fact, veiled provocations executed with subtlety. Aware that Xiao Qingxue treasures sincerity, yet stating that it is of no worth and that feelings are fleeting, is simply a way of suggesting that the crown prince's sincerity and emotions are unreliable. Fortunately, the young lady has already come to terms with this. So Mingwei considered her words merely a diversion for her mistress, a means to pass the time, and thus paid little mind to her fluctuating sentiments. "You are right." Xiao Qingxue set down her book and lifted the teacup from the table, taking a sip. Her tone was one of detached mockery. A man's sincerity is indeed unreliable. Their promises are as simple as drinking water, yet to hold them accountable for their commitments is akin to reaching for the heavens. Chapter 22. The significance of power. Power indeed holds great importance, though perhaps this is not entirely accurate. The wise Princess Rui sighed, contemplating that one must govern while in a position of authority. The crown prince, once merely a prince with frail health and unqualified to contend for the title, had fewer ambitions. After all, a prince is not the same as a crown prince. As a prince, one could lead a leisurely life, choosing a companion for life, growing old together in harmony, as long as there were no aspirations for power. A life devoid of ambition could indeed be filled with marital bliss, resonating like a harmonious melody. However, ascending to the position of crown prince signifies a future as emperor, a role fraught with burdens. An emperor must navigate a myriad of concerns, fearing the instability of his position, balancing court politics, winning over ministers, and suppressing overly powerful factions, all while surrounding himself with loyal scholars and generals. Once one's thoughts multiply, it becomes impossible to devote oneself to one's spouse. This is not born of intention, but rather of necessity. The wise Princess Rui spoke earnestly, suggesting that if one desires the crown prince to reign supreme, one must accept that he will inevitably take many wives. Such is the unavoidable burden of high office. He cannot solely consider his own desires. In her heart, Mingwei translated these words. If the crown prince were to remain unthroned, he could spend his days happily with the princess, free from the encroachment of other women. Yet, should he ascend to the throne, he would be surrounded by countless beauties, and the princess's attempts at jealousy would be futile, for the affairs of state would always take precedence over personal matters. If one wishes for him to spend more time with her, to hold her solely in his heart, then one should relinquish his claim to the throne, allowing another to assume that role. She expressed no objection to her husband taking multiple wives. This subtle manipulation was delivered in a soothing tone, designed to inspire no suspicion. Had her lady been as naive and impulsive as the crown princess consort, she might have been easily swayed. Xiao Qingxue, clutching her teacup, gazed out the window, acknowledging the truth in the importance of power. To abandon power for love is a foolish act, both for men and women. It is a folly beyond redemption. Thus, she bore no resentment towards Pei Ziyan's choice. She would not engage in hysterical disputes, nor wallow in sorrow like a jilted woman. Last night, as she lay in bed reflecting on the matter, she recognized that many women, after being wronged, often succumb to feelings of helplessness and despair. Of course, some manage to accept their fate with equanimity. For in a patriarchal society, a woman's gentleness and compliance are often considered admirable traits by men. Yet, Xiao Qingxue neither felt despair, nor would she submit to adversity. Her peace of mind and rationality in choosing to part ways with Pei Ziyan stemmed from the strength and power she possessed behind the scenes. Ultimately, the conflict was not merely between two individuals, but rather a clash of power against power. It was simply that Pei Ziyan was yet unaware of her true influence. And if he were to discover it, Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly, pondering the significance of such knowledge. In the pursuit of love, one should not entangle it with extraneous factors. In the pursuit of power, emotional matters need not be invoked. She turned her gaze towards Princess Rue and calmly stated, "I comprehend his actions and have never harbored resentment towards him." Princess Rue was momentarily taken aback. Never resented him? Then what was the purpose of the recent turmoil regarding separation? Could it be that she genuinely wished to part ways? I merely feel that our affection has suddenly waned. Xiao Qingxue spoke with a lightness akin to clouds drifting by. Her initial consent to marry him may not have stemmed from true affection, but rather from a sense of gratitude. Gratitude for his willingness to kneel for an entire day and night for her sake, and perhaps a tinge of. Xiao Qingxue's voice faltered, leaving the thought unspoken. A sense of pity? A healer's compassion for a patient? Or simply because he frequently invaded her dreams, leading her to erroneous conclusions about their supposed fate? Time would soon reveal that while a connection may exist, it is not impervious and can easily be severed. The crown prince would not consent to your separation, Princess Rue remarked coolly. He is bound to marry the crown princess. Yet he would not take kindly to anyone challenging his authority. The imperial power is not to be trifled with. Proposing separation to a crown prince is akin to trampling upon the dignity of the royal family. His refraining from turning against you already reflects his remembrance of the life-saving grace you provided during those 2 years. However, as time passes and that gratitude fades, if you continue to stand your ground, you will only harm yourself. Xiao Qingxue replied with a simple, "I have my own understanding." Understanding? Princess Rue furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her irritation. What did she mean by having an understanding? What foundation did she possess? With a gentle sigh, she continued, "If I were to consider your position, had the crown prince not recovered so rapidly, remaining a prince would have been the best outcome. Yet, for me, his swift elevation to crown prince is indeed the most favorable result." Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly. "This has allowed me to discern human nature much sooner." Princess Rue was left speechless. Did she truly grasp the implications of her own words? If she wished to preserve her status as the legitimate wife, she ought to ensure Pei Ziyan's health continued to decline. Is she not a physician? A simple chronic poison would suffice to weaken the crown prince, rendering him incapable of fulfilling his role, thereby relinquishing the position. If Pei Ziyan could contentedly remain as the Jin Wang, he would have no reason to wed the daughter of the Yun family, thus safeguarding Xiao Qingxue's position as the primary consort. Princess Rue contemplated revealing this straightforward truth but deemed it too overt, choosing instead to suppress her impulse and respond calmly. As women, we are raised to be humble and compliant, to regard our husbands as paramount. If you're discontent, it is acceptable to express your displeasure for a few days. However, when the time comes to reconcile, Do so without truly angering the crown prince, lest you fall from favor and face even harsher days ahead. Princess, came the voice of Granny Zhou, who appeared at the threshold. The empress has sent eunuch Taoshi to summon Mingyue to the palace. Princess Rui was taken aback. Was the empress planning to take action against the maidservant by the Jinwang side? Not wishing to wade into murky waters, she was about to rise when she noticed Xiao Qingxue's expression shift. Turning to Mingyue, "Are you going?" Princess Rui was left in astonishment. The bright moon unequivocally shook her head, declaring, "I shall not go." In response, Xiao Qingxue calmly stated, "Zhou Momo, please inform eunuch Taoshi that Mingyue does not wish to attend." The Princess of Rui was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be handled in such a manner? Zhou Momo, clearly surprised, replied, "Your Highness, it is the Empress Dowager's decree that mandates eunuch Taoshi to bring Mingyue into the palace. Mingyue does not wish to go." Xiao Qingxue reiterated in a composed tone, "You need only convey this." Zhou Momo's expression grew somewhat intricate as she glanced at Mingyue and then at the serene Xiao Qingxue, ultimately conceding understood. The Princess of Rui, aware that she could not linger any longer, pondered whether Xiao Qingxue might shift the blame onto her. She had no desire to incur the Empress's displeasure. Rising from her seat, the princess declared, "Then I shall take my leave." Xiao Qingxue replied, coolly, "Travel safely." As the princess turned to depart, she could not resist offering caution. The Empress's decree cannot be defied. Mingyue is merely a maidservant. Given your current stance, it is to be feared the Empress could easily bring ruin upon a mere maid. Xiao Qingxue smiled. "I appreciate your concern, Princess Rui. I am well aware of the situation." Yet again, the phrase "well aware" was uttered. What knowledge could she possibly possess? The Princess of Rui furrowed her brow and took her leave with her own maid. When Zhou Momo encountered eunuch Taoshi, she did not relay the message as Xiao Qingxue had instructed, but rather spoke delicately. "Mingyue caught a chill yesterday and is currently bedridden." Eunuch Taoshi responded with a chilling sneer, "We serve at the Empress's command and must bring her into the palace today. Do not claim she is bedridden. Even if she has but a breath left or has already passed, we must still bring her body, lest we be accused of defying the decree. Can you bear that responsibility?" Zhou Momo's complexion shifted slightly. "I would not dare. Please, eunuch Taoshi, allow me a moment. I shall speak with the princess again." "Unnecessary." Eunuch Taoshi interrupted, pushing past her. "I shall go myself." With that, he strode confidently into the inner courtyard, accompanied by 4 eunuchs. Chapter 23. Defying the imperial edict is a capital offense. He was the chief eunuch of the Empress's palace, and as the mother of the crown prince, the servants of the prince's residence naturally dared not obstruct him. She made his way to the inner courtyard, instructing Granny Zhou to escort him to the residence of the princess. Granny Zhou, unable to refuse, led them to the frost and snow courtyard. As they approached the courtyard door, they encountered Princess Rui exiting, and both parties halted. Taoshi bowed respectfully, saying, "This servant pays his respects to Princess Rui." "There is no need for such formalities, eunuch Taoshi," Princess Rui replied with a smile. "Miss Mingyue has expressed her desire not to enter the palace. The crown prince's secondary consort is a benevolent mistress who indulges her maidservants. Their bond is truly enviable." Granny Zhou's expression changed. So, she did not wish to enter the palace after all. Taoshi turned to glance at Granny Zhou, smirking sarcastically, but lamented that today she would not have the luxury of choice. With that, he strode confidently through the courtyard entrance. Princess Rui departed with her attendants, and Granny Zhou could not help but spit in contempt before hastily following Taoshi. Upon reaching the door, Taoshi turned to gesture for Granny Zhou to open it. After a moment of hesitation, she stood at the threshold and announced, "Princess, eunuch Taoshi wishes to see you." The door swung open once more. Is this never-ending? Mingyue's displeasure was evident. Does my mistress not deserve a moment's rest? Every day, it is one audience after another. Taoshi looked at her in astonishment. "You Mingyue, do not be disrespectful," Granny Zhou interjected swiftly. "This is eunuch Taoshi, the chief eunuch of the Empress's palace." Taoshi adjusted his expression, narrowing his eyes as he awaited the fear and trepidation to dawn upon Mingyue's face. However, she merely sized him up and replied nonchalantly, "Come in." Tao Xi's face stiffened. Then he smiled through clenched teeth. "Miss Mingyue, the Empress wishes to see you and has specifically sent me to escort you to the palace." Mingyue remained expressionless. "My mistress is accustomed to my service. I cannot leave." Tao Xi was taken aback. At over 30 years of age, and having entered the palace in his youth, he had encountered numerous masters and delivered imperial edicts more than once. Yet, he had never encountered such audacious and insolent maidservant. The Empress's decree, which she not only dared to defy, but also dismissed with such absurd reasoning. "Your mistress is accustomed to your service?" That statement left him momentarily speechless. Once he regained his composure, his face flickered between shades of anger and disbelief, genuinely amused by her audacity. "Miss Mingyue, your loyalty is commendable indeed. You risk your very life, yet you fret over whether your mistress is accustomed to the service of others. I have never met someone quite like you." Mingyue frowned. "Risk my life? What do you mean?" Tao Xi spoke ominously. "Do you not know that defying an imperial edict is a capital offense?" Instinctively, Mingyue took a step back and then slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. "Then I absolutely cannot accompany you to the palace. To enter the palace is to lose my life. Am I a fool?" The door slammed with such force and swiftness that Tao Xi had no time to react. The heavy wooden door crashing against his nose, causing blood to gush forth. 4 young eunuchs behind him were startled, rushing forward to assist him. "Master Tao Xi, are you all right?" "Oh no, you're bleeding. Quickly a cloth. Press it against your nose." Granny Zhou stood by, dumbfounded, and after a while, finally reacted. "Someone, bring a basin of water for Master Tao Xi to wash his face, and then fetch a doctor." "There's no need." Tao Xi pressed a cloth against his nose, casting a cold glare at the door. The identity of the crown prince's concubine was esteemed, and the servants dared not offend. He would return to the palace to report to Her Majesty the Empress. With that, he turned and strode away. "Master Tao Xi, Master Tao Xi." Tao Xi and the 4 eunuchs hastily departed without looking back. Inside the room, Mingyue stood by the window, observing Tao Xi's disheveled retreat, smirking with schadenfreude. Serve him right. A pack of power-hungry fools. He truly deserved to have his nose knocked askew. Xiao Qingxue gazed expressionlessly out the window, her eyes reflecting a chilling indifference. Indeed, human nature is selfish and callous. The Empress, once filled with gratitude towards her, had resorted to such unscrupulous methods for the sake of Pei Ziyan's claim to the throne, even threatening to bring Mingyue into the palace to coerce her compliance. "Mingyue?" "Yes?" Mingyue turned her head. "Miss? I had intended for a peaceful parting." Xiao Qingxue's tone was calm, yet the attitude of the Yong dynasty's royal family was profoundly disheartening. Mingyue nodded. They were never worth much. Miss should indeed give them an unforgettable lesson. Yes, an unforgettable lesson is indeed warranted. A detached smile graced Xiao Qingxue's lips. At this moment, Pei Ziyan had just concluded court and was unaware of the events at the crown prince's residence. However, as soon as he exited, he received a message from a maid of Fengyi Palace. "Your Highness, the Empress requests your presence at Fengyi Palace after court. She has something to discuss with you." Pei Ziyan replied calmly, "Understood. Your Highness has been quite overwhelmed these past few days, hasn't he?" The King of Wu remarked with a hint of amusement. "I hear that the concubine of the Jin Wangfu is unwilling to be relegated from the position of primary wife to that of a secondary consort, and is causing quite the ruckus with you." This was indeed unprecedented in the history of the Yong dynasty. Pei Ziyan shot him an annoyed glance. The Prince of Rui spoke haughtily, "In my opinion, women need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they become insufferably proud, thinking themselves indispensable. Which man from a powerful family does not have multiple wives? She is merely a lowly physician. Does she truly aspire to be revered as the mother of a nation?" The Prince of Duan's voice was cold and harsh. "If she truly wishes for a divorce, your Highness might as well grant it to her, providing her with a divorce decree. Then confine her as a concubine in the rear courtyard, taming her with a whip until she is willing to bow her proud head. At that point, if your Highness were to allow her to become a concubine again, she would likely feel grateful rather than continue her current uproar. Pei Ziyan remained silent, his lips pressed together as he made his way to Fengyi Palace. The words of the three princes echoed in his ears. He knew they were reveling in his misfortune, deliberately sowing discord with their provocative remarks, harboring ill intentions to incite discord between him and his wife. Pei Ziyan understood in his heart that he had indeed been excessively indulgent towards Xiao Qingxue. This leniency stemmed from two reasons. First, the life-saving grace from years past. Second, his affection for her. Consequently, she had become increasingly audacious, repeatedly making unreasonable demands. As a result, just after he ascended to the position of crown prince, he had become the subject of ridicule throughout the entire imperial city. Pei Ziyan recognized that he could no longer afford to pamper Xiao Qingxue. Otherwise, the dignity of the royal family would be irreparably compromised, and his authority as crown prince would be rendered utterly meaningless. The atmosphere in Fengyi Palace was stifling, imbued with a sense of impending storm. Pei Ziyan stepped through the palace doors. The empress sat regally on the phoenix couch, her expression dark and frostbitten. The floor of Fengyi Palace was littered with kneeling palace attendants. Among them was Tao Xi. Pei Ziyan surveyed the surroundings, confirming that Xiao Qingxue was absent, before stepping forward to pay his respects. I pay my respects to Mother Empress. Ziyan, your consort is truly formidable, the Empress remarked coldly, her tone lacking the previous warmth and gratitude she had shown in reference to Xiao Qingxue. Even a mere maidservant at her side dares to defy imperial edicts. One wonders whose influence she relies upon. Chapter 24. Listening to the Empress mother once again, it was because of Xiao Qingxue that Pei Ziyan's mood darkened in an instant. He had already faced threats from Xiao Qingxue and Li Wei in the royal residence, and ridicule from the princes in the court, leaving him in a state of utter discontent. To his dismay, even after leaving the court, peace evaded him. He sat down opposite the Empress, saying, "Mother, please do not be angry. It is my fault." The Empress's expression was one of displeasure, her eyes brimming with suppressed fury. "She has saved your life. The rewards and affection I have bestowed upon her over the past 2 years are more than sufficient to match her contributions. Moreover, as a physician, healing the sick is her duty. Must she demand gratitude for every life she saves?" Perhaps she had spoiled Xiao Qingxue, leading her to lack any self-awareness. The imperial hospital is filled with physicians serving the royal family. Healing is their responsibility. If each one were to expect gratitude, the emperor would have no time for governance, endlessly thanking the imperial hospital for their life-saving efforts. Pei Ziyan remained silent. The empress glanced at the kneeling Tao Xi and coldly remarked, "Ziyan, take a look at Tao Xi's nose." Pei Ziyan turned to see Tao Xi's nose swollen and bloodied, curiosity overtaking him. "What happened?" Tao Xi bowed her head in apology. "It is my incompetence. I failed to fulfill the empress's commands and was injured by a maid from the concubine side." It was Mingwei again. Pei Ziyan's expression darkened instantly. Mingwei is becoming increasingly audacious. The princess wishes to betroth her daughter to the legitimate heir of the Duke of Dinghua. The empress rubbed her temples. "Ziyan, you are aware of the duke's past military achievements and the influence of the Zhou family in the army. If the princess marries into the duke's household, your position as heir will be precarious, easily usurped." Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, acknowledging, "I understand. Xiao Qingxue is your lawful wife. Yet at this critical moment, she does not help alleviate your burdens, but instead creates trouble. Truly, a fine example of supportive spouse." The empress's anger grew, years of composure nearly crumbling. They say a new official brings 3 fires. As the newly appointed crown prince, all the princes and officials are waiting to see your folly. If you cannot manage even one concubine, how will you govern the court and the nation? She looked at her son, her gaze gradually revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "Ziyan, a man must be decisive. Kindness and leniency will only embolden others." Pei Ziyan remained silent, merely pouring himself a cup of tea. He recalled the mocking laughter of King Rui and King Duan, a suppressed fury gradually escaping its confines, creeping towards his mind, nearly consuming his reason. He gently closed his eyes. "What do you think I should do, mother?" The empress's expression darkened further, "In my view, since you have taken a crown princess, you might as well take another concubine. If she wishes to create a scene, let her do so thoroughly, so she may understand who truly holds the power. After a brief pause, the queen added, for the sake of your commitment over the years, your royal residence has only harbored her. She truly believes you cannot live without her. I shall bestow upon you 2 concubines this evening. Bring them back to your quarters and let them attend to your needs. She then turned and commanded, Xiao Qihuang. The 2 maids knelt before her, respectfully bowing their heads. Your Majesty, Crown Prince. The queen ordered, lift your heads so that the Crown Prince may behold your faces. Yes. Xiao and Qihuang slowly raised their heads, their eyes cast downward, afraid to meet the Crown Prince's gaze. Pei Ziyan glanced at them with indifference. They were not unappealing, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age, pure and beautiful, with fair skin, resembling delicate jade maidens. Take these 2 back with you, the queen instructed coolly. I will arrange for the palace's most stringent governess to oversee your concubines. They will be responsible for your nightly company, while the governess will teach them the rules of conduct. I cannot believe that a mere concubine could truly upend everything. Pei Ziyan furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his desire to refuse. He did not wish for matters to escalate to such an extent with Xiao Qingxue. The reason he had fallen so deeply in love with her was not only due to her saving his life, but also because of her unwavering composure. As if nothing in the world could disturb her, nothing could make her lose control. Her emotions were always so stable. Even when provoked, she would respond with a calm smile, countering with subtlety. Pei Ziyan understood that she was unlike Yun Xiuyao. If Yun Xiuyao were angered, a few soothing words would suffice. But Qingxue was not so easily placated. He could imagine that should the governess be brought to the royal residence to instill discipline, she might retaliate with devastating consequences. Ziyan, what are you hesitating for? The queen exclaimed in anger. Do not forget you are the crown prince. If your inner court is in disarray, how can you focus on state affairs? If you cannot maintain order even within your own residence, how can the ministers trust that you can manage the affairs of the kingdom? If your father begins to doubt your capabilities, if the ministers deem you unfit for the role of crown prince, do you think your brothers will not scheme to usurp your position? She took a deep breath. Ascending to the throne does not equate to a life of ease. Remember how many crown princes throughout history have been unseated. Your position is still precarious, and you cannot afford for your inner court to be in constant turmoil. Pei Ziyan pursed his lips in silence, remaining quiet for a considerable time before finally speaking. I understand, mother. I shall heed your counsel. The queen's expression softened slightly. If she can comprehend her own position and learn to conduct herself accordingly, I shall promptly recall the governess to the palace and will not continue to make things difficult for her. Yes. Pei Ziyan stood, bowing respectfully. I shall take my leave. The queen remarked. The maid beside her is too overbearing. It would be wise to deal with her soon and replace her with someone more clever and obedient to temper her temperament. I understand. Pei Ziyan withdrew. Xiao and Qihuang rose, lowering their heads as they followed behind him. Upon leaving the palace and boarding the carriage, Qihuang and Xiao stood on either side of the carriage with the other servants. A command came from within. You two, come into the carriage. Yes. Chapter 25. Pei Ziyan. You discussed me the crown princess had yet to take residence in the Eastern Palace. Yet the crown prince had already brought 2 concubines back to the estate. This news quickly reached the frost and snow courtyard. Under Pei Ziyan's directive, the information was not concealed in the slightest. Mingyue could hardly contain her indignation. Was the crown prince deliberately attempting to humiliate the young lady? Upon hearing of this matter, Xiao Qingxue merely smiled nonchalantly. Such clumsy tactics, devoid of any originality. Aside from the 2 concubines, Her Majesty the Empress planned to select another concubine for His Highness. Granny Zhou stood before the table to report, stating that His Highness mentioned the Empress had yet to finalize her choice, and it would be splendid if the princess could assist in selecting a candidate. As those who caught the princess, I would have a greater chance of compatibility in the future. Xiao Qingxue replied with a faint smile. I am but a mere physician. What qualifications do I possess to choose a concubine for the crown prince? This is the Empress's affair and bears no relevance to me. Granny Zhou remained silent for a moment, but could not help but advise. Your Highness, it is evident that the Empress is being deliberate. Perhaps it would be wise to yield otherwise. Otherwise what? Mingyue scoffed. My lady desires a divorce. How many concubines he chooses is of no concern to us. But the crux is that a divorce cannot be obtained. Granny Zhou appeared worried. If the Empress selects a beautiful and cunning woman as a concubine, Your Highness, not only will you be overshadowed by the Crown Princess, but you will also have to compete for favor with an unruly concubine. How shall you endure such a life? Xiao Qingxue calmly sipped her tea, unfazed. Your Highness. Granny Zhou hesitated, having heard that the Empress intended to select a nurturing matron, specifically to send to the estate to educate you on the customs of being a concubine. You may not be acquainted with the methods of a nurturing matron. Then let my lady experience it firsthand. Mingyue seemed amused, imagining it would certainly be entertaining. Granny Zhou, I appreciate your good intentions. Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly. But my resolve for a divorce remains unwavering. I seek not to threaten anyone. The decisions made by the Empress and the Crown Prince are of no concern to me. Whether he marries the Crown Princess, a concubine, or even 18 concubines, there is no need for you to inform me. But Your Highness, it is indeed unnecessary to inform the princess. A cold and furious voice suddenly resounded as Pei Ziyan stepped over the threshold, his countenance frosty. As the Crown Prince, he can marry as many as he desires. The Crown Princess has no authority to intervene, nor does a mere concubine possess any right to interfere. Granny Zhou's expression changed, and she turned to bow to him. Your Highness, depart. Granny Zhou cast a worried glance at Xiao Qingxue, still wishing to persuade her to yield. Yet Xiao Qingxue remained composed before the couch, suppressing her unease as she turned to leave. Pei Ziyan coldly directed his gaze at Mingyue. You too shall leave. Mingyue raised her head to meet his gaze, her eyes glinting with defiance, as if to convey, dream on. Pei Ziyan clenched his fists, his tone filled with fury. Time and again you defy authority. Today you dare to contravene his decree. Mingyue, do you truly believe I will indefinitely tolerate your insolence? Mingyue retorted stiffly. Your Highness need not endure me. Get out. No, Mingyue. Xiao Qingxue spoke slowly. You should step outside for a moment. The bright moon sealed her lips, turned, and exited the room, shutting the door behind her. Outside stood 2 guards, expressionless as they observed Mingyue. She, too, regarded them with a stoic demeanor before stepping aside, attentive to the happenings within the chamber. Inside remained only Pei Ziyan and Xiao Qingxue. After a brief silence, Pei Ziyan slowly approached Xiao Qingxue, looking down upon her. Qingxue, have you ever loved me? Xiao Qingxue furrowed her brow, her gaze revealing a subtle blend of mockery and intrigue. Is it not absurd to pose such a question now? Pei Ziyan's expression darkened. I shall inquire once more. Did you ever love me? Xiao Qingxue pondered earnestly. I believe not. Pei Ziyan's countenance instantaneously turned frigid. If there was no love, why did you marry me in the first place? Because it was a decree you beseeched. Xiao Qingxue raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused. Have you forgotten that you knelt for an entire day and night for that decree? You cannot possibly think I sought to marry you. Pei Ziyan's face flushed with anger. So, you never loved me? To discuss love at this moment is hypocritical and meaningless. Xiao Qingxue replied coolly. You profess your love, yet do not hesitate to demote your legitimate wife to a concubine, nor do you refrain from taking another as the Crown Princess. Pei Ziyan closed his eyes briefly before reopening them to gaze at her. You ought to understand that a woman's duty is to obey her husband, to assist him and raise children. Before he could finish, a sudden scoff interrupted him. Pei Ziyan paused, his cheeks twitching with agitation. It seems you do not concur. Pei Ziyan, if you have something to say, feel free to express it. Xiao Qingxue leaned casually against the couch, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. There is no need for superfluous words. When love is absent, do my words become mere drivel? Pei Ziyan retorted coldly. If so, I shall fulfill my duties as a husband. With that, he lifted her in his arms and turned toward the inner chamber. However, before reaching the screen, he suddenly felt a weight in his arms, and in an instant, Xiao Qingxue deftly flipped herself down, landing gracefully. In that very moment, she delivered a swift kick to his knee. With a thud, Pei Ziyan knelt, his knee crashing painfully to the ground. his face paling as he bit his lip to suppress a cry of anguish. You. He lifted his gaze in disbelief. You possess martial skills? Xiao Qingxue stood firm before him, her icy stare fixed on him for a moment before she unexpectedly struck him across the face. Her voice as frigid as winter's chill. Pei Ziyan, your actions are so despicable they evoke disgust. Disgust? Pei Ziyan was taken aback, his complexion draining of color as he looked at her incredulously. You find me disgusting? Indeed, you are repugnant. Xiao Qingxue's gaze was frigid, as if she were observing a loathsome rat. If today's you is the true you, I am relieved to have aided you in acquiring the position of crown prince. Grateful that the emperor selected a crown princess for you. Otherwise, I would have remained ensnared in your tender deceptions, oblivious to your true nature for far too long. Pei Ziyan clenched his fists, his expression dark as if shrouded in ink. Xiao Qingxue coldly remarked, since you wish to showcase your abilities as a husband, I shall indulge you. She stepped behind him and delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Pei Ziyan coughed violently. Xiao Qingxue glanced back momentarily, seizing a belt to bind his hands, securing one to the headboard while fastening his legs together, forcing him to kneel. Pei Ziyan realized her strength was formidable. He attempted to struggle and resist, but found himself utterly powerless. If I lacked martial skills, would you not humiliate and coerce me on this bed tonight? Xiao Qingxue's voice was icy. If a man can only demean a woman in such a manner, then he has lost not only his dignity, but also the very essence of manhood. You are unworthy of being called a man, reduced to a wretched rat lurking in the shadows. Moon has martial skills, and do you possess them as well? Pei Ziyan bellowed. Xiao Qingxue, what secrets about yourself do you conceal from me? You profess trust, yet if you truly trusted me, you would not hide the fact of your abilities. Xiao Qingxue settled onto the bed, observing his current disarray. Tenderness and affection render one most vulnerable. It is precisely in such moments that one must retain a safeguard, lest they plunge into the abyss. Chapter 26. Qiangxue, who are you really? Pei Ziyan found himself bound at both hands and feet, his struggles proving utterly futile. In a position of utter disgrace and humiliation, he knelt upon the ground, his eyes filled with anguish as he gazed at Xiao Qingxue. So, how wary have you been of me all this time? Xiao Qingxue leaned casually against the headboard, her interest piqued as she observed him. You see, men like you are notoriously unreasonable. It is you who first broke your promises, you who are ungrateful, and you who held the upper hand. Yet, you excel at shifting blame, attempting to impose guilt upon others to alleviate your own conscience. Pei Ziyan's lips tightened, turning pale. I have indeed been cautious of you. Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly. And so, is it not a fact that you betrayed your vows? Shouldn't someone like you be approached with caution? If I do not guard against you, shall I merely await the day you can find me in the courtyard, powerless to resist as you torment me to death? Having concluded her thoughts, she calmly remarked, Pei Ziyan, you are truly laughable. Pei Ziyan gritted his teeth. Do not forget that you are the wife of a noble. Just wait a couple more days. Xiao Qingxue chuckled lightly. I am well aware that with just Mingyue and myself, even if we possessed the ability to fly, we could not escape the heavily fortified royal city of Yonghua. Therefore, I can afford to wait a few days. When the time comes for my departure, our relationship will be entirely severed. Impossible. Pei Ziyan's face turned ashen. Xiao Qingxue, you are mine in life and in death. As long as I draw breath, you shall not take a single step away. Xiao Qingxue looked at him with a gaze of pity, as if observing a mere jester. Your words hold no weight. She replied nonchalantly. Pei Ziyan, do not think that just because you are a mere prince, or even if you ascend to the throne, this matter will be determined by you. A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Pei Ziyan's heart. His eyes narrowed as he demanded sharply, Qingxue, who are you truly? Are you attempting to deceive me into believing you possess a remarkable lineage? He shook his head vehemently. Impossible. If your background were indeed so illustrious, how could you appear in the Yong dynasty as a mere physician? How could you have mastered such medical skills from a young age? Noble ladies devote themselves to the arts, mastering music, chess, literature, and propriety. they cannot possibly invest time in medicine. Moreover, if you truly hail from a distinguished family, there is no reason to have concealed it for 3 years. Would your parents allow you to wander far from home? Such a monumental event as our marriage, and yet your family remains unaware? If they knew, why would they not permit you to marry from your home? To become a royal relative would indeed be a matter of great pride. Your family could not remain indifferent for 3 years. Therefore, you need not try to intimidate me. Xiao Qingxue listened quietly to his fervent rebuttals, as he sought every possible rationale to prove her words false. She did not argue, merely absorbing his fervor. Once he finished, she slowly nodded. If that is your belief, I shall respect it. Pei Ziyan struggled, commanding in a low voice, "Release me." Xiao Qingxue made no move, her gaze coldly fixed upon him. "Qingxue." Pei Ziyan furrowed his brow, his expression revealing a hint of impatience as he demanded, "Release me." Xiao Qingxue, with a subtle smirk at the corner of her lips, retorted, "How could you expect me to let you go after your earlier display of brutality intended to teach me a lesson?" Pei Ziyan's face darkened with anger. "Are you planning to keep me bound like this indefinitely?" Xiao Qingxue fell silent, rising to approach the writing desk. She spread a sheet of rice paper before her, dipped her brush in ink, and began to inscribe characters upon the paper. Even without approaching to see, Pei Ziyan was acutely aware of her writing's content. "Xiao Qingxue, I will never consent," he exclaimed vehemently. "No matter how many divorce documents you draft, 10, 100, I will never agree." With that declaration, he disregarded his disheveled state and turned to shout, "Come in." 2 guards stationed outside the door responded to his call, stepping forward to push the door open. However, Mingyue unexpectedly raised her foot, tripping one guard, and deftly seized the shoulder of the other, tossing him out with ease. She swiftly entered the room and was met with the sight of Pei Ziyan bound and kneeling, a position that elicited an involuntary laugh from her. "So, the Crown Prince has a taste for this sort of thing. If only I had known earlier, my lady is gentle and kind, surely capable of devising numerous ways to satisfy the Crown Prince." "Crown Prince." A guard struggled to his feet, hurrying towards him. "Crown Prince." Mingyue turned her gaze toward Xiao Qingxue, who remained unperturbed, before she moved past her, allowing the 2 guards to enter the inner chamber, where they beheld the Crown Prince's current state of humiliation. "Crown Prince." The guards' expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed forward to untie the ropes binding his wrists. Yet Pei Ziyan, observing Xiao Qingxue's calm demeanor, was suddenly beset by doubts. Was she truly unconcerned about being seen by the guards? What was her intention? Did she merely wish for them to witness his current disgrace? Once the ropes were undone, Pei Ziyan ordered them to leave. The guards hesitated, clearly anxious about the possibility of further harm from the princess consort. But Pei Ziyan said nothing, instead moving to the desk to see what Xiao Qingxue had written. As he suspected, it was indeed the divorce document. Pei Ziyan clenched his teeth, an icy demeanor enveloping his features. "I have just told you, no matter how many you write, 10, 100, I will never agree." With that, he turned and strode away. Mingyue scoffed. What arrogance! Does he truly believe he holds the final say over whether to part ways? Returning to the front courtyard, Pei Ziyan, seething with rage, commanded, "Bring forth more men." The 2 guards knelt before him, responding, "Your Highness." "Send out spies to investigate. Leave no noble family unexamined in the Yong dynasty. I want to know if there has been a daughter of the Xiao family, skilled in medicine, who has been lost for 3 years without return. If there is even the slightest trace, send word back immediately." "Yes." Pei Ziyan clenched his hands, an unshakable sense of unease settling within him. Xiao Qingxue was not only proficient in medicine, but also skilled in martial arts, qualities that no ordinary woman could possess. Mastery of medicine requires years of dedicated study, and many dedicate over a decade to learn only the basics. The same is true for martial arts, which necessitates a foundation laid from a young age. Ordinary women in a typical household do not possess such conditions. Even among the nobility of the Yong dynasty's imperial city, those esteemed ladies merely engaged in the study of literature and the arts from a young age. How many would expend effort learning the seemingly superfluous skills of medicine? When illness struck, they simply summoned a physician, for being the head of the household did not necessitate extraordinary medical prowess. Yet, in contrast, Xiao Qingxue's remarkable skills in both medicine and martial arts must have been acquired under the tutelage of a dedicated master from an early age. Who exactly is she? It was only at this moment that Pei Ziyan realized how little he knew about Xiao Qingxue. He was even unaware of her origins. When he proposed to visit her family 2 years ago, what had she said? With a mere hint of a smile, she had replied, "When I came to treat your illness, my parents were not entirely agreeable. It was my unilateral decision. Should you wish to seek my hand, they would never consent to my marrying you." Pei Ziyan was perplexed by their disapproval. He had already recovered and was a distinguished prince. Was that not a suitable match? Xiao Qingxue had simply stated, "If you wish to marry, then marry me as a person unrelated to my family background." Chapter 27. Teaching the concubine the rules by imperial decree, Pei Ziyan had believed that due to her unimpressive family background, she might fear his disdain and thus respected her wishes, refraining from pressing her further. However, today he realized that perhaps the truth was far from his assumptions. Yet, it mattered little. In this vast realm, all lands ultimately belong to the sovereign. Every inch of territory is under the dominion of the king's ministers. Regardless of her prestigious lineage, she was still a subject of a Yong dynasty. Should he discover that she indeed hailed from a prominent family, he might find reason to rejoice, for while she might be unafraid of death on her own, what are the repercussions on her entire clan? Would she remain fearless then? As long as she possessed a vulnerability, he had no doubt she would eventually yield. Pei Ziyan raised a hand to shield his face, recalling the merciless slap from Xiao Qingxue, his gaze darkening. This marked the second time she had struck him. The first occurred within the palace, in front of Yun Shuyao and the watchful eyes of various court officials, where she displayed no regard for the setting. Had he chosen to punish her then for her disrespect, would she have found a way to extricate herself? If his mother were to learn of him being slapped by Xiao Qingxue and sought retribution, would she be able to handle the situation? A surge of curiosity and impulsiveness stirred within Pei Ziyan. He wished to probe Xiao Qingxue's depths, to uncover the extent of her concealed cards. "Your Highness," the steward entered. Bowing low, Madame Qin from the palace has arrived, sent by Her Majesty the Empress to instruct the concubine in the proper decorum, so that she may serve you with grace and dignity when she enters the Eastern Palace, becoming a suitable companion for your Highness. Pei Ziyan fell into silence for a moment, an unusual glint flickering in his eyes. After a brief pause, he nodded slowly. "Take Madame Qin directly to the Frost and Snow Courtyard." "Yes, your Highness." Madame Qin had served in the palace for many years, primarily responsible for educating the newly entered noble maidens and various palace attendants. With the emperor now in his later years, the frequency of selections had diminished compared to his youth. Furthermore, due to her advanced age, Madame Qin had found herself somewhat idle in recent years. With the Empress Dowager present, her retirement in the palace posed no issues. The concubines and attendants held her in great esteem, and few dared to provoke her. It was well known that she enforced decorum with an iron fist, her standards so exacting that even the slightest lapse would be met with strict scrutiny. Today, she arrived at the Jin Wangfu, accompanied by 4 capable maidens under her tutelage, who were, more accurately, lady officials, all around 30 years of age. Seasoned palace attendants of notable rank, distinct from ordinary maidens. The 5 of them, led by Granny Zhou, reached the Frost and Snow Courtyard. Standing in the courtyard, Madame Qin clasped her hands before her abdomen, her posture erect, and with an impassive expression, stated, "Please inform the concubine that I come at Her Majesty's command to instruct her in the rules and duties befitting a concubine. May I request permission for us to enter and pay our respects?" Granny Zhou nodded and entered Xiao Qingxue's chamber, reporting, "Your Highness, Madame Qin has arrived from the palace on royal decree." "Another visitor?" Xiao Qingxue exclaimed, feeling increasingly exasperated. "How many have come today? When will this end? Can't anyone allow the princess a moment of peace?" Zhou Mama, filled with trepidation, spoke. "Your Highness, the most stringent Mama Qin from the palace has arrived, who is responsible for instructing the talented young ladies and maidens. She is notorious for her strict adherence to rules, and she has even brought her rot tan cane with her." Those tasked with teaching etiquette in the palace are often cold-hearted and ruthless. Let her wait outside, Xiao Qingxue commanded, rising to her feet and retreating to the inner chamber. She drew the curtains and declared, Mingyue, I shall rest for a while. Awaken me when it is time for lunch. Yes, miss, Mingyue replied brightly, intentionally raising her voice. Rest assured, should anyone dare to disturb your slumber, I shall make them enter standing and exit lying down. Mingyue, exercise caution and restraint, Zhou Mama exclaimed in alarm, unable to suppress the urge to cover her mouth. Fearing that angering Mama Qin would lead to dire consequences for the princess. With a cold smirk, Mingyue stepped outside, positioning herself like a guardian at the doorway. She surveyed Mama Qin and the 4 elderly female officials behind her with a disdainful glint in her eyes, deliberately noting the elongated brocade box held by one of the officials. It undoubtedly contained the alleged rattan cane. Feigning ignorance, Mingyue provocatively inquired, What does this mama seek from the princess? Mama Qin glared at the audacious maid before her, her expression frosty as if cloaked in winter's chill. You are the maidservant Mingyue beside the crown prince's secondary consort? Mingyue nodded. I am indeed Mingyue, unchanging in name and identity. Mama Qin narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of coldness surfacing. You are quite bold. Thank you for the compliment, Mingyue replied with a smirk. Mama Qin stifled her rising temper. I come at the behest of Her Majesty the Empress to instruct you in etiquette, both that befitting the crown prince's secondary consort and that of a maidservant. If Mama Qin is to teach etiquette, she must surely be well versed in it. Mingyue smiled, the challenge evident in her expression. Regardless of whose command you follow, it does not alter the fact that you are a servant. If you wish to see the princess, you ought to kneel and pay your respects first. Have you done so? Mama Qin retorted coldly. I have yet to lay eyes on the crown prince's secondary consort. My lady has commanded you to kneel for an hour in the courtyard to test your understanding of etiquette, Mingyue replied coolly. If you cannot abide by this, what qualifications do you hold to instruct others? Mama Qin's face darkened. You are insolent. Mingyue feigned confusion. Is Mama Qin already enraged? It seems your composure falters easily. Your temper flares at the slightest provocation. How can I trust you possess the qualifications to teach the princess? Are you genuinely here to instruct, or do you harbor malicious intent to trouble her? Mama Qin retorted angrily, sharp-tongued and devoid of decorum. You exhibit a base demeanor. With that, she turned and commanded, Teach her a lesson in etiquette. One of the female officials, around 30 years of age, stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Mingyue, only to have her wrist seized firmly by Mingyue. Do you wish to strike me? Mingyue's expression hardened as she returned the slap with a swift motion. You truly overestimate your capabilities. The sharp sound echoed, and the entire courtyard fell into silence. Not only did the beaten maid cover her face in disbelief, but even Granny Qin was equally astonished. After years of service in the palace, she had likely never encountered such a fearless maidservant. Although she had occasionally witnessed some spoiled young ladies, accustomed to indulgence in their families, throwing tantrums upon entering the palace, they were swiftly brought to heel. To her surprise, before even meeting the crown prince's consort, she had already witnessed the audacity of an unyielding servant. Granny Qin's expression grew cold with anger, yet a rare flicker of excitement ignited in her eyes. The more defiant the individual, the greater the sense of accomplishment in taming them. She yearned to witness the maid, reduced to tears, bowing her head in abject surrender, to experience that profound delight and satisfaction. Granny Qin commanded, and then spoke again. Chunfeng, Chuntao, here. Apart from a woman holding a long, ornate box, the other two approached with impassive expressions, advancing until they stood before Mingyue, then simultaneously attempted to seize her shoulders. A cold glint flashed in Mingyue's eyes as she swiftly raised her hands to grasp their wrists, then pushed forward. The two maids were startled, exchanging a glance before hastening their attempts to grasp her shoulders once more. Mingyue let out a cold huff. I initially hesitated to resort to violence, considering your age, but since you two are so oblivious, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 28. Mingyue, are you planning rebellion? As the words fell, Mingyue struck with the swiftness of lightning, seizing her opponent by the shoulders and abdomen, mercilessly flinging her aside. Thud! The elder female official crashed heavily to the ground, stars dancing before her eyes. Her frail limbs seemed on the verge of breaking, leaving her unable to rise for a considerable time. Observing this, another female official instinctively took 2 steps back, her gaze fixed on Mingyue in wary vigilance. "You are outrageous, simply utterly audacious." Madame Qin's expression finally faltered, revealing her astonishment. You dare lay hands on a female official? This is an act of treason. Do you intend to rebel? Treason? Mingyue placed her hands on her hips and scoffed coldly. It was clearly you who initiated this act of rebellion, yet you dare to cast the blame upon me. Madame Qin's face turned an ashen hue with rage. We come by the decree of Her Majesty the Empress. You are defying the imperial order. This is a capital offense. Capital offense or not, if you possess the courage, then do proceed to execute me. Mingyue raised her chin defiantly, her voice suddenly sharp and chilling. Today, whoever fears death is nothing but a coward. Madame Qin trembled, nearly fainting from indignation. Summon the crown prince, she stammered, commanding urgently. Quickly, fetch the crown prince. No sooner had she spoken than a resounding voice broke forth. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Madame Qin swiftly turned, as if she had seen a savior, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground. Your Highness, this old servant has failed in her duty to Her Majesty the Empress. I have no right to instruct the concubine on propriety. I beseech your Highness to adjudicate this matter. Ah, so you still recognize yourself as an old servant. Mingyue scoffed derisively, recalling her earlier haughty demeanor, as if she were the master over the crown prince. Such words were utterly audacious. Pei Ziyan barked sharply. Mingyue, be silent. Madame Qin's complexion drained of color. I implore your Highness to discern the truth. I would never harbor such presumptuous thoughts. I beseech your Highness to see clearly. Mingyue crossed her arms, her expression impassive as she regarded the approaching Pei Ziyan, her gaze icy and unyielding, as if prepared to duel with a ferocious beast. Regardless of whether she came by decree, the mere fact that she had arrived at this frost and snow courtyard must have been implicitly permitted by the crown prince. He had always favored her unconventional demeanor, relished her unique temperament, and appreciated her tendency to act outside the norm. Yet, who would have thought? Today, having faced humiliation at her hands, he would allow the palace matrons to belittle her. Did he intend to compel her to yield in this manner? Indeed, he was a shameless scoundrel. She was not wrong to denounce him. He was nothing but a despicable wretch. Mingyue lowered her hands, quietly forming fists, her gaze shifting to the 2 rows of guards behind Pei Ziyan. Graceful and steadfast, they appeared to be the elite, meticulously selected. An estimated 8 were within the courtyard, with an unknown number standing outside. To muster such a formidable presence against them truly signified a measure of respect for her and her mistress. Mingyue, Pei Ziyan commanded in a tone heavy with authority, kneel and apologize to Madame Qin. Mingyue echoed her earlier retort back to him. In your dreams. Pei Ziyan granted her another chance. Madame Qin has come here on imperial orders. You should not treat her with disrespect. And what of it? Mingyue scoffed. I do not regard you, crown prince, let alone a mere servant. Should I be afraid of her? Madame Qin's face flushed with indignation. This insolent maid dared to speak thus to the crown prince? Pei Ziyan's cheeks twitched with suppressed fury, unable to contain himself any longer. Bring her. 8 guards stepped forward in unison. Just as Mingyue prepared to defend herself, she noticed Pei Ziyan's gaze subtly shift, his expression remaining impassive as he looked behind her. Mingyue turned to see Xiao Qingxue emerge from the doorway, clad in a delicate blue gown. Her calm eyes scanned the courtyard, taking in the guards and Madame Qin without revealing any emotion, her voice laced with a hint of leisure. Today seems quite lively. The palace matron has left, and now the Princess Rue arrives. The Princess Rue departs, and the eunuch Tao, she comes. Tao she leaves, and now Pei Ziyan arrives. And now we have yet another matron of etiquette. Is this little courtyard being treated as a marketplace? Qingxue, Mingyue has been exceedingly audacious today. Pei Ziyan's voice was dark and cold, resembling an order. Make her kneel and apologize to Madame Qin. Given your face, we shall let this matter pass. And Madame Qin can return to the palace to report to the Empress. The guards, armed and vigilant, fixed their predatory gazes upon Mingyue, as if at a mere command from the crown prince. They would seize this insignificant maid and throw her into the dungeons for torturous interrogation or end her life with a flurry of blades right outside the courtyard. The atmosphere was thick with tension, unsettling to all present. Madame Qin's eyes bore into Mingyue, a glint of coldness akin to a venomous serpent flickering within. She awaited Mingyue's submission, anticipating her to kneel and plead for mercy. However, no matter how many times she bowed and begged today, upon returning to the palace, she would report every detail of this incident to the Empress, ensuring that such a brazen girl would never remain in the crown prince's residence. Once they had all capitulated, she would take care to discipline the crown prince's consort, instilling in her the understanding of hierarchy and propriety befitting a woman, teaching her to serve and obey her husband, rather than behaving like a rustic with no sense of decorum. I recall having mentioned this to you before. Xiao Qingxue's voice was calm, devoid of any turbulence, showing no signs of intimidation by the unfolding situation. Mingyue will not kneel. Pei Ziyan's gaze turned frigid. Qingxue. Mingyue. Xiao Qingxue stated softly, "You may go inside." Mingyue nodded and turned to enter the house. Xiao Qingxue surveyed the faces before her. "Feel free to act as you wish. There is no need to consider anyone's face, nor do I require favors from anyone." Pei Ziyan's anger simmered, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. "Your Highness." Madame Qin turned to Pei Ziyan. "The consort is openly challenging the imperial authority. As the crown prince, you are entitled to respect and obedience from her, as she is but a secondary consort. She ought to embody grace and virtue, rather than taking advantage of your affection to indulge in arrogance. Your excessive indulgence of the secondary consort has emboldened even the lowly maidservants around her to defy authority. I implore your Highness to refrain from condoning such an atmosphere. Otherwise," she gritted her teeth, "before long, she will grow increasingly brazen, eventually trampling upon your dignity." Chapter 29. Reluctant to drive her to desperation, Pei Ziyan remained silent, his thin lips pressed tightly together. His patience had been pushed to its breaking point. He could no longer tolerate Mingyue's insolence. She needed to be punished to bring her to a semblance of order. Otherwise, as Qin Mama had warned, they would soon find themselves at her mercy. Yet, as Pei Ziyan gazed into the serene depths of Xiao Qingxue's eyes, the command lodged in his throat refused to emerge. He did not wish to truly force her into a corner. The tender memories of the past 2 years flashed before him, and the corners of his mouth turned pale with remorse. He was uncertain whether he regretted the current situation or feared that a complete breakdown in their relationship would leave no room for reconciliation. He even regretted allowing Qin Mama to enter the scene. When the Empress first suggested bringing a governess to teach etiquette at the Jin Wangfu, he should have declined. He had thought that Mingyue would show restraint upon Qin Mama's arrival, but she remained as rebellious as ever. She had once been so understanding, nothing like the wild creature she had become. After a long stalemate, Pei Ziyan finally spoke. "Qingxue, let Mingyue come out and apologize to Qin Mama. I will not pursue today's matter any further." He did not even require Mingyue to kneel. He merely wanted her to emerge, soften her stance, and utter a few kind words to Qin Mama, signaling her willingness to compromise and providing a way for Qin Mama to save face. However, Xiao Qingxue had completely transformed in the past few days. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to the gentle and accommodating nature she had previously exhibited. Though she appeared calm and rational, devoid of any anger, she was as unyielding as iron, impervious to persuasion. She disregarded the ladder Pei Ziyan extended to her, reiterating her stance. Mingyue merely acts out of loyalty and has committed no wrongdoing. She has no obligation to apologize to anyone. Qin Mama, both astonished and furious, could not help but admire Xiao Qingxue's audacity. She had never encountered such a reckless woman. In front of the governess and numerous guards, openly defying the crown prince without any regard for his dignity. Was she truly prepared to sever ties with him, condemning herself to a life of obscurity? Mingyue was just a mere servant, Today, she might protect her, but what about tomorrow? Or the day after? Could she shield her for a lifetime? With so many guards and servants in the prince's residence, it would be a trivial matter to dispose of Mingyue. With a single command, the crown prince could send her to meet her demise at any moment. Such a master-servant pair truly seemed to fear nothing. Whether they were relying on the crown prince's past affections for them, believing he would be reluctant to take action against them, or if they were genuinely fearless in the face of death, remained unclear. Isn't the purpose of bringing in a governess to teach etiquette? Xiao Qingxue's gaze shifted slightly. A smile that was neither genuine nor mocking gracing her lips as she looked at Qin Mama and the 4 female officials. Then let them stay. With that, she turned and entered the room, deliberately closing the door before Pei Ziyan and Qin Mama, isolating everyone outside. A profound silence enveloped the group. Qin Mama stared incredulously at the crown prince. Why did he not command the side consort and that insolent maid to be seized? Such an affront to authority could only be quelled by immediate punishment. Having the guards drag her out and beat her into submission would surely compel the side consort to comply. The crown prince, infuriated yet unwilling to act, was clearly ensnared in a predicament. It was no wonder that their master-servant duo displayed such audacity. Granny Qin rose, her expression dark and resentful. Your Highness, the Empress has said that now you hold the esteemed title of Crown Prince, you must not act with the same leniency as before. If you cannot even maintain order in the inner court, how will you govern the realm in the future? Please take your leave, the Crown Prince interjected. Granny Qin, as if grasped by an invisible hand around her throat, fell silent for a moment, and then widened her eyes slowly. Your Highness? Granny Zhou, please escort Granny Qin and the 4 female officials to their quarters. Pei Ziyan lowered his gaze, concealing the fatigue and despondency within. He resolved to begin teaching the rules anew the following day. While he had initially intended for Granny Qin to return and report, he was acutely aware that upon her return to the palace, she would undoubtedly embellish the account of the incident to the Empress. In her fury, the Empress would only grow more discontent with Xiao Qingxue, and it was uncertain what further machination she might devise against her. Pei Ziyan's mind was a tumult of confusion. He wished to prevent the situation from deteriorating further, having refrained from punishing Mingyue on the spot. His authority as crown prince had already dissipated before Granny Qin and the guards. Should such a situation arise again, even if he wished to spare Mingyue, he would find it impossible to do so. He ordered the guards to withdraw, casting a heavy glance at the closed door before turning away and departing with weary, labored steps. The defenses outside the frost and snow courtyard had been relaxed. Due to this farce, Xiao Qingxue had missed her mealtime. Of course, Pei Ziyan had too. However, as the crown prince, his meals were always prioritized, and the kitchen dared not slacken their duties. Yet, the same could not be said for the crown princess consort. When Mingyue went to fetch the meal, the newly assigned cook's demeanor was quite ungracious. The meal is no longer available since you missed the mealtime. In the future, please come earlier if you wish to dine. Others were hesitant to speak up. Even those who remembered the kindness shown by the princess understood that the relationship between the consort and the crown prince had irrevocably soured, and it was only a matter of time before she fell from favor. They could not risk offending the crown prince by attempting to curry favor with the princess. Mingyue recognized this shift and chose to remain silent. She did not wish to make things difficult for those below her station, as they were merely following orders. Provided they did not provoke her, she would not seek to create trouble. Upon returning to her chamber and relaying the incident to her mistress, Xiao Qingxue maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the events. Let us dine out, she suggested with a gentle smile, taking some silver with her. I shall treat you at the finest tavern in the capital. Mingyue nodded in agreement. With 100 taels of silver and some smaller coins in her possession, Xiao Qingxue changed into more convenient attire for venturing out, removing her hairpin and earrings. The two of them stepped out of the room and made their way toward the courtyard. With the guards outside having withdrawn, the defenses had considerably relaxed. The courtyard gate was unlocked, allowing for a swift exit. However, reaching the corner gate proved to be more challenging. The matron stationed there, upon spotting the princess and Mingyue, initially expressed surprise before firmly obstructing their passage, His Highness the Crown Prince has commanded that the princess is not to leave even a single step. Mingyue had no desire to create a scene, simply stating, the princess is always left at her convenience. When has she ever been confined by a mere gate? The old woman remarked, His Highness the Crown Prince issued an edict last night. Mingyue retorted with a cold smile, what if we insist on leaving? The old woman lowered her head. I beg the princess for forgiveness. Xiao Qingxue replied with a faint smile, you may open the door and report to the Crown Prince, claiming that we forced our way out. Alternatively, you could allow Mingyue to render you unconscious, and we would still manage to depart, while you would be left to lie here for 2 hours. Chapter 30. The disappearance of the princess and the change in provisions. The gatekeeper's expression shifted dramatically. Mingyue snatched the keys from her hand, unlocked the door, and tossed the keys back to her. Without acknowledging the gatekeeper's reaction, Xiao Qingxue stepped over the threshold, declaring, let us walk there. It will be a delightful opportunity to explore the capital of the Yong dynasty. Indeed, with the sun still high in the sky, they had ample time to wander. Xiao Qingxue and Mingyue exited the corner gate and made their way to a narrow alley behind the Jinwang residence, where a carriage awaited them, unbeknownst to them until now. A figure sat at the front of the carriage. Upon seeing Xiao Qingxue and Mingyue, he dismounted, addressing her. My lady. Xiao Qingxue said nothing, and she and Mingyue boarded the carriage in succession. The young man took his seat at the front, flicked the reins, and the carriage slowly rolled out of the alley, leaving Zhuke Street, where the Jinwang residence was located, for the bustling thoroughfare. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a halt beside a lively street, across from the renowned Taiyuanju, a favored locale for the cultured elite, noted for its serene ambience and exquisite cuisine. The second and third floors housed private dining rooms, providing a tranquil space for dignitaries to relish their meals without disturbance. Behind the tavern lay an elegant courtyard, which was off-limits to guests. However, Xiao Qingxue entered Taiyuanju, where the proprietor and staff directly escorted her to the courtyard. Exiting through the back door of the bustling hall, they entered a secluded and graceful little garden. At the rear of the garden stood a pavilion, from which emerged a refined and handsome young man, around 18 or 19 years of age, possessing a demeanor as gentle as jade, with a restrained elegance and captivating eyes that were difficult to look away from. He greeted Xiao Qingxue with a bow, saying, Honored guest, I apologize for the lack of a proper reception. Mingyue scoffed, Young Master Shun. You are once again engaging in playful banter with the young lady. Shen Yaochuan lowered his gaze with a smile, his countenance radiating charm. He welcomed Xiao Qingxue into the pavilion, his smile dimming slightly as he inquired, I have heard the news from the palace. What are your intentions, my lady? As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea for Xiao Qingxue, his expression shifting from lightheartedness to a more serious demeanor. The Pei clan is a group of ungrateful wretches. It will be prudent for you to make a decisive choice soon. Xiao Qingxue replied, I have already proposed a divorce to Pei Ziyan. Shen Yaochuan's reaction was a mixture of shock and joy. Are you truly serious, my lady? Indeed, Xiao Qingxue affirmed with a nod. We can cease the provisions for the Yun family, collect the debts owed within the imperial city of the Yong dynasty. In no less than 10 days, and no more than half a month, we shall depart from here, severing all ties with the affairs of the Yong dynasty henceforth. Shen Yaochuan seemed to revel in her decision. After struggling to contain his excitement, he finally managed to utter, if the master were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Xiao Qingxue glanced at him with indifference, retorting, I dare say the one most pleased should be you. Shen Yaochuan pressed his lips together in a smile, a faint blush gracing his handsome features as he shyly admitted, Since you are aware, I shall not deny it. I've longed to leave this wretched place, and the master has been eagerly anticipating your return. If we return soon, the eldest young master will find his release. And then you could soar together? The bright moon playfully raised an eyebrow, teasing, Young Master Shun, are you truly not concealing anything? Shen Yaochuan slightly lifted his brows, a hint of amusement visible on his countenance. What is there to conceal? Having surmounted numerous challenges, I now await the young lady's return. Stop, Mingyue interjected, raising her hand. First, have a few dishes prepared and sent over. The young lady has yet to have her lunch. Xin Yaochuan frowned. It is already past mealtime. The young lady is still the princess of Jin, yet Pei Ziyan does not even allow her to eat. 1 year of saving grace, 2 years of marital affection. Pei Ziyan remains heartless. Whether he orchestrated this or not is uncertain. Regardless, those sycophants are adept at currying favor. Mingwei retorted coldly, regardless. This debt must be attributed to Pei Ziyan. Xin Yaochuan stepped out to relay a few instructions, returning to the loft with a countenance several degrees darker than before. The royal family of the Yong dynasty not only forgets its benefactors, but shows no leniency in their dealings. How could the young lady have ever taken a liking to such a person? Mingwei glared at him. Who can truly define matters of fate? The eldest son, a dignified head of state. Yet he too faltered in love. Xin Yaochuan hesitated, but can that be compared? It is my failure to discern character. Xiao Qingxue, with an indifferent smile, interjected, there is no need for you two to argue over this. Xin Yaochuan furrowed his brow. Miss, please stay here tonight. Do not return to the Wangfu and endure that humiliation. Once the border sends word, General Qi will surely come personally to escort you back. Xiao Qingxue stood before the window, recalling Pei Ziyan's arrogant demeanor and the haughty Qin Mama, a chill settling in her brow. She slowly nodded. Please arrange for me and Mingwei to share a room. Though unable to leave the imperial city for now, spending a quiet night here was effortless. Understood. Xin Yaochuan turned and exited. When he returned, he bore a grand tray. Presenting the delicacies upon the table, he proclaimed, these are the signature dishes of Taiwanju. Honey-glazed pigeon, hibiscus tofu, 8-treasure fish soup, golden dragon playing with pearls, for happiness meatballs, stuffed lantern eggplant. Alas, the last portion of Buddha jumps over the wall has already been sold. Otherwise, I would have reserved it for you to savor. Xiao Qingxue remained unfazed. After all these years, she had tasted far grander feasts and did not require such delicacies. After finishing their meal, Xiao Qingxue and Mingwei rested in the room that Xin Yaochuan had prepared, later discussing matters with him. When she had decided to marry Pei Ziyan, although her elder brother had disapproved, he had done his utmost to ensure her comfort, placing numerous agents within the Yong dynasty and diverting some of his business interests there. Now that she intended to return, those forces, which had come specifically for her, would naturally be reclaimed. Xiao Qingxue and Xin Yaochuan conversed until darkness enveloped the sky. As night fell, chaos erupted within the Jin Wangfu. Upon learning of Xiao Qingxue's departure, Pei Ziyan began to wait, initially believing she had merely gone out to shop and relieve her mind. However, as the night deepened and she still had not returned, unease began to creep into his heart. Search for her. Pei Ziyan roared in frustration. Turn the royal city upside down if necessary. But find the princess. Yes, the personnel dispatch have returned empty-handed, and as time gradually elapses, Pei Ziyan feels increasingly anxious, like a trapped beast. Xiao Qingxue has not returned for an entire night, and Pei Ziyan has not slept a wink. Early the next morning, Yun Shaoran, the legitimate son of the general of the state, hurriedly arrived at the Jin Wangfu, exclaiming, Your Highness, Your Highness! Pei Ziyan's heart skipped a beat as he exited the main courtyard. Upon seeing Yun Shaoran's anxious countenance, he felt a surge of alarm, fearing something had happened to Xiao Qingxue, and urgently inquired, What is the matter? Yun Shaoran's expression was grim. The capital has just sent word that there is a problem with the grain supply plan. What? Pei Ziyan was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Why? I do not know, Yun Shaoran replied, his face troubled. I returned at my father's behest to gather supplies. Originally, the Fan family from the capital promised to assist, and they were to gather the first batch of grain within 4 days. It takes a month to transport to the southern region, where the existing supplies will only last for a month. I plan to head to the capital today, but this morning I received news that the head of the Fan family has suddenly fallen ill and is in a coma, leaving no one in charge. Furthermore, several grain merchants collaborating with the Fan family have unexpectedly tripled their prices. The Fan family's relatives are hesitant to make decisions independently and urgently sent a letter requesting alternative solutions, promising compensation once the head of the Fan family recovers. Pei Ziyan inquired, Was all the previous grain handled by the Fan family? Not entirely. Yun Shaoran shook his head. There's also the Chun family from Rongzhou. but they have already contributed twice. Even if they are willing to assist again, it may take time. The capital is near the royal city, and I intended to take advantage of my return to report to the court and resolve the grain issue simultaneously. They had initially agreed quite well, but unexpectedly. Chapter 31. The unspoken truth: the conflict between the Yong dynasty and Xiling had persisted for several years. The national treasury had been severely depleted, leaving the state unable to sustain its military expenditures and provisions, which were postponed year after year. The emperor instructed the Grand General to devise a solution independently, promising that merchants willing to supply provisions within the borders of the Yong kingdom would be regarded as benefactors, and their descendants would be granted exceptional opportunities to participate in the imperial examinations or join the military. Traditionally, the descendants of merchants were barred from civil service examinations, a strict law of the Yong kingdom. However, the emperor's promise aimed to encourage major merchant families to contribute provisions, alleviating the pressure on the national treasury and supporting the soldiers at the frontier. Though merchants possessed wealth, their societal status was lowly and often looked down upon. Merely possessing riches was insufficient. Without influence at court, even immense wealth could not guarantee their security. Thus, they willingly contributed provisions, seeking a chance for their descendants to secure a place in the imperial examinations, with the hope that any future advancement within the court would afford them protection. The Yong dynasty boasted several prominent merchant families, including the Fan family of Fudu, the Chun family of Rongzhou, the Shui family of Yongzhou, and the Xie family of Hanzhan County. Their wealth far surpassed that of ordinary merchants. The towns they inhabited were essentially the domains of their family enterprises, and the local populace relied on them for sustenance. Procuring military provisions was not a daunting task for them, especially as the frontier did not depend solely on one family. They considered it an investment in their descendants' careers, though to date, none of the merchant families had successfully sent their offspring to the capital for examinations. For the past 3 years, the procurement of provisions had proceeded smoothly. Unexpectedly, Pei Ziyan's expression darkened. Is there no alternative solution? An incident at the Fan family necessitated seeking assistance from the near Shui family. However, the journey from the capital to Yongzhou would require 2 days at a swift pace. And with Yongzhou located east of the capital, the time required to gather and deliver provisions to the western frontier was far too lengthy. 1 month was simply inadequate. Yun Xiaoran's countenance grew grave. The critical issue is that father remains unaware of the unforeseen circumstances surrounding the provisions. If the military's standard rations continue as they are, within a month, the army will face a dire food shortage, forcing countless soldiers to endure hunger while guarding the borders. Pei Ziyan furrowed his brow. Is there truly no one in the capital who could devise a solution? If all else fails, there is one method left, Yun Xiaoran replied, lowering his gaze. We may open the National Granary to address this urgent crisis. The National Granary was intended for wartime emergencies and would not be opened lightly, as it represented the last hope for the soldiers of the Yong Kingdom. Once opened, replenishing the granary would prove exceedingly difficult. Pei Ziyan spent a sleepless night. His mind clouded, and at that moment, an unsettling thought of Xiao Qingxue crossed his mind. She had not returned home after leaving the previous night, and now news had emerged of the provisions experiencing an unexpected setback. He was fully aware that this incident had little to do with her, yet the coincidence gnawed at him uneasily. I shall go to the palace to meet the emperor, Pei Ziyan said calmly. Opening the granary is no trivial matter. My father may not acquiesce. Yun Xiaoran's expression was somber. I shall endeavor to find another solution. Pei Ziyan disregarded everything else, changed his attire, and proceeded to the palace. The storage of grain reserves is a challenging endeavor. They can only be accessed in times of emergency. Although the situation at the border is urgent due to warfare, natural disasters and man-made calamities are equally unpredictable. Should the realm fall into a state of famine, the consequences would be dire. Pei Ziyan accompanied Yun Xiaoran to the palace to report to the emperor, where they coincidentally encountered King Wu and King Rui in the Hall of Governance. Pei Ziyan's expression darkened. He wished to avoid making a spectacle before the two. Yet given the pressing circumstances, he felt compelled to relay the situation to his father candidly. Upon hearing the report, the emperor was instantly enraged. The Fan family is being capricious, as if they no longer value their lives. If military matters are delayed and supplies at the border run short, I shall punish them and their entire lineage. Pei Ziyan bowed his head and replied, Father, our immediate concern is to find a solution for the supply of grain. King Wu interjected at an opportune moment, feigning confusion. Is the Crown Prince unable to devise a solution for the grain supply? This matter concerns the soldiers at the border. If the Crown Prince can resolve it effectively, he will surely earn their respect and admiration. They would take pride in having such a successor for the Yong dynasty. Pei Ziyan's expression shifted slightly, and he fell silent. I believe my fourth brother speaks wisely, King Rue added, supporting him. To be frank, the Crown Prince's position in court is still unsteady. He requires achievements to bolster the morale of both the military and the populace. It would be prudent for His Highness to visit the Fan family personally to ascertain the root of the issue, and to see if he can sit down with their heirs to negotiate a feasible solution. Understanding their needs and offering feasible commitments should make securing the grain within the deadline manageable. The Emperor's brows slightly furrowed, as if contemplating the feasibility of this approach. It was essential to discern whether the head of the Fan family was genuinely ill or feigning illness, and why grain merchants had suddenly raised their prices. Were there any ulterior motives at play? These inquiries warranted thorough investigation. Yin Xiaoran, being the son of the Grand General, held considerable weight. Typically, his presence would suffice to deal with merchants. However, in times of crisis, the Crown Prince's direct engagement would carry significantly more authority than that of a mere junior general. Prince, the Emperor addressed Pei Ziyan, decisively commanding, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure that the Fan family prepares the grain as planned. Should they deliberately obstruct or procrastinate, they will face repercussions for endangering military affairs. Pei Ziyan felt a weight in his heart. Even if he harbored discontent, he could not voice it and could only bow in acquiescence. I shall obey your command. The Emperor continued, King Wu and King Rue, do not remain idle. Engage all possible resources to gather as much as you can. I shall obey. Both King Rue and King Wu replied. Though they acquiesced, they silently scoffed at the notion of assisting the Crown Prince in procuring grain. It was a fanciful thought. Even if they had the means, they would never lend him aid at such a critical juncture. Had he not been appointed Crown Prince? Did their father not wish for Pei Ziyan to become the next emperor? If he could not resolve such issues, what right did he have to the throne? The three departed the Hall of Governance and stepped into the morning sun. King Wu glanced at Pei Ziyan lazily and remarked, I heard that the Empress sent a governess to the Prince Jin's residence yesterday to instruct the consort on proper etiquette. I wonder how well the consort has learned? Did she cause any more trouble for you last night, Your Highness? Do not bring up what should remain unspoken. Pei Ziyan's eyes darkened. The unease that had been suppressed within him surged forth as he recalled that Xiao Qingxue had not returned the previous night. The guards had searched throughout the night without discovering any sign of her. Today, unless they were to conduct a house-to-house search, it would announce to the world the news of the disappearance of the Crown Prince's consort. Not only would Xiao Qingxue's reputation be tarnished, but the royal family would also lose face. Last night, it seemed that the guards of the Jin Wangfu were searching for something within the imperial city. Wang Wu observed Pei Ziyan, a hint of contemplation gleaming in his eyes. Has something gone missing from the Crown Prince's residence? Pei Ziyan regained his composure, adjusting his expression. Yesterday, a scout reported the presence of unfamiliar faces in the imperial city. For the sake of safety, I dispatched guards to investigate. There is no need for alarm. Fourth brother, that is good to hear, Wang Wu replied with a hint of mischief in his smile. I thought perhaps someone had gone missing from the Jin Wangfu. Pei Ziyan's gaze deepened, his lips pressed tightly together in silence before he swiftly turned to leave, his footsteps appearing somewhat hurried. Wang Wu remained standing with his hands clasped behind him, silently watching his retreating figure, a glimmer of intrigue surfacing in his eyes. Does third brother not find the situation increasingly entertaining? Chapter 32. An enigmatic origin, what do you mean by that? The Crown Prince does not seem well today. The King of Wu chuckled with a knowing smile, as if he had not slept the previous night. The guards of a Jin Prince's residence were dispatched in large numbers last night. Although no one was specifically named, it must have kept him awake. The more I ponder, the more I believe it must be related to the Jin princess. He strolled across the square, heading towards the Xianzheng gate. Ever since the imperial decree to establish the crown prince was issued, the Jin princess first caused a stir over a divorce, followed by several conflicts between the crown prince's fiancée, and the secondary consorts, prompting Yun Xiaoran to personally intervene for his sister. However, it is said that Yun Xiaoran did not gain any advantage, and on that very day, 3 shopkeepers came to demand payment. As the crown prince's fiancée, he had gained a notorious reputation for her extravagant spending in the imperial city. He glanced sideways at the king of Rue. That secondary consort of the crown prince appears quite audacious, daring to slap the crown prince's fiancée openly, and even to strike the crown prince himself. Even the maid beside her exhibits an excessive arrogance. What do you think is the reason for this, third brother? The king of Rue replied calmly. It cannot simply be because of the crown princess affection. The king of Wu slowly shook his head. The crown prince does indeed hold some affection for her, which allows for a certain degree of tolerance. Yet this affection is not without its limits. At least it is evident that feelings cannot surpass the value of power in his heart. For someone vying for the position of crown prince, the significance he places on power and his own authority undoubtedly outweighs any emotional ties. Thus, he could so swiftly abandon his promise to Xiao Qingxue and easily demote someone he once cherished to the status of a secondary consort, forcing her to endure the scornful glances and ridicule of others. Such affection could never empower Xiao Qingxue to stand firm. The king of Rue pondered. So, what fourth brother implies is, the king of Wu remained silent for a moment. I believe we should thoroughly investigate this Xiao Qingxue. The king of Rue frowned. How do we go about that? The king of Wu smiled. I have my own methods. The two exited the palace and returned to their respective residences. The king of Wu's mother had passed away early, and his maternal family was not powerful. He had no grand aspirations for the throne, yet he did not wish for Pei Ziyan to become emperor. There was no particular reason, simply an aversion. In contrast to Pei Ziyan, he was more supportive of the king of Rue. Both were of similar age, one ranking third and the other fourth. Their bond had remained strong from childhood to the present, while Pei Ziyan, being the legitimate son of the empress, had always looked down upon his brothers to some extent, thus creating a distance between them. Pei Ziyan fell ill at 17, and his condition worsened by 21. During those years, the king of Rue was at the height of his power in the court, and the king of Wu did his utmost to assist him. As soon as Pei Ziyan passed away, the king of Rue would undoubtedly be declared crown prince. However, all these plans were abruptly thwarted by the arrival of a mere medical woman. 3 years ago, the king of Wu had sent someone to investigate Xiao Qingxue, but to no avail. 2 years ago, when she married Pei Ziyan, he and the king of Rue sent spies to gather information once more, even attempting to obstruct the marriage in front of the emperor, citing the inability to ascertain the details of this individual. The origins of Xiao Qingxue are shrouded in mystery, and marrying the crown prince is indeed a perilous endeavor. One might inadvertently invite a wolf into the fold. The emperor, having harbored doubts, ultimately acquiesced to this union, moved by Pei Ziyan's heartfelt devotion, which compelled him to kneel for an entire day and night. After marrying Xiao Qingxue, Pei Ziyan's health improved significantly, and his reputation in the court flourished. It is unclear when it began, but certain ministers have even suggested that he be made crown prince. What a farce! A bedridden invalid, who had never engaged in state affairs, what qualifications could he possibly possess to ascend to such a position, even if his health were restored? Yet, against all odds, he found himself seated upon the throne of the crown prince. Reflecting on the past, King Wu's countenance darkened. He still regarded Xiao Qingxue's origins as a conundrum, necessitating vigilance. As the carriage halted before the grand entrance, King Wu disembarked and returned to the royal residence. The first matter at hand was to confer with the princess consort. In 2 days, a flower-viewing banquet would be held at the palace, and he instructed her to invite the princess of Jin and General Futile Yun Shuyao, along with several other noble ladies, to ensure a lively gathering. The princess consort was taken aback. A flower-viewing banquet? She had previously suffered at Xiao Qingxue's hands. Before marrying King Wu, she had clashed with Xiao Qingxue. But the latter was under the protection of the empress at that time, and she had been unable to gain the upper hand. The thought of organizing a banquet specifically to invite Xiao Qingxue was perplexing. The princess consort replied, her expression troubled. I am not on good terms with Xiao Qingxue. Your Highness is aware of this. King Wu responded coolly. Previously, Xiao Qingxue had the empress's protection. Now, the empress is shielding Yun Shuiyao. Do you not wish to witness a splendid spectacle of a primary consort and a side consort? The princess consort paused, but if they were to create a disturbance at the royal residence, will my father hold us accountable? Even if your father were to blame, I shall take the responsibility for you, King Wu said calmly. The princess consort, reassured by his words, relaxed. Very well. Her discord with Xiao Qingxue had meant that aside from obligatory appearances at court banquets, they had hardly interacted privately over the past year. This flower-viewing banquet was, in fact, a means to observe the rivalry between the crown princess and the side consort. The princess consort was aware that her husband was not one to act without reason. There must be another motive behind his actions, yet she would not pry into his thoughts. However, one question intrigued her greatly. I have been pondering this for days. If you were to be named crown prince, and if my father commanded you to marry Yun Shuiyao as your crown princess, would you demote me to a side consort? King Wu was taken aback, then gently cupped her face, gazing at her delicate and lovely visage. Do you truly believe I would? Is that not a possibility? She inquired. King Wu chuckled softly. What I meant to ask is, do you truly believe I could become crown prince? The princess consort replied, do not indulge in such fantasies. King Wu patted her shoulder. Focus on preparing for the flower-viewing banquet, and do not dwell on other matters. Chapter 33. General Qi belongs to the young lady Pei Ziyan returned to the Jin Wangfu, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Qingxue's whereabouts, utterly neglecting the task of preparing provisions. Upon reaching the Xuanxue courtyard, he spotted Mama Qin standing in the yard. Addressing the closed door, this humble servant comes in compliance with the imperial decree to teach the side consort the rules starting today. I beseech the side consort to grant me entry to pay my respects. For a fleeting moment, Pei Ziyan's gaze wandered. In that instant, he envisioned Xiao Qingxue seated by the window, sipping tea, while Mingyue stood beside her, her lips curling in a disdainful smile. Does my side consort require your instruction in etiquette? How presumptuous. Side consort. Mama Qin's voice turned stern. Please at once, Mama Qin. Pei Ziyan interjected, approaching her with an impassive demeanor. You may take your leave. The side consort has yet to rise. Return when she is awake. Mama Qin could hardly believe her ears. Your Highness, how could the side consort still be asleep at this hour? She should have risen half an hour ago to attend to her husband's attire, respectfully sending you off, and then return to learn the rules, rather than sleeping until midday. This is simply outrageous. Pei Ziyan's expression darkened, poised to respond when Mama Zhou approached with an invitation in hand. Your Highness, the Wu Wangfu has sent an invitation, requesting the princess to attend the flower-viewing banquet the day after tomorrow. Pei Ziyan's gaze fixated on the invitation, his lips pressed tightly together as silence enveloped the air. The Wu Wangfei had long held animosity towards Xiao Qingxue. Sending an invitation at this moment was clearly a calculated move, revealing that the Wu Wang had surmised Xiao Qingxue's absence from the residence and was testing the waters. If Xiao Qingxue failed to appear at the banquet, the Wu Wang would undoubtedly discover her disappearance. He could already envision the multitude of rumors that would arise. Whispers of Xiao Qingxue being harmed or abducted, claims of her innocence being compromised, suggestions of her despair leading to suicide, and even speculations that Yun Shuiyao was behind it all. Pei Ziyan understood that as the rumors proliferated, the court officials would not hesitate to impeach him, while the Wu Wang, Rui Wang, and Duan Wang would relentlessly exploit the situation to undermine his already precarious position as the crown prince. He accepted the invitation, instructing Mama Qin to withdraw. Before making his way to the door, he lingered outside for a considerable time before finally stepping inside. The room was enveloped in silence, devoid of any presence. Yet nothing appeared amiss. The dressing table held her cosmetics, the wardrobe was stocked with her garments, the bed was neatly made. and the writing desk was furnished with ink and paper. Pei Ziyan averted his gaze, turning to gaze out the window, observing the embroidered couch she often occupied. The teacups on the tables still held remnants of tea. Pei Ziyan lifted his gaze to the outside world, suddenly realizing how little he truly understood about Xiao Qingxue. She had been absent for merely one night, and he remained oblivious to her whereabouts. "Your Highness," Mama Zhou entered the room. "General Yun is still waiting for you outside." Pei Ziyan turned to Mama Zhou, asking, "Did the princess say anything when she departed yesterday afternoon?" Mama Zhou shook her head slowly. "After I arranged for Mama Qin, I returned to the Shuangxue courtyard. The princess and Mingyue were already gone. I inquired with the gatekeeper, who stated that Mingyue had taken her key and left through the side gate with the princess." After a brief pause, the old servant took little time to settle Madame Qin, initially believing that upon her return, the princess would partake in lunch. To her surprise, there was no lunch at all. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she looked up at Pei Ziyan. Perhaps the princess has gone out with Mingyue for a meal and some shopping. Pei Ziyan tightened his grip on the invitation and recalled the newly appointed cook in the kitchen, coldly instructing, "Inquire whether Mingyue visited the kitchen yesterday to fetch the princess's lunch." The old servant had already asked about this yesterday. Lowering her head, Zhou Mama explained that due to Madame Qin's delay, Mingyue had arrived at the kitchen after mealtime, and the staff had treated her with indifference, causing her to return empty-handed. In the past, the kitchen staff would never have dared to slight the princess's main maid. It could be said without exaggeration that Mingyue could have strutted through the manor, emboldened by the princess's indulgence. However, the circumstances had changed. The princess had become a consort and was embroiled in a dispute with the crown prince. The consort had been confined, and the empress had specifically dispatched palace matrons to instruct her in propriety. Most critically, the kitchen supervisor had been replaced by the crown prince, whose new appointee excelled at elevating some while belittling others. Pei Ziyan's complexion paled slightly as he gently closed his eyes, concealing the complex emotions swirling within him. The Jinwang manor was in disarray. Yun Xiaoran was anxious over the logistics of provisions, while Pei Ziyan was beset by dual troubles: the disappearance of Xiao Qingxue and the issue of supplies, feeling like a headless fly, unsure where to begin. In the serene courtyard of Taoyuan residence, Xiao Qingxue lounged comfortably in a chair, basking in the sunlight. Since her arrival in the Yong dynasty, it had been a long time since she had indulged in such leisure. Mingyue sat beside her, dutifully massaging her legs, realizing that distancing oneself from the callous and unfaithful man could indeed lift one's spirits. Today, the lady's complexion appeared notably different from usual. Xiao Qingxue lazily opened her eyes and glanced at her. "Your words suggest I've been wallowing in sorrow these past few days. It is merely a man. Is it truly worth such distress?" At that moment, Shun Yaochuan approached with a letter in hand, exclaiming, "Indeed, one man is hardly worth such lamentation. Once you return to Nanjao, there will be countless fine gentlemen from whom you can choose at your leisure." Mingyue rose to greet him before resuming her task of massaging the lady's legs. "This is a letter just delivered by the messenger," Shun Yaochuan said, offering it to Xiao Qingxue. "Additionally, I sent someone to gather news from outside." Yin Xiaoran learned early this morning that the logistics plan for provisions had encountered unforeseen complications. He hastily sought an audience with Pei Ziyan, who unexpectedly encountered the Wu Wang and Rui Wang as well. Under their instigations, the emperor indeed agreed to assign Pei Ziyan the responsibility of organizing the provisions. Now, should this newly appointed crown prince fail to fulfill this task, he may well bear the brunt of the blame for delaying military affairs. Xiao Qingxue unfolded the letter, her voice languid and indifferent. "In that case, send word to the border, spreading the news that the crown prince, in a bid to unite with the soldiers, will personally oversee the gathering and escort of provisions to the border and reward the soldiers for their hard work." A hint of admiration flickered in Shun Yaochuan's gaze. What a brilliant strategy. First, let the reputation spread far and wide, instilling gratitude and hope in the hearts of the soldiers. Then, douse their spirits with a cold reality, leading them to disappointment in the crown prince. Once they lose faith in him, it becomes uncertain whether even the esteemed General Yun Shaoran can maintain his authority. My elder brother is currently dispatching an additional 100,000 troops to the border. Xiao Qingxue's gaze fell upon the letter, noting that the commanding general was Qi Yuan. Shen Yaochuan regarded Xiao Qingxue with intent. Do you have no thoughts on this, miss? Xiao Qingxue cast him a sidelong glance. What thoughts? Qi Yuan, Shen Yaochuan reminded her. General Qi is indeed your subordinate. Xiao Qingxue corrected him. To be precise, he is my elder brother Prat Ji. Mingyue remained silent, her eyes lowered, unable to suppress her thoughts. If anyone were to discover that the grand commander of the Nanjao army, the foremost General Qi Yuan, was being discussed here like an ordinary passerby, it might well terrify them. Nevertheless, Mingyue considered her eldest brother to be remarkably astute and formidable, a master strategist. If only his emotions did not interfere with worldly affairs. Cough, she had overstepped. That was not a matter for her to critique. Chapter 34. A fiery encounter. Xiao Qingxue lingered at Touyuanju until the afternoon. Shen Yaochuan wished for her to stay a few more days. Once Qi Yuan's army was stationed at the border, he planned to lead the cavalry and envoys to negotiate with the Yong dynasty, and then she could return without haste. The Yong dynasty and Xiling were sworn enemies, having battled for years with victories and defeats on both sides. Yet neither had produced a formidable general to instill fear in the other. For the Yong dynasty, the most immediate consequence of war was the depletion of their treasury and military strength, leaving them ill-prepared to confront another nation's conflict. Once news of Nanzhao's troop reinforcements reached the border, the Yong court would likely react like startled birds, lacking any confidence to refuse negotiations at that moment. However, Xiao Qingxue saw matters differently. We have been husband and wife for 2 years. Even if we must part ways, a proper farewell is in order, she stated, adding, there are certain matters that warrant discussion. Shen Yaochuan nodded. With Yin Feng by your side, I have no cause for concern. After partaking in lunch, Xiao Qingxue departed. Yet before returning to the Wang residence, she took Mingyue for a stroll through the streets. Along the long avenue, guards quietly searched for something. But Xiao Qingxue paid them no mind as she proceeded towards the location of the treasure pavilion. Her visit to the pavilion was not for the purpose of purchasing jewelry. She had other business to attend to. However, before she could set foot in the grand hall of the treasure pavilion, she was met by the imposing figure of the prospective princess consort, Yun Shuyao. Today, she seemed to be on a mission, accompanied by 6 maidservants and 6 guards. Exuding an air of authority, Yun Shuyao spotted Xiao Qingxue, and their eyes locked in a fierce exchange of animosity. Xiao Qingxue, how dare you show your face before me? I have yet to settle the score for the slap you delivered in the palace. It seems fate has conspired against us today. I assent this, Miss Yun. Mingyue chuckled, seemingly delighted to see Yun Shuyao. I've heard that the Yun family has been visited by the treasure pavilion, the ink pavilion, and the embroidery workshop demanding repayment. Has the young lady settled her debts? Mingyue turned to the shopkeeper, who had come out upon hearing the commotion. Shopkeeper, has Miss Yin cleared her debts? Seeing Xiao Qingxue and Mingyue, the shopkeeper's expression brightened. General Yun has granted an extension of 3 days. Only 2 have passed thus far. Is it true that the esteemed general's household lacks even the funds for jewelry? Mingyue exclaimed, mockingly. How pitiful that the future princess consort should be in such dire straits. You insolent servant, Yun Shuyao seethed. Bring forth this wretched maid, and slap her until her mouth is swollen. The shopkeeper hurriedly intervened. Miss Yun, let us speak civilly. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the treasure pavilion. Are you blind? Yun Shuyao retorted angrily. This princess consort is merely teaching this maid a lesson. How is this fighting? With that, she commanded, tear this maid's mouth apart. Mingyue stood firm. Let us see whose mouth gets torn apart. In the treasure pavilion, the presence of nobles and dignitaries caused them to maintain a respectful distance from the unfolding scene. Torn between the desire to avoid involvement and the irresistible urge to witness the drama. The discord between the crown prince's secondary consort and the newly appointed crown princess had been the talk of the town for days, and at last, they were privy to the actual spectacle. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Jin Wangfu, an urgent announcement echoed from outside the study. Your Highness, We have located the princess. She is at the treasure pavilion, engaged in a confrontation with Miss Yuan from the Grand General's residence. Upon hearing this, two figures hastened out of the study, Pei Ziyan and Yuan Xiaoran. Pei Ziyan's expression tightened. "What did you say?" The guard replied. "I just witnessed the princess and Mingyue at the treasure pavilion. The crown princess also arrived, and upon their meeting, a quarrel erupted, escalating into a fight." Yuan Xiaoran's countenance shifted, ready to respond, but he noticed Pei Ziyan already rushing out like the wind, his steps brisk as he commanded, "Prepare the horses." Following closely, Yuan Xiaoran mounted his steed, contemplating the guard's report. They had found the princess, implying she had gone missing the previous night. No wonder there were so many guards on the streets yesterday. Yuan Xiaoran's eyes darkened. He had not anticipated that Xiao Qingxue would be so cunning, expressing her displeasure not only by threatening to divorce the crown prince, but also by disappearing entirely. She truly brought shame upon her gender. Pei Ziyan raced to the treasure pavilion with unprecedented speed. Just as he dismounted, a familiar voice rang out. "Dare to disrespect my young lady, and I shall send you all to the netherworld." Bang, bang, bang. For figures, seemingly propelled by an unseen force, were kicked out of the treasure pavilion, startling the passers-by into scattering. This maid was exceptionally audacious, even daring to strike the attendants of the prospective crown princess. Such behavior was only possible due to the acquiescence of the secondary consort, who, feeling discontented as the crown prince's original wife, allowed her maid to act as a perpetrator. Yet, the secondary consort was, in fact, a victim herself. She had saved the crown princess' life and was his legitimate wife. Who could bear such a fate? Once the crown prince ascended to his status, his primary wife became a secondary consort. Would anyone be content with such a turn of events? Would you? But wasn't he that decreed by the emperor? Low whispers penetrated the air, and Pei Ziyan's face remained cold as he strode purposefully toward the treasure pavilion. With guards parting the way, "The crown prince is here. Make way." The crowd, once engaged in hushed conversations, fell silent in unison. Pei Ziyan and Yuan Xiaoran entered the treasure pavilion, greeted by the exclamations of "The crown prince has arrived. Young General Yuan is here." Yuan Shuiao, initially fuming, found her anger dissipating as tears streamed down her face upon hearing the announcement. She turned and rushed towards Pei Ziyan. "Your Highness, that vile Mingyue has assaulted my maid. I implore you to uphold justice for me." Pei Ziyan's expression remained stern as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Qingxue, his eyes narrowing and his lips pressing into a tight line. He yearned to inquire where she had been the previous night and why she had not returned. He wished to question her awareness of the countless guards dispatched in search of her, and how frantic he had been when her whereabouts remained unknown. Before the gaze of the multitude, he could only force out a single phrase from his throat. "What are you doing here?" To the ears of onlookers, this utterance unmistakably conveyed the notion of shielding the prospective crown princess while reproaching the side consort. Indeed, such is the nature of humanity. The emergence of new affections often eclipses old ones. The Yuan family stands as the staunchest support for the crown prince's ascension, and thus, he is compelled to aid Yuan Shuiao. Yet, does he not feel even a twinge of guilt toward his wife, who once saved his life? Xiao Qingxue gazed into his weary, bloodshot eyes and observed his haggard countenance. Her voice remained serene, as if the person who had not returned for an entire night was a stranger. "This is the treasure pavilion, not the imperial palace, nor the back garden of the general of state. There are no regulations preventing my presence here." As her words fell, a collective gasp resonated from the crowd outside the treasure pavilion. Chapter 35. Xiao Qingxue, I will cleave you in two. Has the crown prince's consort lost her mind? Before so many witnesses, she dares to speak to the crown prince in such a manner? It is unclear what offense Shuiao committed today to provoke the consort's wrath, allowing her maid to create such a commotion in front of everyone. Yuan Xiaoran stepped forward, his dark and displeased gaze fixed upon Xiao Qingxue. The consort should understand that coddling a child is akin to harming them. Your indulgence towards the maid is no different. She has repeatedly struck Shuiao's maid. Do you truly believe that our Yuan family fears you? Xiao Qingxue regarded him and suddenly smiled. Your Yuan family, stationed at the border, has indeed earned your place through hard work and merit, and thus you would not fear me. However, in light of the current difficulties in procuring supplies, shouldn't the young general of Yun be more concerned with resolving this issue rather than standing here, taking up arms for his sister over trivial matters? Truly, you are the son of the great General Yun, adept at distinguishing between public and private affairs and weighing matters of importance. Yun Xiaoran's expression shifted drastically, his eyes turning cold as ice. How do you know of the supply issue? Xiao Qingxue's tone was indifferent. Not only am I aware of the unexpected troubles in procuring supplies, but I also know that the young general of Yun has a private treasury containing 300,000 taels of silver, funds amassed over these years while following your father into battle. If this sum were to be used for purchasing food, might it alleviate the immediate crisis? At her words, Yun Xiaoran's complexion turned ashen. He stared at Xiao Qingxue in disbelief, his icy and murderous gaze seemingly intent on silencing her permanently. Your Highness, Xiao Qingxue turned her attention to Pei Ziyan. Since His Majesty has entrusted you with the matter of supplies, it should be no trouble for the young general of Yun to assist you, correct? He possesses 300,000 taels of private silver, yet he watches as the crown prince worries over provisions. I wonder what thoughts occupy the crown prince's mind? And this future crown princess, who owes over 20,000 taels to the treasure pavilion, alongside another 30,000 taels to various other establishments. The Yun family is wealthy, yet the crown princess still seeks credit. Is it a deliberate attempt to feign poverty, leading others to believe that the general's household is devoid of wealth? Or are you concerned about the exposure of the embezzlement of military funds? Xiao Qingxue, you speak slander. Yun Xiaoran exclaimed, unsheathing his sword. If you continue to speak such nonsense and tarnish the reputation of the Yun family, I shall cleave you in two. Minghua stepped forward. Go ahead, try it. To murder the current crown princess is a capital offense. If General Yun fears no death, then strike. Xiao Qingxue's gaze swept over the grim-faced Yun Xiaoran, the shocked and anxious Yun Xiuyao, the conflicted expression of Pei Ziyan, and finally the onlookers outside, eager for the spectacle. Those gathered today were either noble ladies or the servants of the powerful. Within half an hour, her words would surely spread, whether shared with fathers or brothers at home or relayed to their masters. It would be all the more advantageous if any of those present had a father or husband at the censorate. The emperor needs General Yun. He may not truly order an investigation into the Yun family, but if Pei Ziyan fails to procure supplies and complete his task, while Yun Xiaoran refuses to produce the funds, it is inevitable that a rift and distrust will arise between the two. Isn't Pei Ziyan reliant on the support of the Yun family? She wished to observe how two individuals, having lost trust, could continue to work together without a shred of caution. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if the temperature in the air had plummeted to freezing. Yun Xiaoran's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, the veins on the back of his hand standing out starkly. He harbored thoughts of ending Xiao Qingxue's life, this woman who constantly opposed the Yun family. Yet upon meeting her tranquil gaze, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. Who was she, truly? A physician? A consort? How could she possibly know of his private affairs? His palm turned cold. What else did she know? The matter of the grain supply had only been communicated half a day prior, first to the crown prince, then they both reported to the emperor, and afterward, they returned to the crown prince's residence to deliberate on solutions. In such a brief span, how could Xiao Qingxue have learned of it? Xiao Qingxue departed, taking measured steps out of the treasure pavilion, and boarded a carriage with Minghua, which began to move slowly away. No one impeded her passage, not Yun Xiaoran, nor Pei Ziyan, nor even Yun Xiuyao, who had previously clashed with her and suffered a great loss. Pei Ziyan, regaining his senses, mounted his horse and swiftly pursued the carriage. Only when he saw it halt before the gates of the Jin Wangfu did he slow his pace and dismount. Qingxue, Pei Ziyan stepped forward, grasping her hand. How did you come to know about the grain supply? Who informed you? Xiao Qingxue shook off his hand. Not only am I aware that the grain collection encountered unforeseen difficulties, but I also know that the head of the Fan family in the capital has been assassinated. Pei Ziyan, if you wish to gather grain, The quickest method would be for Yun Xiaoran to utilize his private funds to procure supplies from various merchants, then dispatch them in batches to the border as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, what awaits you is a scarcity of provisions at the frontier, leaving your soldiers unable to fight. She paused, a knowing smile gracing her lips. If, at this juncture, another nation were to raise arms against us, Pei Ziyan, do you believe you could maintain your position as crown prince in peace? With that, Xiao Qingxue stepped forward through the grand entrance. The steward and maidservants bowed in respect, acknowledging the princess consort. Even now, their titles for Pei Ziyan and Xiao Qingxue remained somewhat muddled. Pei Ziyan had once been the Jinwang, so it was natural to address him and his consort as such. Yet now that he had ascended to the role of crown prince, and Xiao Qingxue became a side consort, they had yet to enter the Eastern Palace, leading the steward and matrons to regard Xiao Qingxue as the sole mistress of the residence, adhering to their original titles. Indeed, she was the only lady of the Wangfu. On the day Yun Shuyao wed Pei Ziyan, she would be directly ushered into the Eastern Palace, becoming its only mistress, while Xiao Qingxue would depart from the Yong dynasty. The two of them would forever remain in separate spheres. Xiao Qingxue ascended the stone steps, crossing through the palace gates and entering the front courtyard. Pei Ziyan followed closely, his voice cold as he questioned, "Were you last night?" "Qingxue, do not forget that you are a woman, now a wife. Should you provide me with an explanation for your absence? I shall go wherever I please." Xiao Qingxue's expression was indifferent. "From the moment I proposed the divorce, you have become utterly irrelevant to me. The only reason I remain in the Jin Wangfu is to await your willing signature on the divorce decree. As for everything else, you have long since forfeited the right to interfere." Having uttered these words, she strode through the flower hall without looking back, making her way to the inner courtyard. Mingyue followed closely behind, watching Pei Ziyan warily. Pei Ziyan clenched his fists tightly, striving to restrain the temper that threatened to erupt. After a brief moment, he closed his eyes and turned to follow her into the inner courtyard. Upon reaching the frosty snow courtyard, he advanced swiftly to stand before Xiao Qingxue, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon her, his voice as cold as ice. "Xiao Qingxue, until the day the divorce is finalized, you remain the solitary princess. Do you understand the meaning of a woman's duty?" "I do not," Xiao Qingxue interjected, lifting her gaze. "As long as I have that divorce decree, we shall have no connection. You need not worry about my late returns, nor fear that I will engage in acts that tarnish my virtue, or sully your reputation as the crown prince. Everything can be avoided with just a decree of divorce." Silence. Pei Ziyan gritted his teeth, each word dripping with icy resolve. "Xiao Qingxue, I will never consent to a divorce. Abandon that thought. It shall never come to pass." Once again, he bore that frenzied demeanor. Mingyue's brows knitted tightly, her gaze toward Pei Ziyan a blend of disdain and irritation. Chapter 36, Snowfall. I was wrong as she contemplated the necessity of escorting the young lady back to her quarters. A fleeting shadow captured her attention. The previously furious Pei Ziyan had suddenly approached, taking several swift steps toward her and enveloping Xiao Qingxue in his arms, his voice taut with anguish. Qingxue, I was wrong. Please don't leave me, and let us not speak of separation again. No matter what transpires in the future, I swear, you are the only one I cherish. Truly, Qingxue, please believe me." Mingyue, witnessing the intimate embrace, could no longer contain her fury and forcefully pushed him away. "Get away. Your words are as hollow as the wind. Who would ever believe such drivel? Do not lay a hand on my young lady, impudent." Aunt Qin, having arrived at the frost and snow courtyard unnoticed, rebuked Mingyue sharply for her insolence. "You, a mere lowly servant, dare to lay hands on His Highness? You are truly courting death. Seize her. Strike her. Strike me? Very well." Mingyue, already brimming with indignation, turned and confronted Aunt Qin, delivering 2 resounding slaps without an ounce of hesitation. The sharp cracks echoed in the air, leaving Aunt Qin momentarily stunned. She clutched her face in disbelief, staring at Mingyue. "You, wretched maid, dare to strike me? Indeed, it is you, the aged wretch, whom I have struck," Mingyue retorted coldly, pointing a finger at her. Should you dare to continue your domineering ways before my young lady, I will take your life. Go ahead and test me." With that declaration, and under Aunt Chin's astonished gaze, she turned to confront Pei Ziyan, resolved to teach this insufferable scoundrel a lesson. Yet, before she could reach him, a loud thud resounded, and Pei Ziyan was forcefully thrown several paces away, landing in a most undignified manner. The guards rushed forward in alarm, exclaiming, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Xiao Qingxue leisurely adjusted her attire, addressing Pei Ziyan with a composed demeanor. "Pei Ziyan, we shall have a discussion after dinner." With that, she turned and entered her chamber, instructing Mingyue to close the door. The guards helped Pei Ziyan to his feet, his expression dazed and his demeanor vacant. He fixated on the firmly shut door, an unsettling tide of anxiety washing over him. It dawned on him that Xiao Qingxue truly no longer harbored feelings for him. The force with which she had thrown him was remarkable, devoid of any mercy. Even if that fall had the potential to fracture his bones, she would likely not so much as flinch. He dared not ponder how she had come to learn of the unexpected turn of events regarding the supplies, how she had discovered the assassination attempt on the head of the Fan family, or how she was aware of Yun Xiaoran's embezzlement of military funds. Such thoughts were too painful to entertain, for he feared that the answers would rip his heart asunder. What had she just said? "We shall talk after dinner." Yes, indeed. They ought to have a serious conversation. Pei Ziyan gently closed his eyes, then indifferently commanded, "I shall dine in the frost and snow courtyard tonight. Inform the kitchen to prepare a more sumptuous meal." The personal guard received the command. Yes. Pei Ziyan turned his gaze toward the door ahead. He reminded himself that he ought to leave this place, as a multitude of matters awaited his attention, particularly the urgent issue of provisions. Yet, his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering him unable to take a single step. He stood there for an indeterminate time before finally turning to depart. Xiao Qingxue approached the writing desk, retrieved the prepared divorce document, placed it upon the table, and signed her name. She then moved to the window, sat down, lifted her teacup, and gazed outside. Mingyue approached with an invitation. "Miss, this invitation is from the Wu Wangfu, likely brought here by Granny Zhou and left on the desk." Xiao Qingxue cast a brief glance. "What is it for?" Mingyue replied. "It invites you to a flower viewing event tomorrow." Amidst the chaos in the court, how could she concern herself with a flower banquet? Xiao Qingxue raised an eyebrow, begrudgingly admiring the leisurely grace of the Wu Wang couple. Indeed, they were good brothers of the royal family. Each of them seemed eager to seize the opportunity to displace Pei Ziyan from his position, hoping he might return to his former state of severe illness. It would be best if he did not attend. Mississippi Mingyue tossed the invitation aside, clearly dismissing its importance. The Princess Rue harbored ill intentions, and the Princess Wu was no better. Their target was the Crown Prince, leaving the miss unrelated to their schemes. "Let us wait quietly for a few more days, and then we shall leave this place, letting them fight to the bitter end." Xiao Qingxue replied, "Indeed, I have little desire to go." She could roughly guess the Wu Wang's intentions. Previously, in an effort to establish a good rapport with Pei Ziyan, she attended every flower viewing banquet, poetry gathering, and birthday celebration without exception. Even though the dignitaries often laced their words with derision, she remained unfazed. Yet, the current situation differed vastly from those days. She no longer found it worthwhile to engage with their petty schemes. As dusk descended, Granny Zhou arrived with several maidservants, bringing the meal. Xiao Qingxue did not make a point to observe, but was aware there was an ample variety of dishes. Before all the dishes had been served, Pei Ziyan entered. He appeared to have bathed, having changed from his court attire into a loose, crescent-white robe, exuding a unique elegance, distinct from the ostentation of the Wu Wang and the dignified restraint of the Rue Wang. Pei Ziyan's long-term illness lent him an air of melancholy and introspection, a demeanor that naturally elicited sympathy from others. It was not difficult for a strikingly handsome and pitiable man to inspire affection. After deciding to divorce Pei Ziyan, Xiao Qingxue found herself evaluating him over the past few days from an observer's perspective, perhaps seeking a more objective basis to convince herself that she was not truly blind to his flaws. Yet, no matter how many justifications she sought, she could not persuade herself She realized she had been deceived by both dreams and appearances, leading to an imprudent decision. Pei Ziyan stood by the window for a while, observing Xiao Qingxue's pensive expression, contemplating whether to speak up, yet hesitating for fear of disrupting her thoughts and inciting her annoyance, although he had already annoyed her enough in the past few days. Yet he still yearned to mend the rift in their relationship. The fiery gaze cast upon him by Mingyue was laden with boundless animosity and wrath, as if she wished nothing more than to incinerate him. Pei Ziyan could not help but ponder whether Mingyue's explosive temperament was innate or a product of the indulgence fostered by Xiao Qingxue. Did she not realize that, as a mere servant, such behavior would only invite calamity upon her master? He was the crown prince, the heir to the Yong dynasty. He was a son of the emperor. Regardless of his status, none could rival Mingyue, a lowly maidservant. Were it not for Xiao Qingxue's influence, were it not for the reluctance born from 2 years of affection, Mingyue might have met her demise on the very day she had struck Yun Xiao as maidservant. Chapter 37. Qingxue. What is your true origin? Zhou Mama approached to report. Your Highness, the princess, the meals are prepared. Xiao Qingxue withdrew her thoughts. The maidservants brought water to cleanse the hands of the two masters. As they reached the dining table, Pei Ziyan spoke softly. I have already punished that cook from yesterday. Mingyue scoffed. Wasn't she personally assigned by the crown prince? Everyone is well aware of his intentions. There is no need for self-deception. Pei Ziyan remained silent, merely gazing at Xiao Qingxue. She said nothing, sitting down to begin her meal, while Mingyue stood by, serving dishes to her mistress before Pei Ziyan had even started eating. After he picked up his chopsticks to take from a dish, Mingyue refrained from touching it again. Although this was Mingyue's choice, unrelated to Xiao Qingxue, Pei Ziyan noticed and felt displeased. He tightened his grip on the chopsticks, suppressing the urge to express his frustration. Was it truly necessary to be so evasive? Were his chopsticks poisoned? Yet, knowing he needed to speak with Xiao Qingxue later, he restrained his temper and ate in silence. A maid approached to serve Pei Ziyan, but he declined. Thus, the scene at the dining table appeared somewhat peculiar. The esteemed crown prince was serving himself, while Xiao Qingxue, demoted to a secondary consort, was attended to by her devoted maidservant, creating an ambiguity as to who truly held authority. The meal proceeded in quietude, with no one uttering a word. Outside the door, Qin Mama observed the scene with a cold gaze, deciding to return to the palace shortly. She must report to the empress, detailing Xiao Qingxue's actions and urging the empress to deal with the impertinent made by punishing her severely and subsequently demoting Xiao Qingxue to a mere concubine. Such behavior rendered her unworthy of the title of the crown prince's secondary consort. It was no wonder the emperor had arranged another marriage for the crown prince. Only Miss Yun from the general's household was fit to stand by his side. What was Xiao Qingxue after all? The thought of the crown prince having been married to such a person for 2 years was a disgrace to the royal family. After the meal, Xiao Qingxue moved to the writing desk. She pushed the divorce document towards Pei Ziyan, her voice calm. The matter we are to discuss does not pertain to the divorce document, yet it serves as a condition. Pei Ziyan's expression turned cold, wishing to tear the document to shreds and cast it away. Please sit, Xiao Qingxue said, taking her seat at the desk, as if she were the host. Mingyue, escort everyone out, close the door, and ensure no one approaches. Understood. The room was left with only Xiao Qingxue and Pei Ziyan. After a brief silence, she spoke directly. The issue of provisions was orchestrated by me. Pei Ziyan stiffened at her words, disbelief etched on his face. Qingxue? To clarify, the provisions supplied to the Yun family were previously free, ostensibly gathered through various merchants. But in reality, no payment was ever made. Every coin spent on those provisions came from my own pocket, Xiao Qingxue stated calmly. However, I no longer wish to continue supplying them. So the Yin family must find their own means. After a moment's pause, the head of the Fudu Fan family has recently been the target of an assassination attempt. He is not merely ill, but has been in a coma for several days following the attack, rendering him incapable of organizing the supplies of food and resources. His younger relatives, still in their tender years, are utterly incapable of bearing such a heavy burden in the wake of this sudden upheaval. Pei Ziyan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Qingxue, and after several expressions flitted across his face, he forced out a question from his throat. What exactly is your origin? Xiao Qingxue refrained from answering that query. You and Yin Shaoran have no alternative path to take. If the treasury cannot disburse funds, you will have to procure supplies at your own expense. Neither the Fudu Fan family nor the previous suppliers of provisions can assist you this time. Pei Ziyan's heart churned tumultuously, his emotions surging violently, leaving him momentarily speechless. He found it hard to believe that Xiao Qingxue possessed such formidable connections. The idea that the soldiers stationed at the border, who had managed to endure without a shortage of supplies for so long, were secretly aided by her was simply unfathomable. Time seemed to stretch, and, finally, he spoke with great difficulty. How can I trust what you say? You may choose not to believe me. I do not insist, Xiao Qingxue replied calmly. However, when you find yourselves unable to secure provisions, resulting in the border troops facing starvation, do not regret your disbelief. Pei Ziyan's complexion paled gradually, and he fell into a heavy silence. There is something I have never disclosed to you, Xiao Qingxue said, lifting her gaze to the window. 3 years ago, I came to the capital of the Yong dynasty to treat your illness because I had a dream, a fragmented dream. Pei Ziyan was taken aback. A dream? Xiao Qingxue smiled softly. In the dream, a man called out to me for help. This dream persisted for 6 months, and I yearned to uncover the identity of that man, to capture the visage I had seen in my dreams. That portrait took an eternity to render, replete with countless revisions, until at last a complete image emerged. Initially, I believed this could be the fateful bond between us. She sighed lightly. The man in my dream, however, has perished, which fills me with a sense of regret, a poignant, lingering sorrow. I pondered whether his repeated cries for help were the reason for his continual appearance in my dreams, leaving me in a state of distress. I wished to know what would transpire had he not died. Thus I came here. I discovered the answers within the dream. Yet the aftermath was far from the idyllic scenario I had envisioned. Xiao Qingxue rose and seated herself by the window, her posture languid and relaxed. Due to my background and temperament, it is difficult for me to develop feelings of admiration for men. No matter how formidable or exceptional the individual may be, I can only respect them without feeling any admiration. To this day, I cannot articulate what it is about you that captivates me. Perhaps it is your frail demeanor, perhaps the bond we have forged through our daily interactions. Or perhaps it is simply a tinge of pity, but none of it holds significance anymore. Pei Ziyan, let's part on good terms. Pei Ziyan's face turned a ghostly white. His gaze fell, obscuring the emotions that lay beneath, revealing nothing but the pallor that had always set him apart from others. After an indeterminate amount of time, he spoke in a low voice. Qingxue, do you think that by sharing this with me, I will allow you to leave? Since you hail from a prestigious lineage, or perhaps a wealthy merchant family, and possess immense fortune, you still cannot contend with imperial authority. Xiao Qingxue shifted her gaze slightly, regarding him with calm composure. If your family had the ability to provide an unending supply of provisions to the border, do you truly believe I would allow you to depart so easily? Pei Ziyan scoffed, asserting that would not be the case. With you as my hostage, I could once again gather the necessary resources. He managed a forced smile, stating, you claim the tale behind the dream is incomplete. I can render it whole. I shall speak with Yun Shaoran and propose that Yun Shuiao be made a concubine, while the position of the crown princess remains yours. Qingxue, this is the utmost concession I can offer. Chapter 38, Are you threatening me? The greatest concession? Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly. Should I be profoundly grateful and kneel in thanks for your grace? Pei Ziyan's expression stiffened momentarily. Then he replied calmly, regardless of the magnitude of your family's influence, having a crown princess from your lineage is a matter of great honor. You could have your father or brother come to the capital, and I would petition my father the emperor on their behalf for a marquisate, allowing your family to rise to prominence in Daeong. Xiao Qingxue replied with a slight smile. Pei Ziyan, once you sign that divorce decree, I shall depart with it, and thereafter we shall have no further connection. Pei Ziyan retorted angrily. Impossible. You still do not quite understand my family background. Xiao Qingxue chuckled lightly, her demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. Until today, had I not informed you, you might never have realized that I have been supplying provisions all along. Just as you cannot foresee what might unfold if you refuse to sign this divorce decree. Pei Ziyan gritted his teeth. Are you threatening me? This cannot be allowed. Nor that. What exactly does she want? Must it be a lifetime together as a pair? Xiao Qingxue nodded. Indeed, it is a threat. If we remain married, then we share both glory and misfortune. Pei Ziyan smirked, a hint of calculation in his tone. As long as you stay by my side, no matter what your people wish to do, they will have their reservations. Conversely, if I were to truly agree to the divorce, once you are free, who knows how you might retaliate against me? Xiao Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Truly, a royal scion, already understanding the art of manipulation. Pei Ziyan took a seat opposite her. Qingxue, you should be the crown princess, and let Yun Xiao be the concubine, keeping her beneath you. She would not dare to oppose you. If you truly cannot get along with her, once the Grand General loses his utility, I will ensure her disappearance. Pei Ziyan, do not shift the blame onto me, nor attempt to absolve yourself of your own contradictory actions. Xiao Qingxue remained extraordinarily rational. My desire for divorce has nothing to do with Yun Xiao or any other woman. They are not the root cause. The primary reason lies solely within you. Each word she spoke aimed to make Pei Ziyan recognize the essence of the matter. Your treachery and lack of affection are the reasons I seek to part ways with you. Everything else is merely an excuse for you to evade responsibility. Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, his expression grim. Why must you be so obstinate? The residence of the crown prince has one principal wife, 2 side consorts, and 4 concubines. The residence of the prince of war has one principal wife, 1 side consort, and 3 concubines. The residence of the prince of Yan has 1 principal wife, although lacking a side consort, yet 5 concubines, and there is also the Duke of Duan. Qingxue, I believe I am deserving of this promise. Xiao Qingxue gazed at him impassively, her eyes glimmering with mockery. Have you ever encountered a man destined to be emperor, who would remain loyal to a single woman for life? Pei Ziyan clenched his teeth, nearly shouting in anger. I offer you the position of crown princess, to become empress, to love, respect, and honor you for eternity. Is this not sufficient? I bestow upon your family wealth and influence, allowing your father and brothers to become esteemed officials. Is this not enough? Qingxue, what must I do to dissuade you from the notion of divorce? Xiao Qingxue remained indifferent to all his words, responding to him with a single query. I have indeed witnessed instances where an emperor favored but one person. Pei Ziyan scoffed. Have you encountered such a tale in literature? The sovereign of a 9-5 supremacy, favoring a single individual? What a farcical jest. Xiao Qingxue was certainly not aiming to persuade him. Her intent was solely to counter his claims, leaving the matter of belief to him. She stated, I have articulated all that needs to be said. Will you sign the divorce papers? Pei Ziyan's expression darkened. What do you think? If you choose not to sign, then so be it. Xiao Qingxue replied in a calm tone. This is my final discussion with you, and your last opportunity. You must ensure that you do not harbor regrets. After a brief pause, she added, I shall take my rest now. You may leave. I will be staying here tonight. Pei Ziyan replied coolly, We are husband and wife. It is only proper that we share a residence. Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly. Should you not fear the moonlight's wrath in the dead of night, feel free to remain. Pei Ziyan's expression darkened further, as thoughts of the capricious Mingyue ignited a simmering anger within him. He silently contemplated, once this turmoil has passed, Mingyue will surely vanish. As the future crown princess, Qingxue cannot be accompanied by a maid who dares to overstep her bounds and exhibits such blatant disregard for hierarchy. Pei Ziyan desired to stay. He believed that a single night of intimacy would surely alter Qingxue's sentiments. However, the presence of Mingyue was an unpredictable variable. He could not possibly station guards outside the door, and tonight, should he choose to remain, he could only speculate what the audacious and unhinged Mingyue might do. Perhaps he should wait a couple of days. Wait until Qingxue has ascended to the position of crown princess and her ire has subsided. Then, he would offer her gentle reassurances, share the same bed, and after a tempest of passion, the memories of their past affection would surely quell any lingering anger. Pei Ziyan lingered a moment longer, then lifted his gaze to Xiao Qingxue. It appears that the Yong dynasty does not boast the affluent Xiao clan. Xiao Qingxue nodded slowly, perhaps. Her nonchalant demeanor left Pei Ziyan perplexed, unable to discern whether her previous words were fabrications or if she still harbored secrets. The Xiao family. Xiao Qingxue. Based on the information she had just provided, uncovering her lineage should not prove too arduous, if her words were indeed truthful. At the very least, the search could be considerably narrowed. The prominent merchant families of the futile clan, the Rongzhou clan, the Yongzhou Shui clan, and the Hanzhao clan were all well known, their influence spanning vast territories, rendering them virtually untouchable. Yet, the Xiao family was conspicuously absent from these four esteemed clans. Unless, of course, Xiao Qingxue bore her mother's surname. With newfound clarity, Pei Ziyan rose to depart. Upon exiting the frost and snow courtyard, he instructed his personal attendant, investigate the futile clan, the Rongzhou clan, the Yongzhou Shui clan, and the Hanzhao clan. Ascertain whether any of their wives or daughters bear the surname Xiao, or if any sons-in-law do. Regardless of the outcome, it is imperative that we identify a family bearing the name Xiao. Understood. Mingyue entered with a freshly brewed cup of tea, approaching the window to serve the young lady. Qin Mama intends to leave the Wang residence to report to the Empress, she explained, but she was intercepted by the guards. Xiao Qingxue sipped her tea, remaining noncommittal. Pei Ziyan has dispatched someone to investigate the young lady's origins. Mingyue let out a cold laugh, as if mocking Pei Ziyan's narrow-mindedness. He seeks to delve into the maternal families of the four prominent clans of the Yong dynasty, as well as the families of their sons-in-law. How absurd! Does he intend to uncover the young lady's background merely to use it as leverage against her? Chapter 39. Urgent dispatch. Xiao Qingxue remained noncommittal. Early the next morning, Frost Snow Courtyard was once again placed under strict guard. Not only were there layers of sentinels outside the courtyard, but even the front gate, Flower Hall, Garden Moon Gate, and the northern gate of the Wang residence. Every passageway that could allow entry was fortified with additional guards. Xiao Qingxue paid this no mind. Over the next 2 days, she refrained from venturing outside, spending her time indulging in meals, sipping tea, and perusing books. The kitchen staff dared not trouble Mingyue, who also ceased her visits to the main kitchen. The Frost Snow Courtyard boasted its own small kitchen, which had previously been seldom used, only occasionally summoned when Xiao Qingxue had a particular craving. Most of the time, it lay dormant. However, in the past couple of days, it proved quite useful. With nothing pressing to occupy her, Xiao Qingxue collaborated with Mingyue to experiment with a few dishes, surprisingly achieving delightful flavors. Mingyue generously praised her, exclaiming that Miss possessed remarkable talent, mastering any skill she set her mind to. Even Granny Zhou nodded in approval. During this time, Pei Ziyan seemed preoccupied with matters of provisions, not having visited Frost Snow Courtyard, which allowed Xiao Qingxue and Mingyue to relish their newfound ease. Yet, Granny Qin could not abide their tranquility and made several attempts to impart the rules of conduct to the consort, only to be ruthlessly rebuked by Mingyue, leaving her livid, trembling as she pointed a finger at Mingyue, her expression suggesting she was ready to exact severe retribution. The invitation from the Duke of Wu still lay on the table. It was uncertain whether Pei Ziyan had forgotten about it, or if he wished to prevent Xiao Qingxue from seizing any opportunity to venture out. The guards inside and outside the courtyard remained vigilant until a telegram arrived, hastily delivered to the emperor. Your Majesty, urgent news from the southern border indicates that the Nanjao has dispatched an additional 100,000 troops, including 20,000 cavalry, suggesting a formidable intent to engage in hostilities. We beseech your decisive judgment. Upon hearing this news, the court was immediately thrown into disarray. The crown prince, Pei Ziyan, turned ashen. With the Western Army's provisions yet unresolved, how could Nanjao bolster their forces by such a considerable number? The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, gripped the armrests tightly, his countenance dark with concern. We have maintained peaceful relations with Nanjao. The last conflict was 15 years ago. Why would they suddenly augment their troops? The treasury of the Yong dynasty was already strained, unable to withstand a confrontation with two nations. The courier, kneeling before the emperor, respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, Nanjao has only temporarily increased their forces. Whether they intend to engage in war remains uncertain, but the unusual circumstances are indeed troubling. General Ji has commanded me to expedite this message back to the capital, advising that preparations for battle be made, while we await further intentions from Nanjao." By the timeline, the additional 100,000 troops from Nanjao had already been deployed. Whether they aimed to wage war against the Yong nation or had other motives remained to be seen. General Ji would likely have insights into this matter, and within days, further reports would undoubtedly arrive. The emperor's expression hardened, summoned Duke Dinghua for an audience. At this pronouncement, the courtiers collectively shifted in demeanor. Prince Rui stood with his hands at his sides, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it seemed even fate conspired in his favor. With Nanzhao reinforcing their military presence at this juncture, Duke Dinghua would surely be reinstated, solidifying the Zhou family's grip on military power. However, Prince Rui's brow furrowed slightly. Even if the Duke of Dinghua were to be reinstated, it would not alter the precarious reality of the Yong dynasty's treasury. Should conflict arise, the Yong dynasty would undoubtedly find itself besieged on all fronts. He glanced at Pei Ziyan, who stood before him, the crown prince appearing dazed, his pale lips pressed tightly together. It was uncertain whether he was troubled by the potential resurgence of the Duke of Dinghua, which might establish a counterbalance against the Yun family, or whether he feared for the stability of the Yong dynasty, dreading the onset of chaos and war. Due to the urgency of the situation, the emperor swiftly concluded the court session and summoned several key ministers to the Qingxue Hall for deliberation. Pei Ziyan, tasked with gathering provisions, was not required to attend the meeting. He hastily exited the palace and galloped home. Upon returning to the Jin Wangfu, he dismounted and made his way directly to the frost and snow courtyard. From a distance, he spotted Xiao Qingxue and Mingyue seated beneath the parasol tree in the courtyard, engaged in a leisurely game of chess, one holding the black pieces and the other the white. While the crown prince had been fraught with worry for several days, Xiao Qingxue appeared completely unfazed, immersed in her game. Pei Ziyan paused, his expression inscrutable, observing from afar. Mingyue, evidently no match for Xiao Qingxue, frowned as she contemplated her next move. Suddenly, in a playful manner, she disrupted the chessboard. "Oh dear, I am no match for my lady. My lady possesses such depth and strategy. Each time I play against her, I am utterly defeated." These words penetrated Pei Ziyan's ears with clarity. He clenched his fists, his gaze darkening and deepening. Depth and strategy? Utter defeat? Was this a veiled reference to him? He took a step forward, approaching the parasol tree. Xiao Qingxue was engrossed, diligently collecting the black pieces and returning them to the box, while Mingyue gathered the white ones. Once the pieces were sorted, Xiao Qingxue instructed, "Please put the board away and return to the room." "Very well." Pei Ziyan raised his hand to halt her, his eyes fixed on her countenance. "I wish to play a game with you. I was merely playing with Mingyue, so winning or losing is of little consequence." Xiao Qingxue replied nonchalantly. "However, should I play against you, you would only be the loser. It would be meaningless to engage in such a match. Why waste time knowing the outcome?" Pei Ziyan's expression darkened momentarily, his lips pressed into silence. Mingyue ignored him, having tidied the chessboard and retreated indoors. Pei Ziyan took a seat opposite Xiao Qingxue, his gaze penetrating as turbulent emotions swirled within him. "The sudden increase of troops from Nanjao, is this information you were already privy to, or is it somehow connected to you? Why should I answer you?" Xiao Qingxue's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes glinting with mockery. "Pei Ziyan, do you still remember what I said that night? The divorce decree was your final opportunity. Regardless of the choice you make, I hope you never come to regret it." Pei Ziyan's complexion drained of color, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. It was as if a revelation dawned upon him. The Emperor of Nanjao bears the surname Xiao. So too does Xiao Qingxue. He had always assumed that Xiao Qingxue was a native of the Yong dynasty, never considering the possibility that she might hail from a foreign land. let alone that she belonged to a royal family of another nation. Just a few days ago, he pondered why she, seemingly insatiable, was dissatisfied with the unparalleled honor of becoming the crown princess. Yet now, the undeniable truth before him struck like a resounding slap, sharp and merciless, leaving him momentarily dazed. Pei Ziyan felt a wave of panic surge within him, his complexion drained of color. He dared not confront her directly to inquire, "Are you a princess or a lady of Nanjao? How is it that you can command the Nanjao army?" No. A fleeting thought crossed Pei Ziyan's tumultuous mind, and he struggled to regain his composure, attempting to dismiss his suspicions. He had been declared crown prince for less than 10 days. Although Xiao Qingxue had been persistently expressing her desire for divorce, their disputes had intensified, escalating with each encounter. Yet only 9 days had elapsed. Such a brief span of time was hardly sufficient for her to relay any news to Nanjao. Even if she had spies at her disposal who could expedite messages, the mobilization of troops in Nanjao would not be so swift. The time required to organize and deploy an army far exceeded that of a lone rider on a journey. Could it truly be possible in just 9 days? Chapter 40. You are indeed worthless. No, it cannot be. Pei Ziyan gently closed his eyes, attempting to dismiss this possibility. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease lingered in his heart, as if everything had slipped beyond his control and was on the verge of spiraling out of hand. He opened his eyes and spoke in a subdued tone. "Qingxue, regardless of how you came to know about Nanzhao's troop movements, I do not believe you have any ties to them. You need not force a connection to the Nanjao royal family simply because you share the surname Xiao. There are countless families with that surname in the Yong dynasty. I only wish to know if you possess any means to resolve our current predicament." Xiao Qingxue slowly lifted her gaze, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. She realized how little she understood this man. For days, she had thought she had misjudged him, attributing her doubts to Pei Ziyan's questionable character, his untrustworthiness, capriciousness, ingratitude, and his perpetual self-righteousness. At this moment, it seemed his intellect was equally lacking. It was a grave error for the emperor to consider a mere royal son as suitable for the throne. Even if Pei Ziyan were to ascend to the imperial seat, the next generation of the Yong dynasty would inevitably falter, given the current state of affairs. It was ill-suited for a ruler merely to maintain the status quo. After a brief silence, Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly. "As a woman, how could you pose such a question before me?" Pei Ziyan lowered his gaze, his lips pressed together. "Qingxue, my father has summoned the Duke of State to the palace for a meeting. Should Nanzhao decide to mobilize against the Yong dynasty, the limping duke may very well be reinstated, and his son, Zhou Yian, could accompany him to the battlefield. In such a scenario, the duke would regain military power, greatly empowering the Rue Wang." Xiao Qingxue interrupted him. "If I were you, I would first concern myself with the possibility of invasion by 2 nations. Pondering whether the Yong dynasty can withstand such threats, and whether the common people will be caught in the flames of war, rendered homeless. Will this conflict lead to the disintegration of the Yong dynasty? Instead of fretting over whether the Rue Wang will become an even greater threat to your position." Xiao Qingxue regarded him with pity. "Pei Ziyan, you truly lack the spirit and responsibility befitting an emperor." Pei Ziyan's complexion drained of color. Was this Xiao Qingxue's assessment of him? Did she truly hold such a low opinion of him? Xiao Qingxue inquired. "Has the issue of provisions been resolved?" Pei Ziyan remained silent for a moment. "Yin Shaoran claims he has never embezzled military funds. You are slandering him." Xiao Qingxue responded with a nonchalant "oh," acknowledging the anticipated reply. After all, those who misappropriate military funds would never admit to their crimes, as it is a capital offense. Moreover, having acquired such money under dubious circumstances, how could they be expected to relinquish it easily? Thus, it is a case of birds of a feather flocking together. A prince like Pei Ziyan is indeed suited for a general like Yin Shaoran. Can you not devise a solution? Pei Ziyan asked, his voice tight. Other than divorce, I am willing to agree to any conditions you propose. At that moment, Granny Zhou entered with freshly brewed tea, serving a cup to both Pei Ziyan and Xiao Qingxue before departing. Xiao Qingxue reclined in her chair, squinting at the sunlight filtering through the branches of a large tree. remaining silent in response to Pei Ziyan's words. The prospect of separation is no longer an option for her. She has granted Pei Ziyan one final chance. Should he squander it, there will be no further opportunities. Pei Ziyan can now face her impending retribution with unreserved confidence. Indeed, it is retribution. Retribution for the sincerity she has squandered over the past 2 years, for their callousness in turning their backs on her, and for the repeated provocations and humiliations inflicted by the royal family of the Yong dynasty, from the empress down to the most insidious of servants. The entire royal lineage of Yong is nothing but ungrateful wretches. A change of dynasty may well be a prudent decision. Qingxue, Pei Ziyan spoke again, his tone laced with a plea. The army is on the brink of starvation. So many soldiers, can you truly bear to witness their suffering? Xiao Qingxue replied with indifference. The hunger of so many soldiers is merely a reflection of your sovereign's incompetence. What does it have to do with me? Qingxue, Pei Ziyan's countenance shifted, revealing a hint of suppressed anguish. You are not a heartless person. Those soldiers defend our homeland and guard the borders. They are flesh and blood, with wives and children. Can you truly remain unmoved? Why should I not be unmoved? Xiao Qingxue sat up, her gaze icy as she regarded him. Your generals are complicit in embezzling military funds. Why should I turn a blind eye? Whose country are they protecting? Whose realm is it? It is my realm, my people. Pei Ziyan, I have told you before. Yun Xiaorand possesses the means. 300,000 taels are sufficient to sustain your border troops for 2 months. Pei Ziyan forced a bitter smile. But Yun Xiaorand said, do you believe everything he says? Xiao Qingxue retorted with a mocking smile. Do you genuinely trust his words? Or are you simply too fearful to investigate whether he has indeed misappropriated funds? Pei Ziyan's expression faltered, a flicker of distress crossing his features. The only support you have now is the Yun family, which is why you dare not offend Yun Xiaorand. Even if you are aware of his corruption, you lack the courage to pursue the matter. Xiao Qingxue seemed to have perceived the frailty of his spirit long ago. Pei Ziyan, your recent actions have gradually eroded all the goodwill I harbored towards you over these past 2 years. As her words lingered in the air, the color drained from Pei Ziyan's face. He gazed at Xiao Qingxue, whose once gentle demeanor was now replaced by an endless disdain and indifference. The contemptuous glare she cast upon him felt as degrading as that of one observing a rat in a gutter, leaving Pei Ziyan feeling humiliated and incensed. In a fit of indignation, he questioned, am I truly so contemptible in your eyes? Love can indeed blind one's vision. Xiao Qingxue mused to herself. What once seemed to be innocence devoid of guile now strikes me as foolishness and superficiality. What I once perceived as a peaceful acceptance of life as circumstances now appears to be nothing more than a vacuous existence. What I once believed was affection now reveals itself as the only option you could muster under constrained conditions, the best choice available to you. Xiao Qingxue assessed him as though he were a stranger. Pei Ziyan, your pursuit of my hand in marriage was likely born from a lack of better alternatives. You sought to bind me, a physician capable of restoring your health, to your side, expecting unwavering devotion. Even should your heart change one day, I, a powerless and unassuming healer, would be unable to resist, would I not? Must you perceive me in such a manner? Pei Ziyan's expression darkened, his voice as if wrapped in icy coldness. I merely married another woman, and in your heart, have I become worthless? There was no need for your indignation. Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly, her tone as calm as a gentle breeze. To me, you indeed hold no value any longer. Chapter 41. The Southern Zhao reinforces its troops by 100,000. Pei Ziyan once again swept his sleeves and departed. This time, he was likely genuinely infuriated by Xiao Qingxue. As he rose, he harshly kicked over a table, startling the guards outside, who peeked in only to witness the prince leaving in a tempest of dark fury. Unfazed, Xiao Qingxue continued to recline her chair, basking in the fragmented golden light filtering through the gaps in the great tree. Upon hearing the commotion, Mingyue hurriedly emerged, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the toppled table. As if she could crush a mosquito with her expression, truly, His decorum is diminishing by the day. She approached to set the table upright and cast a discontented glance at Xiao Qingxue. Miss, you have truly squandered 3 precious years. Do not speak so. Xiao Qingxue waved her hand. Had I not made this visit, I might still be tormented by the dreams. Had she only discovered after Pei Ziyan's demise that the figure in her dreams was he, who knows what lifelong regrets might have ensued. Mingyue pondered this and found it reasonable. Taking a seat, she spoke earnestly. Will you, miss, lose faith in men's promises and in love itself due to Pei Ziyan's callousness? Xiao Qingxue did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I have always believed that love should follow one's inner feelings and thoughts. If I encounter the right person in this life, I shall not resist. I will not transfer my disappointment in Pei Ziyan onto other men. Yet I shall not force myself to seek affection either. Mingyue nodded. Then, Mingyue, Xiao Qingxue chuckled lightly. Some matters cannot be foreseen or planned in advance. Therefore, if you inquire about my future intentions, I cannot provide an answer. I shall fulfill my responsibilities, but beyond that, I shall let things unfold naturally. Mingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sudden military reinforcement of the southern Zhao not only unsettled Pei Ziyan, but also left the entire court in disarray. The emperor urgently summoned the Duke of Dinghua and his son for deliberation, contemplating the transfer of 8,000 troops stationed in the capital to the borders as a precautionary measure. However, the most pressing issue remained the supply of provisions. Prince Rue, can you devise a plan to gather supplies? Prince Rue understood that at this critical juncture, retreat was not an option. He bowed and accepted the task. I shall mobilize every available resource to procure provisions in response to the southern Zhao's military actions. Pei Ziyan then issued a stern order to Yun Xiaoran. Now that the southern Zhao has mobilized, the court lacks the capacity to supply provisions. We must rely on ourselves. Xiaoran, should we suffer defeat in the Western Front, not only will our isolated situation become dire, but you and your father shall also face unimaginable consequences. Though unspoken, the implication was unmistakable. He had come to trust Xiao Qingxue's words. Yun Xiaoran's complexion turned ashen. I can only do my utmost. I can allocate 50,000 taels of silver, he added. Pei Ziyan frowned. The rest is your responsibility. Within 3 days, the first batch of supplies must reach the border. The outcome of the conflict with the Western Ling was crucial to his destiny as the crown prince, allowing no room for error. He would not permit the troops to be defeated due to supply issues. Yun Xiaoran's expression darkened. The crown prince is forcing him to dig into his own pockets to gather supplies. Yun Xiaoran harbors intense resentment towards Xiao Qingxue for her meddling. Although he is acutely aware that even without her interference, he would still be compelled to finance the supplies himself if he fails to gather enough within the deadline. The distinction between voluntary contribution and coerced expenditure is stark. Moreover, should he part with his funds now? What would the crown prince think upon discovering that he indeed possesses private silver? He would be enraged at the accusation of embezzling military funds and dissatisfied with his lack of initiative in contributing during a time of scarcity. Once peace is restored at the borders and the realm is stabilized, with the crown prince ascending the throne, the stain of embezzlement would forever tarnish his reputation. Initially, when the imperial throne is still precarious, the crown prince would require the Yun family's support. However, as the Yun family's military power grows, the accusation of embezzlement could become a weapon against him. Pei Ziyan would forever recall that Yun Xiaoran had embezzled 300,000 taels, and in the days to come, he would continually question whether Yun Xiaoran had continued to engage in such practices. Yet at this moment, Yun Xiaoran finds himself utterly powerless. Should he fail to procure sufficient supplies, a defeat at the borders would leave him with no opportunity to witness the new emperor's ascension. By the end of July, urgent news arrived from the southern borders, relaying a report that had been expedited from 800 to 600 li. The situation appeared to have eased somewhat. The messenger knelt in the hall, holding a document aloft. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager of Nanjao is in poor health, and despite the physician's prolonged efforts, her condition remains grave. It is rumored that there is a highly skilled female doctor named Xiao, who is now wed to the crown prince of Jin. We humbly request that Dr. Xiao be sent to Nanjao to attend to the Empress Dowager's ailment." Following these words, the hall fell into a profound silence. The civil and military officials exchanged glances, bewildered. Did Nanzhao truly mobilize an army of 100,000 merely to summon a physician for the Empress Dowager? The emperor, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the kneeling courier. To treat the Empress Dowager? Yes. Dr. Xiao? The very same who is the crown princess' wife? The emperor composed himself, still appearing incredulous. Is this truly the only request? Yes. The expressions of several princes in the hall were complex, marked by a mix of astonishment and unanticipated surprise. Prince Rue seemed uncertain whether to feel disappointed or relieved. If this was solely about treating the Empress Dowager's illness, then it implied that Nanzhao and the Yong dynasty should not engage in conflict. The additional 100,000 troops could merely be a precautionary measure, fearing that the Yong dynasty might refuse to release the Empress Dowager due to her grave condition. However, Pei Ziyan's countenance was one of shock and pallor. If he had previously been able to deceive himself into believing that Xiao Qingxue was merely making a fuss, and that she could not possibly have any ties with Nanjao, at this moment, he found himself bereft of even that comforting delusion. Nanjao, so vast, could not find a single divine healer? How could they possibly know that the Yong dynasty had a doctor named Xiao, who was also the crown princess wife? And how was it that mere days after Xiao Qingxue proposed a divorce, news of the Empress Dowager's critical illness erupted for Nanjao? All of this seemed to unveil the truth of Xiao Qingxue's identity. Her declaration of divorce was not a threat. It was genuine. Her assertion that the Empress would inevitably propose a divorce within 10 days was not a scare tactic, but a reality. Her warning that he would come to regret his choices was indeed true. Pei Ziyan felt a profound sense of regret, lamenting his decisions with a depth that felt akin to a wound in his very soul. Xiao Qingxue's words were thoroughly validated from the very beginning. She was never a woman confined to the inner chambers. Her lineage and identity were far more illustrious than he had imagined, and her abilities were considerably more profound than he could fathom. Pei Ziyan stumbled and, without warning, fell to his knees with a resounding thud. The entire court, both civil and military officials, turned to look. His Highness the Crown Prince? The Emperor's gaze fell upon him, inquiring, "What is the matter with you?" Chapter 42. The princess consort of the Jin kingdom appears in court. Pei Ziyan closed his eyes, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of regret. At this moment, he realized that even if he refused to marry Yun Shuiyao, Xiao Qingxue could effortlessly secure his position as heir apparent. She possessed wealth and power, capable of mobilizing troops with a mere letter. If his conjecture was correct, she must be a princess of Nanjao. How could she wield such influence if she were not the emperor's own sister? How could her maid, Mingyue, exude such audacity? A mere maid dared to confront the crown prince and strike the nurturing matron. Her boldness was not born of arrogance, but stemmed from a formidable power behind Xiao Qingxue. Pei Ziyan felt profound remorse. Had he not acquiesced to the marriage with Yun Shuiyao, the border would not be facing a shortage of supplies, and he would not find himself in such a predicament with Xiao Qingxue. "Your Highness," Duke Rue observed him with a pensive gaze, "what troubles you?" Duke Duan furrowed his brow. Nanjao lies 1,000 miles from Yongqiao. Does the crown prince truly hesitate to allow the princess consort to travel alone? Duke Wu smiled subtly. Nanjao has reinforced its troops by 10,000, demonstrating earnest intent in seeking medical aid for the Empress Dowager. As the crown prince of Yongqiao, your focus should be on the greater picture. Indeed, they should count themselves fortunate that Nanjao only sought medical assistance, requesting the princess consort to treat the Empress Dowager, rather than declaring war. Otherwise, they might find themselves ill-equipped to confront such a challenge. Unexpectedly, the princess consort was renowned for her exceptional medical skills, even known among the royal family of Nanzhao. To save a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda, and particularly when it is a matter concerning the esteemed Empress Dowager of Nanzhao, the princess consort should be sent. The ministers in court voiced their opinions, urging the crown prince to prioritize the greater good. Yet none comprehended his true thoughts or the regret that lay within him. Seeing Pei Ziyan still kneeling on the ground, appearing utterly despondent, the emperor furrowed his brow. Ziyan, what is the matter? Although the journey to treat the Empress Dowager is long for the stability of Yongqiao, it is worthwhile for the princess consort to endure some hardship. After a pause, he added, rest assured, I shall arrange for a number of eunuchs and maidservants to accompany her. She will not be traveling to Nanjao alone. Pei Ziyan opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and endeavored to regain his composure. He then stood and approached the throne, kneeling once more. Your son has been remiss. I beseech your majesty for forgiveness. The ministers of the crown prince's faction remarked, His Highness has been tirelessly occupied with matters of supplies day and night. Perhaps upon hearing that Nanjao does not seek war, but rather a physician for the Empress Dowager, he momentarily relaxed, leading to this lapse. Pei Ziyan nodded, indeed. I have been preoccupied with gathering supplies alongside Yin Shaoran, troubled by the situation. Since the news of Nanzhao reinforcing its troops, I have not slept well, and upon hearing this good news today, I momentarily lost my composure. I ask for your majesty's pardon. It is of no consequence. The emperor's expression softened slightly. In that case, summon the princess consort to the court. The chief eunuch announced loudly. Summon the princess consort to an audience. The news swiftly spread from the palace gates to the southern gate, and then from the southern palace gate to the residence of the Jin prince. Hearing this news, Xiao Qingxue leisurely sat by the window, sipping her tea, her demeanor so tranquil and indifferent that it rendered the messenger in a state of frantic anxiety. Princess, please hurry. The emperor and the entire court are waiting, he implored. What is the rush? Mingyue rebuked. Do you not see that our princess is still enjoying her tea? The eunuch's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him that the princess of Jin would dare to slight the imperial decree. However, considering the entire court awaited a woman who was soon to assume a significant role in the southern expedition, he suppressed his displeasure and waited patiently. Once she finished her tea, Xiao Qingxue set down her cup, rose, and retreated to her inner chamber to change her attire. Subsequently, she emerged and joined Mingyue in the carriage, proceeding to the palace at a leisurely pace. The palace was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every 10 paces and watchmen every 5. In her previous visits, she had been mindful of Jin Wang's esteemed position, always cautious in her speech and behavior, adhering to the etiquette they espoused. Yet now, she no longer regarded herself as merely the princess of Jin. She walked with her back straight, and her gaze lifted to the lofty and regal hall ahead. Upon entering the Xianjing Gate, she found herself in the grand plaza of the main hall. The Xianjing Hall loomed with grandeur and solemnity, embodying the highest status in the realm. As she approached the steps of the hall, accompanied by Mingyue, they ascended with measured grace until they crossed the threshold, entering amidst the watchful eyes of the court officials. Her composure unwavering. Upon reaching the base of the hall's central steps, Xiao Qingxue halted. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, silently observing her with an air of authority, while the court officials regarded her with unwavering scrutiny. The atmosphere was thick with solemnity and silence. This scene inevitably reminded Xiao Qingxue of 2 years prior, when she and Pei Ziyan were to wed. Though it was Pei Ziyan who sought her hand, many in the court, particularly the higher-ranking officials, looked down upon her humble origins, insisting that a physician's daughter was unworthy of being the legitimate wife of the Jin Wang, who should instead marry a noblewoman. Yet, after recovering from a serious illness, which noblewoman would willingly marry him? They feared his health would fail again, and the prospect of becoming widows at such a tender age was daunting. Nevertheless, their disdain for her background remained palpable. They would not consent to their daughters marrying the Jin Wang, yet they incessantly claimed she was unworthy of him. Xiao Qingxue dismissed their words with a scoff, believing that as long as she and Pei Ziyan were unconcerned, the opinions of others held no weight. Reality, however, proved her that Pei Ziyan cared deeply. As she stood before the throne, gazing up at the emperor, she paused for a moment, then slightly bowed her head, uttering, "Your Majesty." Although her gestures were marked by elegance and grace, they came across as exceedingly perfunctory in the presence of the emperor. The martial king's displeasure was evident, Does the Princess of Jin presume to be so disrespectful before His Majesty simply because she is aware of the documents from Nanjao regarding the Empress Dowager's medical needs? Xiao Qingxue, however, remained nonchalant, standing in silence, unperturbed. The temperature in the hall suddenly froze, as a chilling breeze subtly swept through, causing an involuntary shiver to traverse the onlookers. The discerning prince furrowed his brow. Could the Princess of Jin still harbor resentment over her status as a secondary consort? Resentment? Xiao Qingxue tilted her head, finding the prince's words quite unjust. I am not the one who has betrayed promises, nor the one who has reversed decisions, and certainly not the one who is ungrateful. It is rather hypocritical of you to lay such blame upon me at this moment. As her words resonated, a collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 43. The Princess of Jin dares to defy the edict? Outrageous! The emperor's expression darkened with fury as he coldly addressed the Princess of Jin. Are you casting aspersions upon me? The ministers in the court exchanged furtive glances, their faces paling. Prince Duan chuckled. It has been rumored these past days that the Princess of Jin is dissatisfied with the decree of becoming a secondary consort. I thought it was mere slander, yet appears to be true. Prince Yen remarked. The Princess of Jin indeed saved the Crown Prince's life. Yet her humble origins make her position as a secondary consort an elevation. How could she harbor resentment? Such an affront to the throne is simply unconscionable. Enough. Pei Ziyan interjected sharply. The situation is not as you presume. There is no need to jump to conclusions. Prince Duan raised an eyebrow. If it is not as we think, then what exactly is it? Rumors have circulated about discord between the secondary consort and the prospective consort. Could it be that we are mistaken? Pei Ziyan disregarded his words, standing and turning to Xiao Qingxue. Qingxue, the Empress Dowager of Nanjao, is gravely ill and has specifically requested your healing services. I understand this request is burdensome, considering the arduous journey before you. And you are but a woman. Your Highness, Prince Wu spoke gravely. Serving the nation is every individual's duty. There is no need for such explanations. The Princess of Jin has no room to refuse. Pei Ziyan appeared not to hear Prince Wu's remarks, gently pressing his lips together. I will make a promise. Should you consent to travel to Nanjao, I shall annul my engagement with Yun Xiuyao and uphold my vow to take you as my sole wife, not as a secondary consort, nor a primary consort, but as my only spouse, Qingxue. Ziyan. The emperor's countenance darkened, his fury palpable. What nonsense are you spouting? Your betrothal to Yun Xiuyao was personally bestowed by me. Would you jest with the imperial edict? Xiao Qingxue is your secondary consort, a physician, and a subject of the Yong dynasty. My decree cannot be denied. Pei Ziyan turned, kneeling in supplication. Father, may I discuss this matter with Qingxue? I beseech your permission. Preposterous. The emperor was incensed, casting a stern gaze upon Xiao Qingxue. The Empress Dowager of Nanjao is gravely ill, and they have specifically requested you. Prepare yourself. I shall have the Empress select palace maids and guards to accompany you. You shall depart for the border in 3 days, where the local commander will escort you to Nanzhao to tend to the Empress Dowager. Xiao Qingxue raised her head with a smile. Had Their Majesty finished speaking? The emperor was momentarily taken aback, then seethed with anger. I am unwell and cannot travel such a distance. Xiao Qingxue replied calmly. I implore your majesty to seek another. The emperor was momentarily stunned. In that instant, he believed he had misheard. The entire court stared in disbelief at her audacity. The secondary consort dares to defy the edict? What? What did you say? I said I cannot go. Xiao Qingxue reiterated clearly, each word pronounced with precision. The hardships of a long journey are beyond my endurance. The dangers within Nanjao are numerous, and I dare not take such risks. I know not the nature of the Empress Dowager's illness. Should I fail to heal her, what fate awaits me? My life is my own. Cannot your majesty see that I cannot simply march to my death at your command? The emperor's countenance darkened with fury. Princess of Jin, you are being insubordinate. Your majesty. The messenger from the relay station reported tremulously that the envoys from Nanjao will soon arrive to personally escort Dr. Xiao to their land, sparing Miss Xiao, a delicate maiden, from the need to travel alone. The emperor's expression hardened. The envoys from Nanjao are coming? Indeed. The emperor steadied himself, suppressing his fury. Since the envoys are coming in person, let Princess Jean remain at the royal residence and wait patiently. I shall not go. Xiao Qingxue gazed unwaveringly into the emperor's eyes. No one could compel me. Qingxue. Pei Ziyan rose, gripping Xiao Qingxue's hand tightly. His voice strained as if it were forced from his throat. It is my fault. Please do not speak in anger. I promise to marry only you in this life. The next, and even the one after. After the court, I shall annul my engagement with Yun Shuyao. I implore you. I beg you do not. Do not request a divorce. Please do not propose a separation in such a manner. Qingxue, I beseech you. Xiao Qingxue looked into Pei Ziyan's pleading eyes. The emperor's furious reprimands and the bewildered murmurs of the court filled her ears, but she heard nothing, only smiled softly. So you will annul the engagement later? Yes. Pei Ziyan nodded eagerly, fearful that Xiao Qingxue might change her mind. I shall annul the engagement today. You remain the crown princess. Only you. There will be no secondary consorts, no concubines, not even maidservants. Qingxue, I implore you. Forgive me this once, do not seek a divorce, please. Mingyue stood behind Xiao Qingxue, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury, as though she wished to incinerate this shameless man to ashes. This life, the next, and the one after? How brazen he is! This life is already in disarray. Who wishes to share the next with you? Dreaming is more fitting. Such insincere sentiments will only lead to rebirth as a wretched insect in the gutter, never to see her again in the next life. Yet he still dares to dream of togetherness? I truly wonder who has granted him such audacity. Xiao Qingxue replied coolly, Very well, I shall await your sincerity. Pei Ziyan stared, momentarily stunned, as if unable to believe her words. Then, do you agree? I will return to await your news. You may clarify matters here. After speaking, Xiao Qingxue turned and walked towards the palace doors. A profound silence enveloped the great hall. The courtiers were taken aback. The princes exchanged bewildered glances. And even the emperor was momentarily at a loss. They clearly did not anticipate that the Princess Jean would exhibit such boldness, displaying her temperament in the grand hall, seemingly confident that Nanjao would not accept anyone but her. And what of the crown prince? How could he be so easily swayed by a mere secondary consort? Pleading for her in front of the emperor and the court? Was this not a reversal of the heavens? Ziyan, the emperor's face was as dark as water, his voice tinged with barely contained wrath. The imperial edict cannot be defied. Do you still wish to bargain with her? The marriage bestowed by me cannot be so easily dismissed. General Yun is on the front lines, bravely fighting. How could you treat his daughter in this manner? Would that not break General Yun's heart? Would it not chill the hearts of countless soldiers? Indeed, Your Highness, serving the nation is a duty that every individual ought to fulfill. The Princess of Jean is not only your wife, but also a subject of the Yong Kingdom. It is her obligation as a citizen to adhere to the imperial edict. Should she defy it, it would amount to a capital offense. Pei Ziyan gazed towards the palace gates for a prolonged moment before turning his head and softly inquired, if she were to resist the edict, would Father Emperor execute her? The emperor hesitated this. Pei Ziyan pressed on. If she is unafraid of death, how could Father Emperor compel her to willingly journey to Nanjao? The emperor remained silent. The ministers exchanged glances, perplexed. Father Emperor, Pei Ziyan seemed to lose all strength in an instant, his face a mask of exhaustion. The rumors of late were true. Qingxue had indeed sought to divorce him, not as a jest, but with genuine intent. He managed a bitter smile. You all believe that a woman lacks such courage, whether it be the courage to divorce or to defy an edict, yet she possesses it. Just 2 days prior, I spoke with her. I offered to allow her to be the crown princess while permitting Yun Shuyao to be a concubine, but she refused. What she desires is a lifetime partnership with a single person. Even if I were not the crown prince, she steadfastly refuses to share her husband with another woman. Absurd. It is customary for men to have multiple wives, and, as the crown prince, one should prioritize progeny. She, a woman of no notable accomplishments, spends her days embroiled in jealousy and rivalry. It is evident she hails from a rural background, leveraging her medical skills to make unreasonable demands, lacking the virtues of a proper woman. The crown prince should not indulge her. The more he does, the more she will take advantage of it. Chapter 44. Pei Ziyan's withdrawal from marriage. Pei Ziyan remained silent, his heart heavy with the echoes of his father's wrath, the relentless condemnation from the ministers, and the mocking jeers from several princes that only added fuel to the fire. He felt as though his heart was plummeting into an icy abyss. At this moment, he could only pray that all of this was merely a misunderstanding. He would prefer that Xiao Qingxue had employed some trickery to make him believe she was the princess of Nanjao, rather than her truly being one. Otherwise, the consequences would likely be beyond his endurance. Seeing his disheveled demeanor, the emperor rose in fury, coldly commanding, "The crown prince shall accompany me to the hall of governance. The rest of you may leave." With that, he swept away in wrath. Ignoring the peculiar gazes from those in the hall, Pei Ziyan straightened his robe and departed, making his way to the hall of governance. The atmosphere within was stifling. Eunuchs and palace maids stood trembling at the side. The emperor's anger burned fiercely, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. "Ziyan, what does your fiancée intend to do? Is she so oblivious to propriety that you would still protect her? What did I say initially? You should not have taken her as your legitimate wife. Now look, her greed has led her to take advantage of the opportunity to seek medical aid from Nanjao, audaciously demanding exorbitant terms. All the kindness the empress has shown her over the past 2 years has been squandered." After a prolonged silence, Pei Ziyan finally spoke softly. "Qingxue is impervious to reason and fear. Father, had I not promptly promised to annul my engagement to Yin Shuiao in the hall just now, she would have openly defied the imperial decree, refusing to go to Nanjao." The emperor's face darkened in astonishment and anger. "Does she possess such audacity?" "Indeed," Pei Ziyan replied with a bitter smile. "She possesses a temperament that prefers to be shattered like jade rather than remain whole like mere tiles. If she truly harbors the mindset of preferring death over going to Nanjao, what shall we do? Her life or death may not matter. But if Nanjao does not receive the physician to treat the Empress Dowager, who has to say they want to retaliate with military force?" The emperor was momentarily speechless. Pei Ziyan furrowed his brow, pondering, might it be possible that the Empress Dowager's illness is a ruse? A ruse? The emperor paused, taken aback by the suggestion. "Why would you think so? Qingxue is a noble woman, not a professional physician, nor a renowned healer. The royal family has a host of skilled court physicians, but cannot cure the Empress Dowager's ailment. Why should we assume that Qingxue can succeed?" Pei Ziyan's expression grew grave. The emperor frowned. "So you suspect that the illness is merely an excuse?" Pei Ziyan nodded. "I fear they're using the pretext of seeking medical assistance as a cover for igniting war between our nations, attempting to conspire with Xiling to take advantage of the weakened state of the Yong dynasty." The emperor's expression shifted, his words momentarily escaping him. For now, they could only persuade Qingxue and await the withdrawal of Nanzhao's forces. If Xiao Qingxue is unwilling to go to Nanjao, how can we expect them to retreat? The emperor's countenance darkened again. "Had I known she was so ungrateful, I would never have consented to this union in the first place. This matter shall be handled by me with her," Pei Ziyan declared, lowering his gaze. The immediate priority was to convince her to agree to go to Nanjao. The emperor retorted angrily, "You are the crown prince. There is no need to cower to a woman's whims." Pei Ziyan bowed his head. "I understand, father." The emperor waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. "Yes, your majesty. I take my leave." Upon returning to the Jin Wangfu, Pei Ziyan did not immediately proceed to the frost and snow courtyard. Instead, he lingered in his study for half an hour. During this time, a myriad of memories flooded his mind, both sorrowful and joyous, yet predominantly beautiful recollections that brought forth a bittersweet smile. No one anticipated that within a mere 10 days, all this beauty would be irrevocably shattered, leaving no possibility for repair. Pei Ziyan could not help but feel a twinge of resentment toward Xiao Qingxue for concealing her true identity from him, for not trusting him enough to be forthright. Why must she guard against him? Had he known her identity earlier, their union would have been a splendid affair, a marriage between their two nations. If not for her deliberate concealment, They would not have arrived at such a dire juncture. With his eyes closed, a shadow of gloom settled between his brows. "Your Highness," his personal guard inquired, "should we head to the Yun residence now?" Pei Ziyan opened his eyes, a tempest of emotions swirling within. After a prolonged silence, he rose with a sense of resolute determination, stating, "Let us go." Upon arriving at the residence of the Grand General of the state, Madame Yun and her household came forth to greet him. From a distance, Yun Xiao approached joyfully. "Your Highness, are you here to discuss the wedding arrangements?" Pei Ziyan remained silent, walking into the Yun household without a word. Once seated in the hall, Yun Xiaoran hurried back from outside, bowing before reporting, "I intended to inform your Highness that we have gathered 30% of the provisions. We will send a portion to the border tomorrow, while we continue to devise a plan for the remainder. I will send word to my father, advising them to conserve resources for the time being, as the next shipment may be delayed by several days." Pei Ziyan held the teacup, showing little reaction to the matter of provisions, his eyes clouded with heavy thoughts. Yun Xiao gazed at him with a shy expression. "Your Highness, why do you not speak?" Madame Yun and her son exchanged concerned glances, sensing something amiss. The crown prince appeared decidedly unusual. Pei Ziyan tightened his lips, avoiding the gazes of Madame Yun and Yun Xiao, and with a hint of guilt, spoke, "I have come today to annul the engagement." "What?" Madame Yun, Yun Xiaoran, and Yun Xiao were taken aback simultaneously, their expressions freezing as their eyes fell upon him in unison. "Your Highness, you." Yun Xiao's expression stiffened, a forced smile gracing her face. "Are you jesting?" "This is no jest." Pei Ziyan's countenance was grave and serious. "After deep contemplation, I believe we are ill-suited." "Your Highness." Yun Xiaoran's demeanor darkened. Though the Yun family was not a noble lineage, and Xiao did not possess the lofty grace of aristocratic ladies, they were not to be treated with disdain. This engagement was bestowed by the emperor, the entire city knows. If you annul it, how will Xiao face others? Who would dare to marry a woman who was promised to the crown prince, only to be rejected? Pei Ziyan tightened his grip on the teacup, guilt evident upon his face. "I am truly sorry for Xiao. Is a mere apology sufficient, Your Highness?" Yun Xiaoran gritted his teeth. The crown prince's nonchalant apology concealed the profound hurt it would inflict upon Shui Yao. Does the crown prince not fear the repercussions of wounding the heart of the general at the cold border? Yun Xiaoran. Pei Ziyan suddenly darkened his expression. "Are you threatening me?" Chapter 45. The crown prince's sudden command to kneel. Yun Xiaoran's face turned a deep shade of iron, his expression resembling the harshness of frost. Yun Xiao's visage was ashen, tears brimming in her eyes as she clenched her hands tightly, her heart filled with venomous hatred for Xiao Qingxue. "Madame Yun." Pei Ziyan turned to the visibly distressed Madame Yun. "I beg you to escort Xiao outside. I wish to speak privately with the crown prince." Though discontent simmered within her, Madame Yun dared not confront the crown prince directly. The thought of her daughter becoming the laughingstock of the entire royal city after such a recent betrothal was unbearable. Rising hastily, she performed a cursory bow and took the dazed Yun Xiao away. Pei Ziyan dismissed the attendants, leaving only himself and Yun Xiaoran in the chamber. He took a moment of silence to sip his tea, the weight of the situation pressing heavily upon him. The Yong dynasty finds itself in dire straits. My actions are compelled by necessity, and I hope for your understanding. Yun Xiaoran remained silent, his countenance cold. The southern border of Nanjao had amassed an additional 100,000 troops, posing a significant threat to the Yong dynasty. Their ostensible purpose was to seek medical assistance. Yet their true intentions remained shrouded in uncertainty. Pei Ziyan's gaze lowered, his voice imbued with an ineffable weariness. Qingxue is a noblewoman of the royal family. It is, by all accounts, improper for her to seek treatment in a foreign land. Had the Yong dynasty possessed a more robust treasury and military strength, my father would have disregarded their unreasonable demands. Still, Yun Xiaoran offered no response. Was it permissible to offend the Nanjao while appeasing the Yun family? He was to placate Xiao Qingxue while casting aside Xiao at will? Such a vacillating crown prince could hardly claim any credibility. I have verbally annulled the engagement today, but apart from my trusted confidants and Qingxue, No one else shall be aware, Pei Ziyan stated calmly. Rest assured, the imperial edict regarding our marriage cannot be easily undone. Yun Xiaoran looked up in astonishment. Your Highness means... I wish to postpone the engagement, Pei Ziyan replied, his voice low and tinged with a sense of helpless fatigue. Once the matter with Nanjao is resolved and Qingxue's emotions have stabilized, I will find a way. He paused, adding, by that time, Qingxue and Mingyue shall no longer pose a threat to Xiao, nor will they have the opportunity to provoke her. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaoran's expression softened slightly. He remained silent, contemplating Pei Ziyan's predicament. Recently elevated to the status of crown prince, he was already grappling with issues related to grain supplies from the Western territories, compounded by his consort's incessant demands for separation, which had become a public spectacle and a source of humiliation. Xiao had suffered several defeats at the hands of Xiao Qingxue, and Pei Ziyan was unable to uphold a sense of justice, not for lack of desire, but because he could not entirely sever the bonds of 2 years of marriage or forget the life-saving grace that Xiao Qingxue had bestowed upon him. This was the natural disposition of a man. If Pei Ziyan were to forsake Xiao Qingxue merely to curry favor with the Yun family, he would have cause for concern regarding Xiao's future, for a man lacking gratitude is inherently unreliable. In the future, should the Yun family gain prominence, Xiao would likely be the first to face elimination. As the threat from Nanjao loomed large, Pei Ziyan could only seek to placate Xiao Qingxue for the time being. He understood. The welfare of the nation transcends personal interests. Yun Xiaoran rose gracefully, lifting the teacup. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. My tone was perhaps less than appropriate. Allow me to offer this tea in place of wine as an apology, and I hope your Highness can extend your forgiveness. With that, he drank the tea in one gulp, setting the cup back on the table. He continued, from now on, your Highness can focus entirely on the matters concerning Nanjao, as well as the provisions for the western borders. I shall ensure the supplies reach the front lines, even if it means sacrificing everything I possess. Pei Ziyan's face brightened with a hint of amusement as he stood and patted Yun Xiaoran on the shoulder. I'm greatly reassured. I hope for a prosperous future, for the Yong dynasty and the Yun family alike. After a brief pause, a flicker of guilt crossed his expression. I regret the distress caused to Xiao. I promise to compensate her tenfold in the future. Yun Xiaoran replied, with your Highness's assurance, I would willingly brave any hardship. He thought to himself that Xiao, with her somewhat impulsive temperament, should remain oblivious to the fact that the engagement was feigned, should she accidentally let the truth slip. Pei Ziyan halted his thoughts, deciding to keep her at home for the next few days, away from the outside world. Yun Xiaoran nodded. Rest assured, your Highness, I have matters to tend to, so I shall take my leave. May your Highness walk safely, Yun Xiaoran said, following closely behind. Having resolved a particularly troublesome issue, Pei Ziyan felt a slight uplift in his spirits. Upon returning to the Jin Wangfu, he instructed his servants to prepare lunch in the Shuangxue courtyard, as he intended to dine there that afternoon. However, upon arriving, he discovered that Xiao Qingxue had already taken her meal. Pei Ziyan approached the main room with an unfamiliar stiffness in his stride, finding Xiao Qingxue seated by the window, engaged in a game of chess with Mingyue. For the first time, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards Mingyue. How absurd it was, the crown prince feeling envious of a mere maid. Yet, the scene before him stirred an undeniable longing within him. Mingyue sat opposite her, leisurely playing chess, able to indulge in playful banter, and repeatedly took liberties. Emboldened by Xiao Qingxue's indulgence, Pei Ziyan could see the affection and leniency Xiao Qingxue bestowed upon Mingyue, perhaps a result of their years of companionship and trust. She allowed Mingyue the freedom to express her true nature, to wield her sharp claws in defense of her mistress, rather than molding her into a rigid, dutiful court maid. If she could be so forgiving towards her maid, why was she so harsh towards him? Simply because he was to marry another woman, a union born out of necessity to secure his standing, yet treated as if he had committed an unforgivable crime? She showed no semblance of tolerance whatsoever. Qingxue, Pei Ziyan approached her, noting the cool detachment in her gaze. I wish to speak with you. Xiao Qingxue placed a black stone on the board and tossed him 2 words. No time. I wish to discuss important matters, he insisted. Mingyue glanced at him, her eyes glinting with defiance. For my lady, this game is of utmost importance at the moment. Pei Ziyan fell into silence. It seemed Mingyue no longer felt the need to feign indifference. Confident that they would soon vacate this loathsome place and no longer need to endure his presence as the crown prince. Pei Ziyan lowered her gaze, fixating on the chessboard before her for an extended moment, before suddenly lifting her robe and kneeling. This unexpected gesture startled Mingyue, prompting her to hastily retreat to the couch. Crouching there. What are you doing? She exclaimed, taken aback. She had never anticipated that Pei Ziyan would take such a drastic action. The crown prince kneeling without a second thought? Was he truly disregarding all sense of dignity? Chapter 46. Truly deplorable, though she was arrogant and overbearing. She was acutely aware of her own status and understood that it was prudent to avoid suspicion at this moment. Just as Mingyue was about to rise and leave, she heard Xiao Qingxue say, "Sit down." Mingyue glanced at her mistress, hesitated for a moment, and reluctantly returned to her seat to continue the unfinished game of chess. This move will not work against me. Xiao Qingxue held a black piece delicately between her fingers, her tone serene. I have previously stated that I will compel the Empress to personally request my signature on the divorce decree. Pei Ziyan, while you may fail to uphold your words, I assure you that I will fulfill mine. She turned her gaze toward Pei Ziyan. At present, you require my assistance. Although you must sign this divorce decree regardless, I demand that you personally handwrite it, and that you beseech me to affix my signature upon it. Otherwise, prepare for the Southern Zhao army to trample your lands, transforming your cities into Southern Zhao territories, your citizens into Southern Zhao subjects, and your lords into prisoners beneath Southern Zhao's heel. Pei Ziyan's voice was taut. I have already withdrawn from the engagement with the Yun family. What does your withdrawal have to do with me? Xiao Qingxue set down her piece, her eyes fixed on the intricate black and white patterns on the board. I have made no promises to you, nor will I. Pei Ziyan's lips pressed together, turning pale. But in the imperial hall, you said I could withdraw from the engagement. And so, Xiao Qingxue stared directly at him. Reflect carefully. What did I promise you? Does withdrawing from the engagement equate to foregoing the divorce? Pei Ziyan, you treat promises as trifles and fate as a game. You did not consult me when you sought to marry the crown prince's consort, nor did you discuss it with Yun Shuiyao when you decided to withdraw. In your eyes, we're women, merely pawns for your ambitions, are they not? Pei Ziyan lifted his head, his gaze locked onto her face, as if it contained boundless affection and remorse. Qingxue, believe me or not, you're the only one I cherish. I merely strayed from my promise. Must I be condemned to death for it? I recognize my mistakes. Can we start anew, please? Qingxue, my mistress has never claimed you deserve such a fate. Mingyue interjected, frowning, perplexed by the origin of his words. Is my mistress seeking to condemn you to death? Just moments ago in the imperial hall, it was your emperor of the Yong dynasty who scolded her for being outrageous, and your ministers who spoke of men having multiple wives. What has my mistress said throughout? From beginning to end, her sole request has been for the divorce decree. Do you not comprehend this, or are you incapable of writing it? It must be said that although Mingyue was quick-tempered and headstrong, her ability to grasp the crux of the matter was unparalleled. Pei Ziyan found himself rendered speechless by her retorts. Mingyue snorted derisively. Truly absurd. Before my mistress's identity was revealed, you refer to her as a physician's daughter, aspiring to be a princess, completely forgetting the life-saving grace of 3 years and the bond of 2 years of marriage. You have discarded your own promises, and now, realizing the gravity of the situation, you feign innocence and remorse in a desperate attempt to soften her heart. Am I correct? Next, will you claim that it was my mistress who deliberately concealed her identity, leading to your betrayal? Did you mean to imply that had the young lady revealed her identity sooner, you would not have committed these trivial errors? Since you bear no fault, it must be the lady's oversight. Why not swiftly pen the divorce decree? Our lady shall soar far away, no longer gracing your presence. Would that not be a mutually beneficial resolution? When we discussed the divorce amicably, you perched high above, as though bestowing a favor. Yet now, you exhibit this display for whom? Truly, how contemptible! The final remark, blunt and forceful, serves as a classic summation of the entire string of mockery. Pei Ziyan, thoroughly berated by a maid, was seething with indignation, yet dared not express it, merely bowing his head in silence. "You need not be so," Xiao Qingxue calmly stated. "The divorce decree I penned lies upon the writing desk. Take it to the palace, transcribe it in the presence of the Empress, sign your name, and then have the Empress affix her phoenix seal, followed by her father's jade seal." "I do not consent to the divorce," Pei Ziyan managed to utter, gazing at Xiao Qingxue with pleading eyes. "Qingxue, I do not agree to the divorce. I acknowledge my faults and can amend them. I implore you for a chance at redemption." "Qingxue, I truly recognize my errors. After 2 years of our relationship, cannot you grant me one more opportunity?" Xiao Qingxue regarded him with an unperturbed gaze, her eyes devoid of warmth or familiarity, lacking even the slightest trace of marital affection. When Pei Ziyan met her gaze, it felt as if his blood had frozen, stripped of warmth. Xiao Qingxue genuinely no longer held any affection for him. Her eyes reflected no sentiment. She exhibited not a shred of reluctance or longing. This realization sent a wave of unease through him. Pei Ziyan presumed that after severing ties with Yin Shuiyao, she would, for the sake of their past, afford him a chance at reconciliation. After all, as one day's husband, 100 days' grace. How could she be so heartless? How could she be so resolute? Xiao Qingxue paid him no further mind, quietly finishing a game of chess with Mingwei, indifferent to Pei Ziyan's kneeling figure. Though Xiao Qingxue was a person of great tolerance, believing herself to possess a gentle temperament, rarely did she exhibit anger. Even in the palace, she seldom asserted her superiority over eunuchs or maidservants, refraining from using her status to impose undue hardship upon others. However, this did not imply she was a pushover. Her apparent tranquility and tolerance stemmed from her tendency to not dwell on many matters, unwilling to engage in petty disputes. Yet, her heart was resolute, her approach unwavering, even stubborn to the point of being incomprehensible. Just as she had insisted on coming to the Yong dynasty 3 years prior, so too did she firmly resolve to pursue the divorce now. Once she made a decision, no one could sway or alter it. Pei Ziyan knelt alone for the duration of a tea's brewing time, his knees beginning to throb with pain, while Xiao Qingxue remained engrossed in her game with Mingwei, completely oblivious to the man kneeling beside her. His kneeling was merely a tactic. Witnessing Xiao Qingxue's indifference, it was evident she was unmoved by such displays. He clenched his fists, a maelstrom of resentment swirling within him. As the crown prince, he knelt before her, yet she remained so cold-hearted. Was her heart forged of iron? Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, murmuring, "Qingxue, even if you kneel until tomorrow, my resolve will not waver." Xiao Qingxue remarked, "This move is of no use to me." Pei Ziyan's gaze turned icy in an instant. He rose in silence, casting a lingering glance at the composed Xiao Qingxue before dejectedly turning away. The moonlight streamed through the window as she observed Pei Ziyan's departing figure, her brow furrowing slightly. He has even resorted to kneeling. It seems he truly has no other recourse. A man, a true gentleman, kneels to heaven, earth, and his parents. Yet, he is still a prince, standing above all others, and yet he so easily bends his knee, readily sacrificing his dignity. Indeed, those who can endure and adapt are destined for greatness. Had the young lady's resolve been any less steadfast, she might have succumbed to compassion today. Chapter 47. She is not a princess. The empress was already aware of the grave illness afflicting the Dowager Empress of Nanjao and understood the reasons behind the increase in troops. Yet, despite her knowledge, an unsettling anxiety lingered within her. The urgency of the 600-li dispatch, more pressing than ordinary intelligence, indicated the severity of the situation and the need for swift decisions, leaving no room for delay. However, Xiao Qingxue's resolute attitude was utterly unexpected. How could Nanzhao seek medical assistance from the Yong dynasty? The empress's expression darkened, and her tone became somewhat exasperated. In such a vast realm, could they truly not find a capable physician? Though Xiao Qingxue was indeed skilled in detoxification, she was merely 20 years of age. Regardless of her proficiency, Could she possibly surpass the expertise of seasoned physicians who had studied medicine for decades? Pei Ziyan sat silently beside her, holding a teacup without uttering a word. There was no doubt regarding Xiao Qingxue's medical capabilities. What mattered was not her specialties or whether she could cure the Dowager Empress's ailment. Such inquiries were meaningless at present. The pressing concern was that the Nanjao envoys were on their way, traveling great distances to personally retrieve Xiao Qingxue. Whether their intent was genuine or merely a pretext for seeking medical help was irrelevant. What truly mattered was the assembly of 100,000 elite soldiers at the border. This signified that unless Xiao Qingxue was surrendered, they could launch an attack on the Yong dynasty at any moment. And the current predicament of the Yong dynasty left little hope for victory in battle. The Empress's voice was somber. What does Xiao Qingxue say? Pei Ziyan replied coolly. She wishes to divorce. The Empress, incensed, shattered the teacup in her hand. This is utterly unreasonable. Pei Ziyan remained silent. The eunuchs and maidservants knelt in unison. Yet he felt no connection to the unfolding chaos, appearing as though it were all of no consequence to him. The Empress coldly inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Pei Ziyan reiterated, "I cannot acquiesce to her request for divorce." He could not agree to such a separation. As long as their marital bond remained intact, regardless of Xiao Qingxue's status or her cold and obstinate demeanor, she would still have to consider him her husband, and her actions would inevitably be tempered by that fact. However, if that bond were to dissolve, Pei Ziyan's gaze fixated on the translucent tea within the cup, his expression hardening. If that bond were severed, and Nanjao were to take advantage of the Yong dynasty's current weakened state, their cavalry might well invade with impunity, leaving him without any leverage. Had he known, he would not have allowed her father to hastily arrange their marriage. A shadow of regret clouded the Empress's eyes as she could not help but lament. She had never anticipated Xiao Qingxue's obstinacy. A mere title of crown princess had incited such defiance. How could such a woman have been chosen for marriage? Had she foreseen the turmoil that would ensue? She might have insisted that Xiao Qingxue remain a concubine. Surely a concubine would lack the audacity to obstruct the crown prince's marriage. Pei Ziyan pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Although the situation had escalated to an almost irretrievable point, he understood that if he were to turn back the clock 2 years, he would still wholeheartedly choose to marry Xiao Qingxue, vowing to love her for a lifetime. At least, when he made that promise, he was sincere. Yet the inherent superiority of royal lineage and the prevailing patriarchal ideology rendered him incapable of fulfilling such a vow. However, Pei Ziyan believed he could adhere to this for 2 years. Among men, he had already performed admirably. Of his 6 brothers, which one did not possess a multitude of wives and concubines? The least of them had at least 4 or 5 concubines. Why then? Was Xiao Qingxue the only one not to be tolerated? The Empress inhaled deeply. When will the envoy arrive? Pei Ziyan replied, as soon as 1 day, but no longer than 3 days at the latest. Then there's still time. The Empress's gaze darkened, her voice frigid. Ziyan, perhaps you could employ some extraordinary measures. Mother's meaning is to administer a colorless and flavorless sleeping draught into her food, rendering her unconscious until the envoy from Nanjao arrives, at which point she could be handed over directly. Pei Ziyan was taken aback and resolutely shook his head. No. The Empress furrowed her brow. Why not? Pei Ziyan wished to express that Xiao Qingxue was highly likely to be a princess of Nanjao. Should he act in such a manner, it would only offend the Nanjao envoy. If the Empress Dowager of the opposing side were not truly gravely ill, but merely sought to reclaim their princess, how could he expect the envoy to remain calm if he rendered her unconscious? Although the evidence regarding Xiao Qingxue's status as a Nanjao princess was not yet conclusive, Pei Ziyan dared not take the risk. He rubbed his temples, momentarily devoid of strategies. After a brief pause, he rose. I shall think of another solution. Mother need not worry for the time being. I will devise a countermeasure swiftly. The Empress's expression was grim. Granny Qin has been at the Jin Wangfu for several days. How can there be no news at all? The past few days have been somewhat unpleasant. As Pei Ziyan spoke, he could not help but recall the events of recent days. His mood worsened considerably. I shall ensure Granny Qin returns promptly. Having said this, he turned to leave. As for Xiao Qingxue's suggestion for the empress to actively seek a divorce, Pei Ziyan had no intention of acquiescing. The following 2 days were fraught with tension both in the court and the palace. The empress summoned Xiao Qingxue twice, yet she did not enter the palace. The former emperor and the entire court were enveloped in a heavy gloom, the atmosphere oppressive for 2 consecutive days. On the 6th day of the 8th month, the spies dispatched by Pei Ziyan finally returned with a report that momentarily invigorated him. According to their investigation, one of the 4 prominent families bore the surname Xiao, and 3 years prior, they had lost a daughter. Nanjao had no princess or county princess by the name of Xiao Qingxue. The current emperor had a legitimate sister named Xiao Qihuang, titled Princess Qinghuang. The head of the Fan family in the capital had been assassinated and remained bedridden, causing the grain merchants who had previously collaborated with the Fan family to withdraw from their partnerships. The Nanjao envoys had reached the capital and would arrive at the imperial city the following day. Pei Ziyan did not attentively listen to every word the spies reported. He only heard that the current emperor has but one legitimate sister, named Xiao Qihuang, and a weight slowly lifted from his heart. Xiao Qingxue was not a princess of Nanjao. She was not a princess of Nanjao. She was indeed fabricating a fade of noble birth, attempting to instill fear in him, compelling him to agree to a divorce willingly. Pei Ziyan gently closed his eyes and then turned to exit. Upon reaching the frost and snow courtyard, he saw Xiao Qingxue engaged in painting. Pei Ziyan stepped over the threshold, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the pair of them, master and servant. He then spoke coolly, "I have dispatched someone to investigate your identity. There is no princess by the name of Xiao Qingxue in Nanjao." If he believed that uttering these words would cause Xiao Qingxue to reveal her deceit through a display of guilt, he was evidently mistaken. Xiao Qingxue merely glanced at him before returning her focus to her painting, while Mingyue remained silent. "Qingxue," Pei Ziyan approached, "the envoys will arrive tomorrow. Must you persist in this tantrum?" Chapter 48. Can the identity of Xiao Qingxue be unveiled? Xiao Qingxue remained silent. Her gaze lowered as she applied the final stroke to her painting. "I shall not agree to a divorce. But if you can cure the illness of the Empress Dowager of Nanjao." His tone faltered, as if he were carefully weighing his words. "If you succeed, Nanjao will surely be grateful to us. At that time, our 2 nations can coexist in harmony, and I will still honor my promise to make you the crown princess, and I shall never renege on my vow. I assure you, at least until my ascension, you shall be the sole lady of the Eastern Palace, with no other women, not even concubines, to intrude upon your domain." Xiao Qingxue set her brush aside and turned to wash her hands in the basin, entirely disregarding his self-righteous proclamations. "Qingxue," Pei Ziyan's brow furrowed. "If you're concerned for your safety, I can accompany you to Nanjao. That way, if they intend to make things difficult for you, I can stand in front of you. Are you not afraid that a journey to Nanjao might mean you never return to the Yong dynasty?" Mingyue interjected with a cold laugh. "How deeply devoted you are. A husband and wife should face difficulties together," Pei Ziyan asserted resolutely. "If I cannot return, I must bear the consequences of my decisions. Even if it means death, I will protect Qingxue's safety." Mingyue scoffed, deriding his misplaced bravado. "Does the lady truly require your protection?" Xiao Qingxue dried her hands and finally turned to face Pei Ziyan, meeting his gaze directly. "My condition has always been singular, the divorce decree. If the crown prince fails to comprehend my words, he may seek counsel from the grand tutor. Only when you can understand others' words shall you come to converse with me." Pei Ziyan's expression stiffened, a heavy fog of frustration clouding his eyes as rage surged unexpectedly within him. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Xiao Qingxue, why are you so obstinate?" Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly, her eyes glinting with mockery. "For your sake, I have already severed my engagement with Yin Shuiyao. Does this not demonstrate my sincerity?" In a moment of emotional upheaval, Pei Ziyan nearly cried out in desperation. "I simply like you. I have fallen in love with you. I have compromised repeatedly, and now the envoys from Nanjao are about to arrive in the imperial city. How much longer will you persist in this nonsense?" Mingyue observed him with a cold gaze, likening him to a madwoman. Indeed, if such behavior were exhibited by a woman, men would undoubtedly label her as insane. Yet when exhibited by a man, he could brazenly claim that it stemmed from passion. Look at him, how deeply emotional he appears, reduced to such humility for the sake of love, while completely disregarding his previous ingratitude and callousness. If a woman were to err, a man could easily scold her from a position of superiority, admonishing her for her lack of generosity, her failure to embody virtue, her inability to see the bigger picture, and her excessive jealousy. However, he forgets that her request has always been simple, a divorce. It is he who has complicated what should have remained straightforward. Yet he possesses the audacity to question others. Who, then, is truly causing the uproar? Who is being unreasonable? Indeed, it seems that royalty embodies the ultimate truth. Those who wield power are invariably deemed righteous. Regardless of the perspective of those in power or that of men, women are eternally relegated to a position of submission. Any act of defiance can easily be construed as a transgression against them. If a young lady is not of noble birth and lacks familial support, does she possess the audacity to stand against him? Indeed, it is a matter of confrontation. Observe these two characters. It embodies the defiance and resistance of those beneath against their superiors. Women are perpetually cast in the role of the subordinate. Mingyuan no longer wished to behold Pei Ziyan. She ceased her earlier arrogance and fury, instead speaking with calm composure. My lady has never demanded anything from the beginning. She merely wishes to part amicably with His Royal Highness. Yet, such a modest request appears insurmountable for him. Pei Ziyan remained silent, his expression inscrutable. You desire a multitude of wives while yearning for harmony. You appreciate her uniqueness, yet expect her to be magnanimous. You disdain the origins of medical women, yet insist upon the bonds of 2 years of marriage. Mingyue regarded him, recognizing that the crown prince had led himself into a dead end. Had he relinquished his ambitions sooner, matters might not have escalated to this point. Pei Ziyan remained speechless, his gaze fixated on Xiao Qingxue, a tumult of emotions swirling within his eyes. The bond of marriage holds immense significance, so much so that you are willing to take another woman as your legitimate wife, relegating your primary spouse to a secondary position, all while maintaining silence before her for half a month. The dignity of a man is paramount, yet you kneel before her, hoping to sway her heart. The position of crown prince is likewise crucial, but mere days after your engagement with Yin Shuiyao, you personally rescind the betrothal. Each of these actions only serves to portray you as capricious. Even if you ascend to the throne, you shall be seen as a ruler whose decrees are ever-changing, incapable of earning anyone's trust. Enough. Pei Ziyan's countenance darkened. How can a mere servant dare to admonish me so? Mingyue raised an eyebrow. Is this admonition? It is merely an invitation for you to confront the truth and recognize your own shortcomings. If His Royal Highness no longer wishes to listen, I shall cease my words. Pei Ziyan closed his eyes and turned to leave once more. That night, he experienced a foreboding dream, awakening in a state of unrest, unable to find solace in sleep. Although he had endured several sleepless nights, tonight his mind was particularly agitated. In his dream, he found himself cornered at the edge of a precipice, surrounded by ravenous beasts, with an abyss yawning behind him, unfathomable in depth. He cried out for salvation, yet no one could rescue him from such dire straits. His heart raced incessantly, as if heralding some impending fate. He resolved to don his garments and stand at the window, gazing into the pitch-black night, contemplating the arrival of the envoy the following day. Tomorrow, would it finally unveil the true identity of Xiao Qingxue? If she were indeed a member of the Nanjao royal family, regardless of her status as a princess, she would undoubtedly be eager to enter the palace to meet the envoy, leaving the once disdainful lords and ministers of the Yong dynasty utterly astonished, catching them off guard, and secretly relishing their anxious expressions. Pei Ziyan suddenly smiled, a bitter smile of self-mockery. What was he doing here? He was indeed lost in a reverie, envisioning the scene where Xiao Qingxue struck their faces with a resounding crack. Truly, he had become entranced. Chapter 49. The envoys of Nanjao arrive on the morning of the 7th day of the 8th month. The envoys from Nanjao arrived at the royal capital of the Yong dynasty. At that time, Xiao Qingxue was leisurely wandering in the garden of the Wangfu with Mingwei. The weather was splendid, and the morning sun cast a comforting warmth. She sat in a pavilion, sipping tea while savoring the crisp morning air and the gentle sunlight. Meanwhile, Pei Ziyan was leading the princes and officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War outside the palace to welcome the envoys. Outside the city gate, elite soldiers stood in formation, mounted on their finely selected steeds, exuding an imposing aura that was truly awe-inspiring. At the forefront, a young man, around 20 years of age, rode a chestnut steed. His features were exquisitely handsome, reminiscent of a noble scion. Yet the coldness in his eyes and the palpable aura of iron and blood sent an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Pei Ziyan's gaze fell upon the young man, and he spoke respectfully. "May I inquire about your name?" "General Qihuang," was the brief yet resonant reply, sending a jolt through those present. The famed warrior of Nanjao was indeed so youthful. The Minister of War was both shocked and bewildered, stammering, "Your Excellency, you truly," he hesitated, wanting to question if the young man had misrepresented himself. But the intensity of Qihuang's gaze and the commanding presence he exuded rendered him unable to voice his doubts. The martial king interjected, "Might I request that the esteemed envoys disarm?" Qihuang's eyes shifted slightly, his icy gaze locking onto the martial king, his voice chilling. "Do you possess the authority to make such a request?" The martial king's complexion paled, a blend of anger and fear washing over him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The general had come solely to escort Dr. Xiao to Nanzhao. As a man beside Qihuang interjected, "There is no need for alarm, esteemed envoys. Even if we are clad in armor and bear weapons, we are merely 3,000 strong. Why the undue tension?" "Indeed," another voice chimed in with a chuckle, "there are 100,000 troops stationed at the borders. If 3,000 could intimidate you, how would you fare against 100,000? Pei Ziyan's face flushed with indignation. "It is said that Nanjao is a powerful nation, exhibiting the demeanor of one. Yet you come forth with mockery. Is this your notion of propriety?" "Who is mocking?" A guard retorted coldly. "We merely speak the truth. Should Nanjao wish to impose harm upon you, we would not have sent merely 3,000 to greet Dr. Xiao. Instead, we could have trampled through the lands of the Yong dynasty with 100,000 troops, ensuring your compliance in delivering him to the borders unharmed. And if we were to be more excessive, we might even require your emperor or crown prince to personally escort him. How would you respond to that?" The princes, typically embroiled in fierce power struggles, exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They felt the sting of humiliation, wanting to retaliate but lacking the courage to do so. The elite cavalry of Nanzhao, emboldened by their formidable army and ample resources, felt no fear, confident in their strength, particularly due to their alliance with Dongxiang, rendering them impervious to ambush. However, the Yong dynasty lacked such confidence, and thus they could only endure the ridicule and acquiesce to the demand to refrain from disarming. For Qihuang had declared, "I could return to the borders at any moment." Return to the borders for what purpose? Nature orchestrates the mobilization of troops against the Yong dynasty. Although the southern borders of Yong are fortified with soldiers, Pei Ziyan took a deep breath, grasped the reins, and inclined to one side to create a passage. "General Qi, please." The 3,000 elite soldiers followed behind, marching into the city with an impressive grandeur akin to that of a victorious army, instilling a sense of trepidation. The Duke Wang, King Wu, King Rui, and the ministers beheld this spectacle, their hearts inexplicably burdened by a sense of foreboding. They felt trapped in a precarious predicament. The 3,000 well-armored elite troops, weapons in hand, posed a formidable threat should they choose to turn hostile during the palace banquet, the consequences of which were too dreadful to contemplate. Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, turned to King Rui, and bowed his head, saying, "Inform the commander of the Imperial Forest Army to muster additional personnel outside the Xianjin Gate, prioritizing those with the finest skills, especially around Father. We must ensure his safety with the most capable guards." King Rui, acutely aware of the unusual circumstances, had no time to ponder why he should heed the crown prince's command. The security of the palace was paramount. They could not afford to place the emperor in peril. nor allow the envoys from Nanjao to disrupt the palace. Upon reaching the inner city gate, the commander of the Imperial Forest Army again insisted on disarming. Yet, the Nanzhao envoys stood firm, their demeanor unyielding and disdainful. If you young are fearful of death, we can turn back without wasting time. Pei Ziyan signaled for them to proceed. Qihuang, mounted on his imposing steed, confidently advanced through the palace gates, with the 3,000 elite soldiers closely following. Were this a conflict between two nations, the odds would heavily favor the elite troops entering a foreign territory, given the defensive situation within the Yong Palace. The hidden traps and crossbows on the city towers would pose an insurmountable challenge. And the moment the palace gates closed behind the 3,000, they could be easily annihilated. However, the two nations were not adversaries at present, and Yong dared not regard Nanzhao as an enemy. The envoys smoothly entered the Xianjing gate, arriving at the plaza outside the Xianjing Hall. Qihuang raised an arm, and the 3,000 elite soldiers swiftly formed ranks, dismounting in unison, standing steadfast next to their steeds, their postures erect and their presence imposing. The emperor, accompanied by civil and military officials, awaited on either side of the hall steps. Witnessing this display, their expressions shifted in unison. These are the envoys from Nanjao. Why are there no civil officials among them? Only cavalry. Qihuang dismounted. Father. Pei Ziyan stepped forward, bowing in respect. This general is the renowned General Qihuang from Nanjao. The emperor's demeanor shifted once more, his gaze landing on Qihuang's face. Hardly able to believe that the formidable general from Nanjao was such a youthful figure. General Qi has traveled a great distance. You must be weary, the emperor remarked, his face alight with warmth. We have prepared some light refreshments in the hall. I invite all the soldiers to partake. Qihuang responded with indifference. Shen Yaochuan, Yu Yin, Zhan Qingwu, Yu Lingfeng, you four will accompany me into the hall. The rest shall wait outside. Yes, a resounding chorus echoed, forged under the ironclad pressure of the military. For young men followed closely behind Qihuang. Pei Ziyan's gaze fell upon these four individuals. The first is Shen Yaochuan, a strikingly handsome youth of 18 or 19, exuding a flamboyant charm that stands in stark contrast to Qihuang's demeanor. His brows and eyes convey an indescribable allure, embodying the essence of a dashing young gentleman. Next is Yu Yin, in his 30s, characterized by a mature steadiness and an unassuming presence. While his appearance may seem somewhat ordinary compared to others, he becomes notably distinguished when placed among the common populace. Then there is Zhan Qingwu, around 24 or 25, possessing a rugged masculinity. His features are more sharply defined than those of his peers, yet his demeanor is surprisingly gentle. Unlike the chilling intensity of Qihuang, nor the dazzling brilliance of Shen Yaochuan, he appears more approachable. Finally, there is Yi Lingfeng, aged 27 or 28, who is aloof and taciturn, his expression devoid of superfluous emotions. His aura is akin to that of Qihuang, though not as exaggeratedly frigid. Perhaps it is merely his inherent reticence, with emotions kept well concealed. Chapter 50. The arrogance of the Nanzhao envoy. A group of 5 entered the grand hall, while the rest remained in the square. From the hall, the imposing presence that greeted them was even more formidable than the spectacle of the emperor's coronation. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a retinue for the reception of a mere physician? This display seemed to convey a blatant disregard for the Yong dynasty, an attempt to instill a sense of trepidation and make them aware of Nanzhao's formidable military prowess. The emperor suppressed his unease and displeasure, extending an invitation to Qihuang and the 4 generals to take their seats. I'm not a general, Shen Yaochuan interjected softly. I am the head of the Shun family, the royal merchants of Nanzhao, accompanying General Qi merely as a precaution. A precaution? The emperor was perplexed, uncertain of Shun's intentions. Shen Yaochuan offered a slight smile, just as it sounds. The emperor and his ministers exchanged glances. Zhan Qingwu elucidated. What Master Shen means is that should negotiations between Nanzhao and the Yong dynasty falter, they may resort to military coercion, and thus, Master Shen's responsibility would be to ensure the supply of provisions. Pei Ziyan shuddered slightly, unable to suppress thoughts of the recent shortages in supplies. The title of royal merchant and head of the Shun family was unfamiliar to him. Yet he harbored a lingering suspicion that the recent misfortunes surrounding the Fan family in the capital were orchestrated by unseen forces. The emperor forced a smile. Nanjao is merely seeking a physician. It is not of such grave consequence. Surely, we will reach an agreement. He then glanced at Pei Ziyan, who was gazing pensively into his cup of wine, lost in thought. I have heard that the Empress Dowager of your esteemed country is gravely ill, the emperor began cautiously. Is her condition dire? There is no need for such an elaborate display. As healers, it is our duty to treat the sick. We shall do our utmost to assist. Your Majesty speaks with such ease, Xiao Qihuang replied with a smile that carried a hint of mockery. How do you intend to assist? Naturally, by sending Dr. Xiao to your country. I have heard that Dr. Xiao is now wed to Prince Jin, who is currently the crown prince. Thus, Dr. Xiao has become the crown princess? The emperor hesitated momentarily. Master Shin may not be aware, but she, the crown princess, is indeed a member of the royal family. Xiao Qihuang interjected, arching an eyebrow. If the wife of a noble cannot travel alone, how can your majesty permit the crown princess to journey to a foreign land to treat the empress dowager? The emperor's expression grew awkward. Well, in the interest of healing, exceptions can be made. Xiao Qihuang pressed. Who will escort her? The emperor hastily replied, I will make the necessary arrangements. Xiao Qihuang's tone remained gentle yet insistent. May I inquire how your majesty intends to arrange this? The emperor found himself ensnared by this question and turned to Pei Ziyan for assistance. Pei Ziyan raised his head and responded, I shall personally escort her. Xiao Qihuang smiled faintly. Does His Highness not fear that upon entering Nanjao, he might never return? I do not fear encountering an assassination attempt on the way. Xiao Qihuang posed question after question, his smile concealing an air of formidable intensity. It is well known that you have recently been appointed as the crown prince, and your position remains precarious, with numerous other royal siblings poised to challenge you. Should you dare to leave the imperial city, assassins would undoubtedly intercept you en route. Is this not something you have considered? Pei Ziyan's expression stiffened, and he instinctively replied, I can arrange for additional guards. However, organizing a protective detail requires time, and weighing the need for personal risk equally demands reflection. In the event of an assassination attempt during your journey, even if you were to evade danger, delays would be unavoidable. Furthermore, would your father and the entire court consent to allowing the crown prince to embark on such perilous endeavors? Xiao Qihuang smiled slightly. You see, addressing these concerns would take at least a month, would it not? We do not have the luxury of time to await developments at the borders. Hence, we have come in person. Pei Ziyan, pale and rigid, had no choice but to nod, acknowledging the validity of Shun's assertions. Xiao Qihuang continued, I wish to inquire further. Now that we have come to retrieve Dr. Xiao, does His Highness still wish to accompany us? Pei Ziyan nodded affirmatively. Naturally, I am willing. Xiao Qihuang pressed on. Are you not afraid we might take you as a hostage? Pei Ziyan replied with a calm smile. As I mentioned earlier at the city gates, if Nanjao harbored hostile intentions towards Yongqiao, they could swiftly invade with their formidable army, rather than embarking on this journey. Similarly, your attempt to use me as leverage would be futile. Should I perish, other princes remain within the court, and my demise would scarcely affect Yongqiao's standing. Therefore, such an act will be devoid of purpose. Xiao Qihuang clicked his tongue. You are gravely mistaken. What I mean is, if Dr. Zhao's medical skills are not as extraordinary as believed, and she fails to cure the Empress Dowager, do you think you would return alive? He scoffed coldly. We may choose not to take you hostage, but eliminating you remains a feasible option. I can assure you, even if the crown prince were to die in Nanzhao, the emperor of Yongqiao would not dare to seek retribution for your death. This statement was nothing short of a provocation, a ruthless affront that trampled upon the dignity of the Yongqiao court. The expressions of those present in the grand hall shifted dramatically, from the emperor to the ministers, all displaying a mixture of indignation and anger. They discerned hostility from Xiao Qihuang's words, along with an air of condescension and an attitude that belittled their stature. Though he appeared gentle and smiling, Every utterance concealed a challenge and derision. He seemed to harbor a palpable disdain for the crown prince, each word dripping with contempt. A mere merchant, despite the imperial title, remained just that, a merchant. What right did he possess to provoke them in such a manner? General Qi. The emperor ignored Xiao Qihuang and turned his attention to the silent Qihuang, who had his head bowed. It seems the head of the Shun family harbors an inexplicable animosity towards us. Qihuang lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes glinting with a frosty sharpness. Your Majesty, you are overthinking it. The emperor hesitated. Indeed, the inquiries posed by Xiao Qihuang were quite reasonable. Qihuang remarked, if such events were to transpire in our Nanjao, we too would deliberate on whether to acquiesce to the requests of others. After all, there are countless talented individuals in this world. Why must one travel across vast distances to seek medical assistance in a foreign land, especially when the patient is a married royal lady? Pei Ziyan tightened his grip on the wine cup. Qihuang continued, earlier, Shun Yaochuan inquired about your opinions and arrangements. I wish to ask, what are Dr. Zhao's thoughts? Is she inclined to journey to Nanzhao? Is she truly willing to risk her life to treat a stranger, traveling such a great distance? The emperor chuckled. She would naturally be willing. Yet, the emperor's words seemed insufficient. Shen Yaochuan raised an eyebrow. We ought to hear Dr. Xiao speak for herself. The emperor turned to Ziyan. Please send someone to summon the crown prince and crown princess to the hall. Pei Ziyan felt a weight in his heart, fully aware of Xiao Qingxue's current disposition. He could only nod in acquiescence. He rose from the grand hall and dispatched a eunuch to the Jin Wangfu, urging him to bring Xiao Qingxue forth without delay. Chapter 51. The war god of Nanjao, the eunuch Xiao Lizzie arrived at the Jin Wang residence and encountered Xiao Qingxue in the garden, relaying the prince's instructions faithfully. Seated in the pavilion, sipping tea, Xiao Qingxue replied in a languid tone, I shall not go. Xiao Lizzie was taken aback. Your Highness? Do not err in your address. Mingyue interjected. Our Lady has yet to enter the Eastern Palace. You may refer to her as the Jin Wang Fei, but not as the Taizi Fei. Even upon entering the Eastern Palace, she would merely be the side consort of the Crown Prince, as decreed by His Majesty the Emperor himself. To misuse the title is to show contempt for the imperial edict and the true Crown Princess, which could lead to punishment or even death. Trembling, Xiao Lizzie spoke. Unwilling to argue, Jin Wang Fei, the Emperor and the envoys are awaiting you in the main hall. You should hasten to the palace. Do you not understand my lady's wishes? Mingyue frowned. She has no intention of going. At this moment, Xiao Lizzie was truly enlightened. The crown prince summoned the side consort, only for her to refuse. How would he report back? Daring not to express his frustration, Xiao Lizzie knelt with a thud, pleading, Wang Fei, I implore you to enter the palace. I cannot bear the consequences. Return and inform Pei Ziyan that my conditions remain unchanged, Xiao Qingxue replied calmly, fully aware of the reasons behind her refusal and assured that he would not be blamed. But Our Lady will not go. Should you continue to delay, it will only serve to irritate the envoys. Mingyue retorted coldly. Return and report, and let Pei Ziyan devise a solution. Xiao Lizzie raised his head, uneasily inquiring then. What are the Wang Fei's demands? A copy of the divorce decree, penned by the crown prince himself, sealed with the empress's phoenix seal and the emperor's jade seal, delivered personally by the empress to the Jin Wang residence, requesting my lady's separation from the crown prince. What? Xiao Lizzie nearly fainted from shock. What sort of demand is this? Go swiftly, Mingyue urged, clearly displeased. Xiao Lizzie glanced at the serene Xiao Qingxue in the pavilion, rose hastily, and rushed back to the palace. Fearful of wasting time, he dismounted and ran breathlessly to the Xianjing Hall. Upon arrival, he fell to his knees, exclaiming, I deserve punishment. Your Majesty, I deserve punishment. All the ministers stared at him. The emperor's gaze fell upon him, cold and inquiring. Where is the Taizi Fei? Xiao Lizzie, filled with trepidation, stammered Jin Wang Fei said she. Pei Ziyan's heart sank. Xiao Qingxue was indeed seizing the opportunity to pressure him, having calculated that today was crucial for her, brazenly threatening him. Compose yourself before speaking. The emperor frowned, his tone displeased. What did she say? Jin Wangfei stated that she has proposed conditions to His Highness the Crown Prince. The divorce decree, drafted by Jin Wangfei, must be personally penned by His Highness, sealed by the Empress with her Phoenix seal, and further sealed by Your Majesty with your Jade seal. The Empress must personally deliver it to the Jin Wang residence to grant her freedom, and only then will she naturally acquiesce to Nanzhao's requests. Silence enveloped the hall. The stillness was palpable, as if a pin could be heard falling. The expressions of the civil and military officials were one of shock and incredulity. The emperor's face visibly contorted with fury as he fixed a cold gaze upon Xiao Lizzie, inquiring icily, "Did you not inform the crown princess that the envoy from Nanjao awaits her in the main hall?" "I have mentioned it. I have knelt before the crown princess several times, yet she insists on a divorce." Qihuang, holding a wine cup, took a sip, his demeanor exuding a chilling, ice-like intensity. Yet his movements were imbued with an elegance that suggested a refined upbringing, truly a sight to behold. However, the world was entirely unaware of the origins of this general. He seemed to have materialized out of thin air, lacking any familial connections, and during his inaugural military campaign, he achieved unparalleled feats of valor, leading a mere 3,000 elite troops to decimate the ambitious vassal king's 50,000 soldiers, resulting in nearly half their number perishing, while the remainder surrendered, willingly laying down their arms to survive. 5 years prior, Xiling had similarly provoked Nanjao, but the then 18-year-old Qihuang, commanding 3,000 men, left no survivors. Since then, they had not dared approach the borders of Nanjao. Xiling was a nation prone to warfare, yet it refrained from antagonizing Nanjao, repeatedly instigating conflicts with the Yong dynasty. For years ago, the Emperor of Yong had dispatched envoys to Nanzhao, seeking an alliance against Xiling, proposing that the two nations join forces to eradicate Xiling from that territory, with the spoils shared. However, Nanzhao held no interest in such a proposition. Now, the Emperor, observing the throng of 3,000 men assembled in the courtyard, was suddenly reminded of Qihuang's illustrious record from 5 years ago, a chill creeping into his heart. Could it be that these 3,000 elite soldiers were the very same who had accompanied him in the annihilation of Xiling? The emperor's grip on the wine cup faltered slightly. He feigned a smile. "The crown princess has been in a temper with the crown prince of late. I ask that the envoys kindly wait a moment." He turned to Pei Ziyan. "Ziyan, you shall go and invite her personally." Pei Ziyan nodded in agreement. Rising from his seat and bowing to Qihuang, "I shall return shortly." Xin Yaochuan kindly cautioned, "We require that Dr. Xiao is willing and unharmed. It would be prudent for the crown prince to proceed gently, avoiding coercion or undue embarrassment, as one ought to exhibit decorum when dealing with a lady." Pei Ziyan stiffened, nodded, and turned to exit the main hall. General Qi, having traveled from afar, would likely remain in the Yong dynasty for several days. The emperor raised his wine cup, declaring, "I shall ensure that all of you are graciously entertained, allowing you to truly experience the customs and culture of the Yong dynasty." Qihuang remained silent, his handsome visage betraying an air of indifference, offering no acknowledgement of the emperor's overtures, his haughty demeanor rendering the atmosphere quite uncomfortable. The officials of the Yong dynasty exchanged awkward glances, while the princes, including the Prince of Duan, the Prince of Rui, and the Prince of Yin, silently regarded one another, perplexed by the general's icy demeanor, devoid of the grandeur expected of a great nation. The emperor, sensing the prevailing awkwardness, resorted to clapping his hands to signal for entertainment. The gathering of lords and officials found themselves bewildered, unable to comprehend Nanzhao's peculiar approach to seeking medical aid. Since the Empress Dowager of Nanjao is gravely ill, should they not resort to any means necessary to compel Xiao Qingxue to willingly journey to Nanzhao? Why then do they maintain such an air of decorum? Prince Rui gazed thoughtfully at Qihuang and Sun Yaochuan across from him, unable to suppress his musings. Were these two truly here to seek medical assistance? Or were they instead advocating for Xiao Qingxue? They displayed no reaction to the proposition of her divorce. Yet when the crown prince prepared to return to the palace, they reminded him to uphold his dignity. Chapter 52. Is Yun Shuiyao going mad? Pei Ziyan had not yet returned to the prince's residence. "Yun Shuiyao, accompanied by the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence, Nanjao, and 12 maids, arrived at the prince's mansion in a grand procession. As the prospective crown princess, and with Nanjao being the emperor's own niece, no one dared to obstruct them in the front courtyard. Grasping a dagger firmly, Xiao declared, "Whoever dares to stop me shall witness my demise today. Let us see who among you can bear this responsibility." She charged into the inner courtyard, as if bereft of reason. "Miss Yin, Miss Lin, please calm down," old Madame Zhou implored anxiously. "We cannot create a disturbance in the prince's residence." "Who is creating a disturbance?" Xiao retorted, pointing the dagger at her with a frosty expression. "I am the crown prince's fiancé, graciously bestowed by the emperor. This residence belongs to my husband. Am I not permitted entry? Step aside, old Madame Zhou." Old Madame Zhou's face turned pale. "Miss Yin, please remain calm. If you do not step aside, I shall perish before you." Xiao pressed the dagger lightly against her own throat. "Where's Xiao Qingxue? Bring her out." Terrified, old Madame Zhou raised her hands in protest. "You mustn't, Miss Yin. Lead the way." Old Madame Zhou trembled. "If you would just lower the dagger, I will guide you immediately, but could you perhaps not bring so many people? You and Miss Lin may go alone. The others can wait outside. Lead the way." Xiao commanded sternly. As old Madame Zhou hesitated, Xiao made a shallow cut on her neck, almost causing old Madame Zhou to lose her wits. "Miss Yin, please." Xiao shouted, "Lead the way. Old servant will lead you right away." Old Madame Zhou, her complexion ashen, hurriedly turned towards the garden. Xiao and Nanjao followed her, accompanied by the 12 maids, creating quite a spectacle. Old Madame Zhou dared not move too quickly, pondering how to keep the princess and Mingwei safe from the now unhinged Xiao. Yet, there was no time to issue a warning. They soon reached the entrance to the garden. Old Madame Zhou pretended to search for the princess, calling out loudly, "Princess, where are you? Miss Yin and Miss Lin have arrived." Silence. Xiao hissed through clenched teeth. "Old Madame Zhou, if anything were to happen to me, could you bear the consequences?" In truth, there was no need for old Madame Zhou to shout. At that moment, Xiao Qingxue and Mingwei sat undisturbed in a gazebo, enjoying the height advantage, and could clearly see the commotion caused by Xiao and Nanjao from afar. Mingwei furrowed her brow. Is Xiao truly losing her mind? She has brought so many people, and with a dagger in hand, does she intend to kill someone? In light of the tense military situation between Yong Dynasty and Xiling, with Nanzhao reinforcing troops at the borders, all officials are on edge, yet this prospective crown princess is consumed by her personal grievances? Oh well. The prospective crown princess was rejected 2 days ago, unable to fulfill her role, hence her irrationality and reckless desire for revenge. "Miss," Mingwei turned to Xiao Qingxue. "May I act freely now?" "Indeed." Xiao Qingxue's tone was nonchalant, acknowledging your struggles in recent days, since they have come to provoke you willingly. What is there to hesitate about? "Very well." Mingwei then rose and stepped out of the pavilion, calling out from the corridor, "Zhou Mama, the princess is here." Zhou Mama's vision blurred, nearly causing her to faint. She had intended for Mingwei to take the princess away to avoid trouble, not to reveal their location. Upon seeing Mingwei, Xiao was overwhelmed with a surge of old grievances and new enmities. She forcefully pushed Zhou Mama aside and strode angrily towards the pavilion where Xiao Qingxue and Mingwei sat, sipping tea. Mingwei stood defiantly in the corridor, her posture exuding an air of invincibility as she coldly observed Xiao and Nanjao ascending the stone steps with their maidservants. "Xiao Qingxue, you wretched woman!" Xiao exclaimed, her eyes filled with venom as she approached Mingwei. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Qingxue in the pavilion. "Did you instigate the crown prince to break off the engagement? You narrow-minded, selfish, and malicious woman. I shall not let you off lightly. You slap." Mingwei delivered a sharp blow to her face. "To insult the princess is a grave offense. I shall bestow upon you 2 slaps as a warning." With that, the sound of another resounding slap echoed as the second blow struck Xiao's face. Fuming, Xiao's expression contorted with rage. She brandished a dagger and lunged at Mingwei, shouting, "You vile maid, die!" Mingwei seized her wrist, flinging the dagger far away, and then delivered another resounding slap. "You dare to insult me? You deserve to be punished." After receiving 3 stinging slaps, Yun Shuyao's face twisted in fury. She turned to her maidservants, barking, "Are you all dead? Seize this wretch. Tear her to pieces." The maidservants rushed forward, but the narrowness of the corridor allowed only 2 to advance side by side. As the first 2 maidservants reached for Mingwei, she grasped their shoulders and hurled them out of the corridor. With a thud, they fell to the ground below. The corridor was half a person's height above the garden, and the soft soil cushioned their fall, causing only minor discomfort. After the maidservants tumbled down, Lin Jiyue, with a pale face, commanded stop. Mingwei raised an eyebrow. "And who might you be?" "I am the current empress's niece." "Lin Jiyue?" Mingwei exclaimed, clapping her hands. "I know you." They had crossed paths before, albeit infrequently. Lin Jiyue harbored disdain for Xiao Qingxue, looking down upon her background. Despite Xiao Qingxue's remarkable feat of healing Pei Ziyan, a task that earned her the respect of the entire Pei family, Lin Jiyue, as a legitimate daughter of the Pei family and the empress's niece, remained unimpressed. She had previously sought to confront Xiao Qingxue on several occasions, believing she was unworthy of the crown prince. Yet, Lin Jiyue herself had no interest in Pei Ziyan. Her disdain for Xiao Qingxue stemmed purely from personal bias. 2 years ago, no one anticipated that Pei Ziyan would ascend to the position of crown prince, nor did anyone foresee that Yun Shuiyao would become the crown princess. At that time, Lin Jiyue had her sights set on the princess consort of the Jin prince, her intimate friend, Xue Ying, the legitimate daughter of the Xue family. However, Pei Ziyan harbored affections solely for Xiao Qingxue, showing no interest in Xue Ying, who later wed the Yin prince and became the Yin princess. The empress also protected Xiao Qingxue. Lin Jiyue, not wishing to offend her aunt and cousin, could only suppress her disdain within her heart. After marrying Pei Ziyan, Xiao Qingxue seldom attended the gatherings of noble ladies and gentlemen in the capital, as she preferred to remain secluded, dedicating herself entirely to the study of medicinal herbs. Consequently, many self-proclaimed aristocratic women grew increasingly disdainful of her. She would only attend social events deemed necessary. Thus, her encounters with Lin Jiyue became exceedingly rare. The ladies who were friendly with Lin Jiyue were well aware of her aversion to Xiao Qingxue and naturally distanced themselves from her. Yet, this estrangement was far from sufficient. Chapter 53. The Princess of Nanjao, named Xiao Qihuang. Among these noble-born women, there exists a particular delight in witnessing the downfall of those they scorn. In their eyes, Xiao Qingxue ought to be of humble origins. She should not intrude upon the circles of power nor ascend to the status of the crown princess. Her misfortune serves only to highlight their inherent nobility and sense of superiority. Thus, when Yun Shuiyao visited the duke's residence yesterday to seek out Lin Jiyue, lamenting her grievances and desiring to settle accounts with Xiao Qingxue, Lin Jiyue eagerly acquiesced. After all, no matter the outcome, the empress would shield her from repercussions. She had little to fear. Xiao Qingxue. Lin Jiyue cast her gaze upon Xiao Qingxue, who sat in the pavilion sipping tea. "How dare you send a maid to confront us? You incited the crown prince to break off the engagement, rendering Miss Yun a laughingstock. Are you too cowardly to face us? I can handle you all by myself. I do not require the young lady's intervention," Mingwei retorted with a cold snort. "Striking you would tarnish the young lady's hands. As a servant, mine are not so precious. If you possess the courage, feel free to come at me." Yun Shuyao's face turned ashen with fury, her eyes ablaze with malice. "Whoever can restrain this wretched maid and deliver 20 slaps shall be promoted to a first-class maid, with their monthly wages doubled." The maidservants she had brought along, all of sturdy build and agile form, stirred with excitement upon hearing her words. The prospect of being elevated to first-class status and doubling their pay was an immense temptation. The group of burly maidservants, momentarily forgetting the 2 who had been cast aside, surged forward to seize Mingwei, intent on delivering a severe beating to appease their mistress. However, while their ambitions were grand, reality proved to be far less forgiving. The numbers that had seemed advantageous became an opportunity for Mingwei to showcase her prowess. With each punch and slap, she dispatched her assailants, sending them tumbling to the ground in disarray. In the blink of an eye, the once confident maidservants lay scattered and defeated. Mingwe dusted off her hands and turned to Yuan Shuiyao. In the midst of her terrified and furious gaze, she seized Yuan Shuiyao and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Relishing the moment, Lin Jiyue could scarcely believe her eyes, retreating 2 steps in fear of being dragged into the fray herself. Yuan Shuiyao, seething with rage, gritted her teeth. "You insolent maid, what are you doing?" A commanding voice rang out from a distance, and Pei Ziyan appeared just in time. "Stop this at once." Mingwe looked up to see Pei Ziyan approaching, his expression stormy. "Yuan Shuiyao, Lin Jiyue, what are you doing here?" Lin Jiyue burst into tears. "Cousin, you've arrived just in time. Look at this wretched maid." Pei Ziyan coldly interrupted. "I'm asking you how you came to be here." Lin Jiyue fell silent, instinctively glancing at Yuan Shuiyao. Pei Ziyan followed her gaze and was met with the sight of Yuan Shuiao's lip split, her cheeks swollen and bruised, clearly having been struck moments ago. A wave of darkness washed over Pei Ziyan. He simply could not comprehend why Yuan Shuiyao could not remain composed. At such a critical juncture, did she have to stir up trouble? He was already overwhelmed, and yet she insisted on adding to his woes. Pei Ziyan suppressed his mounting frustration and, with a stern countenance, declared, "Take your maid and leave the Jin Wangfu, reflecting on your actions. You are not permitted to step outside for a month." Yuan Shuiyao, with eyes brimming with hurt, retorted, "Does His Royal Highness not see that I was struck? Does he not notice my maid's injuries? How can the arrogant Mingyue defy authority, and yet His Royal Highness chooses to protect her? If you had not come to the Jin Wangfu to provoke, would such events have transpired?" Pei Ziyan, filled with ire, questioned, "Who invited you here? Was it Xiao Qingxue who sent for you?" Yuan Shuiyao faltered, "Aye, the envoy is still in the palace." Pei Ziyan snapped, "I shall provide an explanation in a few days. You and Jiyue should return now." Yuan Shuiyao bit her lip. "Unless His Royal Highness orders Mingyue to leave." Pei Ziyan's voice was frigid as he glared at her. Yuan Shuiao's expression froze, disbelief etched on her face. Lin Jiyue gently tugged at her sleeve. "Let us depart for now." Tears cascading down her cheeks, Yuan Shuiyao covered her face and fled. The scattered maids, nursing their pains, rose to rub their arms and thighs before hastily following suit. Lin Jiyue bowed to Pei Ziyan and exited with her maid. Pei Ziyan's face remained grim as he brushed past Mingyue and stepped into the pavilion, casting a glance at the indifferent Xiao Qingxue. "Will you allow them to run amok?" Xiao Qingxue smirked lightly. "Pei Ziyan, are you blind or deaf? Can you not discern who the true troublemaker is?" She sipped her tea. "If you intend to accuse me of indulging Mingyue, I must inform you that today she has shown restraint. Even if she were to eliminate all those who provoke her, you would be powerless against me." Pei Ziyan's expression darkened as he suppressed his anger and seated himself opposite her. "Qingxue," he said, fixing her with a piercing gaze, "can you look me in the eye and confirm that you are indeed the Princess of Nanjao?" Xiao Qingxue remained silent. "You are not the Princess of Nanjao, are you?" Pei Ziyan's hands clenched tightly, his voice strained. "I have sent people to investigate. The Princess of Nanjao is named Xiao Qihuang." Mingyue approached, her expression impassive as she regarded him. However, when a Nanjao envoy came seeking medical aid, they specifically insisted on the unscathed Dr. Xiao. Pei Ziyan suddenly chuckled, a sound tinged with self-mockery or bitterness. "I truly do not understand who you are. What are their intentions? If you are a princess, why has no one sought you out during your 3 years in the Yong dynasty? For 3 years, Nanzhao has not dispatched any envoys." He fixed his gaze upon Xiao Qingxue. "If you are not the Princess of Nanzhao, why do they protect you so fervently? Do they genuinely safeguard you? Or is it a deliberate attempt to challenge the Yong dynasty, pursuing their own aims of war?" Xiao Qingxue remained resolutely silent. "Qingxue, if you were the Princess of Nanzhao, you should now accompany me into the palace to meet your envoy, thereby disclosing your identity to your father, the Emperor, leaving those who have looked down upon you utterly astonished and apprehensive." Pei Ziyan remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Isn't this the scene you long to witness?" Xiao Qingxue's lips curled slightly, yet she remained silent. Pei Ziyan gently closed his eyes, The envoys are awaiting your presence. Qingxue, cease this tantrum. Let us prioritize the greater good, shall we? My terms remain unchanged. Xiao Qingxue's tone was indifferent, devoid of any turmoil. The decree of divorce, the phoenix seal, and the imperial jade stamp. Let the empress come in person. After a pause, she added, furthermore, I require one more condition today. She raised her gaze to Pei Ziyan. I demand that the heads of the Guogong and General Yun's households come forth to apologize for the insults directed at Lin Jiyue and Yun Xiuyao. Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, his gaze downcast in sorrow. After all we've shared as husband and wife, do you truly intend to force me into this corner? Xiao Qingxue replied coolly, unless my conditions are met, I shall not comply. Chapter 54. The bitter strategy. Pei Ziyan grasped the teacup on the table, the veins on the back of his hand prominently protruding, his complexion as pale as death. Qingxue, I initially agreed to marry Yun Xiaoran's sister solely to solidify my position and shield you from scorn. You may accuse me of being heartless and ungrateful, or of severing bridges after crossing them, but I have never harbored even a shred of romantic affection for Yun Xiuyao. I had long resolved that once I ascend the throne smoothly, the esteemed position of empress would undoubtedly be yours. There is no need for you to play the emotional card, nor to employ such tactics to elicit my sympathy. Xiao Qingxue furrowed her brows, clearly discerning his thoughts. When my heart hardens, it is more unyielding than iron or stone. Simply adhere to my demands. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I shall not enter the palace. You may keep the envoys waiting indefinitely until their patience wanes and they no longer wish to wait. Pei Ziyan pressed his lips tightly together, resenting her unyielding heart, yet unable to suppress a flicker of hope. Qingxue, when you arrived in the Yong dynasty 3 years ago, you witnessed my wretched state lying in bed. He lowered his gaze, his voice heavy with sorrow. But do you know, I am the legitimate son of the empress, born into nobility. All my elder and younger brothers must bow before me. My father favored me, securing the most formidable tutor to impart poetry and the ways of kingship, declaring that I would become the most suitable heir. At the age of 14, my father intended to designate me as the crown prince. At that time, I was radiant and esteemed, universally praised for my noble demeanor. I always believed. He let out a melancholic smile, his tone tinged with desolation. I thought I could bask in such glory forever. In my youth, I harbored ambitions. I wished to strengthen the Yong dynasty, to have neighboring nations pay homage, to ensure that the people under my governance could eat and wear warmly, to eradicate war from our territories, and to usher in an era of prosperity. I had numerous policies to implement and many dreams to fulfill. Yet before I could enact any of this, my health deteriorated, growing weaker by the day, until even walking became a struggle. The imperial physicians could not ascertain the cause of my ailment. They suspected poisoning, yet none dared to identify the toxin. Perhaps they were unaware themselves, rendering them incapable of providing an antidote. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. The plan for my ascension to the throne was thus dashed, and my mother wept incessantly. I felt guilt towards her and despair for my own life. When I succumbed to illness, my father was furious, commanding all physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau, regardless of cost or time, to cure me. Yet this was a daunting task. In a mere 3 months, 6 physicians lost their lives due to my affliction. At this juncture, he turned his gaze towards the depths of the garden, his eyes reflecting guilt, self-reproach, and a lingering immersion in the abyss of suffering from those years, awaiting someone to offer redemption. In the depths of his gaze, a shimmering glimmer seemed to emerge. He blinked, suppressing the warmth rising within him. I am filled with remorse for the deceased imperial physician, yet I find myself powerless. My heart is consumed by hatred. I am aware that my body has been tampered with, yet the identity of the royal brother responsible remains a mystery to me. I cannot even discern whom I should direct my animosity towards. He exhaled softly, releasing a heavy breath from his chest. I vow that if I am granted another opportunity to rise again, if I can continue as the crown prince and perhaps ascend to the throne, I will ensure that every last one of them is eradicated, leaving not a single survivor. During those days spent in bed, it was this very conviction that enabled me to endure. Otherwise, I would have succumbed to death long ago. Such a humiliating existence was something I wished to escape from, yet a lingering thought persisted. What if? What if a miraculous healer appeared, granting me the chance to survive? If I were to perish, would that not be an immeasurable loss? And then, indeed, you appeared. Qingxue, you arrived with perfect timing, just as I hovered on the brink of death. Pei Ziyan lowered his head, the air around him thick with mist. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qingxue, when I regained sensation in my legs and was able to rise from the bed, you cannot fathom the depth of my gratitude. I perceived you as a divine savior. Not only my lifesaver, but someone I shall cherish for eternity. Though all may scorn your origins, in my heart, you are nobler than any of them. You are a goddess, a celestial being destined to save the world, untouchable and revered. After a year of healing and companionship, I found myself irrevocably in love with you. I vowed to take you as my wife, to bestow upon you the highest status, ensuring that all would bow before you, and none would dare to look down upon you again. Xiao Qingxue remained silent, listening quietly. Her serene and beautiful countenance betrayed no emotional upheaval. Pei Ziyan took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. Yet I was too hasty, driven by an urgency that compelled me to seek shortcuts. I believed in our mutual trust and thought you would comprehend my predicament, supporting my decisions. I presumed that regardless of the circumstances, I overlooked your feelings. I should have informed you beforehand. Had you disapproved, I would have forsaken the idea of marrying her and strategized gradually. We are still so young, with ample time ahead. Why was I so impatient to win over the military officials through marriage? A single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of his eye, embodying regret. Mingyue merely pursed her lips, unaffected by this display of self-pity. Pei Ziyan, his head bowed, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Qingxue, I do not seek your immediate forgiveness. I only ask for one more chance. I wish to make amends, to compensate you doubly in the days to come. I implore you, please do not be so heartless. Have you finished? Xiao Qingxue finally spoke, her tone calm, as if recounting another's tale. If you have concluded, then follow my instructions. The terms remain unchanged. Pei Ziyan's expression froze, disbelief etched upon his features, his hands clenching tightly once more. His eyes, still swollen and red, reflected a profound sorrow and desperation. Yet, gazing into Xiao Qingxue's calm and unfeeling eyes, the pain in Pei Ziyan's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a flicker of resentment and a touch of irony. You are truly heartless. Qingxue, you are indeed heartless. He set down the teacup and rose to depart. Chapter 55. If she wishes to part ways, let her be with unwavering determination. Pei Ziyan hastened to the palace, arriving at Fengyi Palace with almost every ounce of his strength expended. Emotionally drained, he had not enjoyed a proper meal or restful sleep for days. The continuous worry and anxiety had rendered him in a state of taut tension. Upon reaching Fengyi Palace, he merely sat in silence, his countenance dark and heavy as though it could weep. The Empress's expression mirrored his turmoil. Did Xiao Qingxue truly intend to sever their union? Pei Ziyan nodded, affirming her resolve to part ways. Let her be granted a divorce, with the imperial seal and jade stamp. I shall have Mother personally visit the Jin Prince's residence to plead with her, and we shall also require the Duke of State and the General's residence to offer their apologies in person. The mention of the Duke and General's residences caused the Empress to stiffen, her face clouded with discontent. How could the Duke of State have offended her? Just as he was about to exit the palace to convey the Emperor's decree, Yuan Xiao and Lin Jue, accompanied by a dozen maidservants wielding daggers, stormed into the Jin Prince's residence, demanding to see Xiao Qingxue. With his head bowed, Pei Ziyan was enveloped in fatigue. Yuan Xiao pressed the dagger against her own neck, threatening to take her own life. The guards, fearing the loss of life, dared not intervene, and chaos ensued. Xiao Qingxue emerged unscathed. Yet Yuan Xiao and Lin Jue provided her with a potent weapon against him, leaving her devoid of any semblance of mercy, intent on isolating him, the crown prince, from all support. From the moment Xiao Qingxue spoke, Pei Ziyan grasped her intentions. She sought vengeance against him, regardless of reopening old wounds and exposing his vulnerabilities before her. She remained unmoved, her heart as unyielding as stone. He could not help but question whether she had ever truly cared for him. If she had, how could she inflict such pain? The significance of the Duke of State and General's residences was well known. Her demand for them to apologize personally was audacious. Ling Guijiao, as an elder and the Empress's own brother, would surely resent being compelled to bow before a younger relative. Although he had explained the situation to Yun Shaoran after the broken engagement, it was inevitable that some resentment lingered. How would he feel being asked to apologize to Xiao Qingxue? Her heart was indeed ruthless. Aware of the difficulty of her demands, she still voiced them. After 2 years of marital ties, she declared it over with a mere word. And her vengeance was merciless. She not only sought a divorce, but also aimed to ensure his instability as the crown prince. Pei Ziyan's gaze fell, and for a fleeting moment, he contemplated relinquishing his claim to the throne. The burden of it all was exhausting. If only he had never entertained such aspirations. What was wrong with living as a prince, subject to the whims of others? At least he would not incur her wrath and revenge. I will never plead with her, the Empress declared with cold resolve. She is delusional if she thinks I would. What should I do now? Pei Ziyan inquired. The Empress closed her eyes, her heart filled with a desire to vanquish Xiao Qingxue. After a moment of silence, Pei Ziyan rose, stating, I shall first go to the front hall to reassure the envoys, asking them to remain in Yong dynasty for a few days while I endeavor to persuade Xiao Qingxue. The Empress watched him depart, her complexion gradually paling. That wretched woman. She truly pushes one too far, too far. Recalling the words spoken before her just over 10 days ago, the queen's heart plummeted. She had asserted her intention to actively seek a divorce. At that moment, the queen had been skeptical, yet now. Pei Ziyan returned to the grand hall, where performance had just concluded. The dancers withdrew in succession. As Pei Ziyan entered the hall, amidst the watchful eyes of many, he clasped his hands in apology towards Qi Yuan. Qingxue is feeling unwell today and is resting in bed. I wonder if it would be possible for her to meet with you all tomorrow? The crown prince, Shun Yaochuan, smiled, though his mirth did not reach his eyes. Our purpose in coming to Yongqiao is to invite Dr. Xiao. If Dr. Xiao is unwilling to make an appearance, it may not be appropriate. The emperor, angered by Xiao Qingxue's lack of appreciation, wore an expression of displeasure but suppressed his fury to inquire. What are your thoughts, Master Shun? Dr. Zhao's request is quite simple. Merely a divorce from the crown prince. Shun Yaochuan replied coolly, while I am unaware of the circumstances between you, Dr. Zhao's request is straightforward. Is it not within the crown prince's capacity to acquiesce? Pei Ziyan's expression shifted slightly, a shadow of gloom crossing his gaze. Qingxue and I are lawfully wedded. How can we possibly seek a divorce? Although there have been minor misunderstandings recently, they do not affect our feelings for one another. Please rest assured, Master Shun. Then let us invite Dr. Xiao to join us, Shun Yaochuan stated, his tone seemingly relaxed yet imbued with an unmistakable insistence. We have traveled great distances not to explore the local customs or to enjoy your performances. The Empress Dowager awaits our return with Dr. Xiao. Pei Ziyan promised, tomorrow morning. Once Qingxue has rested, that may not suffice. Shun Yaochuan slowly shook his head. We must see her now. Pei Ziyan froze, the atmosphere thickening with tension. If Dr. Xiao is indeed unwell, we could summon the imperial physician. Shun Yaochuan leisurely lifted his teacup, taking a sip. Though your imperial physician's skills may be lacking, treating common ailments should not pose a challenge. Furthermore, I believe that no matter how unwell Dr. Xiao may be, it cannot compare to the exhaustion of our long journey. I implore her to consider the compassionate heart of a healer and empathize with our urgent desire to attend to the Empress Dowager. The emperor frowned. Ziyan, you should heed Master Shin's counsel. Pei Ziyan remained silent for a moment, his brows knitting together. I must report to father that Qingxue's request I cannot fulfill. The emperor's grip on his wine cup tightened incrementally, the majesty of his sovereign status publicly challenged, making it nearly impossible for him to restrain his wrath. Before the emissaries of Nanjao, Xiao Qingxue's audacious behavior was utterly astounding to all present. The Rue Wang spoke in a deep voice. Your Highness, Your management of the household has been lacking, allowing the consort to act without decorum. Recent events alone, if they had occurred with another princess or concubine, would have warranted the immediate execution of her attendants, rather than permitting her to run rampant. That maid, Mingyue, has either disrespected the crown princess or struck her attendants, demonstrating her arrogance and overindulgence to an outrageous degree. Qiyuan slowly raised his head, his pair of cold, profound eyes resting upon the face before him. Though silent, an overwhelming chill seemed to emanate from him. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before nonchalantly averting his gaze, continuing to toy with the wine cup in his hands. By the time the Rue Wang sensed the icy stare, it had already vanished. Momentarily disoriented, he questioned whether it had merely been a figment of his imagination. The Wu Wang scoffed derisively, suggesting that perhaps she, not being a noblewoman of the capital, unburdened by the constraints and upbringing of an official's daughter, fancied herself unique, thereby capturing the crown prince's genuine affection. It seemed she remained oblivious to her true standing. Pei Ziyan's countenance grew increasingly frosty. The emperor, unable to contain his ire, exclaimed, "Ziyan, if she seeks a divorce, then grant her wish. Our immediate priority must be to save the Empress Dowager of Nanjao." "Father," Pei Ziyan gritted her teeth. "Her demands extend beyond mere divorce." The emperor retorted angrily, "What more could she possibly want? Does she truly intend to push her luck?" Chapter 56. The Yun family's private construction of the general's mansion, Shun Yaochuan, poured himself a cup of tea, a casual smile gracing his lips. "Your Majesty need not be angry. Perhaps it would be prudent to hear what the crown prince has to say." The emperor felt an intense loathing for Shun Yaochuan. He could not comprehend how a mere royal merchant possessed the audacity to accompany envoys to this court, nor why he had the temerity to interject repeatedly. General Qi, a figure of immense stature and authority, was rendered mute, overshadowed by this loquacious Shun Yaochuan. One might easily mistake Shun for their sovereign. The emperor, displeased, took a sip of his tea and coldly declared, regardless of her tantrums or demands, grant her every request, treating it as a reward for her arduous journey to Nanjao to tend to the Empress Dowager's health. Pei Ziyan stood within the court, his gaze shifting towards the ministers of the Yong dynasty. Present at the gathering were not only Prince Dan, Prince Rui, Prince Yin, and Prince Wu, but also various high-ranking officials, including the illustrious Lin Guojiu. At the end of the military ranks sat Yin Xiaoran. Today, the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War had dispatched officials to welcome the envoys, but with an overwhelming presence from Nanzhao, Pei Ziyan felt uneasy. He had preemptively instructed Prince Rui to assemble Lin's army outside the Xianjing Hall, just in case. Yin Xiaoran, accustomed to the battlefield, had been summoned at the last moment to address any unforeseen circumstances. However, the anticipated crisis had yet to unfold, yet the forthcoming revelations pertained to him. Upon meeting Pei Ziyan's gaze, Yin Xiaoran's heart sank, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his cup, fearing that Xiao Qingxue would seize the moment to make unreasonable demands. To his surprise, Pei Ziyan quickly averted his gaze towards the emperor seated on the dragon throne, hesitatingly stating, "Upon my return to the Jin prince's residence, I happened to encounter Yun Shuiyao and my cousin Jiyu." He paused momentarily before continuing. The two of them, accompanied by over a dozen maidservants, brazenly stormed into the Jin prince's residence, brandishing daggers and confronting the princess consort, intending to teach her a lesson. As his words fell, the assembly collectively gasped in shock. The crown prince's fiancée, and the legitimate daughter of the Guojiu, causing a ruckus at the Jin prince's residence? Was this not adding fuel to the flames? Dozens of eyes in the hall turned towards either Lin Guojiu or Yun Xiaoran. Surely the Jin prince's residence is well guarded? Prince Rui furrowed his brow, questioning how two young ladies could gain entry. Indeed, though the crown prince had yet to move into the eastern palace, upon the issuance of the decree to establish him, an additional 50 guards had been assigned to the Jin prince's residence, particularly fortifying the front courtyard. Logically, even with numerous maidservants, they should not have been able to intrude. Pei Ziyan remained silent for a moment before explaining. Yun Shuao threatened the guards with a dagger at her throat, declaring that if they did not allow her entry, She would take her own life before their eyes. Fearing for her safety, the guards dared not intervene. What a spectacle! What a tumult! Xiao Qingxue, seated beside Xiao Qihuang, spoke with an air of subtle intrigue. Who exactly is this Yin Xiuyao? A noblewoman of the Yong dynasty, or the progeny of some esteemed family, in broad daylight, to wield a dagger and unlawfully infiltrate the Jin prince's residence, which in essence is the crown prince's abode, truly shows a complete disregard for decorum. As soon as these words were uttered, the emperor's countenance turned as dark as ink, casting a cold glance towards Yun Xiaoran at the end of the hall. Yun Xiaoran's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily rose and knelt on the floor, declaring, "It is my failure to have not instilled proper decorum in my sister. I deserve death." Xiao Qingxue's gaze fell upon him. "Is this the son of the esteemed General Yun Baoqing, the valiant Yun Xiaoran?" Pei Ziyan nodded. "Does General Xian recognize Xiaoran?" "Not particularly," Xiao Qingxue replied with a smile. "However, I have heard of the Grand General's residence constructed in the western frontier. The independent courtyard owned by the young general is rumored to be comparable to the Eastern Palace, replete with numerous beauties, I believe." These words plunged the hall into an immediate silence. Yun Xiaoran was taken aback, disbelief washing over him as he turned to Xiao Qingxue, his complexion paling to an ashen hue. The emperor's gaze, sharp as a sword, bore down upon him, filled with suspicion and malice. "Yun Xiaoran, is what General Xian said true?" Yun Xiaoran quickly bowed his head, replying, "To your majesty, I have absolutely not. Could it be that I am mistaken?" Xiao Qingxue raised an eyebrow. 3 months prior, I visited the western frontier to inspect the border defenses. I happened upon the residence of the Yong dynasty. With a plaque boldly displayed, the words Fu, Guo General's residence. Could it possibly belong to another general? Yun Xiaoran's face drained of color as he remained rigidly kneeling, his hands at his sides slowly clenching into fists, his heart plummeting as if it had fallen into an icy abyss. The temperature in the grand hall dropped abruptly, as if they had transitioned from late summer to the depths of winter. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, tightened his grip on the armrest, the veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently as he glared at Yun Xiaoran, his cheeks twitching with barely contained rage. His fury was compounded by a profound sense of humiliation. As a sovereign, he was unaware that his general had privately established a residence at the border, nor did he know of the beauties kept within. If the existence of the general's residence was a reward for their arduous service, even without prior report, it might at least serve as the general's dwelling while stationed at the border. Yet, to construct a courtyard for the young general that rivaled the Eastern Palace, was this an attempt at self-proclamation as a king at the border? To house numerous beauties? Was this a blatant endeavor to emulate the imperial harem? Pei Ziyan felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively spoke. "Father, this is an attempt at sowing discord." Xiao Qingxue interjected, feigning surprise. "The crown prince accuses me of sowing discord? I bear no enmity with General Yun. Why would I seek to create divisions? If the crown prince truly doubts my words, why not dispatch a few individuals post-haste to the border to ascertain the truth of my claims?" "Father." Prince Wu rose from his seat and approached the throne, kneeling down. "Although the situation at the border is dire, should the Yun family truly harbor treasonous intentions, their continued hold on military power poses a grave risk, with supplies dwindling and Yun Xiaoran responsible for procurement. The recent mishaps raise suspicions. Could it not be deliberate delays for personal gain? The establishment of a general's residence, should its scale surpass that appropriate for a second-rank general, indicates the misappropriation of military funds, disregarding the lives of the soldiers at the border merely to satisfy personal desires and ambitions. I implore your majesty for a decisive judgment." Rui Wang rose and knelt down, addressing his father. "Father, Yun Xiaoran has been incensed by the disrespect shown by the Princess of Jin towards Yun Xiuyao. However, it is worth noting that the conflict between Yun Xiuyao and the Princess of Jin at the Treasure Pavilion arose from the latter's mention of Yun Xiuyao's debt of 23,000 taels of silver to the pavilion. How audacious it is for a betrothed princess, who has yet to enter the Eastern Palace, to spend over 20,000 taels on extravagant headpieces and jewelry within a mere month. This clearly reflects an extravagant lifestyle. Given the modest incomes of the Yun family, it is implausible that Yun Shuiyao possesses such financial means. I beseech you, Father, to conduct a thorough investigation. Chapter 57. Someone apprehend Yun Xiaoran. Pei Ziyan's complexion was as pale as death. He had not anticipated that Xiao Qingxue would be aware of the Yun family's construction of the general's mansion at the border, nor that he would openly articulate it in front of others. Furthermore, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the general's mansion that the Yun family had established. The current situation was truly unforeseen, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Prince Duan sat upright at the table. I recall that day, at the treasure pavilion. Many were informed of the dispute between the Princess of Jin and Yun Shuiyao. The princess explicitly mentioned the issue of provisions, alleging that Yun Xiaoran had embezzled 300,000 taels of military funds from his private treasury. If he were to produce this sum, it would suffice to temporarily resolve the supply issues at the border. As to whether he has indeed provided this amount, I cannot ascertain. He was a cunning individual, and his words were exceptionally shrewd. His statement hinted at the possibility of Yun Xiaoran's embezzlement of military funds, although there was no concrete evidence. He concluded with uncertainty regarding the release of the money, rather than questioning whether Yun Xiaoran had embezzled it, thus solidifying Yun Xiaoran's guilt beyond rebuttal. Of course, should Yun Xiaoran wish to protest his innocence, no one would silence him. However, the matter of Yun Shuiyao owing over 20,000 taels to the treasure pavilion had already spread throughout the imperial city since the demand for repayment commenced between the treasure pavilion and the ink pavilion. If Yun Xiaoran were to claim he had not embezzled military funds, he would need to adequately explain where Yun Shuiyao acquired such a substantial amount of silver to indulge in extravagant expenditures at the treasure pavilion. Pei Ziyan's mind flickered with vague realizations. He suddenly recalled the day when Yun Xiaoran brought Yun Shuiyao to the Jin Prince's residence to seek justice. As Yun Xiaoran attempted to confront Xiao Qingxue, it coincided with the simultaneous demands for repayment from the treasure pavilion, ink pavilion, and embroidery workshop. Although they did not create a scene, many were undoubtedly aware of the situation. If outsiders were hesitant to conclude Yun Xiaoran's guilt at that time, the encounter between him and Xiao Qingxue at the treasure pavilion, where she mentioned the alleged embezzlement of 300,000 taels, must have aroused considerable suspicion. Among the nobility and officials, who could be considered naive, the spectators at the treasure pavilion that day were the wives and daughters of high-ranking officials. Upon returning home, countless individuals must have casually mentioned the incident, and many would have discreetly sought to investigate. Even if they uncovered evidence, they would remain discreet, waiting for an opportune moment to expose the matter. Thus, is it conceivable that the demand for repayment from the treasure pavilion was orchestrated by Xiao Qingxue? She may have intentionally allowed it to be known that Yun Shuiyao had incurred substantial debt for jewelry, thereby enhancing the credibility of the allegations against Yun Xiaoran when they eventually surfaced. In families where a woman could spend 20 to 30,000 taels on jewelry, could other expenditures be any less? Where would such funds come from if not through embezzlement? At this juncture, Yun Xiaoran found himself utterly defenseless. Consequently, Pei Ziyan was nearly certain that the demand for repayment from the treasure pavilion was no mere coincidence. He turned to glance at the seated Shun Yaochuan, the head of the Shun family. Shun Yaochuan is a prominent merchant of the Nanjao kingdom, and Xiao Qingxue has been able to supply provisions to the border in just 2 years, which undoubtedly signifies immense wealth behind her efforts. What, then, is the true nature of the relationship between Shun Yaochuan and Xiao Qingxue? During a gathering, a minister spoke solemnly, expressing the urgency of the situation regarding the conflict between the Yong dynasty and the Xiling, stressing the need for timely preparations of provisions. The matter concerning the Yun family's establishment of a military office remains uncertain. If they were to condemn Yun Xiaoran prematurely, it could adversely affect the morale of the troops at the border, leading to unpredictable consequences. This assertion was met with a rebuttal from the Rue Wang, who argued that General Yun had never reported the establishment of the military office to the court, and since the court had not allocated funds for it, the source of the general's wealth was in question. If the military office truly resembled a princely residence, It would not only implicate them in embezzlement, but also suggest treasonous intentions from the Yun family. To allow Yun Xiaoran to return to the border would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Who could predict if they would rise in rebellion out of fear of punishment? The emperor's expression darkened, acknowledging the validity of Rui Wang's concerns. If Yun Baocheng and his son were aware that returning to the capital would lead to their punishment, would they still come back? Should they choose to rebel? The very foundation of the Yong dynasty could be at risk. Your Majesty, I harbored no treasonous intentions. Yun Xiaoran's complexion paled as he fell to his knees, exclaiming his family's loyalty and pleading for the emperor's discernment. After a moment of hesitation, embarrassment washed over his face as he admitted, I may have indulged in the company of a few beauties, but the military office was not funded by my father. Rather, it was constructed by local merchants in gratitude for my father's contributions in battle. The claim that my quarters resemble a princely residence is utterly unfounded. I beseech your Majesty for clarity. Clarity is a matter for your emperor. It bears no relevance to me. Xiao Qingxue replied nonchalantly. I have no interest in the internal affairs of the Yong dynasty. Whether it descends into chaos or is usurped, it is of no concern to me. Shen Yaochuan nodded in agreement. General Zhan speaks wisely. We from Nanjao have no interest in meddling in the affairs of others. Our sole purpose here is to escort Dr. Xiao, and all else is irrelevant to us. Their harmonious exchange, while professing disinterest, only served to stoke the flames of suspicion against Yun Baocheng and his son. The emperor, already wary of military officials, found himself further convinced by Xiao Qingxue's assertions, especially as Yun Xiaoran acknowledged the presence of beauties at the border. With a cold demeanor, the emperor commanded, Seize Yun Xiaoran. Pei Ziyan abruptly raised his head. Father, the emperor retorted, First, imprison Yun Xiaoran, and we shall conduct a thorough inquiry tomorrow. I will dispatch military inspectors to the border to ascertain the truth. If the military office indeed bears resemblance to a princely residence, the Yun father and son shall be deemed guilty of treason, a crime most unforgivable. He added coldly, Should it be proven that they are innocent, I shall compensate Yun Xiaoran. Pei Ziyan's complexion drained of color, leaving him frozen in place. Even without raising his gaze, he could perceive the glances cast upon him by King Rui, King Duan, and King Wu, their eyes unmistakably laced with a hint of malicious glee. Shen Yaochuan elegantly lifted his wine cup, savoring a sip of the finest imperial wine, though it paled in comparison to the exquisite brew he crafted himself. It was still passable. His lowered gaze fell upon Pei Ziyan, his eyes reflecting a chilling disdain and an air of haughty contempt, as if he were looking down upon a lowly ant, an ant that could be effortlessly crushed at any moment. Chapter 58. The wise adapt to circumstances. Yun Xiaoran was soon escorted away. Prince Rui and Prince were returned to their seats. The atmosphere in the grand hall was thick with tension, and the ministers wore varied expressions, rendered momentarily speechless. Perhaps no one had anticipated that Yun Xiaoran's downfall would not come at the hands of political adversaries within the court, but rather from an inadvertent remark by a military general from another nation. It is indeed a curious turn of events. However, upon deeper reflection, it is still intricately tied to the Princess of Jin. Had Yun Shuiao and Lin Jie not brazenly intruded upon the residence of the Jin prince, inciting the ire of the Jin princess, who subsequently demanded reparations, Yun Xiaoran would not have felt compelled to rise an apology, and the assembly would have remained oblivious to his presence at the far end of the hall. Xiao Qingxue would have remained unaware that he was indeed Yun Xiaoran. One might ponder whether to lament the fates that befall us, or to marvel at the serendipity of the situation. After a brief silence, the emperor's expression remained obscured by shadows. He turned his gaze toward Pei Ziyan, raising a hand to massage his brow. What were we discussing? Pei Ziyan regained his composure, his pallor betraying his distress. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Yun Shuiao and Lin Jie have offended the princess, who demands that the Duke of Lin and the commander of the General S estate personally escort them to offer their apologies. Upon hearing this, all eyes shifted toward Duke Lin. He was the Emperor's brother-in-law and the Prince's maternal uncle. Xiao Qingxue, too, ought to address him as uncle. To suggest that he personally lead his daughter to apologize was indeed a bold request from the Jin princess. Your Majesty, Jie's offense against the Jin princess was indeed her misstep, and as her father, I must take responsibility for her upbringing. It is only fitting that she should express her contrition. Duke Lin stood, bowing to the emperor. After I offer my apologies, I shall return to the court to express my failure in raising her properly, and I will ensure that she is disciplined upon our return home. His readiness to acquiesce was somewhat unexpected to the assembly. Yet, reflecting on the earlier incident with Yin Shaoran, it seemed only reasonable. After all, those who adapt to circumstances are indeed the wise. In such precarious times, the ability to bend rather than break is a prudent choice. A mere apology is far preferable to the ruination of one's family. The emperor nodded, and Duke Lin withdrew. Upon exiting the grand hall, he exhaled softly, his palms cold and clammy. He was drenched in a cold sweat down his back. He could not quite comprehend the source of his fear, yet it gnawed at him. Especially when Yun Shaoran was taken away, his heart racing as if he were the next in line. Duke Lin hurried home, not even pausing for a sip of tea, and ordered his daughter, Lin Jie, to accompany him to the Jin prince's residence to apologize. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively protested. I will not go. Impudent. Duke Lin said nothing further as he raised his hand and struck her, his voice cold with anger. You dare to avoid the consequences of your own actions? My lord, what are you doing? Lady Lin's face paled, and she instinctively stepped forward, shielding her daughter. Why are you striking her? Lin Jie, in disbelief, covered her face, shock and fear reflected in her eyes, and tears began to well up unbidden. In the past, her father had doted on her, but today, witnessing such direct violence was unprecedented, which had fostered Lin Jiue's arrogant and domineering disposition. Lin Jie, had it not been for your provocation of the princess consort alongside Yin Shuyao, would I have deigned to lower myself to accompany you in seeking forgiveness? Lin Guizhou's expression was one of fury. With Yun Shuyao's elder brother imprisoned in the dungeons, did she wish to join him there? Upon hearing the initial part of his statement, Lady Lin contemplated voicing her opinion that there was nothing to fear from a mere secondary consort, and that provocation was but provocation. Why such an outburst? However, before she could utter a word, the latter half struck her with astonishment. Is it truly that severe? My lord, you cannot possibly be deceiving us. Deceiving you? Nonsense. Lin Guizhou bellowed, urgency evident in his tone. Do you think I possess the leisure to trick you? I have just returned from the palace banquet with a decree. He then turned coldly to Lin Jie, commanding, Come with me. If we do not secure the princess consort's forgiveness today, I shall ensure your demise within the duke's manor. Initially, Lin Jie felt wronged after receiving a slap, but now she was utterly terrified, her spirit shaken. Father, my lord, it cannot be that grave. Please do not act impulsively. Lady Lin, pale-faced, interjected, I will accompany you. I shall plead for forgiveness from the princess consort. Lin Guizhou scoffed, turning to exit. Lin Jie, weeping, followed closely behind. Once they boarded the carriage, Lady Lin, still in shock, questioned, Is it truly so serious? Merely a visit to the duke's manor? Even if we have angered her. With the empress's protection, what is there to fear? Lin Jie sat in silence, tears streaming down her face. Her anguish stemmed from both physical pain and overwhelming fear. As the legitimate daughter of the duke's household, she had always been cherished by her parents and brothers, sheltered by the empress. Her status nearly akin to that of a princess within the palace. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on her. Yet today, she was ruthlessly struck by her own father due to the princess consort's ire. Half of her face was already swelling, throbbing with pain. Yet, what frightened her more was her father's demeanor. Lin Guizhou's face was as grim as the depths of water. The envoy from Nanjao seeks medical assistance for their empress, specifically requesting the princess consort. However, she has stipulated that the crown prince must initiate a divorce, and it must be the empress herself who appeals to her for the divorce papers. This demand has incensed the emperor, and the crown prince vehemently opposes it. Yet today, Yin Shuyao and Jie chose to provoke the princess consort, offending her, who now insists that both families send their heads of household to personally apologize. Lady Lin's expression shifted dramatically. The princess consort truly considers herself. Silence. Lin Guizhou barked. Be wary of the consequences of your words. Lady Lin, her face paling, promptly fell silent. Just as Yun Xiaoran arrived before the emperor to plead for forgiveness, he was recognized by the Nanjao general, who accused him of constructing a General S manor at the border akin to the East Palace and harboring numerous beauties, which also implicated him in embezzling military funds, resulting in his immediate imprisonment. What? Lady Lin gasped, her countenance draining of color. I cannot shake the feeling that Nanzhao's arrival is suspicious. Lin Guizhou took a deep breath and sternly cautioned Lin Jiyu. Once we arrive at the Jin Wangfu, you must sincerely apologize. If the Jin Wangfei commands you to kneel, then kneel. If she instructs you to do anything, comply without hesitation. You are strictly forbidden from uttering a single no, and you must not argue with her. Do you understand? Lin Jiyu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and nodded anxiously. Upon reaching the Jin Wangfu, Lin Guizhou dismounted the carriage and explained the situation to the guards of the front courtyard, who then led him to the Shuangxue courtyard. Madame Lin held her daughter's hand, following closely behind. Upon arriving at the Shuangxue courtyard, Madame Lin and Lin Jiyu entered the gate, while Lin Guizhou remained outside, raising his voice to announce, Jin Wangfei, I am Lin Guizhou, the father of Lin Jiyu. I have brought my wayward daughter here to offer her sincerest apologies. I beseech the Wangfei for a moment of your time. Chapter 59. The Crown Prince elevated by women's favor. After the departure of Lord Lin, the atmosphere within the Grand Hall remained tense. The incident involving Yun Xiaoran's imprisonment cast a long shadow over the courtiers of the Yong dynasty, who felt an unsettling presence from the envoy of Nanjao. The Empress Dowager fell ill, insisting upon the presence of the Princess of Jin. The princess, in turn, demanded a divorce letter to be prepared. Just as Yun Xiaoran began to emerge, he was swiftly targeted by a general from Nanzhao, who leveled accusations against him, leading to his abrupt incarceration. The charges were both grave and ready-made. The unauthorized establishment of a general's residence, usurpation of authority, contempt for imperial power, and embezzlement of military funds. All these were capital offenses. No one knew what further schemes lay ahead. After a brief silence, the emperor inquired, what conditions does the Princess of Jin have? Pei Ziyan, clearly reluctant to answer, was compelled to do so, his expression darkening. She demands a divorce letter to be personally transcribed by me, sealed with the Empress Dowager's Phoenix seal, followed by my father's Jade seal, and for the Empress Dowager to personally deliver the letter to the Jin Prince's residence. Pei Ziyan paused, gritting his teeth as he continued. The Empress Dowager must plead with her to agree to the divorce. The emperor's anger flared. What an audacious request! It was unclear what transgressions the crown prince had committed to provoke such a resolute stance from the princess. Xin Yaochuan set down his wine cup, his curiosity piqued. The crown princess, of noble birth, was a coveted figure that ordinary women could only dream of becoming. It was said that 3 years prior, she had devoted herself tirelessly for an entire year to restore the crown prince's health, demonstrating the benevolence inherent in a healer. How could it be that after 2 years of marriage, matters had escalated to such a desperate degree? Pei Ziyan's countenance shifted, leaving him momentarily speechless. While he feigned curiosity, his words implicitly accused him of ingratitude, forcing a savior into such a predicament. In truth, his observations were not without merit. Xiao Qingxue, possessing a compassionate heart and kind nature, was unfortunately too stubborn, demanding perfection in emotional matters. Despite his promise to withdraw from their engagement and devote himself solely to her, she remained unyielding in her desire for separation. What Xin Yaochuan failed to realize was that although the princess was skilled in medicine, she was insatiably greedy. The emperor frowned, his tone laced with disdain, reflecting that a mere physician, even one who had saved the crown prince, had been granted the honor of being the Princess of Jin for 2 years, a gesture of goodwill on his part. Had it not been for her life-saving actions, her humble origins would have precluded her from marrying into the royal family. Indeed, Shun Yaochuan chuckled nonchalantly, fiddling with the intricately carved wine cup. A physician's duty to save lives was a matter of obligation, They should be compensated appropriately, and one could not conflate that with the act of marriage. A jolt ran through Pei Ziyan as a fleeting thought crossed his mind, but the sensation was ephemeral, slipping away before he could fully grasp it. The emperor's expression softened slightly. It appears that Master Shen shares this sentiment. After a moment of pause, he spoke. 2 years ago, the crown prince was merely a prince without an imperial throne to inherit. Thus he bore no burden of succession. Naturally, I was inclined to indulge some of his wishes, allowing Xiao Qingxue to become his legitimate wife. However, now that Ziyan has been established as the crown prince, the selection of a crown princess must be a woman of noble stature to solidify the crown prince's position and assist him. Xiao Qihuang expressed his surprise. Is it truly the case that the position of the crown prince in the Yong dynasty relies upon the connections of a woman? The emperor's words faltered, and his expression suddenly stiffened. The officials of the Yong dynasty turned their gazes towards Xiao Qihuang. Pei Ziyan's countenance grew somewhat uncomfortable, his hands instinctively clenching. Unbeknownst to the head of the Shun family, Ziyan had been in poor health for the past few years, lacking political support, which was why he needed to marry a military general's daughter to secure his standing. The emperor quickly retorted, I had assumed the Princess of Jin would be a magnanimous woman, but to my astonishment, his face contorted with anger. A woman ought to adhere to the principles of obedience and virtue, being gentle and kind. Yet, because the crown prince seeks a crown princess, she resorts to jealousy and demands separation. This is utterly unacceptable. Ah, I see. Xiao Qihuang nodded slowly, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. If that is the case, why has the crown prince consistently opposed the separation? Pei Ziyan replied in a deep voice, We are a legally married couple, destined to be together in this lifetime. What reason is there for separation? So, the crown prince does not wish for a separation, but rather to demote the legitimate wife to a secondary position? Xiao Qihuang chuckled, understanding now why Dr. Xiao would propose a separation at this juncture. It appeared she sought to leverage the opportunity of seeking medical aid in Nanjao to escape the clutches of the Yong dynasty. The emperor's expression darkened. Head of the Shun family, your words seem rather inappropriate. What is inappropriate? Xiao Qihuang raised an eyebrow. A person merely saved your lives and is expected to sacrifice their own in return. When a relationship deteriorates, a person desires freedom. If you compel them to remain through the weight of imperial authority, is that not a form of control? At his declaration, the faces of the Yong dynasty officials turned sour. The supremacy of imperial authority was unquestionable. A woman marrying into the royal family would remain a member of the royal lineage for life. Was that not a matter of course? How could this be deemed control? Earlier, His Majesty had mentioned the Crown Prince's poor health. Xiao Qihuang leisurely poured himself a cup of wine, pondering. If he is indeed in poor health and lacks a foundation, why is he compelled to become a Crown Prince? In my view, such a prince, even if he ascends the throne, would inevitably be hindered by external relatives. Moreover, a Crown Prince elevated through connections is indeed a cause for concern regarding the future of the Yong dynasty. Pei Ziyan, already under pressure from Xiao Qingxue, felt an anger boiling within him. Unable to contain himself upon hearing Xiao Qihuang's seemingly untroubled remarks, he retorted, Is it not true that your emperor relies upon familial connections? Is his harem not formed out of mutual affection? The Crown Prince's words were indeed accurate. Xiao Qihuang lifted his wine cup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Our emperor ascended the throne through his own merit. Since his coronation, there has not been a single concubine in the harem. Indeed, you heard correctly, not a single concubine. Even though the entire court, both civil and military, uses the continuity of the realm and the need for heirs as a pretext. Our emperor remains steadfast against all pressures, resolutely refusing to select consorts or fill the harem, sparing those innocent women from the turmoil of court intrigues. This is the audacity that befits a true sovereign. Upon hearing these words, Pei Ziyan's complexion shifted through shades of pale and green. Overwhelmed by a sense of being brazenly belittled and scorned, he felt as though he had become a mere jest, perceiving the disdainful gazes directed at him from all corners, particularly from his own brothers. Our emperor's position is solidified, and he has nurtured a multitude of capable subordinates. Xiao Qihuang spoke with an air of pride, noting that both civil and military officials are unwaveringly loyal to our emperor, wholly devoted without a trace of doubt. Sitting nearby, Zhang Qingwu nodded slowly, gesturing towards Qi Yuan, Shen Yaochuan, Yu Yan, and Yi Lingfeng, saying, "We are among them." The ministers of the Yong dynasty. Chapter 60. No other choice after a prolonged silence. Qi Yuan lifted his head, his cold and detached gaze directed at the emperor. "The hour grows late. I urge your majesty and the crown prince to reach a decision swiftly so that we may escort Dr. Xiao back to Nanjao." Upon hearing this, the emperor hastily responded, "Perhaps General might consider allowing the envoys to stay at the inn for the night." Qi Yuan interrupted him with an impassive expression before the hour of the dog. "I must receive the individuals." The emperor's countenance shifted. "Before the hour of the dog? Are you suggesting we remain in the great hall until dusk?" The Nanzhao envoys had arrived early, entering the palace before noon. The customary time for receiving envoys in the great hall was typically an hour, though discussions regarding marriage alliances could extend longer. With the afternoon now past, they were expected to wait until the hour of the dog. The emperor's expression fluctuated several times as he glanced at Pei Ziyan, then turned back to Qi Yuan with a smile. "I shall take a moment to change and refresh myself. I kindly ask the esteemed envoys to wait a short while." Qi Yuan remained silent, merely pouring himself a cup of wine. The emperor instructed Rui Wang to attend to the envoys before rising and leaving, hurrying with Pei Ziyan towards Fengyi Palace. As they walked, he said, "You must expedite your divorce from Xiao Qingxue. I will send the empress to the Jin Wangfu to swiftly rid us of this calamity so that Nanjao can withdraw its troops." Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together. "Father, I cannot divorce Xiao Qingxue." The emperor halted abruptly, turning to him. "What did you say?" Pei Ziyan lowered his head, his expression complex. "Xiao Qingxue may possess another identity. Over the past 2 years, during the Yong dynasty's resistance against Shilin, she has covertly assisted with supplies at the borders. Since she proposed the divorce, unexpected complications have arisen in Yun Xiaoran's supply efforts." The emperor's face displayed incredulity. "Impossible." Pei Ziyan said nothing. How could a mere physician wield such influence? The emperor's countenance darkened with anger. He feared that she was deliberately exploiting this coincidence to coerce you into abandoning your engagement with the Yun family. If Xiao Qingxue truly held such a formidable identity, how could she have remained inconspicuous for 3 years? How could she have lived in obscurity, content to identify solely as a doctor? In the year Pei Ziyan married, numerous noble women in the capital looked down upon her humble origins, mocking and belittling her, all of which she endured in silence. If she had truly possessed a remarkable background, she would never have allowed herself to be oppressed until now. When noble women in the capital seek husbands, do they not showcase all their advantages, lineage, beauty, talent, and refinement? Who among them would willingly conceal their identity? It was utterly absurd. The emperor refused to believe Pei Ziyan's claims, convinced that Xiao Qingxue was merely employing a ruse to mislead him into erroneous conclusions. He turned briskly towards Fengyi Palace, his pace swift, indifferent to whether the attendants and guards trailing behind could keep up. Meanwhile, the empress sat in Fengyi Palace, troubled by her thoughts. The emperor was receiving envoys in the front hall, and she was unaware of the happenings within. First, Yun Xiaoran was imprisoned, followed by Ling Guojiu being summoned to the palace to apologize to the Jin prince. These 2 events, relayed by the eunuchs to the rear palace, cast a shadow over the empress's heart, suffocating her with a sense of foreboding. She finally realized that the situation was far more complicated than she had initially perceived. The southern Zhao had come to seek medical aid for their empress dowager. While this reasoning seemed legitimate, it felt suspiciously timely and utterly inappropriate. With the arrival of the southern Zhao, Xiao Qingxue had completely seized the upper hand, to the extent that even the emperor was compelled to bow to her influence. Suddenly, a booming voice announced the emperor's arrival. The empress's heart sank, and she quickly rose to welcome him. Clad in his dragon robe, the emperor rushed in, followed closely by Pei Ziyan, both bearing a grave expression. As the empress and her attendants paid their respects, the emperor waved his hand, insisting, no need for excessive formalities. We must discuss pressing matters. The Empress lifted her gaze to Pei Ziyan, only to find her son's face clouded with gloom, his lips pressed tightly together, devoid of any trace of a smile, clearly indicating that the negotiations in the front hall had not gone well. The Empress felt her heart plummet. Upon entering the hall, the Emperor took his seat, and the Empress cautiously sat opposite him, inquiring, "Has Xiao Qingxue made yet another excessive demand?" Pei Ziyan replied, "She insists that mother personally go to the Jin Prince's residence to plead for her divorce." The Empress's expression darkened. The southern Zhao had come prepared. The Emperor's tone was grim. They were resolute in their intention to take Dr. Xiao back to southern Zhao, and they had left us little time to deliberate. This matter must be resolved before the hour of the dog tonight. The Empress coldly asked, "What if it cannot be resolved?" "They will return to the border." The Emperor replied flatly, "And thereafter, we may face a formidable military presence, leaving the Yong dynasty no opportunity for regret." The Empress's expression grew even more troubled. Could it be that she, the dignified Empress, would have to personally venture to the Jin Prince's residence to plead for a concubine's divorce from her son? After such an incident, she would become the laughingstock of the entire rear palace, and the crown prince would be the subject of ridicule among the other princes. How would they maintain their standing in both the court and the harem thereafter? Even if the southern Zhao withdrew their troops, how could the crown prince retain his authority after such a significant loss of prestige? After a long silence, the Empress finally voiced her thoughts, concluding with, "If your Majesty insists that I seek this decree of divorce, I am willing to go, but there is no but," the Emperor interrupted decisively. "The southern Zhao envoys would prefer to wait in the Grand Hall until they could see Xiao Qingxue. We have no alternative." Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He did not wish for a divorce from Xiao Qingxue. Given the choice, he would even want to hide her away, ensuring that no one could find her, thus allowing him to forever possess her, her affections, her very being, and the power that lay behind her. "Ziyan." The Emperor turned to Pei Ziyan, producing the divorce decree and instructing, "Draft a copy." Pei Ziyan's expression shifted. "Father." "Ziyan, we have no other choice." The Emperor's gaze emanated an oppressive authority. "The loss of Xiao Qingxue would undoubtedly bring sorrow and grief for a time, and any mockery from others would be but fleeting. In the prime of my youth, I possess ample time to pave the way for you. There is no need for you to lament over transient gains and losses. Yet, should you refuse to surrender Xiao Qingxue, the formidable forces of Nanjao loom ominously, leaving us utterly incapable of resistance. Do you truly wish to witness the Yong dynasty engaged in warfare against two nations simultaneously, besieged from all sides?" Pei Ziyan contemplated the notion that as long as they held Xiao Qingxue in their grasp, Nanzhao would dare not initiate conflict. If their intent was genuinely to seek medical aid for the Empress Dowager, they would possess no justification for warfare. Conversely, if the quest for medical assistance was merely a pretext, then even the surrender of Xiao Qingxue would not preclude them from fabricating further excuses. Moreover, if it were indeed the case that Xiao Qingxue was the princess of Nanjao, her status as a hostage would instill a sense of caution in them. Once she was relinquished, all restraints would vanish. In such a scenario, how would the Yong dynasty respond to an invasion? Would they merely condemn their deceitful rhetoric? Pei Ziyan then reflected that had his father insisted upon an arranged marriage for him in the past, and he had firmly opposed it, perhaps he would not be ensnared in this predicament of indecision today. Chapter 61. The Agreement and Separation. The Emperor urged Ziyan, "Bring forth the separation document and transcribe it as she requests," allowing the Empress to seal it with the phoenix stamp. He paused, acutely aware that time was of the essence. The afternoon had already passed. The Empress would require some time to exit the palace, and it remained uncertain whether she could persuade Xiao Qingxue at the Jin Wangfu. There was also the possibility that Xiao Qingxue might create further turmoil, a prospect no one dared to predict. They could not afford to waste any more time. Pei Ziyan clasped his hands tightly. The separation document lay within his sleeve, yet extracting it felt as daunting as scaling a mountain. His speculations and judgments were devoid of solid evidence. Even if voiced, neither his father nor mother would believe him. From anyone's perspective, it seemed incomprehensible for a woman of significant familial influence to marry in obscurity. After all, a family status is a person's greatest assurance. Ziyan, the Empress's gaze fell upon the teacup in her hands, suppressing the simmering frustration within. I know you do not wish for this separation, nor do you desire for your mother to face such disgrace. However, we have no alternative at this juncture. You must draft this separation document. What harm is there in me visiting the Jin Wangfu? If not for the southern Zhao envoys awaiting in the hall, they could have deliberated other strategies. Yet, time was relentless, and the envoys lacked patience. The Empress felt an overwhelming regret at that moment. She should have devised a way to eliminate Xiao Qingxue the day she proposed separation. When the southern Zhao envoys arrived, they could simply claim she had succumbed to illness. Who could resurrect the dead? It was unfortunate that her compassion had led them to such a predicament. Pei Ziyan remained silent for a considerable time, and only after the emperor's repeated urgings did he finally raise his hand, laboriously retrieving the separation document from his sleeve. As the document unfurled, the elegant and powerful characters came into view. A sharp pang of anguish surged through Pei Ziyan's heart. His complexion turned pale as each line of the document pierced his heart like merciless daggers, mercilessly stirring within him, inflicting a pain more unbearable than death. With a heavy heart, Pei Ziyan watched as the Empress commanded someone to prepare the ink. He was compelled to confront reality, rising to approach the writing desk. He took a sheet of rice paper and placed Xiao Qingxue's separation document beside it. His fingertips trembled as he grasped the brush. Almost overwhelmed by the urge to cast aside the pen, he yearned to rush to Xiao Qingxue, to plead earnestly, to confess his wrongs, to express his regrets, to acknowledge that he should not have betrayed his promise, nor forgotten his gratitude, nor sought excuses for his callousness, nor criticized her for her lack of forgiveness, nor allowed Yun Shuiyao to provoke her. Pei Ziyan froze. Unbeknownst to him, he had committed so many reprehensible acts. No wonder Qingxue had refused to forgive him. Perhaps it was only today that he finally comprehended her unyielding nature. Pei Ziyan remained in a standoff for a long while, forcing himself to dip the brush in ink and, following the lines of Xiao Qingxue's separation document, painstakingly transcribed each word onto the rice paper. Each character weighed heavily, like 1,000 pounds. Upon the conclusion of the final sentence, from henceforth, men marry and women marry, each going their separate ways, Pei Ziyan's fingers trembled violently, the tip of his brush leaving quivering traces upon the rice paper, reminiscent of a person succumbing to despair and helplessness. He remained oblivious to the pallor of his countenance, unaware that his hands were as cold as if devoid of warmth. In those days of resolute opposition to the divorce, he had managed to fabricate various justifications for himself, vehemently reproaching Xiao Qingxue, blaming her for her lack of tolerance, for her failure to consider his feelings, and for her abrupt and unyielding change of heart. Yet at this moment, all his accusations had dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of regret. It is often said that one learns to cherish only after experiencing loss. He finally grasped the weight of this adage. Pei Ziyan set down his brush, staring blankly at each word of the divorce decree, gently closing his eyes to shield the anguish within. When he reopened his eyes, his gaze had regained its tranquility. So be it. She desires freedom, and he shall grant her that freedom. This time, it was he who had failed her. He was deserving of this outcome. Pei Ziyan presented the completed divorce decree to the Empress for her review, speaking softly and despondently. Please, Mother Empress, affix the Phoenix seal. The Empress scrutinized the document word by word, her mind echoing Xiao Qingxue's words. I wager with the Empress that within 10 days, she will undoubtedly request my divorce. Indeed, her prediction had come to pass. The Empress felt a surge of anger as she envisioned the mockery reflected in Xiao Qingxue's eyes, a sudden urge to tear the divorce decree to shreds. Thankfully, she restrained herself, though her fingers tightened unconsciously around the document. Never before had a sovereign, a queen, and a crown prince been driven to such a state by another. The Empress inhaled deeply, commanding her attendants to bring forth her Phoenix seal, which she imprinted upon the divorce decree before handing it to the Emperor. The emperor's jade seal had already been summoned, and he proceeded to affix it as well. Everything was in readiness. The emperor stated coolly, "Send for Xiao Qingxue to enter the palace." Pei Ziyan shook his head bitterly. She will not come. Should the empress truly seek her out in person? The emperor retorted angrily, "Is her intent to obtain the divorce decree, or to humiliate the empress?" The empress replied, "Because when she first proposed the divorce, I did not acquiesce. She now requires me to personally request it from her." After a pause, she added, "It matters not. I shall go." The emperor suppressed his fury. "I shall have the phoenix palanquin prepared to escort you from the palace." The empress expressed her gratitude, yet felt a deep sense of irony within. Once a woman enters the palace, aside from the occasional grace of the emperor allowing her to return home for family visits, she remains confined to the inner court for the entirety of her life, with some concubines never even receiving the chance for such visits. It was laughable to consider that after years of confinement, she would now leave the palace solely to humbly plead with her daughter-in-law for a divorce from her son. Pei Ziyan rose. "I shall accompany you, Mother Empress." The Empress nodded. Once the emperor had arranged everything, he returned to the hall, addressing Qi Yuan and Shen Yaochuan. "I have instructed the crown prince to draft the divorce decree and have arranged for the empress to visit the princess of Jin. Please, esteemed envoys, wait a moment. Dr. Xiao shall arrive shortly." At the Jin Wang residence, after Lin Guojiao shouted from outside the courtyard, he commanded Lin Jiue, who had already entered the courtyard, "Rebellious daughter, kneel before me, slap yourself 10 times, and plead for the forgiveness of the princess of Jin." With tears welling in her eyes, Lin Jiue dared not resist. She immediately knelt down and lifted her hand to strike her own face. "I was wrong. I beg for the princess of Jin's forgiveness. I was wrong. I beg for the princess of Jin's forgiveness. I was wrong. I beg for the princess of Jin's forgiveness." Mingyue stood by the window, observing the scene outside. It seemed that matters within the palace were progressing quite smoothly. Chapter 62. The Queen's Arrival at the Jin Wangfu. Lord Lin, a figure of considerable influence and a genuine royal relative, would not easily bring his daughter to seek forgiveness, especially in such a humble manner, clearly indicating he had received threats within the palace. The identity of the threatener is of little consequence. Xiao Qingxue calmly remarked, "Let them leave." "Yes," Mingyue replied, turning to exit. Addressing the trio before her, she conveyed, "My lady has stated that your sincerity in seeking forgiveness is evident. She will not pursue this matter further. You may return." Madame Lin sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude profusely before assisting Lin Jiyu to her feet. Lin Jiyu's cheeks were swollen, tears still glistening on her face, a stark contrast to her earlier brazen demeanor. Lord Lin, anxious that Xiao Qingxue may harbor further dissatisfaction, bowed repeatedly in apology, assuring her that he would invoke familial discipline upon returning to properly reprimand Lin Jiyu. Xiao Qingxue offered no comment, merely summoning Mingyue to join her for lunch. It was noon, the appointed time for meals. Halfway through her bowl of rice, Xiao Qingxue surveyed the delectable array of dishes before her and suddenly smiled. "This should be our last meal at the Jin Wangfu. Let us make an effort to finish every morsel. We must not waste." Mingyue nodded. "Rest assured, my lady. I shall consume every bit." Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly, choosing not to speak further. After Lord Lin and his family departed, the two finished the meal and then strolled into the back garden to aid digestion. Infeng reported that the Empress and the Crown Prince were on their way out of the palace. Xiao Qingxue responded with a brief acknowledgement, realizing that Pei Ziyan had relented. Mingyue scoffed. Wasn't he adamantly opposed? Yet here he is, dutifully escorting his mother to the Jin Wangfu. Indeed, one should never take a man's words at face value. Their oaths can be broken at any moment, and their declarations of steadfastness can be swiftly forgotten. Their resolve is not as resolute as it appears. In truth, they are often spineless. Mingyue held a deep-seated disdain for the men of the Yong dynasty. After a leisurely stroll in the garden with her lady, they returned to Shuangxue courtyard. Mingyue inquired, "Lord Lin brought his daughter, but where is Yun Xiuyao? Shouldn't Yun Xiaoran have accompanied her sister to seek forgiveness?" "Yun Xiaoran likely cannot come," Mingyue replied, her tone revealing she had a clear understanding of the situation. "Serves them right. Let us see if they remain so arrogant in the future." Xiao Qingxue remained silent. Yet, could her lady truly be content to waste 3 years? Xiao Qingxue turned her gaze towards Mingwei, the smile on her lips cool and detached. Of course not. I have already granted Pei Ziyan an opportunity. Out of respect for our past as a couple, I was willing to part amicably. However, he did not cherish that chance. Now, reconciliation is impossible. I shall reclaim all that I have given, both principle and interest. The affairs on this side of the Yong dynasty should reach a conclusion. After obtaining the divorce decree, I shall sever ties with Pei Ziyan, treating these 3 years as a campaign to reclaim my lost territory. Xiao Qingxue's lips curled slightly, her brows and eyes no longer exuding the gentle serenity befitting a wife, but rather the aloofness and noble grace characteristic of one in power. The Empress's procession arrived without delay. As the maidservants of Frost and Snow Courtyard finished tidying the tableware, a eunuch hurriedly approached to announce that the Empress's imperial carriage had reached the gates of the Jin Wangfu, requesting the Jin Wangfei to come out and greet her. Greet her? Mingwei let out a cold laugh. Your esteemed Empress comes seeking our young lady's divorce, and yet you expect her to personally welcome her? Perhaps it would be best for the noble Empress to return to the palace. My lady is quite occupied at the moment, and has no time to meet her. The eunuch was taken aback, nearly rendered speechless by her words. Although the Empress had indeed descended from her lofty position to request the divorce, it was still unacceptable for Xiao Qingxue to be treated with such disdain, given that until the divorce was finalized, she remained the Jin Wangfei and a member of the royal family. Mingwei regarded him coldly. The eunuch felt a jolt of apprehension, realizing that provoking the Jin Wangfei and her maidservant at this juncture was ill-advised, and thus turned to leave. Before long, the Empress's procession arrived at the front courtyard of the Jin Wangfu. Everyone in the residence knelt to pay their respects, chanting "Long live the Empress," their voices resounding magnificently. Even Xiao Qingxue and her maidservant, who remained in Frost and Snow Courtyard, could feel the imposing aura that accompanied such status. The Empress, surrounded by a throng of eunuchs and palace maids, approached Frost and Snow Courtyard with great pomp. This marked the second encounter between Xiao Qingxue and the Empress since the issuance of the decree to establish the crown prince. The first time, Xiao Qingxue had been summoned to the palace, where the Empress had proposed the divorce, only to be met with refusal. This time, however, the power rested in Xiao Qingxue's hands. Despite the Empress's noble status and her role as the mother of the nation, she found herself devoid of any opportunity to assume control. The main room of Frost and Snow Courtyard was spacious, yet Xiao Qingxue preferred not to allow the throng of people to crowd inside, which would create an uncomfortable atmosphere. Apart from the Empress and the Crown Prince, everyone else remained in the courtyard. Xiao Qingxue spoke calmly, stating that the limited space could not accommodate so many guests. Pei Ziyan, who walked beside the Empress, suddenly paused. If the room space was limited, did it not imply that a person's sincerity was likewise finite, unfit for sharing with too many? He raised his gaze to Xiao Qingxue, only to find her leisurely seated upon her customary brocade couch, her demeanor tranquil, betraying no signs of emotion. The Empress stepped across the threshold, her expression impassive as she regarded Xiao Qingxue, exuding an air of superiority. Even if I come seeking your favor, the distinction of our statuses remains. Do you not understand even the most basic of decorum? Does the Empress still not grasp the situation? Mingwei scoffed coldly. Today you come to beseech our young lady for a divorce. The very essence of asking is something the Empress should understand better than anyone. How can you come seeking a favor and expect our young lady to bow and scrape in your presence? The Empress's expression darkened. Insolence. If the Empress is here to make demands, then it seems the divorce papers need not be signed today. Xiao Qingxue smiled lightly, stating that she had not been feeling well lately and was disinclined to travel far. She suggested the Empress politely decline the envoy from Nanjao and instruct them to seek another solution. The Empress's countenance turned a shade of fury, her anger palpable. What a formidable Xiao Qingxue! To her astonishment, in just a few short days, she had transformed into someone remarkably resolute, indicating that she indeed had some form of support. The Empress, unwilling to delay further, coldly commanded, bring forth the divorce decree that the crown prince meticulously transcribed. Present it for the princess of Jin to sign, henceforth severing their matrimonial ties and rendering them entirely unrelated. A eunuch approached with utmost reverence, carrying an ornate box. Upon reaching the window, he placed the exquisite box on the table before Xiao Qingxue, opened it, and unfurled the divorce decree for the princess of Jin's perusal. The empress spoke icily. "Examine it carefully. The name of Ziyan is inscribed, and my phoenix seal, along with the emperor's jade seal, are affixed in full. Do not seek further excuses to trouble us." Chapter 63. You are the lowly wench. Xiao Qingxue gazed at the divorce decree placed before her, raising an eyebrow. Is this the demeanor with which the Empress Dowager seeks a favor? Pei Ziyan furrowed his brow. His eyes filled with hurt. Do you truly wish for mother to lower herself to plead with you? Xiao Qingxue remained noncommittal, merely setting the divorce decree aside. This is the Empress's decision. I shall not impose my will. The Empress's countenance darkened, her fury simmering beneath the surface. Xiao Qingxue, do you believe that after treating the Dowager Empress in Nanjao, you shall never return to Yongqiao? Such an aggressive stance leaves no room for retreat, does it? Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly. Having learned from past experiences, I shall ensure a means of retreat when I go to Nanjao to treat the Dowager Empress. The favor of saving a life in exchange for a princess title. One wonders if their emperor will deem this a fair bargain. The empress scoffed. You truly have the audacity to demand so much. Whether it is excessive or not is not for the empress to decide, Xiao Qingxue retorted. Considering they're willing to mobilize 100,000 troops to seek me out as a physician, a princess title should hardly be a significant request for them. The cost of assembling 100,000 soldiers far outweighs that of a mere princess title. The empress found herself momentarily speechless. She had to concede that Xiao Qingxue was correct. Had she proposed the title of princess 3 years ago, before seeking treatment for Pei Ziyan, she would have had no choice but to accept it for the sake of her son's life. The title of princess would merely grant her a designation, a princess's residence, some servants and a stipend, all in exchange for her son's life. A bargain indeed. Yet, 2 years prior, she had become the princess of Jin. Had she been a princess from the beginning, their relationship would not have been one of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but rather that of mother and daughter. Would their current relationship not have been so fraught? The implication of Xiao Qingxue's words was clear. Men are unreliable, emotions are fickle. Only tangible benefits and riches are truly dependable. Pei Ziyan understood her meaning as well, his gaze dimming, falling into silence. For the past 2 years, Ziyan has been sincere towards you, yet the request for you to become a secondary consort does indeed weigh heavily on us. The Empress finally lowered her proud head. Her voice taut, pleading with you to agree to part ways with Ziyan, to accompany the Nanjao envoys to treat their Dowager Empress, thereby restoring peace to the borders of both nations and tranquility to the people. Xiao Qingxue refrained from further comment, instructing Mingyue to prepare ink and brush. Mingyue complied, reminding, Miss Yin Shuiao has yet to come and apologize. Allow the crown prince to handle this matter. Xiao Qingxue replied, Yun Xiao has repeatedly provoked me due to the crown prince's indulgence. You shall personally bring her here to kneel and apologize. Once I sign the divorce decree, I will accompany you into the palace. Pei Ziyan's face contorted with shock and anger. Qingxue, Yun Xiaoran has already been imprisoned. At this moment, Yun Shuiao is in a state of panic and despair. What concern is that of mine? Xiao Qingxue raised her brow, her gaze cold and indifferent. Yun Xiaoran's imprisonment stems from his own embezzlement of military funds. What relevance does that have to me? Am I to accompany him in prison? His Highness the Crown Prince speaks incessantly of marrying Yun Shuiao solely for the military power of the Yun family, yet it appears he possesses a certain tenderness towards her. Mingyue remarked coolly, asserting that she ought to atone for her misdeeds, and if His Highness feels she has been wronged, he should marry her to make amends. Whether he cherishes her like a delicate treasure or holds her in his mouth, it is of no concern to our young lady any longer. Pei Ziyan pressed his lips together, his expression somber. He could not fathom why he defended Yun Shuiao, yet he held no sympathy for her. Rather, he simply felt. that Xiao Qingxue should not be so relentless. She ought not to be so unyielding. He wished not to witness Qingxue transformed into such a domineering figure when she had once been gentle and forgiving. The Empress, unwilling to waste further time, turned to Pei Ziyan. Bring Yun Shuiyao here. At such a juncture, why linger on these trifling matters? She asserted that Yun Shuiyao was not a virtuous woman, consistently embroiling herself in trouble, leading the Duke of State and Lin Jie to apologize on her behalf. What right did she have to distance herself from the situation? Pei Ziyan, lips pursed, had no choice but to depart with the order. The Empress seated herself across from Xiao Qingxue, awaiting quietly. Reflecting on Yun Shuyao's betrothal to the Crown Prince, had she not been excessively ostentatious and aggressive, incessantly provoking Xiao Qingxue, the situation would not have escalated to such a stalemate. Now, with Yun Shaoran imprisoned, unless irrefutable evidence emerged, his chances of pardon were as slim as the ascent to the heavens. Not to mention, the emperor would never tolerate a father-son pair with treasonous intentions, and neither would the Prince Rui and Prince Wu grant Yun Shaoran any hope of survival. The union with the Yun family has brought nothing but trouble. The marriage to Yun Shuiyao must be abandoned. She is merely a harbinger of misfortune, wholly unworthy of the title of crown princess. With this thought, the Empress raised her gaze to Xiao Qingxue, suddenly adopting a different tone. Qingxue, I recognize the injustices you have endured. Through this ordeal, I have come to understand that you are more suitable than Yun Shuiyao to be the crown princess. Why does your majesty speak thus? Xiao Qingxue replied with indifference, lowering her eyes to savor the tea brewed by Mingwei. I have no interest in who is more fit for the role of crown princess. The Empress's expression stiffened. You and Ziyan have traversed a difficult path. I know you still harbor feelings for him. There is no need for your majesty to indulge in such sentiments. Mingwei could not bear her insincerity, declaring that the one who betrayed love was the crown prince, the one who broke promises was the royal family, and the one lacking integrity was the Empress herself. To invoke emotions now seemed utterly hypocritical. The Empress regarded her with a blank stare. You are merely a lowly maid when your master speaks. What right have you to interject? My lady permits my interjection, Mingwei retorted defiantly. If the Empress disallows it, you may return to the palace to wield your authority. You are audacious, the Empress admonished sharply. Mingwei frowned. Has the Empress forgotten that your son has already signed the divorce decree? Even after signing it, you remain a subject of the Yong dynasty. The Queen coldly declared, as the Empress, I am capable of managing even the most insignificant of servants. You are the true servant, Mingwei calmly replied, and your entire family consists of servants. It is only a wretch like you, the foremost of servants, who could give birth to someone as despicable as Pei Ziyan. The Queen was initially taken aback, but her face quickly turned a shade of furious pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. She raised a finger to point at Mingwei, her teeth clenched in rage as she uttered you. Mingwei responded with a slight smile. And what of it? Guards! The Queen, trembling for a moment longer, suddenly shouted in a fierce voice, her emotions spiraling out of control. Drag this servant away and execute her. Beat her to death with clubs. Immediately, beat her to death. Chapter 64 reference to Princess Qihuang. A swarm of maids and attendants rushed in from outside. In a flash, Mingwei seized the Empress by the throat and turned to face the intruders, demanding, Who dares approach? The maids and attendants halted in their tracks, fear gripping their hearts as they stammered, Please, do not act rashly. If you harm the Empress, it will be a death penalty for your entire clan. Get out. Mingwei tightened her grip, causing the Empress's face to turn pale and her breathing to become labored. The Empress clawed at Mingwei's arm, desperately struggling, her cries echoing in the chamber. The eunuchs and maidens exchanged terrified glances, their faces stricken with dread. The head maid quickly attempted to pacify the situation. Please, do not do anything reckless. We will leave immediately. Mingwei narrowed her eyes and whispered into the Empress's ear, You are nothing but a lowly servant. Should I wish to end your life, it would be as effortless as squishing an ant. Do you truly believe yourself to be something of nobility? The Empress felt a chill run through her. nearly terrified to the point of losing her senses. Xiao Qingxue folded the divorce document she had prepared and tucked it into her sleeve, then gestured for Mingyue to release the empress and rose to leave. Mingyue loosened her grip, instantly adopting a gentle demeanor. "Your Majesty, you have been startled." The empress, filled with rage, pushed her away, exclaiming, "Get lost. If it weren't for the southern Zhao envoy waiting, I would have had this wretched servant dragged out and executed." Mingyue paid her no mind and quickly caught up with her mistress. Upon reaching the entrance of the front courtyard, Yuan Shuiyao stumbled in, being dragged by Pei Ziyan. Her face ashen. "Your Highness, what has happened to my brother? If I apologize to that wretched Xiao Qingxue, will she spare him?" Pei Ziyan abruptly stopped, and Yuan Shuiyao collided into his back. They halted just as they spotted Xiao Qingxue and the empress approaching from the inner courtyard. "Your brother has committed crimes of treason against the emperor, embezzlement of military funds, and usurpation of authority. Whether he is released or not has nothing to do with Our Lady. It is a matter for your emperor to decide." Mingyue stepped forward, a glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes. "As for you, facing imminent doom, your tongue remains filthy, truly deserving of a slap." She linked her arm with Xiao Qingxue's, "Your Highness. Let Yuan Shuiyao kneel and slap herself 20 times. No, let the head maid beside the empress do it, striking her 20 times to cleanse her uncouth mouth. Otherwise, we shall not enter the palace." Yuan Shuiyao, caught off guard by her own words, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Mingyue's taunts. She glared fiercely. "Do you dare? I am a crown princess, yet to be wed to his highness. Kneel." The empress commanded sharply. Yuan Shuiyao froze, unable to believe her ears as she turned to the empress. "Your Majesty? Kneel." The empress ordered again. "Humama, slap her." Humama stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Yuan Shuiyao. The sound of the slap rang out, crisp and resounding. The empress turned to Xiao Qingxue. "Are you satisfied, Princess Jean?" "I am no longer the Princess Jean," Xiao Qingxue replied with a composed smile. "You may call me Miss Xiao, Your Majesty." The queen's expression darkened. A trace of bitterness flickered in Pei Ziyan's eyes as he recalled the sound of Grandma, who's striking Yuan Shuiyao. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Qingxue. He yearned to inquire if there truly was no chance for reconciliation between them. Despite his earnest attempts to make amends, why oh why, was she unwilling to grant him even a sliver of opportunity? In the expansive courtyard, a dense crowd gathered. Yet the atmosphere was so hushed that only the sound of slaps against flesh could be heard, interspersed with Yuan Shuiyao's intermittent cries of pain. The expressions of the onlookers varied, yet all were gripped by a shared sense of dread. Yuan Shuiyao, the daughter of the Grand General, and the betrothed of the Crown Prince by imperial decree, was expected to wed the prince without question. However, in a matter of mere days, she had suffered repeated humiliations at the hands of Xiao Qingxue, culminating in public disgrace today. Such a profound insult was unprecedented, particularly given her brother's imprisonment. The emperor and empress, mindful of the Grand General still fighting at the borders, would never allow such an affront to occur publicly against his daughter. After receiving 20 slaps, Yuan Shuiyao's lips were swollen. As the palace maids released her, her body weakened, collapsing onto the ground. Xiao Qingxue did not cast a glance in her direction. Instead, striding outward, Yuan Shuiyao lifted her head, her lips torn, her eyes filled with terror as she looked towards Pei Ziyan. Yet, his gaze was steadfastly fixed on Xiao Qingxue's retreating figure, his lips pressed together in a pallid line, betraying his profound anguish and solitude. Xiao Qingxue and Mingyue stepped through the gates, entering a carriage, and under the escort of the empress's imperial procession, they made their way slowly towards the palace. The court was more austere than usual, with the imperial guard concentrated along the route from the south gate to the Xianzheng gate, as if all military forces had been mobilized for an impending coup. Upon passing through the Xianzheng gate, Xiao Qingxue beheld the impressive array of 3,000 elite troops standing resolutely in the square. The palpable aura and sharpness were overwhelmingly familiar. These were the guards led by General Qi from Nanjao. Pei Ziyan's voice echoed in her ears, emotionless, yet imbued with an inscrutable significance. The sheer might of the 3,000 troops was akin to that of 10,000 iron cavalry poised for battle, instilling a sense of foreboding in her heart. Xiao Qingxue remained silent, her expression impassive as she proceeded towards the grand hall. Upon reaching the steps, the chief eunuch stationed there respectfully bowed, requesting her to wait. Then announced loudly, "The princess consort of Jin has arrived." Mingyue chuckled softly. "The eunuch is mistaken. Our lady has already divorced the crown prince. You should announce Dr. Zhao's arrival." The chief eunuch turned to Pei Ziyan. His countenance clouded with sorrow. Pei Ziyan nodded slowly in acknowledgement. The chief eunuch could only reissue the announcement. "Dr. Xiao has arrived." Xiao Qingxue ascended the steps, moving deliberately into the imposing hall. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, Pei Ziyan stepped forward swiftly, grasping her wrist. "Qingxue." Xiao Qingxue turned her head to regard him, her tone calm, yet filled with an undeniable authority. "Release me." Pei Ziyan was taken aback. In that moment, Xiao Qingxue's appearance remained unchanged, her expression unaltered. She was still the same Xiao Qingxue he had shared 2 years of life with. To Pei Ziyan's astonishment, she realized that the aura surrounding her had transformed drastically since her time at the Wangfu. That previous indifference, imbued with an air of noble dignity, now instilled a sense of trepidation in those who beheld her. Dozens of eyes in the grand hall turned toward her in unison. The emperor held his wine cup, casting a cold gaze filled with lingering anger, reflecting on how a mere princess consort had escalated the matter of divorce to the attention of the envoys from Nanjao, tarnishing the royal family's reputation. She was indeed a fearless one. Suddenly, the envoys from Nanjao, led by Qi Yuan, rose in unison. Xiao Qingxue stepped gracefully into the grand hall. Qi Yuan, stepping back, knelt on one knee. "I, Qi Yuan, pay my respect to Her Royal Highness, Princess Qinghuang. Long live your highness." Following suit, Shen Yaochuan, Zhan Qingwu, Yu Yin, and Yi Lingfeng also knelt. "We pay our respects to Her Royal Highness. Long live your highness." As these words echoed, the hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 65. I am Xiao Qihuang. The emperor seated upon the dragon throne trembled, causing the wine cup to crash upon the table, spilling its contents everywhere. The ministers of the Yong dynasty stood in a state of shock. The empress, upon entering the grand hall, halted her steps, gazing in disbelief at the slender figure of Xiao Qingxue, her eyes wide with astonishment. Before they could gather their thoughts to speak, a thunderous sound of reverence resonated from outside the hall. 3,000 elite soldiers knelt on one knee, their voices booming. "We pay our respects to Her Highness, the eldest princess. Long live, long live, long live." Inside the hall, the atmosphere seemed to plummet to a freezing point. Pei Ziyan's complexion turned pale as he stared blankly at the slender figure ahead. Suddenly realizing her composure exuded an innate authority, he recalled that in the 2 years since their marriage, she had never once lost control of her emotions, not in anger, nor in panic or anxiety. He had always attributed this to her modesty and humility, failing to remember that even the most gentle and reserved woman could experience anger or unease. Yet, Xiao Qingxue had never once displayed such emotions. Her gentleness was not the softness one would expect from a woman. Rather, it was a form of tolerance towards all. More accurately, it was disdain. She possessed the confidence to dismiss the raucous individuals around her, perceiving the mockery and derision directed at her as mere antics of foolish clowns. Her indifference fostered her tolerance. The myriad of challenges he faced over the past 2 years had quietly resolved themselves, solutions emerging as if guided by her unseen hand. Did all this stem from her covert assistance? Her strategic prowess and unwavering confidence rendered her free from anxiety or irritation, allowing no negative emotions to encroach upon her time and energy. Pei Ziyan gazed at her, the suspicions he had long evaded finally crystallizing into a painful truth, striking him with the force of a slap across his face, leaving him feeling scorched. Qingxue, the eldest princess? The emperor finally regained his composure, staring incredulously at Xiao Qingxue. You are actually the sister of the Nanjao emperor?" The empress's legs weakened, and she stumbled backward, only to be steadied by a palace made behind her. Pei Ziyan, shaken from his reverie, turned to the empress. "Mother, Are you all right? The Empress grasped the maid's wrist, striving to regain her composure. I am fine. Xiao Qingxue stood at the forefront of the hall, observing the pale-faced emperor, and slightly inclined her body. I apologize for the concerns I have caused your majesty and the empress these days. I am the eldest princess of Nanjao, the younger sister of the current emperor. My true name is Xiao Qihuang. The emperor's face turned a myriad of colors as he struggled to muster a smile, only to find it impossible. The sister of the Nanzhao emperor? Please forgive the inconvenience caused by concealing my identity for 3 years, Xiao Qihuang said with a gentle smile, her demeanor calm. The envoys from Nanjao have come on my behalf. If there are any offenses, I ask for your understanding. Having spoken, she turned to Qi Yuan. General Qi, you have worked hard. No need for formalities. Qi Yuan rose, his gaze settling on Xiao Qihuang's face. His originally cold and unyielding countenance tightened slightly, his deep-set eyes revealing a myriad of emotions, though he ultimately merely lowered his gaze. I am not weary. Xiao Qihuang smiled faintly and replied, please arrange an additional seat for me. A momentary chaos ensued in the grand hall. The palace maids swiftly moved forward to prepare a place, bringing a table to the front. Just as they intended to create some distance, Xiao Qihuang approached and calmly stated, let me be placed here. There is no need to move it further. The maids, somewhat at a loss, could only comply obediently. Xiao Qihuang even took it upon herself to adjust the seat, positioning it directly alongside Qi Yuan with no space between them. She then walked over and sat down, addressing Qi Yuan and Shen Yaochuan. Please, take your seats as well. Yes. Qi Yuan moved to the table, sitting closely beside her, a hint of tension flickering in his lowered eyes. He placed his hands on his knees, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions swirling within his chest. The hall remained enveloped in silence. The princes and ministers of the Yong dynasty across from them wore anxious and troubled expressions. They had never anticipated that the woman, whom they had looked down upon for her humble origins, Xiao Qingxue, the princess of South Zhao, was in fact the emperor's sister. 100,000 elite troops had come to welcome the princess home. This was not merely a matter of seeking medical advice for the empress dowager. It was a show of support for their princess. Pei Ziyan slowly stepped forward, his footsteps heavy as if burdened with lead. Approaching Xiao Qihuang, he gazed at her with profound sorrow. Qingxue, impudent. Qi Yuan raised his eyes, his voice as cold as frost. What is this Qingxue doing here? Xiao Qihuang produced the divorce decree from her sleeve. Pei Ziyan's expression stiffened, his face turning as pale as paper. Xiao Qihuang unfurled the decree and held it up for all to see. Please take a look. This is the divorce decree between Pei Ziyan and me, bearing the Phoenix seal, the imperial seal of the Yong dynasty, and his name. 2 years ago, in the presence of the Yong royal family and all in the capital, we wed. Today, I hereby declare our formal separation, whether as Xiao Qingxue or Xiao Qihuang. I shall henceforth have no ties with Pei Ziyan. Pei Ziyan's complexion was ashen, his gaze fixed on her, gradually filled with despair. The empress, suppressing her unease, forced a smile. Qingxue, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Shen Yaochuan interjected with a cold laugh. Are you referring to the Yong royal family's fickle nature? Or do you mean that this divorce decree, sealed with the imperial seal and phoenix seal, holds no weight? The empress faltered this. I did not mean that. The ministers of the Yong dynasty fell silent, resembling mutes. Any word spoken now would be deemed incorrect, and the more one spoke, the more mistakes would be made. Moreover, the matter of the crown prince's divorce had nothing to do with them. Please, the empress and the crown prince, take your seats. Xiao Qihuang tucked away the decree and smiled gently. Now let us discuss the matter of the medical fees. The empress, supported by her maid, stumbled as she approached the emperor, nearly losing her balance on the stairs. Pei Ziyan's face was devoid of color, as though all vitality had been drained from her. She slowly turned her head and, dragging her feet, walked to the seat of honor at the opposite end. Xiao Qihuang did not regard Pei Ziyan. Her negotiation was with the emperor of the Yong dynasty. I saved the life of your esteemed country's crown prince, investing a full year, along with 2 subsequent years of recuperation, all funded by my own resources for precious tonics. Over these past 3 years, you have not compensated me a single coin for medical fees. Therefore, I have decided to claim the cities of Jiangxi, Shugu, and Fuin in the southern territories of your dynasty as recompense for my life-saving efforts. Surely, His Majesty has no objections?" Upon these words, the temperature in the hall plummeted. The ministers of Yong dynasty turned pale in unison, gazing in horror at the audacious demands of Xiao Qihuang. 3 cities? Jiangxi was a crucial stronghold on Yong dynasty's borders. Should it fall to Nanjao, the southern territories would become as vulnerable as an open plain, allowing their elite forces to invade Yong dynasty with alarming ease. The chancellor exclaimed, "This is unacceptable." "Absolutely not." Xiao Qihuang appeared indifferent to their concerns and swiftly instructed Mingyue to present a ledger. "Please, gentlemen, do not rush. I also have a financial statement here detailing the supplies I discreetly provided to your western border for the past 2 years, totaling 9 shipments, amounting to a staggering 8 million taels of silver." The emperor's complexion turned ashen. 8 million? Chapter 66. Consultation Fee. 3 cities. Pei Ziyan clenched her fists. "Qingxue, you saved my life willingly back then." "It was indeed my choice," Xiao Qihuang nodded. "But willingness does not imply the absence of compensation. Are the imperial physicians of the Tai hospital expected to treat the emperor without receiving their salaries? Even if they are to be compensated, such an exorbitant cost is unwarranted." The empress's expression stiffened as she attempted to reason with her. "Qingxue, you and Ziyan share a marital bond. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Moreover, the salaries of the Tai hospital are not so substantial." "Your Majesty," Xiao Qihuang replied with a faint smile. "Let us be clear, past marital ties should not be invoked in this discussion. Furthermore, I see no merit in comparing myself to your imperial physicians, especially when, 3 years ago, they were utterly helpless in the face of your son's ailment." The empress fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Qihuang's demeanor remained indifferent. "My consultation fee stands at this amount. Should you find it burdensome, your first option is for Pei Ziyan to end his life immediately. The second is to compensate me for the 3 years of time and effort I have expended." Shun Yaochuan interjected calmly. Even if His Highness were to take his own life now, he would still have lived 3 additional years. Thus, we must account for the consultation fees accrued during that time. Moreover, the 8 million taels of silver should include interest, as well as the labor time, and effort expended in transporting provisions. I do not seek to impose, but I shall require a sum of 10 million taels of silver, along with the 3 cities proposed by His Highness. If there are no objections, we can draft the treaty for signing immediately. After such prolonged delays, the day had already darkened outside. The mood of the Yong dynasty's officials had plummeted. If, during the wait for Xiao Qingxue, the emperor's brows had been furrowed with frustration, now his heart was shrouded in a layer of frost, a chilling sensation seeping into his very bones, rendering him speechless. For in that moment of discovering Xiao Qihuang's true identity, he realized that the Yong dynasty was ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. It was a fact that Xiao Qihuang had saved Pei Ziyan's life, and equally true that the Yong dynasty owed her a debt of gratitude. It was also a reality that he had belittled Xiao Qihuang in the presence of the Nanjao emissaries. Most crucially, the conditions they proposed were unattainable for him. Yet the strength of the Yong dynasty left him unable to utter a single refusal. The emperor lowered his gaze, staring at the wine stains on the table, feeling an icy numbness in his limbs and a dizziness clouding his mind. Despite his exalted position, he found himself unable to devise a strategy to escape this dire situation. He turned to Pei Ziyan. Pei Ziyan's expression was somber, his eyes fixed on Xiao Qihuang's face. "Qingxue, do you truly wish to erase the bond that we shared over the past 3 years?" Xiao Qihuang's countenance remained unchanged. "I have made myself abundantly clear. The divorce has severed our matrimonial ties. What I am discussing now pertains solely to my consultation fee and the debts owed for provisions. If you insist on dwelling on past sentiments, I shall have no choice but to increase both the compensation and interest." Her tone was earnest, exuding an air of professionalism. Xiao Qihuang's graceful demeanor was markedly different from the poise she had displayed 3 years prior. Initially, I had been drawn to the prosperity of Han County. Yet upon acquiring it, I expect that you, the Yong dynasty, must cede at least 6 cities to me, along with 30% of the annual tax revenues generated by the Xie family of Han County. Your Majesty might wish to contemplate this proposal. The emperor's heart surged with astonishment and fury, his countenance darkening severely. Truly, what an audacious demand. For mere life saved, one would dare to request 6 cities? Even the most esteemed divine physicians would not venture to make such a claim. Seated among them, Prince Rue furrowed his brow. We are immensely grateful for the Long Princess's act of saving the Crown Prince's life. But the matter of the fee should have been clarified at the time of the rescue. Had we been able to pay, you would have been summoned to perform the service. Is it not rather excessive for the Long Princess to present such a demand today? Indeed, it is an egregious overreach. Xin Yaochuan smiled nonchalantly. Yet, even if we had agreed upon a fee at the outset, should you wish to renege afterward, how would you respond? Is it not your sovereign court that excels in breaking promises? How can you be certain that our esteemed prince will honor his word? Prince Rue faltered, his face flushing crimson. If, 10 days prior, our prince had been more forthright in proposing a divorce to Pei Ziyan, you would not find our prince making such exorbitant demands today. Xin Yaochuan remarked coolly, regrettably, you have narrowed your own options. Your treachery and fickleness have preceded you, and now you wish to leverage your royal status to coerce our prince, yet you seek to reason with us? He chuckled coldly. I am sorry, but there is no rationale to discuss. Qiyuan's tone was devoid of warmth. The 3 cities and 10 million taels of silver that the Long Princess has put forth must be accepted, regardless of your inclination. Should you refuse, within half a month, the 3 nations of Nanjao, Dongxiang, and Xiling will simultaneously mobilize their forces, ensuring that within 2 months, the Yong dynasty will be reduced to ashes. His gaze turned icy as he addressed Pei Ziyan. If you deem the fee too steep, then the 3 cities represent the price you must pay for offending the Long Princess of Nanjao. This statement was delivered with blatant disregard, trampling upon the dignity of the Yong dynasty's sovereign and ministers. The emperor, momentarily setting aside his fury, turned pale. General Qi, let us speak amicably. Everything can be negotiated. There is no room for negotiation, Qi Yuan interjected coldly. Over the past 3 years, we have been acutely aware of the disdain shown by the noble women of your capital towards our prince, as well as the unfeeling countenance you have exhibited in recent days. There is no need for explanation or rebuttal. At present, not only is Nanzhao amassing troops, but the forces of Dongxiang have already arrived at the borders. A simple calculation will reveal how long it would take for the 3 nations to obliterate the Yong dynasty. The alliance of the 3 nations does not stem from a lack of soldiers in Nanjao, but rather from a desire to deliver a swift and painful lesson to the Yong dynasty. The emperor's face turned ashen, his hand trembling involuntarily as he held the wine cup. The queen was struck with fear, her face devoid of color. Do not act impulsively, we. Suddenly, Pei Ziyan rose, approached Xiao Qihuang, lifted his robe, and knelt before her, looking at her with remorse and deep sorrow. Qingxue, in the past, I have wronged you. I implore you to consider. He intended to mention their bond as husband and wife. But the thought of Qingxue's threat silenced him. He could only lower his gaze despondently. Qingxue, the common people of the Yong dynasty, are innocent. I beseech you to show mercy. I have already shown mercy, Xiao Qihuang replied, her voice calm and unwavering. You have ceded 3 cities to Nanjao, and not a single soldier will be disturbed. We will not harm a hair of the citizens in those 3 cities. On the contrary, once they become subjects of Nanjao, their lives will only improve. I will regard them as my own people and treat them equally with the citizens of Nanjao. Pei Ziyan forced a bitter smile. Those 3 cities are strongholds of the Yong dynasty. Once they are surrendered to you, there will be no defense in the southern region of Yong. If you wish to launch an attack, if you do not concede, you need not wait long. Within half a month, the forces of Nanzhao and Dongxiang will besiege the city. Xiao Qihuang's expression remained indifferent. Consider this carefully. Chapter 67. unworthy of serving the crown princess as time gradually passed. Darkness fell outside the grand hall. One by one, palace lanterns illuminated both the interior and exterior, casting reflections of cold light upon the armor of the 3,000 elite soldiers stationed outside. Though it was still late summer, the valiant warriors, having stood for nearly a day, were drenched in sweat, their backs erect. Inside the hall, however, the atmosphere felt as if winter had descended, pressing heavily and uncomfortably upon all present. Seated upon the dragon throne, the emperor, typically a figure of calm authority, bore a visage that was unnaturally pale and grim, akin to a cornered beast facing dire straits. His breath came in quickened intervals, and his hands, resting on the throne, alternated between clenching tightly and loosening, his palms slick with cold perspiration. The empress attempted to speak on several occasions, yet upon meeting the abyss-like gaze of Xiao Qihuang, the ironclad demeanor of General Qi of Nanjao, and the ambiguous smiles of Shun Yaochuan and others, her words faltered, swallowed back into silence. After an indeterminate duration, someone finally shattered the oppressive quietude. Although the Yong dynasty might not prevail against Nanzhao, should hostilities truly erupt, the casualties would not be borne solely by the soldiers and citizens of Yong. Nanjao would also endure its share of losses. Qi Yuan's gaze sharpened, glinting like a cold blade. My 3,000 iron cavalry may not rival your 100,000 troops, yet I assure you, I could easily claim the lives of 30 to 50,000 of your men. If you doubt my words, feel free to test them now. The Duke of Rue turned pale. That is not my intention. Qi Yuan regarded him with an impassive expression. What I mean to convey is, our two nations harbor no deep-seated enmity. The Duke of Rue chuckled nervously, attempting to save face by suggesting that since the crown princess of Nanzhao and the crown prince of Yong shared mutual affection, a union between the two nations would be beneficial, with the crown princess as the future empress. Are you jesting? Shen Yaochuan interjected, frowning in distaste. Setting aside the crown prince's despicable character, he is but a prince elevated by familial connections, unworthy even to serve the crown princess. A union? Have you been dreaming since dusk? The duke's face flushed crimson, embarrassment etched across his features. Zhang Qingwu chuckled softly. You all claim that our esteemed princess, a mere healer, is unworthy to be your crown princess, yet now you seek to elevate her to the role of empress? Is this not a contradiction of your own words? Of course, it was not self-contradiction, but rather an overly ambitious scheme. Mingyue scoffed, recalling how the crown prince had previously remarked that she had spoiled the princess. The thought repulsed her, nearly causing her to retch. Pei Ziyan's face oscillated between shades of white and red, his embarrassment palpable as he felt cornered and humiliated, almost wishing to vanish. He longed to explain, yet any explanation would only serve to deepen the ridicule. With Qingxue and Li's resolute stances, how could he expect them to soften their hearts at mere words? The emperor, undeterred by their mockery, contemplated the duke's suggestion earnestly. He turned to Xiao Qihuang, stating, if a union between our two nations is indeed possible, any request may be made. Even if the crown princess wishes for me to abdicate immediately, I would acquiesce. Any request? Shen Yaochuan raised an eyebrow. Then I shall not hold back. The emperor, sensing the unfolding drama, promptly urged, Master Shun, please speak. May your highness the crown prince ascend the throne immediately, bringing the treasures of the Yong dynasty as a dowry, and join our Nanjao as the 18th consort of her majesty the empress. What say you, your majesty? Shen Yaochuan replied with a subtle smile. After all, did you not just proclaim that no emperor lacks a harem? Upon returning to Nanjao, our prince shall indeed take the throne as the son of heaven. It would not be an injustice to have Pei Ziyan as the 18th consort. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the court. The emperor exclaimed, what does Master Shen mean? The empress regarded him in disbelief, while Pei Ziyan abruptly raised her gaze. Shock etched across her face as she stared at Xiao Qihuang. Ascend the throne as the son of heaven? Shen Yaochuan was suggesting. Xiao Qihuang ascend? How could that be? Nanzhao had never before entertained the notion of a woman ruling as emperor. Such words should not be uttered lightly. The officials of the Yong dynasty were equally taken aback, staring at Shun Yaochuan as if he had spoken in jest, believing that this merchant had spoken recklessly, intending to humiliate them by trivializing the notion of a woman ascending the throne. Do you find this inconceivable? Shen Yaochuan smirked, his eyes glinting with scorn, well aware that they were but frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to fathom the depths of the world. Xiao Qihuang, holding her teacup, lowered her gaze and took a delicate sip. "It is getting late," she remarked. With her words, the atmosphere grew tense. It was indeed late. All matters should come to a close. The emperor grasped the implication, his expression shifting as urgency crept into his voice. "I implore the princess and the esteemed envoys to stay at the inn for the night, or perhaps directly at the crown prince's residence. We shall discuss this again tomorrow." "Why delay today's matters until tomorrow?" Zhang Qingwu interjected, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "We are not here to be merciful. You now have two choices: 3 cities and 10 million taels of silver, or the new emperor with the treasures of the Yong dynasty, entering into our Nanjao as a tributary state, paying tribute annually. Choose swiftly, your majesty, so we may finalize the treaty and set forth for Nanzhao in the morning, thereby saving you the expense of a banquet." The emperor's countenance shifted, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. He anxiously glanced at the assembled ministers, hoping one of them might devise a solution to this predicament. Surely, there must be a third option. The martial prince, his brow furrowed, regarded Xiao Qihuang with gravity. "Master Shen mentioned that should the crown prince willingly end his life, we could offer 3 cities. If we merely account for those 3 additional years of life, would it suffice to provide some silver?" "Martial prince." The empress's expression darkened with fury. "What nonsense are you speaking? Do you dare suggest the crown prince take his own life?" "This turmoil stems from the crown prince," the martial prince retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Pei Ziyan. "He should have perished 3 years prior. The princess of Nanjao saved his life, and in gratitude, he sought to marry her as his consort, vowing to love her alone for all his days. Yet later, in an effort to curry favor with the general of the state, he betrayed her trust, forsaking her sincere affections. Is this not a debt the crown prince owes? Why should we bear the consequences of his betrayal? The territory of the Yong dynasty does not belong to any individual. It should not be sacrificed due to the transgressions of one. This burden ought to be borne solely by His Royal Highness, the crown prince. I have long asserted that Pei Ziyan is utterly unworthy of the title of crown prince. Why would our revered emperor overlook numerous healthy and exceptionally capable sons, only to designate such a feckless individual as heir? Now, caught in a precarious situation, what course of action does the emperor deem appropriate? Is there a genuine intent to surrender 3 cities? Or shall the emperor abdicate in favor of Pei Ziyan, allowing him to ascend to the throne and marry into the Nanzhao? Wang Wu, overwhelmed by a long-simmering discontent, found himself unable to restrain his emotions, and his pent-up grievances erupted forth, uttering words without regard for the potential wrath of the emperor. Even more astonishing was that as Wang Wu's words hung in the air, Wang Dun interjected, asserting, "Wang Wu speaks the truth. All of this has arisen from the crown prince. It is only fitting that His Royal Highness should resolve it himself. Why should we all bear the consequences?" Chapter 68. The crown prince must bear responsibility. King Wu opened his mouth, expressing the grievances that everyone else dared not voice. The atmosphere at the table shifted dramatically. King Yin rose and addressed the emperor. "Father, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent to entrust His Highness the Crown Prince to Princess Xiao for her handling. This would prevent us from losing 3 cities and spare the Yong dynasty from potential ruin." "Silence," the empress commanded sharply, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Why can't my son, as the legitimate heir, take on the role of crown prince? He is rightfully the crown prince, and you all have long harbored ambitions for his position, resenting him for it, wishing to eliminate him through the hands of the Nanzhao, aren't you?" King Wu scoffed. "The truth is, even though he is the legitimate son, he lacks the ability to fulfill the duties of a crown prince, relying on the connections of women. He cannot even maintain those ties. What purpose does he serve? A traitor who burns bridges should, if he had any dignity left, sacrifice himself in atonement, instead of dragging us into the loss of cities and risking our involvement in war to clean up his mess. His words were indeed sharp and rather crude, showing no regard for the crown prince's dignity. The esteemed Prince Rue, Prince Duan, and King Yin all turned their gazes toward Pei Ziyan, and even some ministers present unconsciously looked at him, their eyes reflecting discontent and reproach. Though the princess had not revealed her identity, she was indeed the savior of the crown prince. At that time, when the crown prince was beyond help, all physicians were at a loss. It was the princess who saved his life. For this act of salvation, no matter the circumstances, the crown prince should never betray her. Indeed, a man of honor must uphold his promises, if he cannot fulfill his own commitments. How can we trust that he would not waver in his decisions once he ascends as the new emperor of the Yong dynasty? The Grand General of the state has earned his merits in battle, yet General Yin has embezzled military funds, enabling his sister to indulge in lavish debts at the treasure pavilion, squandering wealth on jewels. Such behavior is unbecoming of a loyal military commander. Furthermore, the Yin family's daughter, Yin Shuiyao, is excessively extravagant, unfit to be a crown princess. Even if the crown prince wishes to win over the military, he should not choose such a woman as his consort, as it brings dishonor to the royal family of the Yong dynasty. Hearing that Yun Shaoran had taken his sister to the Jin prince's residence to seek retribution, forcing the princess to apologize to his sister, one could hardly believe the audacity of a mere general. The crown prince not only failed to intervene, but repeatedly indulged him. Is it due to his endorsement of such behavior, or out of fear of his military power? If it is the former, it proves the crown prince's character is flawed, unable to discern right from wrong. If it is the latter, it demonstrates that the crown prince lacks the courage and temperament befitting an heir, as well as the capacity to command respect from his subordinates. What was initially a diplomatic negotiation quickly devolved into a fierce indictment and condemnation of the crown prince by the princes and ministers of the Yong dynasty. The intense rhetoric and harsh accusations rendered Pei Ziyan the target of collective ire. Pei Ziyan sat silently at the table, his gaze lowered and his countenance ashen, enveloped in a profound silence. The envoys of Nanjao quietly observed the internal strife of the Yong dynasty. Shen Yaochuan wore a mocking expression. Xiao Qingxue appeared to be quite entertained, while Yi Lingfeng frowned slightly, and Yu Yan's countenance remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the commotion before them. Regardless of their bickering and uproar, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. Only Qi Yuan, seated beside Xiao Qihuang, refrained from casting a glance at the opposing party, merely whispering, "Does your highness wish for Pei Ziyan to go to Nanjao?" Xiao Qihuang furrowed her brow and shot him a glance. What purpose would he serve in Nanjao? Qi Yuan lowered his gaze. "I wish for him to go." Xiao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, and after a moment's contemplation, grasped his meaning. His inquiry about her feelings towards Pei Ziyan indicated his concern that she might still harbor lingering affections for him. If Pei Ziyan were taken to Nanjao, there might be the potential for reconciliation. Upon realizing she had no such intentions, he felt reassured. However, Qi Yuan desired to teach Pei Ziyan a lesson, hence his suggestion to take him along. Given her indifference towards Pei Ziyan, he could act without reservation. Xiao Qihuang smiled faintly, finding it peculiar to apply her wits in such a manner, yet she nodded, "As you wish." The days of the Yong dynasty were numbered, regardless of their struggles. This territory would inevitably be absorbed into another nation's dominion. A mere Pei Ziyan he could dispose of as he pleased. Silence. The emperor thundered, his face a mask of fury. "Is there no semblance of decorum among you? At a banquet with esteemed guests present, you engage in mutual accusations. What embarrassment! Are you intent on providing Nanzhao with a spectacle?" Although the chaotic scene appeared disorderly, lacking the dignity of a great nation, the princes and envoys were, in fact, not entirely mistaken in their assertions. Xiao Qingxue chuckled softly. Indeed, all of this stemmed from Pei Ziyan. The emperor's expression remained icy, his silence palpable. The crown prince chosen by his majesty was lacking in health, bearing the demeanor of a true heir, possessing neither a broad-minded disposition nor the responsibilities of a man, lacking integrity and the capacity to resolve issues, as well as actions that inspire confidence. It is hard not to question whether this was truly the emperor's chosen successor. However, from the perspective of foreign nations, we find ourselves rather fond of such a crown prince, for it signifies that the Yong dynasty is destined for decline. Xiao Qingxue was mistaken. Yu Yan calmly countered, the Yong dynasty will not gradually decline. The ministers of the Yong dynasty were taken aback, astonished by Yu Yan's defense. Xiao Qingxue frowned, turning to him. On what grounds do you assert that? Because the Yong dynasty has no future, it cannot decline, Yu Yan replied with a faint smile. They will face direct annihilation, leading to a change of dynasty. The ministers of the Yong dynasty, they indeed overthought the situation. The emperor's countenance darkened, the anger within him building to a boiling point, yet he restrained himself, aware of the consequences of an outburst in the face of public ridicule. Our time is limited. I implore the emperor and esteemed ministers to reach a decision promptly. Xiao Qihuang spoke on behalf of the Nanjao envoys. Let us not delay our journey tomorrow morning. Chapter 69. At your discretion outside the palace, 3,000 elite troops had stood vigil for an entire day. Within, the envoys led by Qi Yuan had remained seated for the same duration. Qi Yuan exchanged a few words with Xiao Qihuang before rising and making his way outside. The gazes of the assembly instinctively followed him. Upon reaching the palace steps, he stood tall, his voice firm yet resonant with the distinctive authority of a commander. Exuding an undeniable pressure, everyone, sit down and rest. Replenish your water supplies. Yes, came the unified response from the troops. Battalions 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 will rest for the first half of the night, while battalions 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 will take the latter half. The 3,000 elite soldiers acknowledged the orders with precision. The ministers of the Yong dynasty looked on, their expressions grave, fixated on Qi Yuan's imposing figure, cloaked in black. Slender yet formidable, as if harboring the strength to shake mountains and rivers, capable of commanding 1,000,000 soldiers to bow in obedience. The once fierce debates among the Yong ministers subsided involuntarily, their faces pale with trepidation as they cast their eyes downward to the tables before them. Even the most vociferous of them all, the martial king, tempered his bravado. They had witnessed firsthand the ironclad discipline of these elite troops. Seated in the hall for an entire day, with an array of tea and snacks before them, they sipped to soothe their throats and nibbled to stave off hunger. Those who could not sit still occasionally excused themselves to relieve themselves or stretch their limbs, particularly during the wait for Xiao Qihuang. Nearly everyone had stepped out 2 or 3 times. However, Qi Yuan remained anchored to his seat, motionless throughout the day, while the 3,000 elite troops stood like wooden stakes, unwavering for the entirety of that day. No one voiced discontent. No one sought rest, sustenance, or even the use of the restroom. Were they not human? They had managed to forego food and drink for an entire day. Yet, one must heed nature's call, unless they had intentionally consumed less the night before. Regardless, the day's endurance, both physically and mentally, attested to the formidable strength of these elite troops. Qi Yuan, a general with exceptionally high standards for himself, had forged the resilience of his cavalry through his own might. The ministers recalled the 100,000 troops stationed at the frontier with 20,000 cavalry among them. The thought of such forces besieging the Yong dynasty filled them with a chilling realization. The prospect of annihilation within 2 months was not mere bluster, but a tangible threat. The emperor felt a chilling numbness creeping through his limbs, his mouth opening several times, yet struggling to articulate a solution to the dire situation before him. Regret was futile at this juncture. If an apology could mend a rift, he would have gladly sent Pei Ziyan to kneel before Xiao Qihuang for 3 days and nights. Alas, it was all my fault. Suddenly, the empress's voice broke, laden with guilt and remorse. The matter concerning the crown princess was my counsel. Qingxue, when I arranged for Ziyan to marry Yun Xiuyao, I indeed harbored thoughts of consolidating our military alliances. Yet, Ziyan vehemently opposed, and it was only through my desperate insistence that he reluctantly acquiesced. She gazed at Xiao Qihuang with eyes brimming with remorse. Qingxue, having shared a marital bond with Ziyan, you ought to understand him best. He is not a treacherous soul. For 2 years of marriage, he has never touched another woman, not even a concubine. Qingxue, If you must cast blame, let fall upon me. I offer my life in atonement, if only you could forgive Ziyan. She lowered her gaze, resigned and sorrowful. Whether it be death or survival, whether by the rod or by dismemberment, I submit to your judgment. Mother. Pei Ziyan suddenly raised his eyes, filled with anguish as he looked at her. Please do not speak in such a manner. It is my own wavering resolve that has failed to protect what I cherish. I have wronged Qingxue. I have betrayed her sincere affection. I have broken my promises. Xiao Qihuang reclined slightly, listening to their exchange with a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of her lips, her gaze veiled in silence. Shen Yaochuan, Yu Yan, Zhan Qingwu, and Yi Lingfeng observed this mother-son duo as if they were performers on stage, their faces adorned with scornful expressions, openly displaying their disdain. The Empress and Pei Ziyan continued their mutual lamentations, engaging in a farcical display of self-reflection and guilt. Their eyes were indeed reddened with genuine emotion. The heartfelt revelations, the choked voices, the overwhelming grief, these were all authentic. After all, faced with the impending threat of a powerful army, with their nation on the brink of annihilation, and the precariousness of a throne and crown prince position, their excessive fears and regrets rendered tears a most natural response. But who truly cares? The moment the divorce decree was seized by Xiao Qihuang, any semblance of their relationship evaporated, leaving only a ledger of new and old grievances. What does it matter to cast aside a divorce letter and flee? Holding the divorce decree sealed with the royal jade and phoenix stamp, she sat here, negotiating with them, relishing in their terror, witnessing their regret, observing their struggles, and ultimately orchestrating internal strife, compelling them to cede land and pay reparations. This was her objective. Xiao Qihuang sighed softly, her eyes cloaked in contemplation. Did they truly believe she was a gentle and benevolent person? Did they think a few disingenuous tears would soften her heart, leading her to show them mercy? A soft heart cannot sustain a vast empire. She would demonstrate through her actions that the next ruler of Nanjao would not be one of delicate sentiment. She would extract the greatest benefits at the least cost. This territory of the Yong dynasty would become the spoils of her 3 years of toil. Qi Yuan returned from outside. He moved silently, yet an undeniable aura of authority surrounded him, compelling the gaze of those around him to follow his every motion. The Empress and Pei Ziyan, realizing they had lost their audience, fell into an awkward silence. It was only then that the Prime Minister leading the officials belatedly voiced the alarming question. Did General Qi just instruct his men to rest in place, consuming only their own provisions, and plan to sleep outdoors tonight? As Qi Yuan settled into his seat, he was met with a foolish question that caused him to raise his gaze slightly, a chilling aura emanating from his eyes. Do you possess a more prudent suggestion? The Chancellor faltered, his words momentarily caught in his throat. What I meant to convey is that you all could take refuge in the post station. There are accommodations available, with beds for a proper night's rest and a kitchen for preparing meals. The soldiers have traveled great distances and endured significant hardships. They ought to first find solace, enjoy a nourishing meal, and then rest until the morrow. Chapter 70. They must not be undervalued. Qi Yuan's expression was indifferent, clearly unappreciative of the sentiment. How I lead my troops is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. The Prime Minister's countenance was awkward as he forced a smile. I apologize for my impertinence. Such a young and handsome man spoke with words as sharp as ice shards, exuding an aura of detachment that discouraged approach. One could only wonder if he spoke to their emperor with such coldness and lack of compassion. Have you reached a consensus? Qi Yuan's gaze was cold and serene, contemplating whether to relinquish 3 cities in exchange for 10 million taels of silver, or allow Pei Ziyan to marry into the Yong dynasty as the prince's 18th concubine. The 18th concubine was evidently a humiliation, while the 3 border cities were irreplaceable. As for the 10 million taels, they could not possibly procure such a sum. The emperor's forehead glistened with sweat, his face as pale as parchment. Clearly cornered with no options left, he leaned on the arm of a eunuch to support his weakened legs. Allow me to confer with my officials before I respond. Xiao Qihuang remarked coolly, you have only half an hour. The emperor, striving to maintain a semblance of composure, nodded slowly. Very well. I shall provide an answer in half an hour. His Majesty summoned several princes, including Pei Ziyan, to the Hall of Governance, followed by a few high-ranking ministers. The Empress, in a state of anxiety, feared the princes might unite to pressure the crown prince. Without a second thought, she followed, disregarding the customary prohibition against interference from the harem in political matters. The hall quickly emptied, leaving only the envoy from Nanjao and a few attending eunuchs and palace maids. Does your highness have any additional requests? Xiao Qihuang turned, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly dissatisfied. They must not be undervalued. Xiao Qihuang remained silent. Undervalued? Today's performance aimed solely to sow discord among the Yong dynasty's rulers, fostering internal strife, and, ideally, a fierce confrontation that would leave them mutually exhausted. They merely needed to observe the unfolding drama. Ultimately, no matter the decisions made, they could not alter the fate of the Yong dynasty's downfall. What they relished was the process. The more intense the internal conflict, the lesser the cost to the Yong dynasty's demise. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qihuang inquired, "Has the news of Yun Xiaoran's imprisonment been dispatched?" Xiao Qihuang nodded. "It will be delivered directly to Yun Baocheng and his trusted generals." Xiao Qihuang acknowledged with sound, choosing not to elaborate further. The unexpected complications in gathering provisions meant that the soldiers awaited supplies and salaries, and who could fight on an empty stomach? If news of his son's imprisonment reached Yun Baocheng at this time, she doubted he could remain at the border any longer. The revelation of Yun Xiaoran's imprisonment would incite Yun Baocheng's fury, destabilizing the morale of the troops. Qi Yuan lowered his gaze, stating, to achieve the optimal effect, a message should also be sent to Xiling to create a pretext for a ceasefire. If hostilities persist, Yun Baocheng would find it impossible to return to the capital for peace talks. We must provide Xiling with a reason to suspend the conflict. Granting Yun Baocheng a moment to breathe, while simultaneously propagating the news of the delayed supplies and Yun Xiaoran's predicament, ensuring it spreads throughout all ranks until it is common knowledge. When the time comes, morale will be scattered, and chaos will ensue even if there is no apparent disorder. Xiao Qihuang slightly raised her gaze, looking at Qi Yuan's handsome yet indifferent face, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "I trust you have made all necessary preparations." Qi Yuan was taken aback, meeting her eyes. Xiao Qihuang gazed at him with a smile that made Qi Yuan feel as though he had been scalded by fire. He hastily lowered his eyes, his thin lips pressed together, and his ears unwittingly grew warm. Xiao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, watching the scene with keen interest. He found His Highness to be quite remarkable. Although appearing gentle and seemingly unperturbed, she was evidently not the type to be ensnared by romantic entanglements, as if nothing in the world could truly harm her. 3 years prior, she had resolutely chosen to remain in the Yong dynasty due to a mere dream. 3 years later, having faced betrayal, she was able to withdraw with such calm and rationality, unscathed, even finding leisure to tease General Qi in the Grand Hall of Negotiation. Well, perhaps His Highness merely wished to lighten the atmosphere, to ease General Qi's tension. However, His Highness clearly underestimated her significance in General Qi's heart. Xiao Qihuang rested his chin on his hand and remarked thoughtfully, "General Qi is a master strategist, always planning several steps ahead, so he has undoubtedly prepared well in advance." Qi Yuan remained silent, yet he recognized his own lapse in composure. A flicker of annoyance crossed his eyes, but he quickly restored his indifferent and composed demeanor. Yet if anyone in this world truly understood General Qi, besides His Majesty, it would be His Highness. Xiao Qihuang smiled. Even after 3 years apart, their understanding remained unchanged. They conversed as if oblivious to the palace maidens who could relay their words. Xiao Qihuang furrowed her brow slightly, glancing past Qi Yuan's shoulder towards Xiao Qihuang. Her tone pointed. "Have you been by my elder brother's side for so long that you have also adopted his enigmatic manner?" Xiao Qihuang merely smiled in silence. Xiao Qihuang chose not to speak further. The ease and intimacy between her and Qi Yuan stemmed from the fact that Qi Yuan had once been her shadow guard, specially trained by her elder brother. He possessed exceptional aptitude and talent, becoming a top-tier shadow guard by the age of 14, loyal and elusive. Sadogaras bore no sernam. The Qi and Qi Yuan belonged to Xiao Qihuang. He had spent 5 years by her side, during which Xiao Qihuang discovered his talent for military strategy and suggested to her elder brother that Qi Yuan be trained for a general's role. Qi Yuan joined her at the age of 15, entered the military at 16, and by 17, he led troops to quell the feudal lords, defeating an army of 50,000 with a mere 3,000 elite soldiers in his first battle, thereby establishing the supremacy of this elite unit within the southern Zhao forces. At 18, when Shilling provoked southern Zhao, Qi Yuan led his 3,000 elite troops to rout them, resulting in the deaths of nearly all the commanders, including the chief and deputy leaders. Should that battle be fought again, Shilling would still be bewildered as to why they suffered such a devastating defeat, leaving them too fearful to approach southern Zhao ever since. It must be said, some talents are innate, and no matter how hard one strives later, the ceiling of their potential will remain limited. Xiao Qihuang remembered those 5 years, during which Qi Yuan frequently spent his days in the military camp and returned to her side at night, recounting every detail of the camp's affairs. Even though she repeatedly urged him not to consider himself merely a shadow guard, but to strive to become the foremost general of Nanjao. Leaving an indelible mark on history through valorous battles, he remained steadfast in his own ways. It was not until that year, when she was tormented day and night by nightmares and subsequently arrived at the Yong dynasty, that they formally parted ways. Upon their reunion 3 years later, Xiao Qihuang spoke in her usual manner, yet Qi Yuan, now 23, was evidently no longer the youthful shadow guard of yore. As time gradually passed, Xin Yaochuan looked up at Qi Yuan and inquired, "General Qi, are we truly to wait here for an entire night?" Qi Yuan remained silent. "What of waiting for a night?" Xiao Qihuang chuckled. "Are you concerned about your health?" "Not quite." Xin Yaochuan nonchalantly shook his head. "I merely believe that before the hour of the rat, the emperors and ministers of the Yong dynasty will hardly reach a conclusion, although they have set a final deadline. How could they easily relinquish the 3 most vital border cities? To lose these cities would be akin to flinging open the gates to the invading forces. Both the emperor and the ministers of the Yong dynasty are acutely aware of the stakes. In their deliberations, they would undoubtedly prefer to sacrifice the newly appointed crown prince, Pei Ziyan, rather than willingly cede the cities. Yet, regardless of their desires, the outcome is not for them to dictate." Chapter 71. Requesting the emperor to depose the empress and the crown prince Shun Yaochuan's predictions were spot on. The atmosphere within the Chonghua Palace had erupted into chaos. Although the current predicament did not threaten the very existence of the state, the prospect of relinquishing cities and losing vital border fortifications was tantamount to national ruin. As a result, the princes and ministers who typically adhered to the hierarchical decorum of ruler and subjects now voiced their suppressed sentiments without restraint. Duke Dinghua, with a slight limp, was usually granted a seat when presenting himself before the emperor, but today, as extraordinary circumstances overshadowed any consideration for his condition, he had no intention of sitting down to converse. "I vehemently oppose the cession of Jiangxi, Shigue, and Fuan to Nanzhao as a so-called ransom. Nanzhao is simply demanding an exorbitant price." His tone was fervent, the martial spirit unmistakably evident. "During my years leading troops against the northern tribes, countless soldiers lost their lives in the unwavering defense of our borders. Now, to sacrifice 3 cities for the sake of a mere prince's life. If your majesty concedes to this demand, how shall I face those fallen soldiers? Handing over the 3 border cities to Nanjao would render the Yong dynasty defenseless, leaving us at their mercy." The Minister of War nodded in agreement. "I share Duke Dinghua's sentiments. Your Majesty, Nanzhao is relentless. The crux of this matter lies with the Crown Prince. He must take full responsibility for the aftermath." Prince Rui's gaze fixed upon the Empress. "I have heard that your Majesty once made a promise to Xiao Qingxue." The Empress's heart skipped a beat, and she retorted angrily, "What does Prince Rui wish to imply?" Prince Rui smirked. "Xiao Qingxue once requested the Empress to fulfill her promise regarding their divorce. Yet, not only did the Crown Prince betray her trust, but it appears the Empress has also failed to uphold her word, rejecting Xiao Qingxue's request for separation and repeatedly allowing Yun Shuiyao to bully her. Such actions have incited Nanzhao's wrath, leading to today's crisis for the Yong dynasty." The Empress's complexion turned pale as she clenched her fists tightly. Regret washed over her for not agreeing to Xiao Qingxue initially, yet she had been unaware of her true identity. In royal unions, where was the precedent for divorce? Prince Rui's current accusations felt like a fabricated crime, devoid of justification. I believe the Empress possesses a narrow mind and shallow vision, rendering her unworthy of the imperial title. Prince Rui declared, kneeling before the ground. I implore Father Emperor to first depose the Empress and then the Crown Prince, providing the Nanjao princess with an explanation. The Empress's face drained of color, her composure teetering on the brink. Gripping the handkerchief tightly, she realized that Prince Rui was deliberately seizing this opportunity to target her and Ziyan, aiming to usurp their positions. A surge of resentment welled within her. Your Majesty, what Prince Rui has articulated is indeed accurate. Duke Dingwen knelt as well, emphasizing the urgency of placating the Nanzhao envoy. I believe they do not genuinely seek the cities of Jiangxi, Shigue, and Fuan. Rather, their hearts are filled with grievances, yearning for retribution. If we were to offer the Crown Prince to them, to appease Nanjao by surrendering the Crown Prince would only invite further scorn upon us. The Empress retorted forcefully, her underlying fear and trepidation becoming increasingly evident. What would become of the Yong dynasty's dignity? What of Your Majesty's reputation? Your Majesty, the Duke of State raised his head, speaking with fervor and intensity. If we are to protect the Crown Prince, we must cede 3 cities to Nanjao. Should we lose our border cities, the territory of the Yong dynasty would be at risk. Can this truly preserve the dignity of the Yong dynasty and the face of His Majesty? When we are all reduced to prisoners, unable to seek life or death, I fear that dignity and reputation will be of no concern. The Empress retorted angrily. You need not frighten me. The Yong dynasty is not without its military generals. If necessary, you and your son can lead the troops to the border. I refuse to believe that Nanjao possesses any celestial warriors capable of defeating us. With the Duke's prowess, can he not hold back their forces? The Empress spoke lightly, yet the King of War scoffed. Even if the Duke could take to the battlefield and temporarily fend off Nanjao, how would the logistics of supplies be managed? The Empress faltered, then stubbornly replied, the ministers will unite their efforts to devise a solution. Conveniently, the Minister of Revenue was present. The King of War pointed at a certain minister, his voice laced with mockery. Perhaps the Empress should inquire how much silver remains in the treasury and how long it can sustain our army in battle. General Qi from Nanzhao is in the throne room. I implore the Empress to ask him how long it took for his 3,000 cavalry to subdue the 5,000 troops of the vassal king. Can the Yong army endure for a longer duration? As the Empress, a sovereign of the inner court, knew little of frontline warfare, how could she respond to such inquiries? Hearing of the formidable General Qi, she blurted out, if he is so impressive, why can't you devise a plan to eliminate him? Let us slay the generals who have come, recall the elite troops from the imperial city, and eliminate those 3,000 elite soldiers, ensuring they do not escape the Yong capital. In doing so, Nanzhao would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, leaving them powerless to threaten us further. Her words fell into an immediate silence within the hall, all eyes turning towards her, expressions peculiar. Once she realized her own words, she exhaled deeply. Yes, that is it. Are you not most wary of that, General Qi? Let us simply eliminate them all, along with those he brought. Let us see how they can continue to act so arrogantly. Empress, have you finished speaking? The Emperor interjected coldly. If you're done, return to your Fingy palace, and do not embarrass yourself here. The Empress's face turned pale. Your Majesty? Embarrass herself? The Emperor had the audacity to accuse her of such. Impatiently, the Emperor commanded his attendants, take the Empress back to Fingy Palace. The matron of Fingy Palace hastily stepped forward, respectfully advising, Your Majesty, let us return. His Majesty and the Crown Prince will find a way to resolve this predicament. The Empress cast a worried glance at Pei Ziyan and suddenly knelt. The Crown Prince embodies the dignity of the royal family. If even the Crown Prince can be easily surrendered to others, which nation will not look down upon us? I beseech your Majesty to reconsider. The Emperor, exasperated, replied, I shall make the decision myself. There is no need for the Empress to fret. Chapter 72. Let everything perish. The queen was taken aback, never expecting his swift change of heart. Indeed, the human heart is fragile when faced with trials. Even as a sovereign, should he be unable to devise a solution in times of adversity, he would inevitably forsake certain things, such as his own wife and children. Lost in thought, the queen took her leave. The emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, bore a countenance shrouded in gloom. Whether or not to depose the crown prince could wait. For now, they must devise a means to resolve the pressing crisis. At such a critical juncture, the king of Wu felt a flicker of resentment as he gazed downwards, remarking, "Father, your deep paternal affection for the crown prince is understandable. However, given the current situation, unless celestial beings descend to aid us, even if the Duke of Dinghua were to rally his entire family for battle, it would be futile to reverse our dire straits." Impudent. The emperor's expression darkened. Our focus must be on resolving this crisis, not on your idle commentary. Should you dare to dampen our spirits further, you shall be dismissed. The king of Wu silently scoffed. He fell silent, yet the others present shared his sentiment. If the emperor sought to navigate this predicament, the sole suggestion was to send the crown prince to the southern Zhao with the esteemed princess. Pei Ziyan appeared as though her soul had departed, remaining mute. Earlier in the court, a certain young master shun had uttered a remark that perhaps the emperor had overlooked. The Duke of Dinghua, deep in thought, recalled that he had suggested the crown prince take the southern Zhao as a dowry, to serve as the consort to their newly ascended monarch. Though such words carried an air of humiliation, could it be inferred that southern Zhao seeks to replace their emperor? Indeed, he had voiced this notion. The king of Ruei nodded, yet Xiao Qingxue mentioned that she was the sister of the emperor, implying that the southern Zhao monarch should still be quite young. The king of Yin pondered. A young ruler would likely not abdicate. Even if he did, it would hardly be a princess who would ascend to the throne. However, the mere suggestion of such a transition could not be taken lightly. Should it reach the ears of their emperor, it would signify disloyalty, thus rendering it quite peculiar. Might it be possible? The king of Ruei suddenly considered a potential scenario, narrowing his eyes slightly. If they indeed harbored ulterior motives, their urgency in acquiring the three cities of Jiangxi, Shugu, and Fuan could stem from a desire to establish a legitimate military presence. Upon hearing this, the assembly was instantly enlightened. The emperor's expression grew grave. Are you implying that Xiao Qingxue wishes to declare herself sovereign at the border? It may not be her desire to reign, but rather those who have come to escort her might incite her to do so. The king of Ruei, as if finally grasping the essence of the matter, became increasingly convinced of this possibility. She, being a woman, lacked the qualifications to rule. Thus, even if she were to be crowned, the true power would remain with General Qi. If they were to successfully seize the three border cities, they could easily station troops there, presenting a facade of seeking justice for the esteemed princess while creating an illusion of conflict with the Yong dynasty. In such a scenario, they could linger at the border, existing as kings without crowns. The emperor furrowed his brow, though he found this speculation rather implausible. He turned to the Duke of Dinghua. What are your thoughts? The Duke of Dinghua furrowed his brow, stating that one could not entirely dismiss such a possibility. The notion of ascending the throne is not a matter to be spoken of lightly. Once it reaches the ears of the emperor, it could lead to dire consequences. They must harbor such thoughts to have carelessly uttered those words. Yet having ambition is one thing, while possessing the courage to act upon it is another. Hence, he could not ascertain their true intentions. The emperor, with a cold demeanor, inquired about their course of action. The duke replied, engaging in direct warfare is ill-advised. The conclusions drawn were merely based on our conjectures, and even if they hold some truth, they still command the most elite forces of Nanjao. We are ill-equipped to confront two nations simultaneously, and our treasury is depleted. Should war break out, its duration remains uncertain. A prolonged state of conflict would undoubtedly cripple the strength of the Yong dynasty, with catastrophic repercussions. Ceding three cities is likewise untenable, if all our assessments prove erroneous. Losing our border defenses would be akin to opening our gates to Nanjao, allowing their forces to swiftly invade our territory. In a short span of months, or perhaps 2 to 3 years, the Yong dynasty would be in peril. The most prudent course of action would be to heed the counsel of His Royal Highness, the Wise King, and His Royal Highness, the Martial King, and allow the Crown Prince to resolve this matter. The Duke spoke with an air of officialdom, suggesting that since it was the Crown Prince who had offended, it would be most appropriate for him to make amends. Furthermore, as the Empress stated, a day as husband and wife fosters 100 days of affection. It is my belief that women are often tender-hearted. Provided that the Crown Prince approaches with a sincere and humble attitude, he could win over the Nanjao princess, especially if he offers a credible promise. I am confident that winning back her heart would be well within reach. The emperor understood that they were indeed correct. The cities must not be relinquished, lest the consequences be unimaginable. War cannot be waged, for the funds are simply insufficient. Yet, Nanzhao remains relentless. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor turned to Pei Ziyan. Crown Prince, what are your thoughts? The Crown Prince, lowering his head, appeared as pale as a ghost. His voice dry and strained as if forced from his throat. I am willing to extend my utmost sincerity in exchange for Lady Qingxue's forgiveness. The emperor's expression softened with relief. If that is the case, please go speak with her, but be mindful of your demeanor. The greater good must take precedence. I shall obey, the Crown Prince replied with a bow before departing. On the day he was appointed Crown Prince, he brimmed with confidence. Now, he appeared utterly worn and haggard, resembling a fish drained of its vitality, enveloped in a pall of despair. The Wise King, the Martial King, the Duke of Duan, and the Duke of Yin silently watched him leave. Their expressions varied, but all tinged with disdain. The Crown Prince's apology was the best course of action at present, yet we must also prepare for the worst. The emperor soon spoke again. Their patience is limited. Perhaps you should share further thoughts. If the Crown Prince fails to sway Xiao Qihuang, what then? The Wise King and Duke of Duan fell silent. The ministers wore grave expressions, uncertain how to respond to this dilemma, for they truly did not know what to do. The emperor rubbed his face, feeling somewhat powerless. 3 cities, 10 million taels of silver, and the marriage of Ziyan. If one must choose between these two methods, how should one decide? Father, do not forget that allowing the Crown Prince to marry into the family requires bringing the Yong dynasty as a dowry. When the King of Wu uttered these words, his tone was laced with evident sarcasm, particularly given the presence of 18 concubines. The emperor's expression abruptly turned cold. King of Wu. The King of Wu took his leave, stating, I shall take my leave at once. With that, he turned his back and strode out, utterly unwilling to remain in this place, discussing such a disgraceful matter. The dignity of the emperor, the dignity of the Yong nation, the dignity of the Crown Prince, all were at stake. Ultimately, what was destined to be lost would still be lost, and what was meant to be preserved could not be upheld. Even the Duke of Ding, who had faced the battlefield, dared not advocate for war. What could be expected from others? Let all perish. Surrendering 3 cities would result in death. Refusing surrender would also lead to death. Yet, despite the certainty of demise, no one suggested fighting to the death. All clung to a sliver of hope, naively wishing to barter for a touch of mercy through pleading, oblivious to the fact that their adversary was seizing this opportunity to sever ties, resolutely intent on exacting revenge. The King of Wu gazed at the night sky, furiously kicking a pillar in the hall before turning back to the inner chamber. Pei Ziyan also returned to the hall, his countenance pale and despondent, laden with an indescribable embarrassment. He looked at Xiao Qihuang, his eyes humble and filled with pleading, and softly implored, Qingxue, if I am willing to atone and seek your forgiveness through my actions, could you, in light of our past affections, grant me an opportunity for recompense? Chapter 73. Pei Ziyan, are you despicable? As Wang Wu was about to step across the threshold of the palace, he halted abruptly. The atmosphere inside was thick with silence. The emissaries from Nanjao casting their gazes upon Pei Ziyan, their eyes glinting with a cold mockery. Qi Yuan scrutinized the man before him, his gaze as frigid as ice, akin to observing a dying ant. You are unworthy to converse with the esteemed princess. Qi Yuan's voice was sharp and frosty. Do you not comprehend the etiquette of beseeching? Pei Ziyan's eyes darkened, his hands clenched into fists. He bit his lip and turned to Xiao Qihuang, anger and disbelief flickering in his gaze. Yet, Xiao Qihuang merely averted her eyes, indifferent to his plight, evidently condoning Qi Yuan's actions. With gritted teeth, Pei Ziyan suppressed his humiliation and disgrace. Raising his robe to kneel, his voice strained. "Your Highness, the princess." Xiao Qihuang lifted her gaze calmly. "Pei Ziyan, do you consider yourself base?" Pei Ziyan lowered his eyes, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips. "Yes, I do. What else could he possibly say? You should have retained some dignity. You ought not to have come to me for aid." Xiao Qihuang spoke with dispassionate honesty. "You have always held your ground, never believing yourself at fault." Pei Ziyan's head hung low, his hands clenched tightly, his lips pale from pressure. Indeed, he had never believed himself in the wrong. As the crown prince, marrying the crown princess was his right. Had she not concealed her identity all along, they would not have reached such an impasse. In the eyes of all, she was merely a physician, a woman of no distinguished lineage. How could a woman of such humble background ever ascend to the position of crown princess? Had she disclosed her true identity sooner, he could have rightfully made her his consort, promising never to take another. The Yong dynasty and Nanjao could have forged an alliance. Yet she chose to conceal the truth so meticulously. If the crown prince truly wishes to make amends, it is not impossible. Qi Yuan interjected suddenly, his tone devoid of emotion. "But I wonder if you can fulfill the conditions set forth." Pei Ziyan's heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over him from Qi Yuan's stark words. "Let's both take a step back. There is no need for you to bring the entirety of the Yong dynasty into your family," Qi Yuan continued, his gaze piercing, the chilling depth of his eyes seemingly able to freeze one in place. "Consider the 3 cities at the border as your dowry. Upon returning to Nanjao, I shall grant you the title of a secondary husband." Dowry, secondary husband. This was a blatant humiliation. Pei Ziyan felt his heart plummet. He was being offered the position of secondary consort for her general, made to experience the degradation and shame of being beneath another. When he had adamantly refused a divorce, he had cited royal customs, wielding his power as leverage, and now Nanzhao was returning the favor, exerting overwhelming military might to force his submission. It sounded fair, yet he was the crown prince of Yong, the future emperor. Once absorbed into Nanjao, it signified everything would be lost. The Yong dynasty would never allow its future sovereign to become a mere consort. Agreeing would mean relinquishing his identity as the crown prince. He would once again find himself devoid of all. "Pei Ziyan, you have no choice." Shen Yaochuan's tone was leisurely, yet his gaze was laced with derision and disdain. "Everything you have imposed upon others, you must fully accept yourself." Pei Ziyan was left speechless. He could have countered. He wished to argue that men and women are inherently different. It is commonplace for men to have multiple wives, while women are expected to remain devoted to one. Fundamentally, men and women cannot be compared. Yet, such words could not be uttered. This was not the moment for reasoned debate. Nanjao, with its formidable military might, adopted an air of superiority, attempting to coerce them into submission. He would not entertain your arguments. As night deepened, King Wu stood outside the palace doors, seemingly merging with the shadows, silently observing the scene within. He watched as Pei Ziyan knelt before Xiao Qihuang, and he faintly recalled the pride and vigor that adorned Pei Ziyan's face the day he was proclaimed crown prince. In less than half a month, the position had yet to warm, the Eastern Palace was not yet occupied, and even the grand ceremony of his enthronement had not been held. Perhaps there would be no opportunity for it ever to occur. Indeed, life is replete with uncertainties. Shen Yaochuan turned and inquired, "Has half an hour elapsed? Yet your emperor and the ministers have yet to reach a conclusion?" King Wu returned to reality and stepped into the palace, stating, "My father will return shortly. Please. Esteemed lords, wait a moment." Approaching Xiao Qihuang, he smiled at Qi Yuan, saying, "The crown prince, after all, is the heir to the throne. Although he has yet to ascend, he is indeed the next candidate for the throne of the Yong dynasty. His marriage into Nanzhao is of great significance and requires thorough discussion before a decision can be made." Pei Ziyan's expression shifted, turning to King Wu with a gaze darkened by fury. "The crown prince looks at me with such disdain. It appears he harbors immense dissatisfaction with the notion of marrying into Nanjao." King Wu scoffed. "Did you not repeatedly declare your bond with the princess? If you believe you have erred, You ought to make amends with sincerity. If the crown prince is unwilling to marry into Nanjao, who would believe in your genuine intentions? Shen Yaochuan lowered his gaze, sipping his wine, relishing the spectacle of Yong dynasty's princes tearing at each other. Let them fight. May they both suffer greatly. As for Pei Ziyan's marriage into Nanzhao, initially, he had not considered it. For such a man of poor character would surely be disregarded once the crown prince saw his true nature. However, the crown prince's disdain did not imply that the matter would simply be dismissed. What do 3 cities signify? The guardians of the country are not Pei Ziyan. Should he lose these cities, his only concern would be the Yong dynasty losing its shield. Yet, this concern is not unique to him. Other ministers and princes of Yong would share it. Pei Ziyan required a punishment that was uniquely his own. Marriage into Nanzhao, indeed, was an excellent notion. Let him experience the trials of being a foreigner, relying on others, and becoming a secondary husband. Let him taste the bitterness of scorn and derision, and see if he can maintain his composure amidst the contempt he faces daily. Of course, this alone would undoubtedly be insufficient. 3 years ago, the emperor descended upon the Yong dynasty and bestowed upon him a life-saving grace. However, his journey to Nanjao yielded no significant contributions, and thus his treatment. Well, General Qi, hailing from the Shadow Guard, possesses ample means to ensure he is well entertained. Chapter 74. Isolated and helpless as the ministers of the Yong dynasty re-entered the Grand Hall, half an hour had elapsed. The emperor's expression remained grave, indicating that no particularly good solution had been devised. The ministers took their seats, their gazes inevitably drawn to the prince kneeling before Xiao Qihuang. Their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of the minister's footsteps as they settled was nearly imperceptible. Shen Yaochuan patiently awaited everyone to be seated before he spoke deliberately. The sincerity of your country's prince in seeking forgiveness is commendable. Our Lord is merciful and willing to make concession. Upon hearing this, the ministers of the Yong dynasty were instantly elated, their eyes all turning toward Xiao Qihuang. There was no need for Prince Pei to bind the entire Yong dynasty through marriage. The surrender of the 3 border cities of Jiangxi, Shigue, and Fuan would suffice. Shen Yaochuan continued nonchalantly. However, there is a condition. Prince Pei must accompany us back to Nanjao, not as a mere consort, but as a secondary husband. Such a concession, I trust, would satisfy His Majesty and the esteemed ministers. The moment he finished speaking, the hall fell into a profound silence. The expressions of surprise on the faces of the emperor and the ministers froze, unable to unfold into joy. Was this truly a concession? Where lay the concession in this proposal? Shen Yaochuan gestured towards the darkening sky outside. Your time is running short. Please make a decision swiftly. The king of Wu furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful and indifferent glance at Pei Ziyu, before turning his attention to Xiao Qihuang. Does your highness insist on acquiring these 3 border cities? Xiao Qihuang replied coolly, that is my fee for saving a life. It is indeed non-negotiable. The king of Wu countered, even if we were to sacrifice the prince's life, would that still not suffice? Xiao Qihuang raised an eyebrow. Every life eventually meets its end. Regardless of when or how Pei Ziyu dies, the fact remains that I saved his life. Would your physicians in the Yong dynasty refund their fees simply because the patient has passed? The king of Wu was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. To demand these 3 cities is already a display of our Lord's grace. Shen Yaochuan interjected, his brow furrowing with displeasure. I implore you not to haggle further. Your time to make a decision is limited. It will be prudent to consider whether you wish to propose any additional demands. Proposing further demands? Would Nanjao even entertain such notions? The king of Wu's countenance darkened as he turned to the king of Ruei. The king of Ruei's gaze fell upon the kneeling Pei Ziyu. Regardless of the circumstances, this predicament had arisen due to him. The representatives of Nanjao were resolute and unyielding, leaving no room for refusal. The consequences of refusal were burdens too heavy for the Yong dynasty to bear. After a prolonged silence, the king of Ruei pondered. What we require now is time. If the 3 cities must be ceded, We must at least ensure that the Yong dynasty will not plunge into chaos immediately upon losing its defenses. Otherwise, the Yong dynasty shall face its demise. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, wore a grim expression, his face taut and unyielding. After a long pause, the king of Rui suddenly turned to Qihuang. If we acquiesce, can your nation guarantee that it will not wage war against the Yong dynasty? That cannot be ensured. Qihuang's tone was cold and unwavering in his refusal. Should the Yong dynasty provoke Nanjao, or if your crown prince were to engage in inappropriate conduct within Nanjao, the latter would not hesitate to administer a lesson to the Yong dynasty. No, we shall not provoke Nanjao, nor will the crown prince behave inappropriately, the wise king hastily assured. Desiring peace, Qihuang retorted, you might as well admit your fear of death. His gaze shifted to Xiao Qihuang. What is your highness's stance? Xiao Qihuang replied calmly. According to the words of General Qi and Shun Yaochuan, Pei Ziyan is to bring 3 cities as a dowry upon joining Nanzhao and will return 10 million taels of silver within 6 months. Nanzhao guarantees not to mobilize against the Yong dynasty within a year. She lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes icy as she regarded Pei Ziyan. Should Crown Prince Pei conduct himself with propriety and meet our expectations, Nanzhao can maintain peace with the Yong dynasty for 3 to 5 years. Pei Ziyan's fingertips trembled, the color draining from his face. He comprehended Xiao Qihuang's intent. This was her reprisal against him. Their concessions were not born of true benevolence, but rather to provide the Yong dynasty's officials with an irrefutable reason to relinquish hope and abandon him as crown prince. Pei Ziyan was acutely aware that, despite his recent elevation to the position of crown prince, he had few supporters among the court, and the one influential ally, Yin Shaoran, had already been imprisoned. At this moment, the preservation of the Yong dynasty was paramount, and the ministers would gladly see him dispatched to Nanjao. Even the factions of the martial king and wise king secretly wished for his demise in Nanjao, so he would not return to contest the throne. Indeed, upon Xiao Qihuang's presentation of this assurance, the Yong dynasty's ministers collectively exhaled in relief. With the loss of their border defenses, their greatest concern was the potential for Nanzhao to engage in warfare against the Yong dynasty. If peace could be assured for 3 to 5 years, they could redeploy their forces at the borders and, within 3 years, promote new generals, replenish the treasury, and prepare provisions, thus standing ready for any eventuality. What they needed most was time. The chancellor understood that they could not afford further concessions and turned to the emperor, bowing respectfully, Your Majesty. It is indeed true that our crown prince bears primary responsibility in this matter. The culpability, of course, extended beyond the crown prince. Both the emperor and empress were equally complicit, setting aside Xiao Qingxue's life-saving grace towards the crown prince. It was the emperor himself who, 2 years prior, had issued the edict to marry Xiao Qingxue to the Jin king as his primary consort, only to demote her to a secondary wife within the span of 2 years. The sovereign, believing her to be merely a physician easily manipulated, assumed she would endure in silence. Yet now, faced with her defiance and her power surpassing that of the Yong dynasty, the emperor and empress began to regret their decisions. But what use was regret now? The ministers pondered this in silence, daring not to voice their thoughts. The emperor, already aware of their sentiments, persisted with a question, What would you suggest, Chancellor? The Chancellor bowed his head. I beg your Majesty's indulgence. Perhaps the emperor might agree to offer 3 cities as a dowry, allowing the crown prince to proceed to Nanjao. The emperor furrowed his brow, glancing at the silent Pei Ziyan. Ziyan, what do you think? Father, this is the only viable solution at present. Within the words of King Wu lies a concealed disdain. Those who err must bear the consequences. Moreover, the agreement from Nanjao not to deploy troops against the Yong dynasty serves as a testament to their status as a nation of honor, one that will undoubtedly uphold its promises and treat the crown prince with kindness. Thus, father need not be troubled. Prince Duan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the eldest princess is currently incensed, and their prior transgressions warrant recompense. Should the crown prince sincerely seek to mend the rift and win back the affections of the eldest princess, there exists a possibility that the 2 nations may one day forge a bond of matrimonial alliance. a matrimonial alliance? Xiao Qihuang felt compelled to express how naive such an idea seemed. It is certain that Pei Ziyan will journey to Nanjao. Yet whether he can do so smoothly or even reach the realm remains contingent upon his fortune. Along this path, they will undoubtedly lavish him with hospitality, allowing him to experience the exquisite torment of desire. The four princes, King Rui, Prince Duan, Prince Yan, and King Wu, each persuaded the emperor to grant the crown prince permission to travel to Nanjao as a secondary consort. The ministers, led by the chancellor, echoed their sentiments in unison. At that moment, kneeling in the hall, Pei Ziyan truly grasped the sensation of isolation and helplessness. That chilling feeling of being a solitary figure in an expansive world, bereft of kinship, pervading his very being. It dawned upon him that his predicament had, in truth, always been thus. Chapter 75. Drafting the humiliating agreement from the moment his body began to falter, he had never had a confidant throughout the years. The support he received from the court was not genuinely his. The Duke of State and the General Yun were the only two who stood by him. However, the Duke, being the emperor's brother and his uncle, was naturally expected to be his ally. As for the General Yun's allegiance, whether it was sincere or merely for personal gain, Pei Ziyan understood better than anyone else. Over the years, apart from his parents, only Xiao Qingxue had shown him genuine care. She openly rescued him and discreetly protected him. Everything he possessed was a result of her support. Yet he had callously crushed this singular sincerity beneath his feet, trampling it into the ground. A chilling despair enveloped Pei Ziyan as he stared blankly downward, his face pale as death, even his fingertips cold. Qingxue, I'm truly sorry for you. Whatever vengeance or punishment you choose to enact upon me, I deserve it. I accept it. Amidst the clamor, Pei Ziyan suddenly spoke, his voice laden with desolation. I am willing to renounce my title as crown prince and to atone in Nanjao. He slowly turned, kneeling in the direction of the emperor. Father, your son is willing. Silence fell over the grand hall. All eyes were fixed upon his face, each gaze revealing diverse thoughts and emotions. The emperor's expression shifted through various stages, as if he wished to say something, but in the end, he merely nodded slowly. Very well. A profound chill coursed through Pei Ziyan's heart. Behold, even his father so readily relinquished him. This indicated that in the emperor's heart, the position of crown prince was not indispensable. If that were the case, why had he hesitated to appoint a crown prince? It was evident that several princes within the court had their factions. Yet he had chosen to designate the ailing son of the empress as his successor. Everyone believed the emperor respected the empress, favored the legitimate heir, and was willing to leave the position of crown prince vacant until his recovery, meticulously paving the way for him. Yet at this moment, the emperor still opted to cast him aside. A wave of sorrow washed over Pei Ziyan. The one who had cared for him most throughout was neither his kin nor his brothers, but the one who had pulled him back from the brink of death, who had bestowed upon him 2 years of tenderness and forgiveness, who had granted him boundless affection and confidence. Yet, when he betrayed that bond, her retribution was equally ruthless, leaving him powerless to resist. Pei Ziyan's heart was enveloped in an overwhelming stillness, devoid of hope. Since the emperor and the ministers had come to their decision, let's draft an agreement. Xiao Qihuang instructed his aides to prepare paper and ink. Henceforth, the cities of Jiangxi, Shigue, and Fuan would belong entirely to Nanzhao. I humbly request the emperor to draft an edict to announce this across the seas. In half a month, we shall return to the border, and our troops will be dispatched to the 3 cities. We ask that your troops and officials withdraw promptly, and we will arrange for Nanjao officials to govern these cities anew. The emperor's complexion turned pale, commanding a close eunuch to draft the edict. The terms of the agreement will be stipulated by your esteemed nation. We shall merely review it. Xiao Qihuang smiled, a seemingly innocuous expression tinged with a hint of warning. I am a businessman, accustomed to the treachery of the marketplace. So, Your Majesty, please do not entertain any notions of deceit in this agreement, as it would be not only futile, but could also backfire. The emperor's expression was rigid, his smile forced. Rest assured, Master Shun, he said, tightening his grip, wishing he could simply leave in a huff. To relinquish three of the most vital cities so effortlessly felt more humiliating than a defeat in battle. If only the Yong dynasty could muster a capable army and did not have to worry about provisions, how could he possibly allow the southern Zhao to demand so audaciously? The terms of the agreement must be articulated with precision. Shen Yaochuan casually reminded, Pei Ziyan will serve as a secondary consort in southern Zhao, with no time limit. Southern Zhao shall refrain from military actions against the Yong dynasty within 1 year, provided, of course, that the Yong dynasty remains compliant, and your crown prince behaves himself in southern Zhao. A heavy silence enveloped the grand hall, disturbed only by Shen Yaochuan's calm voice, which seemed to pour cold water over the icy hearts of the Yong officials, allowing them to experience the full chill of despair. The chief eunuch directed several young attendants to move tables and chairs, grind ink, and draft the edict and agreement. Despite the late August weather still holding on to some warmth during the day, the atmosphere in the hall felt as if it were steeped in the cold of midwinter, leaving everyone's limbs numb and frigid. Shen Yaochuan was quite handsome, resembling a refined young gentleman. His voice was melodious, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Yet, each word he spoke weighed heavily on the heart. Remain compliant. These 4 simple words usually serve as a warning from a man to his wives or a ruler to his ministers, requiring no further interpretation. However, when spoken by Shen Yaochuan in this particular context, they carried an ominous implication that left one reluctant to ponder further. Pei Ziyan was the crown prince of the Yong dynasty, yet upon his arrival in southern Zhao, he would ostensibly be a secondary consort, but in reality, he would resemble a hostage, a pawn in a foreign land. What could he possibly do that would be deemed non-compliant? Would he dare to act out of line? Unless their expectations of compliance were more extreme and harrowing than the literal interpretation. The officials of the Yong dynasty were unwilling to entertain such thoughts. For regardless of what southern Zhao's intentions might be, they had no alternative. This was the lightest price they could pay. The hall was brightly lit, with the sound of the water clock echoing in their ears. It was already past the midnight hour. Since morning, aside from a brief respite for bodily needs and half an hour of deliberation, they had been confined to this space, enduring an extended psychological torment that plunged them from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. They were left shivering in their damp garments throughout the night. Finally, once the edict and agreement were drafted, the chief eunuch gingerly presented them to Xiao Qihuang for review, then to Qi Yuan, and finally to Shen Yaochuan and Xiao Qingxue, ensuring that each was examined thoroughly. The language of the agreement was meticulously chosen, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Thus, there could be no issues. Xiao Qihuang nodded. Let us proceed with the signing. Consequently, following the divorce decree, this agreement for the cession of cities became the second document bearing the Yong dynasty's imperial seal that Xiao Qihuang acquired. In this tumultuous affair of separation, she emerged victorious, while Pei Ziyan and the Yong dynasty suffered a crushing defeat. The agreement has been finalized. You may all take your leave and rest. Shen Yaochuan proposed that we should endure the night here, departing at dawn so as not to disturb His Majesty the Emperor and the esteemed ministers during their morning deliberations. Regardless of whether this statement was meant to be sarcastic, it resonated as such in the ears of the ministers of the Yong dynasty. Morning deliberations? They had just signed a humiliating agreement, and they were expected to engage in discussions? What could they possibly deliberate on? After a sleepless night, it was likely that the emperor would issue a decree to cancel the morning court session, allowing everyone to rest. The uncertainty lingered regarding whether the emperor himself could find solace in sleep. The Rui Wang and Wu Wang would undoubtedly find sleep without difficulty. Pei Ziyan headed towards Nanjao, and the Yong dynasty needed to establish a new crown prince, with Rui Wang being the most suitable candidate. Having undergone such an ordeal, Rui Wang profoundly recognized that power must reside in his own hands. He understood that for the Yong dynasty to thrive, capable military leaders must be promoted, ensuring that no single faction dominates, nor should military strength become a vulnerability for the dynasty. The state treasury, too, required urgent attention. He must devise a strategy to replenish the treasury swiftly. When he ascends to the throne, he would never allow today as humiliation to resurface. In his lifetime, He would reclaim those 3 cities and make Nanjao pay dearly for their transgressions. Chapter 76. Will you spare Ziyan? The imperial edict had been drafted, and the agreement was signed. Xiao Qihuang suggested they could take their leave for the night, that there was no need to remain in the Grand Hall. However, not a single person departed. The emperor, his son, and the ministers stayed to accompany them. The night breeze swept in through the hall's entrance, bringing with it a chill. The emperor sat rigidly, his body stiffened. In the years since his ascension, he had never endured such a grueling ordeal. Throughout this day and night, his imperial dignity had been trampled underfoot, utterly humiliated. If one were to inquire about his thoughts at that moment, they would find that his sentiments mirrored those of Pei Ziyan. He pondered why Xiao Qihuang had not revealed her identity upon her arrival in the Yong dynasty. Even if she wished to conceal her origins while healing others, she ought not to have hidden her lineage when marrying Ziyan. A person's family background is their most vital source of confidence. Had they known earlier that she was the princess of Nanjao, they would have treated her with the utmost respect, rather than relegating her to the status of a secondary consort, though being a secondary consort was already the highest honor for a healer. Yet, she chose to conceal her identity and now accuse them of ingratitude. A sense of resentment surged within the emperor. Was it not the might of Nanzhao's formidable army that emboldened them to act so arrogantly? The emperor's gaze shifted to Xiao Qihuang's calm and unperturbed demeanor, and a sudden suspicion arose in his mind. Could it be that this entire affair was a plot devised by Nanjao? Utilizing the debt of gratitude and the bond of marriage, they first sought to gain Ziyan's trust, and after becoming his queen, they would demand his unwavering loyalty, insisting he remain steadfast. Should he choose to wed another, he would be deemed ungrateful and unfeeling, providing her with a convenient pretext to extort from Nanjao. Otherwise, how could one explain her refusal to grant him even a single opportunity for reconciliation after their union, insisting instead on the Yong dynasty's territories? For her true aim had always been those border cities. Nanjao had expended neither troops nor effort, yet those 3 cities had swiftly fallen into their grasp. What a cunning scheme! The more the emperor contemplated, the colder his heart became, his fingers tightening involuntarily around the wine goblet. Yet even if this suspicion held truth, he found himself powerless to unravel this predicament. Time trickled by. At last, the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, casting a gray hue across the sky. Xiao Qihuang rose, slowly stretching her body that had been seated for an entire night. Qi Yuan and the others followed suit. The emperor lifted his gaze to them, his countenance etched with exhaustion and weariness. The younger ministers fared somewhat better, while the elder statesmen, having spent the night in trepidation, appeared as if they had nearly lost their lives. Outside the hall, 3,000 elite troops stood ready, like pines in the wind, having taken turns resting for only 2 hours, yet still exuding vigor. In stark contrast, the emperor and the ministers of the Yong dynasty bore visages of utter disarray, their forced composure betraying a sense of helplessness. The emperor stepped outside the hall and commanded a eunuch by his side, "Go inform the empress." Yes, the empress had spent the previous night in restless anxiety, unable to sleep. Before dawn, she had completed her morning ablutions and donned her attire, awaiting news within the palace. When the eunuch entered to deliver the edict, her heart lurched, her complexion as pale as parchment, and she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Had the negotiations concluded? The eunuch bowed his head and affirmed, yes. This was, after all, not a matter of honor, but a disgrace to the entire royal family. Thus, the eunuch's expression mirrored her trepidation. The empress swayed slightly, too anxious to inquire further, and hastily ascended the phoenix sedan chair to the main hall. Upon seeing the dark throng gather before her, she nearly stumbled as she disembarked. Her eyes darted around, and upon spotting Pei Ziyan standing with the envoys of Nanjao, her heart plummeted into despair, her blood running cold, her legs feeling as though they were encased in ice. The ministers bowed to her as she approached, her face ashen, her step stiff. "Your Majesty." The emperor, regaining his composure, maintained the regal demeanor befitting his station, and after a night of deliberation, he proclaimed, "I have reached an agreement with the envoys of Nanjao, allowing Xian to marry into their kingdom as the consort of the crown princess, your majesty. The empress's complexion drained of color, and she collapsed to her knees. Xian is your son. He is the sole legitimate heir of the emperor and me. Pei Ziyan stepped forward, lips pressed together, helping her rise. Mother, the greater good must prevail. Your majesty. The empress broke free from Xian's grasp, kneeling before the emperor, her gaze filled with despair, questioning whether Xian would ever return alive from Nanjao. What does the empress mean by this? Xiao Qihuang interjected, raising an eyebrow. Are you implying that we would mistreat your prince? Our crown princess has been in the Yong dynasty for 3 years, and we have not accused you of mistreating her. With reddened eyes, the empress suddenly turned and knelt before Xiao Qihuang. Crown princess, I have been blind and foolish, betraying my own kin. It is entirely my fault. Please spare Xian. I beseech you, crown princess. Xian loves you. You were once married. Could you? Shen Yaochuan turned to the emperor. Is your empress truly this deranged? The emperor's countenance darkened as he reprimanded. Empress, mind your demeanor. The empress, disregarding decorum, was consumed by the fear that if she missed this moment, should Xian depart for Nanzhao, they may never see each other again, alive or dead. Crown princess, she pleaded with tears in her eyes, please spare Xian. We have wronged you, but you have already divorced him. Did you not declare that from then on? We would lead separate lives? Indeed, separate lives, Qiyuan replied coldly, his voice as unyielding as iron. Pei Ziyan is merely marrying into Nanjao. It remains uncertain whose consort he will become. The crown princess's consort is not for him. The empress need not worry. The empress's expression froze. What did you say? Shen Yaochuan approached, producing the weighty agreement. The treaty has been signed. Your emperor and his ministers have consented, and Pei Ziyan has raised no objections. Empress, you have no authority to contest it. The queen was enveloped in a chill, her heart overshadowed by dread and despair. Qi Yuan coldly remarked, this general shall prepare a carriage exclusively for Pei Ziyan. The queen need not fret. Having said this, he raised his hand and commanded, let us depart. The queen hurried after him, grasping at Princess Xiao Qihuang's garment, exclaiming, Your Highness! Your Highness! The emperor bellowed in fury, summon someone. Remove the queen. Chapter 77. Resurgence from despair, 2 eunuchs stepped forward to restrain the queen. In her desperation, the queen struggled fiercely, pleading in a heart-wrenching tone, Princess, I implore you, spare Xian. Please let him go. Xiao Qihuang remained indifferent, having lost all interest in Pei Ziyan. Taking him away was Qi Yuan's intention. She was capable of defying him. Yet she chose not to. Since Qi Yuan was 15, Xiao Qihuang had consistently indulged him. As long as he did not cross a line, she was willing to accommodate his wishes. No longer wishing to endure the queen's frantic entreaties, Xiao Qihuang nodded slightly to the emperor and the ministers before turning to leave. Qi Yuan silently followed at her side. Pei Ziyan suppressed his heavy thoughts, offering solace to the queen and urging her to consider the greater good. Before resolutely turning away to follow Xiao Qihuang, he silently observed the figure ahead, not Xiao Qihuang, but the tall and slender Qi Yuan, whose gaze seemed to harbor an unspoken possessiveness towards her. It was not a dominant desire, but rather an inherent obedience and intimacy, which Xiao Qihuang tacitly accepted. This was rather unsettling. 3,000 iron cavalry marched majestically, escorting the princess out of the palace. The emperor stood on the palace steps, gazing distantly as the officials of the Ministry of Rites bid farewell to the Nanzhao emissaries. His hands, hanging at his sides, gradually clenched, his expression inscrutable. Prince Rui and several other princes watched in silence until the grand procession vanished beyond the Xianzheng gate, at which point they lowered their eyes and exchanged unspoken glances. Prince Rui, the emperor's voice was dark and laced with calculation. He immediately commanded several agile spies to reach Nanjao ahead of the others and inform the Nanjao emperor that this princess harbors treasonous intentions with General Qi. Prince Rui was taken aback, looking up at his father in disbelief. The other princes and ministers also turned to the emperor, equally astonished. What are you waiting for? The emperor frowned, his voice tinged with reluctance. Are we truly to remain passive? Regaining his composure, Prince Rui respectfully accepted the order. I shall obey. Furthermore, the emperor's gaze swept over the officials of the Ministry of Rites, selecting a few eloquent ones to accompany Prince Wu to Dongxiang, regardless of the cost. They must ensure Dongxiang agrees to ally with Yonghua. The ministers were momentarily stunned. Their previously humiliated and discontented sentiments were somewhat alleviated. It appeared the emperor did not intend to remain idle. Prince Wu, who had harbored anger and resentment throughout the night, felt a slight alleviation in his mood due to the emperor's words. He contemplated that, regardless of the outcome, at least his father was taking action, rather than cowering in fear of Nanzhao's threats, lacking even the courage to resist. The emperor instructed them to convene and then decreed his intention to proceed to Fengyi Palace. After being forcibly returned to Fengyi Palace, the queen leaned against the bed in silence for a long while, her expression lifeless, her complexion as pale as paper. The emperor dismissed the attendants and sat at the edge of the bed. "Queen," he said gently. The queen slowly raised her head, her eyes devoid of life, having forgotten to pay her respects. "I know you're suffering." The emperor clasped her hand, yet at this moment, there was no other choice but to send Ziyan to Nanjao, as it offered a glimmer of hope. The empress smiled sorrowfully, questioning the worth of exchanging Ziyan's life for a mere chance of survival for the Yong nation. Understanding her sentiments, the emperor, instead of expressing anger, remarked, "We must place ourselves in dire straits to seek rebirth." The empress was taken aback, pondering the implications. Ziyan and Xiao Qingxue. No, the bond between Xiao Qihuang and Ziyan had not been severed. Their relationship was merely clouded by misunderstanding. Let us not forget that Xiao Qihuang had been the Princess of Jin for 2 years. Although there were no children, they had long been a true couple, having shared all the intimate experiences that a marriage entails, and their affection over those 2 years was genuine. With a gentle sigh, the emperor continued, "Should Xiao Qihuang depart and be separated from Ziyan, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. If Nanzhao indeed turns its military might against the Yong nation, it is likely that Xiao Qihuang would remain indifferent." The empress listened in silence, her thoughts unvoiced. However, Ziyan's presence in Nanjao would alter the dynamics. The emperor's tone grew solemn, affirming that the bond between husband and wife endures eternally. A mere decree of separation could not alter this truth. Let us not forget that a woman remains steadfast in her loyalty. The empress was struck by this realization. Indeed, a woman remains unwaveringly devoted. Not only did Xiao Qihuang share a marital bond with Ziyan, but their connection was also deeply intimate, an unalterable reality. Once Ziyan arrived in Nanjao, he would be at the mercy of others, potentially employing a strategy of sacrifice to evoke Xiao Qihuang's compassion. The emperor, confident in his calculations, remained oblivious to any ethical dilemmas. Women are easily swayed by tenderness. Xiao Qihuang had invested so much in Ziyan over the years. How could she claim to love him no longer? She merely needed time to quell her indignation. Convinced by his words, the empress still harbored concerns for Ziyan's solitary journey. "I shall discreetly arrange for individuals to infiltrate Nanzhao, offering protection from the shadows and providing assistance at the opportune moment," the emperor assured her with unwavering conviction. "Moreover, I shall instruct the Ministry of Rites to select eloquent and agile officials to accompany the martial king to Dongxiang, striving to forge an alliance. Should we succeed, we will gain a valuable ally." At last, the empress's previously vacant gaze ignited with life. With reddened eyes, she knelt, expressing her gratitude. "Your Majesty still harbors thoughts for Ziyan and I." "I." The emperor raised her gently, saying, "We are united as husband and wife. Ziyan is our son. How could I bear to let him venture alone into a foreign land without concern?" The empress bowed her head in contrition. "I lost my composure earlier. I beseech your Majesty's forgiveness. Your moment of weakness may indeed disarm Nanzhao's vigilance." The emperor chuckled, adopting a shrewd expression. "They will believe we are devoid of options, yet, in truth, I shall not concede." After a pause, he added, "I will quietly release Yun Shaoran to journey to Nanzhao. If he succeeds in safeguarding the crown prince, I shall overlook his transgressions regarding the unauthorized establishment of a general's residence and the embezzlement of military funds at the borders. Upon hearing the emperor's intentions to release Yun Shaoran, the empress finally believed that he had genuinely orchestrated plans, her heart swelling with joy. "Thank you, your majesty. Your concern for me and Ziyan is deeply appreciated. I would bear any fate without complaint." The emperor supported her, exhaling softly. "The outcome remains uncertain. I can only strive to do my utmost." Chapter 78. What right have you to be jealous? Upon exiting the palace gates, Xiao Qihuang came to a halt. Outside, horses were already prepared, and both Shi and Qi Yuan mounted in succession, turning to the officials of the Yong dynasty, stating, "Gentlemen, please return. We shall meet again when fate allows." The officials from the Ministry of Rights had originally intended to escort them out of the city. However, it was evident that Xiao Qihuang had no inclination to engage in further pleasantries. She turned to Qi Yuan and, after giving him a brief command, set off at a leisurely pace. 3,000 iron cavalry followed in a grand procession, each rider standing tall, exuding an aura that could instill trepidation from a distance. Zhan Qingwu and Yi Lingfeng, each mounted on their own steed, trailed behind Xiao Qihuang and Qi Yuan, with Pei Ziyan situated between them. Zhan Qingwu held the reins and glanced at Pei Ziyan, saying, "We welcome Crown Prince Pei to visit Nanjao." Pei Ziyan's gaze remained fixed on the retreating figure ahead, as he replied, "Is General Qi quite close to the princess?" "Indeed, they share an exceptional bond," Zhan Qingwu responded, a smile gracing his features. "General Qi is the princess's man. The Qi in General Qi's name is none other than that of the princess herself." This remark struck Pei Ziyan like a dagger, piercing the most vulnerable part of his heart without warning. His eyes darkened as a surge of jealousy arose from within, rapidly fermenting into anger. This jealousy and rage felt akin to having one's spouse coveted by another, mingled with a tinge of humiliation and discomfort that radiated a palpable hostility from him. "What? Are you envious, Crown Prince Pei?" Zhan Qingwu sneered, his gaze laced with mockery. Pei Ziyan tightened his grip on the reins, choosing silence. "What right have you to be jealous?" Zhan Qingwu's voice was frigid, unabashedly dripping with disdain. "Were it not for your unique circumstances, you would not even merit the privilege of encountering our princess in this lifetime." Those close to Xiao Qihuang were aware of her recurring dreams over the past 6 months, as the emperor had once summoned physicians and even monks for guidance on her behalf. Were it not for this inexplicable dream, who would have consented to allow the princess to associate with a frail individual from the Yong dynasty? Even the Empress Dowager had reluctantly accepted the notion that these dreams might signify a connection from a previous life, permitting her daughter to traverse great distances to fulfill this entanglement. However, it became evident that this connection was indeed a cursed fate. If it were a cursed fate, it must be severed as swiftly as possible. Once the convoy exited the city, they began to accelerate their journey. The momentum of over 3,000 iron cavalry rushing forward was akin to thunder, instilling awe. Though Pei Ziyan possessed commendable equestrian skills, his physical constitution was lacking. Compared to these meticulously trained elite riders, he resembled a frail scholar incapable of bearing burdens. After enduring the jostling for a prolonged period, he was nearly unable to withstand it. During their midday respite, his complexion turned pale and ashen. Upon dismounting, his legs wobbled, nearly causing him to collapse. "What a useless fellow," Yi Lingfeng remarked, his words few yet venomous, openly expressing his disdain for Pei Ziyan. Pei Ziyan remained silent, enduring the ridicule while his eyes unconsciously searched for Xiao Qihuang. She sat beside Qi Yuan, leaning against a large tree, as he naturally offered her a pastry, which she accepted and took a bite of. Pei Ziyan pressed her lips together, pondering what was so delectable about that flatbread. As a distinguished princess, why did her subordinates not prepare a sumptuous feast for her? Why must she share the same fare as the soldiers? During her time in the Jin Wangfu, whether as a princess or later as a concubine, she had never once been deprived of a lavish meal. Each repast was replete with a variety of dishes. Fu had his own villa, and the afternoon journey would be swift enough for them to reach the city and settle in for the night. Xiao Qihuang, seated nearby, observed Pei Ziyan's gaze directed towards him, unable to suppress a squint. It seemed that Prince Pei had something to convey to his highness. Xiao Qihuang lounged against a tree trunk, exuding an air of leisure and composure. Qihuang, the soldiers labored hard yesterday and have not rested well. Have them set up camp and allow them to rest for an hour before continuing their journey once the sun has passed. Qihuang acknowledged the command. Understood. The order was disseminated, and the 3,000 soldiers swiftly established their tents, each efficiently retreating inside to seek respite. Pei Ziyan clutched a piece of flatbread, intending to engage Xiao Qihuang in conversation. However, Yu Yin and Yi Lingfeng barred her path, their expressions indifferent. You are but a prisoner now, lacking the privilege to approach the princess. We advise you to abandon such thoughts. Pei Ziyan lowered her gaze. I once shared a bond of marriage with the princess. Our relationship is closer than yours. Yu Yin appeared to find her words amusing. Do not flatter yourself. Prince Pei, you are merely our captive now, with no right to stand and converse with the princess. A flush of indignation crossed Pei Ziyan's face. A day as husband equates to 100 days of affection. I refuse to believe she is truly so heartless. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. Yi Lingfeng struck the back of her knee with the hilt of his dark, iron sword, the sound echoing like thunder, causing Pei Ziyan to emit a cry of anguish as she crumpled to the ground. The sound of her knee hitting the earth was jarring. A searing pain surged through her, the impact nearly shattering her kneecap. Pei Ziyan's complexion turned pale, cold sweat pouring from her brow, her body curling slightly. Her once handsome features contorted in agony, trembling uncontrollably. From a distance, Xiao Qihuang observed the scene but remained silent. Yi Lingfeng, gripping the sword hilt, looked down at Pei Ziyan from his elevated position. The general has decreed that to expedite your understanding of your true status. As long as Prince Pei continues to mention his past relationship with the princess during this journey, I shall ensure you are well attended until you accept the reality. With that, he crouched down and mockingly patted Pei Ziyan's face. According to the agreement between our two nations, we shall refrain from aggression towards Yonhua for 1 year. However, after that, Yonhua will become a part of the southern Zhao map, and you, as a prince, will merely serve as the lowest of prisoners. Do not presume to maintain your princely airs. Pei Ziyan's knee throbbed as if it were about to break, rendering her unable to comprehend Yi Lingfeng's words. In her pain, she slowly raised her head, desperately seeking the familiar gaze of the woman who had once shown her unwavering care. The snow falls gently, as Xiao Qihuang reclines beneath the grand tree, having just finished a piece of cake and sipped some water. From a distance, she observes the movements of Yu Yin and Yi Lingfeng, understanding that they are acting under Qi Yuan's orders, and thus pays them no mind. She merely turns to Shun Yaochuan, inquiring, "Aren't you going to rest?" Shun Yaochuan replies, "I am not fatigued, my lady." Xiao Qihuang raises an eyebrow, teasingly stating, "Don't return to Zhao Jing and tell the emperor that I mistreat you." A hint of embarrassment crosses Shun Yaochuan's face as he responds, "As a grown man, even if I were genuinely mistreated by your highness, I would never bring such grievances before his majesty. You need not worry." Mingyue, seated nearby, stifles a laugh. At that moment, Zhan Qingwu approaches, affectionately ruffling Mingyue's hair. "I have heard that you have been quite fierce lately, berating the empress and the crown prince of the Yong dynasty mercilessly." Mingyue scrunches her nose in response. "They deserve it." Zhan Qingwu cautions, "Are you not afraid that Pei Ziyan, in a fit of rage, might truly harm you? He is certainly capable of such thoughts." Mingyue scoffs. It is a pity that while he harbors such murderous intent, he lacks the courage to act. Indeed, Pei Ziyan has contemplated killing Mingyue on 2 occasions. Yet, he is a conflicted and weak individual. He grapples with suppressing her while simultaneously refraining from taking any real action against her. Perhaps he still feels indebted for her life-saving grace, or perhaps he harbors genuine feelings for her. It is also possible that he fears provoking her to the point where she might retaliate by poisoning his food. Thus, despite his violent thoughts, Pei Ziyan does not dare to act upon them, especially with her highness offering her protection. Of course, Even if he were to be overtaken by fury and resolved to take drastic measures, Mingyue would have little reason to fear, for the Shadow Guard, Ingfeng, stand by her side. While a single Shadow Guard may not claim to stand against an army, they are more than adequate to safeguard their charge. Moreover, should Her Highness choose to poison Pei Ziyan, he would swiftly comply. The elite troops begin to rest, and Qi Yuan sets up a tent before approaching. Your Highness should take a nap inside the tent. I will fetch some food for you. Xiao Qihuang smiles lightly. I'm already full. There is no need for more. Qi Yuan lowers his gaze. I apologize for any discomfort caused to Your Highness. Not at all, Xiao Qihuang replies, turning to command. You all go rest. I wish to converse with General Qi. Chapter 79. The minister does not wish to marry Shun. Yaochuan rose and departed. Mingyue sought a shaded spot, intending to indulge in a brief slumber. With General Qi by the prince's side, there was no need for her service. Qi Yuan settled beside Xiao Qihuang. His performance over the past 3 years had been commendable. Leaning against the grand tree, Xiao Qihuang's gaze rested upon Qi Yuan's countenance. A peculiar sense of ease washing over her. You have not been appointed as the Grand General of the nation? Qi Yuan shook his head. No. Xiao Qihuang frowned. You have trained your soldiers so proficiently. Does the emperor not bestow the title upon you? Qi Yuan displayed no discernible emotion. I do not wish to be the Grand General of the nation. Xiao Qihuang's expression faltered slightly. Why not? Qi Yuan lowered his gaze in silence. Qi Yuan. Xiao Qihuang spoke gently. The title of Grand General is a dream for countless men in Nanjao. Upon receiving the title, any further military achievements could lead to the rank of Marquis. Do you not desire to be a Marquis to establish a household and to provide for future generations, granting them a life of privilege? Qi Yuan remained silent, his gaze still cast downward, shrouded in unspoken thoughts. Xiao Qihuang observed him thoughtfully, sensing that Qi Yuan had changed somewhat. Perhaps he had matured, harboring his own contemplations. At the age of 15 or 16, Qi Yuan was rather naive, unreservedly expressing himself, albeit in clipped phrases. The thoughts of a Shadow Guard were inherently simple. Yet over the years, he had developed a certain depth, appearing to conceal hidden worries. The title of Grand General of Nanjao, the highest military rank, was of utmost importance, granting the authority to command an army of 300,000. Below him were the generals of the East, South, West, and North, each overseeing 60,000 troops. Qi Yuan's position as a general was rather unique. Entering the military as a Shadow Guard set him apart from ordinary commanders. His formidable skills and cunning strategies distinguished him from typical generals. When he first assumed command, he led merely 3,000 troops, who had achieved considerable military feats under his leadership. Gradually, as he was promoted, his authority expanded, enabling him to command a greater number of soldiers. However, in each campaign, he continued to lead only those 3,000 troops, an elite force he had personally trained. Due to his stringent selection criteria, rigorous training methods, and an unforgiving elimination system, this elite group remained small. Yet, their combat prowess was unmatched throughout Nanjao. Qi Yuan wielded significant power, having been appointed as a general 3 years prior, an unofficial title without rank or nobility. What had begun as an informal arrangement was now a choice he had made for himself. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, he remained a general devoid of rank or title. Minister. After a prolonged silence, Qi Yuan finally spoke. I will not marry, nor shall I have offspring. Xiao Qihuang paused, her brow furrowing slightly. Qi Yuan, although you hail from the Shadow Guard, once appointed as a general, you could easily establish a family. Your Highness, Qi Yuan interjected, somewhat urgently. I do not wish to marry. Xiao Qihuang fell silent once more. I have offended your Highness, Qi Yuan said, turning to kneel, pleading for punishment. It is of no consequence, Xiao Qihuang replied, though her gaze held a contemplative depth. Whether you choose to marry is entirely your prerogative. I shall not pressure you, nor should you be overly anxious. Qi Yuan kept his head bowed, silent. Shifting the topic, Xiao Qihuang inquired, I have not returned in 3 years. What is the current state of Nanzhao? Qi Yuan, still with lowered eyes, answered steadily, His Majesty wishes to bequeath the throne to your Highness, but the national master disagrees. For the emperor to pass the crown, he must first pave the way for his successor. He has been awaiting your return all these years. Until then, he will not pass the throne to anyone else. There are other royal brothers, and had our father been alive, he would undoubtedly not have bestowed the throne upon a princess. Yet, the sovereignty of the realm lies in the hands of those who possess it, regardless of opposition or obstacles, and nothing can deter his determination to hand the throne to his sister. This is not solely due to their shared blood, but also for the sake of securing a tranquil life after his abdication. Xiao Qihuang maintained a calm demeanor, neither affirming nor denying. The National Master's earlier prophecy about the emperor having no heirs did not oppose the idea of abdication, but he disapproved of passing the throne to a princess. Qi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He hoped the emperor would select one of his royal brothers as the next sovereign. Xiao Qihuang remained silent. The National Master's stance held little significance for her. The decision of whom her elder brother would pass the throne to rested solely with him. And for now, no one could sway his resolution. Even if their father had once placed great trust in the National Master, granting him a lofty position, her elder brother would not allow him to overstep, especially regarding such a monumental decision as the succession of the throne. Qi Yuan, Xiao Qihuang leaned against a tree, her brow furrowing slightly. Do you believe the National Master's divination has ever been flawed? Is it truly fated that there will be no heirs? In the past, Xiao Qihuang might have accepted such a notion without question, but after the events surrounding the Yong dynasty, she found the concept of fate to be rather unreliable. Fate sometimes seemed merely a product of human choice. Qi Yuan replied, regardless of the veracity of the National Master's predictions, the emperor wishes to accept them as truth, which serves as a legitimate rationale for abdication. Xiao Qihuang nodded slowly, acknowledging his words. Her elder brother had indeed long contemplated abdication. After a moment of silence, she glanced at Pei Ziyan, who still knelt on the ground, and asked softly, "Why bring Pei Ziyan to Nanjao?" Qi Yuan's gaze fell slightly, concealing the depth of his thoughts. He deserves death. Xiao Qihuang turned her head, silently observing him. After a brief pause, she let out a quiet sigh. It was undeniable that her elder brother's training methods had yielded remarkable loyalty from the Shadow Guards. Even after several years as a general, their unwavering loyalty remained intact. Qi Yuan was a blade, honed by the royal family, a sword of unparalleled sharpness. His unshakable loyalty served as the sheath that restrained his actions. Yet the sword's ferocity and edge were merely concealed by the sheath, never extinguished. Xiao Qihuang rose, her brow slightly furrowed. For now, there is no need for excessive action. It would only delay our journey. Qi Yuan rose to his feet, affirming, "My subordinate is well aware. Should he be unable to bear it, I shall arrange a carriage for him." Xiao Qihuang arched an eyebrow, recalling his words to the empress within the palace of Yong Kingdom. To prepare a carriage solely for Pei Ziyan. Did he then harbor no intention of allowing Pei Ziyan any respite? A faint smile graced Xiao Qihuang's lips as she chose not to elaborate further, turning instead to mount her horse. Qi Yuan lowered his gaze. The hand clenched at his side, gradually relaxing, a barely perceptible sigh of relief escaping him. She was not angry. Could this be taken as evidence that her feelings for Pei Ziyan had indeed dissipated? Chapter 80. A night of kneeling Yi Lingfeng and Yu Yin accompanied Pei Ziyan, followed by 100 guards, while the others hastened alongside Xiao Qihuang and Qi Yuan, reaching the outskirts of the capital by evening. The soldiers set up camp in the wilderness, kindling fires to prepare their meals. Shen Yaochuan and Qi Yuan escorted Xiao Qihuang into the city, arriving at a secluded villa belonging to the Shun family. This residence, tucked away from the bustling crowds, remained inconspicuous, yet was not lacking in size. The courtyard was attended by maids who had been awaiting their arrival, with hot water prepared and dinner set. Under the attentive care of the maids, Xiao Qihuang first took a bath and changed her attire, with Mingyue closely following her. Qi Yuan awaited in the courtyard, his tall and imposing figure clad in black, accentuating his lean physique. Despite nearly merging with the encroaching night, the oppressive aura he exuded was impossible to overlook. Standing beneath the eaves, he gazed up at the starry sky. The yearning that had been suppressed for 3 long years surged forth like a beast breaking free from its cage. desperate to escape its confines and wildly restless. He pressed his hand against his heart, admonishing himself that such feelings were inappropriate. Shadows and guardians were not meant to harbor emotions. Even as a general, their statuses remained worlds apart. He had never dared to indulge in such thoughts. Yet, the relentless pounding of his heart bore witness to a truth he could not suppress. Taking a deep breath, Qiyuan endeavored to regain his composure. 3 years, an interminable span, now finally drawing to a close. The general. Just then, Yi Lingfeng and Yu Yin entered, accompanied by the limping Pei Ziyan, who insisted on meeting Her Highness the Princess. Qiyuan's gaze lifted momentarily, only to revert to his usual cold and stoic demeanor, his eyes glinting with a chilling sharpness that could instill fear. Pei Ziyan, in considerable pain, stumbled forward, his legs weak and unsteady, his face drained of color. He entered the courtyard, dazed and oblivious to Qiyuan's icy stare, instead staring blankly at the brightly lit main house. Memories involuntarily flooded his mind. Under the warm, gentle glow of the lights, Xiao Qingxue had once presented him with a bowl of freshly brewed medicine, tenderly checking his pulse as he drank. "You're nearly recovered. After this dose, you need not take it daily, just once every 2 days." At that time, he often complained, yet the happiness in his eyes was unmistakable. Finally, he would no longer have to endure those bitter concoctions. He felt as if even breathing was a torment. However, compared to the days spent bedridden, the privilege of consuming bitter medicine daily was a rare luxury. Pei Ziyan bit his lip, recalling how Xiao Qingxue had always defended him against mocking jests from the other princes, even though she too was often ridiculed. Yet, being shielded by her had been a source of profound happiness. "Qingxue, since you granted me a second chance at life, and once held me so tenderly in your heart, why can't you? Why can't you be a bit more forgiving? You have devoted so much effort and energy. Can you truly be so heartless? So quick to discard me? Must you insist on meeting the princess?" The cold voice of Qiyuan interrupted Pei Ziyan's thoughts. "Pei Ziyan, you have but 2 choices tonight. Either kneel here for an entire night and meet the princess at dawn, or venture to the outskirts to join the soldiers, where your fortune will determine if you see her tomorrow." With that, he turned and entered the room, giving him half a tea's time to decide. Knight Lingfeng regarded him with indifference and disdain. "You heard that. Do not say General Qi is being unreasonable. These 2 options are rather merciful." Pei Ziyan replied, "I wish to see the princess." Knight Lingfeng responded, "Kneel here for the night, and at dawn, when the princess emerges from her chamber, you shall naturally see her." Pei Ziyan lowered his gaze to the blue stone beneath him. Kneeling for a night? It was not an unfamiliar plight. On the day he sought to marry Xiao Qingxue, he had knelt for an entire day and night within the palace. Yet that time, he had just recovered from serious illness, his body still frail. His mother, compassionate, had ordered cushions, food, and drink to be brought to him. Whenever he grew weary, he would sit for a moment's respite. Eunuchs attended to him, ever ready to fulfill his needs. When hunger struck, they provided delectable meals. When thirst beckoned, they served tea. In the afternoon, freshly baked pastries were offered. If fatigue set in, someone would massage his legs, and when nature called, there was always an attendant to assist him. As the night grew cold, his mother sent a warm cloak. Thus, that day and night, though challenging in duration, was bearable with such support. He had persevered, fueled by the belief that he would successfully win Xiao Qingxue's hand. But tonight, would anyone have compassion for him, bringing him food and drink, or massaging his legs? Pei Ziyan felt inclined to gamble. He gambled on the notion that Qingxue would soften. She could never bear to see him suffer. Slowly, he knelt upon the blue stone, lifting his gaze towards the door ahead, envisioning the brightly lit room within, wondering if Qingxue was bathing or dining. When she had leisure, she often enjoyed a cup of tea, sitting by her bed with a book in hand. During her 3 years in the Jin Prince's residence, aside from her time in the apothecary, her greatest pleasure was reading, immersing herself in numerous tomes whenever she had a moment to spare. Classics, historical texts, medical manuscripts, military treatises, and even esoteric studies fascinated her. He had once been curious about her interest in the latter. She merely remarked it was intriguing and that she read it casually. Occasionally, She would even peruse folk tales to pass the time and lighten her spirits. Pei Ziyan reflected bitterly, realizing how vividly he remembered those seemingly mundane moments. In hindsight, the simplest of experiences now brought him immense joy. Xiao Qihuang, having just emerged from a hot bath, felt her fatigue somewhat alleviated by the warm water. Yet drowsiness soon enveloped her, threatening to lull her into slumber. "Your Highness must not sleep just yet," Mingyue urged as she assisted her in changing attire. "Let us dine first, and after a bit of digestion, you may rest." Xiao Qihuang opened her eyes, chuckling softly. "If I fall asleep, I shall not feel hunger." "That will not do," Mingyue replied with a playful expression. "You have endured a taxing journey. If you do not eat well, your Highness might return looking gaunt, and I shall be held accountable by the Emperor." Xiao Qihuang gathered her spirits and turned to step outside. Qi Yuan awaited her in the corridor, clad in a flowing black robe, standing by the window with a stature as imposing as a mountain, exuding an undeniable aura of sharpness and coldness. Upon hearing her footsteps, Qi Yuan turned, slightly lowering his gaze. "Your Highness." Xiao Qihuang acknowledged him with a soft hum. Qi Yuan instructed a maid to serve the meal. Approaching the window, Xiao Qihuang noticed a figure kneeling in the courtyard, which piqued her curiosity. She turned to Qi Yuan. "Did you summon him?" "He came of his own accord," Qi Yuan replied. "Perhaps he seeks to evoke your sympathy through a display of suffering." Mingyue brought over a cup of warm water. Xiao Qihuang accepted it and took a couple of sips, her voice devoid of warmth. "My heart is as hard as iron. I cannot feel pity." This statement seemed to strike a chord within Qi Yuan, as he momentarily lowered his gaze, a depth of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Chapter 81. Does General Qi admire the princess? The maidservants entered in succession, meticulously arranging the exquisite dishes upon the table. Xiao Qihuang invited Qi Yuan and Mingyue to dine together. Qi Yuan instinctively wanted to decline, feeling that, given his status, he was unworthy to share a meal with the esteemed one. Yet, despite his hesitation, the words of refusal remained lodged in his throat. He pressed his lips together, his heart racing. They were on a journey. A slight transgression seemed inconsequential, he reassured himself. "Why are you still standing there?" Xiao Qihuang glanced up, her tone casual and unperturbed. "After your long travels from the border to the capital of Yonghua, you must have not had a proper meal in ages. Come, sit down." The distance from the capital to the southern borders exceeded 2,000 miles. It took 4 to 5 days for Infeng to dispatch a message. And calculating the time required for him to receive the correspondence and arrange for personnel made it evident how hastily they had traveled. Qi Yuan nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness." After the meal, she added, "Rest well tonight. Whether you wish to leave the city with them or remain here is entirely up to you." Xiao Qihuang took her seat at the table. "Ensure your soldiers are well fed and rested over these next few days. They have worked tirelessly, regardless of their robust physical condition. One must not overexert themselves." "Understood." Qi Yuan lowered his gaze. "I've instructed Zhang Qingwu to remain outside, while Yi Lingfeng and Yu Yin take turns keeping watch at the villa. Although this place is quite secure, it is prudent to have someone on duty at night." "Very well, then let us rest here tonight." After a moment of silence, Qi Yuan inquired, "Does Your Highness have anything to say to Pei Ziyan? Why do you keep bringing him up?" Xiao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, gazing at him with a teasing smirk. "If one didn't know better, they might think you harbor some undisclosed feelings for him." Mingyue, who was serving dishes to Xiao Qihuang, paused at the remark and blinked at Qi Yuan. "General Qi, could it be?" Qi Yuan pursed his lips, his expression inscrutable as he glanced at Mingyue, his eyes icy. Mingyue recoiled slightly, hastily retracting her playful gaze. "I am merely concerned that Your Highness may be too compassionate towards him," Qi Yuan replied, his demeanor serious. Xiao Qihuang laughed lightly. "Do I appear to be someone who clings to past ties?" "Certainly not." Mingyue scoffed. "Pei Ziyan is a treacherous and heartless individual. Previously, he managed to conceal his true nature, leading others to assume he was decent. Now that his facade has crumbled, regardless of how he may feign suffering to elicit sympathy, Your Highness will never relent." Qi Yuan merely nodded, falling silent thereafter. Xiao Qihuang, weary from the night's exertions, wished only to enjoy her meal and retire promptly for the night. She had no desire to engage with trivial matters or individuals. This villa belonged to Shun Yaochuan, and the maidservants were appointed by him. The chef had prepared a delightful feast, rich in flavor and aroma. Once Mingwei had set the dishes for her mistress, she began to eat her own. "When does your highness intend to reclaim the 10 million taels of silver owed to us by Yonghua?" Xiao Qihuang chuckled. "Do they even have the means to repay us?" "It is certain they cannot, yet we cannot simply let it go." The bright moon furrowed her brow, pondering whether this would indeed favor them. One cannot exert too much pressure, for excessive taxation would only burden the innocent populace. Xiao Qihuang spoke in a calm tone. Since the ultimate objective was to conquer the Yong kingdom and incorporate its territory into the Nanjao realm, the collection of 10 million taels of silver would hold no significance. With the dynasty on the brink of collapse, all debts would naturally revert to Nanzhao. The bright moon understood. In truth, the young lord's initial aim was merely those 3 cities. Without a single soldier engaged, seizing the border cities of the Yong kingdom would significantly weaken their southern defenses. Meanwhile, the West was embroiled in conflict with the Xiling, and the Yong court had limited resources to redeploy their border defenses within a year. Moreover, once the Grand General of the state learns of his son's imprisonment, the Yong kingdom would first face internal strife, allowing them to turn against one another. Once their forces and provisions were sufficiently depleted, Nanjao could emerge to restore order, effortlessly inheriting a beleaguered nation, leaving the Yong kingdom utterly defenseless. The Yong kingdom would not remain passive. Qi Yuan's voice was steady. They lacked provisions and capable generals. The emperor was acutely aware of the consequences should the news of Yun Xiaoran's imprisonment spread. It was highly likely that he would release him after our departure to stabilize Yun Baoqing. Xiao Qihuang responded with an acknowledgement. "Have you dispatched someone to intercept?" "Indeed," Qi Yuan affirmed. "I have sent elite scouts to conceal themselves outside the royal city. As soon as Yun Xiaoran exits the city, we shall follow him." He paused, noting that the Yong kingdom desperately needed an ally. With the Xiling engaged in warfare with them, there was no time to send envoys for negotiations. Xiao Qihuang's brow furrowed slightly. "Thus, it is very probable that the emperor will send envoys to Dongxiang." Qi Yuan nodded. "I have stationed men along the crucial routes. As soon as any Yong officials depart, our eyes shall not be fooled." The bright moon expressed admiration. General Qi indeed lives up to his reputation. Qi Yuan maintained a stoic expression. Xiao Qihuang merely smiled. A general on the battlefield must possess the foresight to anticipate the enemy's next move. The 3 conversed easily over their meal. The atmosphere relaxed. Outside in the courtyard, Pei Ziyan knelt, his knees aching painfully. He gazed at the door, hearing the voices from within, yet the barrier of the door obscured their words. Exhaustion overwhelmed him. He felt weary, hungry, and thirsty. His legs ached as if they belonged to another, having endured a day of jostling on horseback. Moreover, the kick he received from Yi Lingfeng at noon still throbbed painfully in his knee. Pei Ziyan's lips were pale, dry, and cracked. He stared unblinkingly at the room, its light appearing to be his sole beacon of hope. Yet he waited for what felt like an eternity. He waited for Xiao Qihuang to finish her bath, to dine, to share light-hearted conversations with Qi Yuan and the bright moon. Even until he saw Qi Yuan emerge from the room, how long this process lasted, Pei Ziyan could not discern. He only knew that time stretched unbearably, tormentingly. He remained in anticipation of Xiao Qihuang's command. Even a simple bowl of rice or a cup of water would suffice. Yet none came. He merely observed as Qi Yuan crossed the threshold and emerged from the room. The gaze he directed towards him remained as frigid and disdainful as ever, akin to that of a person regarding a repugnant insect in a filthy gutter. Pei Ziyan could not suppress the thought that Qi Yuan must harbor feelings for the Princess of Snow. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such profound disdain and possessiveness toward Xiao Qihuang. How could a mere outsider linger in the chambers of the Grand Princess for such an extended period? If not for ulterior motives, how could he sit down without a hint of reticence to dine alongside her? Why were Shun Yaochuan and Yu Yin denied this privilege? Pei Ziyan could no longer endure the weight of his thoughts. With his hands pressed against the ground, he rose in a stiff and sluggish manner, casting a cold stare at Qi Yuan, unable to restrain himself from questioning. "General Qi, Do you harbor affection for the Grand Princess? Qi eyes darkened, and with a swift motion, he propelled an object that struck Pei Ziyan directly on the knee. Thud! Just as Pei Ziyan had managed to stand. A sharp pain in his knee caused him to collapse back down, contorting his face in agony. The most alarming realization dawned upon him as he felt a tingling numbness in his knee. He attempted to rise once more, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. Silence him, Qi commanded before turning on his heel and stepping into the adjacent room, pushing the door open as he entered. Chapter 82. Never be overly sentimental. Yi Lingfeng withdrew a handkerchief from his sleeve and forcefully stuffed it into Pei Ziyan's mouth. Since you wish to kneel, you might as well kneel here for the entire night. I am off to sleep and shall not accompany you. With that, Yu Yin and Yi Lingfeng turned to leave. In the dark and desolate courtyard, Pei Ziyan alone endured the torment of kneeling on the cold ground, relishing the solitude of the night. Xiao Qihuang concluded her meal and leaned against the window, reading for a while before engaging in casual conversation with Mingyue. Having been with me for 3 years, do you have any plans upon returning to Zhaojing? Plans? Mingyue frowned, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. As a mere servant, what plans could I possibly have? Has your highness grown weary of me? Xiao Qihuang cast a fleeting glance at her. Mingyue sat before the couch, resting her chin on her hand in ennui. I do not enjoy reading, but prefer practicing martial arts. However, the young masters of the capital all favor gentle and virtuous women. Xiao Qihuang remained silent for a moment. There are certainly some men who appreciate spirited women, but I do not wish for that. Mingyue gazed at her earnestly. Your Highness, may I stay by your side forever? I do not wish to marry. Even if I were to remain a humble servant, I would be content. Xiao Qihuang chuckled. To be a servant in youth, and a matron in old age? Mingyue nodded repeatedly. That sounds quite good. I need not concern myself with the whims of men or endure their lectures. I only need to fulfill my duties without the worry of not bearing sons and being scorned by my in-laws. Xiao Qihuang laughed softly. You think quite far ahead. Mingyue sighed lightly. It is not that I think too far, but rather that most men are like this. There are very few worthy ones. The world is filled with crows of the same color. The strength of the Nanjao kingdom surpasses that of the Yong dynasty. Yet the character of their men is not necessarily superior. In a patriarchal society, women will forever be relegated to a subordinate status. In the court, officials return home with a commanding presence, expecting their wives to be gentle and virtuous, their concubines beautiful, and their children obedient and humble, as they are revered as the emperors of their households. Incompetent men often resort to violence against women, venting their inadequacies upon their wives and daughters, asserting their superiority as men. While not all are like this, the few good men are indeed rare treasures in this world, scarcely within reach for ordinary women. For instance, His Majesty. Setting aside reverence for the emperor, Mingyue genuinely admires His Majesty's vast heart and vision. With so many brothers and relatives in the royal family, he has chosen a path of defiance, pursuing a love deemed unworthy by society. He willingly abdicates, eschewing power, and is unaffected by the patriarchal norms, actively seeking to pass the throne to his sister. Mingyue is well aware of the immense obstacles he faces. Yet, given His Majesty's abilities and temperament, the likelihood of success in this endeavor is unequivocally assured. It is a certainty immutable by any force. His will is more unyielding than General Qi's sword. The bright moon rested her chin in contemplation, expressing, if your Majesty desires to enrich the inner palace, I would not mind being but a humble concubine, for you are indeed a man of great stature. However, if your Majesty truly wishes for a harem of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, you would cease to be the sovereign I hold in esteem. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qihuang's expression became nuanced. While her words bore truth, they were ultimately trivial. Mingyue turned her gaze to the courtyard, where a figure knelt awkwardly and disdainfully remarked, "What a useless wretch. To attempt a scheme of self-inflicted suffering yet lack the will to endure pain. To call him a waste is to insult the very notion of waste." Mingyue then approached the table, took 2 steamed buns, and collected a platter of dishes before stepping outside. She placed the buns on the plate and tossed them before Pei Ziyan, declaring, "Do not claim we mistreat you. Eat." With that, She turned and re-entered the room. Pei Ziyan was startled, slowly raising his head, his voice hoarse and urgent as he called out, "Mingyue." She paused, glancing back at him coldly. "What is it?" "I wish to see Her Highness, the eldest princess," he implored, his eyes filled with desperation. "Would you allow me to meet her?" A cold smile graced Mingyue's lips. "Do you presume that because I have brought you some food, you can naively believe the princess still harbors feelings for you?" Pei Ziyan's complexion turned ashen, revealing his frail state. "Do not indulge in such self-deception." Mingyue's expression was one of disdain. "Since General Qi has permitted your journey to Nanjao, we shall not let you perish from hunger along the way, but any other requests are futile to contemplate." With that, she turned and shut the door behind her. Before long, the light within the room extinguished, leaving only darkness. The glimmer in Pei Ziyan's eyes faded. Did Qingxue truly wish to avoid speaking with him? He gently closed his eyes, gazing at the buns and dishes on the ground, a bitter smile curling his lips as he lifted a bun to take a bite. The pain in his legs became unbearable during the night, prompting him to attempt to rise slowly. Yet he found himself unable to stand. His legs were numb and weak, leaving him almost sprawled on the ground, succumbing to slumber for the better part of the night. As dawn broke, Xiao Qihuang and Mingyue arose, completing their morning rituals before stepping outside. Pei Ziyan lifted his head from the haze, gazing at the poised figure of Xiao Qihuang clad in a neat azure robe. To facilitate their journey, Xiao Qihuang had removed her hairpins and all adornments the previous day, donning a simple azure garment that exuded an air of efficiency and competence. Pei Ziyan had never witnessed Qingxue in such a capable manner. She appeared both capable and noble, shedding her former gentleness, suddenly becoming an unreachable presence. Previously, Qingxue had been an accomplished physician. Her attire, though not as opulent as that of the nobility, still reflected an ethereal elegance. Her gentle demeanor bestowed upon her an air of a reclusive, celestial being. After becoming Princess of Jin, she adorned herself with jewelry at social gatherings, her countenance acquiring a hint of nobility. Pei Ziyan had once jested with her, commenting that appearance matters. He had thought her newfound elegance emerged solely after her elevation to princess. Yet, it is often overlooked that the nobility of certain individuals is innate, requiring no external adornments to enhance their inherent grace. Chapter 83. Arrival at the border. At this moment, Pei Ziyan found himself in a state of utter disarray. His countenance was pale and haggard, devoid of any color, and his attire was dusty, lacking any semblance of the noble bearing expected of a royal. Having knelt through the night, his legs throbbed with excruciating pain, as though knives were incessantly chiseling at his knees. His mind was clouded, and dark circles marred his eyes, the result of a sleepless night, more accurately, a brief and meager slumber on the cold ground. After a grueling day of travel, fatigue washed over him like a torrential wave, rendering him nearly incapacitated. All he yearned for was a warm bath, a change in his soft garments, and a deep slumber on a sumptuous bed adorned with silk. Yet, such desires were futile. No one would fulfill his wishes. Pei Ziyan lifted his gaze to Xiao Qihuang, who appeared radiant and vigorous, and an overwhelming sense of shame washed over him. Memories of his past, when he lay bedridden, flooded back, days spent gazing at his own disheveled form, while contrasting it with the ethereal grace of Xiao Qingxue, which always left him feeling woefully inadequate. Only as his health improved, allowing him to rise, to bask in the sunlight, to converse with Xiao Qingxue as an equal, and to dare to propose marriage, did that sense of inferiority begin to dissipate. Yet now, that feeling of self-deprecation had returned with vengeance. No longer was there anyone by his side to offer comfort, instill hope, or repeatedly encourage him to persevere. Qiyuan entered from the courtyard, his black robe enhancing his imposing stature, making Pei Ziyan feel like a stray dog in comparison. "Your Highness," he greeted Xiao Qihuang, stating that no incidents had occurred the previous night, and the soldiers were fully prepared to depart at a moment's notice. Xiao Qihuang nodded slowly. "Pei Ziyan's condition is not satisfactory. It will delay our journey. Prepare a carriage for him and arrange for a few men to follow. We shall proceed first." Qiyuan acknowledged her command, understood. "Qingxue," Pei Ziyan's eyes widened in alarm as he looked towards Xiao Qihuang, his throat parched and painful. I wish to accompany you. I can manage. I am fine. As Xiao Qihuang walked past him towards the courtyard, he called out urgently, Qingxue, I have something to say to you. Please listen. I only wish to say 2 sentences. Mingwe followed silently behind Xiao Qihuang, not even sparing him a glance. A carriage awaited outside the courtyard. Qiyuan instructed Yellingfeng and Yu Yin to escort them. There is no need to rush the journey. Keep an eye on any reports from the border. If there are urgent matters, inform me and the prince. The two acknowledged his orders. Without looking back, Qiyuan departed. Yellingfeng cast a condescending glance at the disheveled Pei Ziyan. General Qiyuan has shown great kindness in providing you with a carriage. Prince Pei can rest inside. With that, he ordered 2 attendants to assist Pei Ziyan into the carriage without further delay. Yu Yin unfastened a water pouch from his waist and tossed it into the carriage. Drink if you're thirsty. Pei Ziyan slumped in the carriage, overwhelmed by fatigue and pain, his vision darkening in waves. He despairingly closed his eyes, regret crashing over him like waves. Had he not consented to marry Yun Xiuyao, he would not have met such a fate. He and Qingxue would have thrived together. The capital was the auxiliary city of the Yong Kingdom. Yet here, the influence of Shun Yaochuan had expanded. In recent years, the head of the Shun family, the royal merchant of Nanjao, had significantly enlarged his business, establishing power across various nations, particularly since his eldest princess had come to the Yong Kingdom. For 3 years, he had been shuttling between Nanzhao and Yong, spending considerable time in the auxiliary city, ensuring that all necessary arrangements were made. Thus, when 3,000 cavalrymen camped outside overnight, the city remained calm and undisturbed, with no one daring to intrude upon the residence of Xiao Qihuang. The army's journey was inevitably arduous. The following days continued with swift rides by day, pausing for simple meals and rest at noon to replenish their strength, and resuming their journey in the afternoon. If they could reach the next city before nightfall, they would enjoy a proper rest. Otherwise, they would camp outdoors and sleep in tents. Under Shun Yaochuan's command, the soldiers fared well. As September progressed, the temperature fluctuated significantly between day and night. Shun Yaochuan ordered warm garments and cloaks to be purchased for Xiao Qihuang and Mingwe to ward off the evening chill. Without Pei Ziyan by her side, Xiao Qihuang found her ears much less troubled. On the 2nd day of September, they reached the southern border and joined the main force. Xiao Qihuang did not create a grand spectacle to alarm the border soldiers. Instead, she was taken by Qi Yuan to the main command tent to rest and receive intelligence from various sources. Last night, scouts had brought back news from Xiling. Yun Baoqing learned that his son had been imprisoned, causing him to erupt in fury. The soldiers were already aware that the prince had encountered issues in securing supplies, and the general was also imprisoned by the emperor. The morale at the border was unstable, and the commanders were filled with rage. The minister dispatched envoys to negotiate with the commander of Xiling, proposing a temporary ceasefire in exchange for the future ownership of the border city in the west of the Yong Kingdom. Qi Yuan placed a piece of intelligence on the table. This was information just received from a scout station outside the imperial city of Yong. As expected, the emperor had dispatched the martial prince along with several ministers, accompanied by fewer than 1,000 troops, intending to seek assistance in Dongxiang. They had also selected 2 princesses and 4 beautiful noble women to accompany them, the purpose of which was all too clear. After reading the intelligence, Xiao Qihuang asked, "The martial prince has gone to Dongxiang?" Qi Yuan nodded. "And where is Yun Xiaoran?" "He has already been detained," Qi Yuan replied steadily. With Yun Baoqing unable to find his son upon returning to the capital, and no trace of Yun Xiaoran discovered by his men, he would assume that the emperor had killed him. It is not merely an assumption. Xiao Qihuang shook her head, her brow furrowed in calm contemplation. Have someone spread the word to him that the emperor intends to execute Yun Xiaoran in late September to eliminate future threats. This way, Yun Baocheng would have little time to deliberate and would hasten to make a decision to march his troops back to the capital. Furthermore, when he returned to find Yun Xiaoran missing and his family imprisoned, his heart would be filled with cold fury, inevitably leading to a confrontation with the royal family. At that point, a standoff would ensue, ready to erupt into chaos. Internal strife would be unavoidable. Qi Yuan agreed. Understood, Your Highness. Shen Yaochuan lifted the tent flap and entered, first casting a glance at Mingyue before addressing Xiao Qihuang, stating that Lord Mu had arrived and wished to see Miss Mingyue. Mingyue's expression changed abruptly. He is not a general. What purpose does he have at the border? Shen Yaochuan replied. He specifically came to meet you. I have no ties to him any longer. Why would he wish to see me? Mingyue's demeanor turned frosty as she commanded him to leave. With a fan in hand, Shen Yaochuan exuded grace. He has traveled a long way and appears rather haggard. Are you certain you do not wish to see him? The border camp is not a place where just anyone can come and go. Mingyue furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Shen Yaochuan's composed countenance. Surely, you must be aware of the rules, Mr. Shen. Shen Yaochuan paused, a bemused smile gracing his lips. His guards remain outside the camp, and he alone has been admitted. With so many eyes upon him within the camp, what could he possibly do? Xiao Qihuang, seated at the desk, poring over a map, casually remarked, If you wish to see him, then do so. If not, simply send him away. There is no need for such inner turmoil. Mingyue's expression darkened as she performed a respectful bow to Xiao Qihuang before turning to leave. Upon stepping outside the tent, she abruptly recalled something, hastening back to retrieve a whip from within the large tent, and then swiftly exited like a gust of wind. Xiao Qihuang observed her actions without comment. Mingyue had a fiery temperament. Shen Yaochuan raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether his subordinate should venture out to witness the unfolding drama. Xiao Qihuang replied calmly, Do not go. Let her vent her frustrations. Shen Yaochuan nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 84. The world is as black as Crow's Marquis. Mu Lufeng of Wuan inherited his title from his father, the late Marquis Wuan, who earned the marquisate through a lifetime of military achievements. However, his eldest son was not particularly skilled in martial arts. While the offspring of the second branch of the family were all trained warriors, gaining some renown in the military. Concerned for his son's future and fearful that his title might be usurped by a nephew, the old marquis, before his passing, transferred military authority and specifically sought a marriage for his eldest son, Mu Lufeng, with the legitimate daughter of the Rongyang Marquis, Jiang Mingyue. Jiang Mingyue was a fierce girl with a talent for martial arts from a young age. The old marquis believed her temperament was suitable for managing the household, and that she would certainly protect her husband and the legitimate heirs of the marquisate. Moreover, being connected to the Jiang family of Rongyang provided a certain assurance. In the southern Zhao, martial prowess was highly valued, and those with genuine skills who achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield had opportunities for nobility. During the reign of the previous emperor, for were ennobled, one of whom was the Rongyang Marquis, while another rose to the rank of duke. However, unions between families of military lineage were rare. Had Mu Lufeng been a man of both literary and martial prowess capable of commanding troops, this marriage proposal would never have arisen. Yet, due to his lack of martial skill and inability to continue leading in battle, the old marquis sought this union for him. Unfortunately, his heartfelt intentions proved futile. For years prior, the Rongyang Marquis brought his concubine and her daughter into the household, intending for them to recognize their roots. Lady Jiang, unaware of such an indignity befalling her family, fell gravely ill from despair. At that very moment, Mu Lufeng arrived to break off the engagement. This double blow left Lady Jiang in a state of deep sorrow, and after enduring for 6 days, she succumbed to her illness. Although the Rongyang Marquis was stripped of his military command and punished with 15 strikes for his actions, it could not restore Lady Jiang's life. The reason for Mu Liufeng's withdrawal from the engagement was his infatuation with Jiang Xianyue, the daughter born of the concubine, a rather melodramatic turn of events that unfolded in Jiang Mingyue's life. The emperor, incensed, issued an edict punishing the Rongyang Marquis and forbidding the entrance of the concubine, Song, into the household, as well as barring Jiang Xianyue from the Jiang family lineage. Furthermore, an imperial decree was given to annul the engagement between Mu Lufeng and Jiang Mingyue, declaring that henceforth they were to have no further connection. Jiang Mingyue, originally a spirited and valiant woman, was left shattered by the betrayal of her fiancé and the revelation of her father's infidelity, which led to her mother's death. In the span of 7 days, She was nearly overwhelmed by the weight of her misfortune. The Empress Dowager intervened, arranging a dignified funeral for Lady Jiang, and subsequently summoned Jiang Mingyue to the palace, placing her in the company of the eldest princess, Xiao Qihuang, allowing her to escape the daily torment of confronting the two faces she despised. The scandal surrounding Mu Lufeng and Jiang Xianyue became the subject of ridicule in the capital. Were it not for the reputation of the late Marquis Wuan, it was likely that Mu Lufeng would have lost his title. However, due to the emperor's decree to annul the engagement and ensure Jiang Xianyue would never be acknowledged, the daughter born of the concubine could not ascend to the position of Mu Liufeng's legitimate wife. At this critical juncture, Mu Lufeng dared not risk incurring the emperor's wrath by marrying a concubine's daughter as his principal spouse, especially since the eldest princess had left southern Zhao 3 years prior, taking Mingyue with her. Consequently, 3 years passed, and Jiang Xianyue remained without any official recognition. Yet the bright moon remained indifferent to such matters, harboring a deep disdain for the names Mu Lufeng and Jiang Xianyue. Their fates, whether alive or dead, held no significance for her. To her, all crows in the world were equally black. She loathed the treacherous and unfaithful above all else. Thus, upon seeing Mu Lufeng waiting outside to see her, a surge of old grievances and new resentments flooded her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised the whip in her hand and struck out at him. Crack! The whip landed squarely on Mu Liufeng's shoulder, tearing through his robe and drawing blood. Mai ai yue. Mu Liufeng's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hand to grasp the whip, only to find it evading his grasp like a nimble dragon. Another lash struck his shoulder, the tip grazing his face and leaving a 2-inch gash. Moleufengis complexion palet. May you, please calm down and listen to me. May you. Zhan Qingwu approached swiftly, seizing the whip from her grasp. Calm down. With icy eyes filled with hatred, May you fixed her gaze upon Mu Lufeng. You dare come see me? Mu Lufeng, you truly have no fear of death. Mu Lufeng touched his cheek, his fingers stained with blood. His gaze darkened, his face tense as he spoke. I know I have wronged you. I hope you can grant me a chance for redemption. May you, if you know you've wronged me, then keep your distance. May I coldly interrupted. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will strike you. Mu Liufeng's expression shifted slightly. If you are so angered, then strike me as you wish. However, I have one request of you. What is it you seek? Mei Yu's eyes brimmed with scorn. Do you wish for me to grant your mistress entry? Or perhaps you desire me to speak favorably of you before the Grand Princess, so that wretched Jiang Xianyue can reclaim her lineage? Dream on. Mu Lufeng, you may continue your clandestine affair with your concubine for a lifetime. Mu Lufeng retorted angredi. Jiang Mingyue, I have come to apologize to you. Unnecessary. May you coldly rejected him. I am not interested in your apologies. If you wish to bestow a title upon Jiang Xianyue, then do so, as long as you are unafraid of death, unafraid of being scorned, and unafraid of the Mu family's ancestors haunting you at midnight. You may marry her. It has nothing to do with me. With that, she snatched the whip back from Zhan Qingwu and turned to leave. Mai ai yue. Mu Lufeng called out urgently, I am willing to marry you. May you pause slightly, turning her head, her narrowed eyes scrutinizing him. What did you just say? I said I am willing to marry you. Ha ha ha. May you suddenly erupted into laughter, her voice laced with mockery. Mu Lufeng, you wish to marry me? Should I kneel and express my gratitude for your great kindness? A fleeting look of disarray crossed Mu Liufeng's face. I know this confession comes rather late, but Mei Yu strode forward and delivered a resounding slap. The force of her strike was overwhelming, causing Mu Lufeng to turn his head, a distinct imprint of her fingers appearing on his cheek. Taking a deep breath, Mei Yu's voice turned icy and piercing. You wish to marry me? Mu Lufeng, you are merely dreaming. It will never happen, not even the next life. Chapter 85. The unashamed one. Upon uttering these words, she turned away without a backward glance. Zhan Qingwu's lips curled into a slight smile as he leisurely regarded Mu Lufeng. Lord Mu, it would be prudent for you to return. The military camp is no place for you, and Mingyue is not someone you should dare to provoke. Spare yourself further embarrassment. With that, he too turned to leave. Mingyue entered the main tent, taking a deep breath before lifting the flap. She returned the whip to its hanging place and turned to see Shun Yaochuan still present. Biting her lip, her eyes began to redden uncontrollably. "If you feel the urge to cry, let it out," said Xiao Qihuang calmly. "It is natural for one to experience a spectrum of emotions. There is no need for forced restraint." Mingyue found herself unable to cry at her words. Frowning slightly, she expressed her resentment. "It pains me deeply. The thought of him being responsible for my mother's death makes me wish to tear him to pieces." Although her mother's demise was not solely due to Mu Lufeng, he was undeniably one of the principal culprits. Her father was the greatest instigator. Had he not taken a concubine and shamelessly sought to bring that concubine's daughter into the household, her mother would not have fallen ill from distress. Had Mu Lufeng not taken a liking to that concubine's daughter and withdrawn from the engagement with the Jiang family at such a critical moment, her mother would not have departed this world so prematurely. Mingyue harbored a profound hatred for all treacherous men, wishing for their demise in the most excruciating manner. "There are few good men in this world," she lamented. "They ought to be castrated and sent to the palace as eunuchs." Shen Yaochuan stood there, feeling he had been unjustly accused. With so many men in the world, how could the palace possibly accommodate them all? Mingyue scoffed coldly. However, Shen Yaochuan empathized with her feelings and found her reasoning sound. Indeed, there are very few commendable men. Thus marriage should be approached with caution. Mingyue declared, "I have no intention of marrying. I wish to remain in the palace to serve His Highness for a lifetime." Zhan Qingwu's voice emerged from outside the tent. "Your Highness, may I enter?" "Come." Zhan Qingwu entered, reporting, "Lord Mu has yet to leave the military camp. Shall I send him away?" Xiao Qihuang inquired. "Did he just arrive today?" "Indeed. Allow him to rest for a day. Out of respect for the late Marquis Wuan, it would be unkind to let him perish on the road." Her tone was cold. "However, inform him that Mingyue will not see him again, regardless of his intentions. He should not harbor designs upon her." "Understood." Zhan Qingwu acknowledged and departed. Mingyue, with a frosty expression, soon voiced her disdain. "He claims he wishes to marry me. How laughable. Do I covet his proposal? You should look into a mirror and behold his repugnant visage. Even if I were to become a nun, I would never marry such a person. Indeed, he is not a worthy match," Shen Yaochuan remarked blandly. "His urgency to meet you at the border likely stems from Jiang Xinyue's pregnancy, which cannot be postponed. He intends to wed you and then take Jiang Xinyue as a concubine." Mingyue stiffened, a look of disgust crossing her face. "He is delusional." At that moment, a guard entered with the meal. Shen Yaochuan took the tray and placed the food on the table. "Your Highness, please dine first. This evening, take a good rest. Tomorrow, Pei Ziyan is likely to arrive." Mingyue, feeling discontent, could not help but frown. Why does young Master Shen bring up that ill-fated matter again? One Mu Lufeng has already sullied the prince's ears. Are you intentionally trying to make the prince lose his appetite by mentioning Pei Ziyan again? Xiao Qihuang chuckled lightly. "It's not that serious." Mingyue, puzzled, replied, "The prince hails from noble lineage and has been pampered since childhood. How is it that your character is so admirable while those individuals are so repugnant? I simply cannot comprehend it. If flattery could lighten your mood, the prince would likely be more than willing to listen." Shen Yaochuan jested, urging her to flatter him more. Mingyue, irate, exclaimed, "Young Master Shen, enough." Shen Yaochuan raised his fan in a gesture of apology, remarking that someone like Mu Lufeng was unworthy of her anger. He suggested they dine with the prince, stating he would step out to make the arrangements. Xiao Qihuang took a seat at the table and gently said, "The events of 4 years past are long gone. Your connection with him has been severed, and there is no need to harbor anger any longer." Mingyue nodded, choosing silence. Her indignation, however, lingered. How dare such a shameless individual seek her out at the border? The old Marquis of Wuan dedicated his life to the nation, yet he fathered such a disgraceful offspring, truly a blemish upon his father's reputation. After finishing her meal, Mingyue stepped outside to practice martial arts for a while. She was indeed skilled and had a fierce temperament. The old Marquis of Wuan had made arrangements with great foresight for his son. Yet, Mingyue felt fortunate that she had not married Mu Lufeng. Had she done so, it would have ended in a tumultuous disaster. as she would have been unable to rid herself of such an abhorrent person, akin to Pei Ziyan, utterly devoid of shame. For the next 2 days, Mu Lufeng remained, insisting on seeing Mingyue. She stayed in the main tent attending to the prince, unwilling to confront that wretched man. However, Xiao Qihuang's patience was limited. She could not allow Mu Lufeng to linger in the military camp indefinitely. On the morning of the 10th of September, she ordered someone to bring Mu Lufeng to the main tent. Mingyue stood silently by her side. Upon entering, Mu Lufeng bowed to Xiao Qihuang. She regarded him with a blank expression. For years ago, you yourself withdrew from your engagement with the Jiang family, and the emperor intervened to annul the betrothal. Now, after 4 years, you wish to pursue Mingyue once more. Do you not regard the imperial edict, or do you see Mingyue as your possession, believing she should revolve around you, free to marry or abandon at your whim? Mu Lufeng lowered his head. The previous matters were all my fault. I know I have wronged Mingyue. Since you acknowledge your wrongdoing, you ought to take your own life rather than seek my forgiveness, Mingyue said coldly. To gain my forgiveness, you must resurrect my mother. Mu Lufeng raised his gaze. I'm deeply sorry for the death of Madame Jiang, but it is not solely my fault. You are all beasts. Mingyue's tone was as frigid as ice shards, declaring, Mu Lufeng, had it not been for the law against murder, you would already be beyond salvation. What audacity, you have to come to the border to see me. Do you think this behavior is moving? Let me assure you, even if you were to perish here, I will not spare you a glance. Mu Lufeng pressed his lips together, bowing his head in silence. Do not feign such a fade of heartfelt remorse. With a cold smile tinged with mockery, Mingyue inquired why your demeanor has so suddenly shifted. The reason is merely that Jiang Xianyue cannot gain entry into the Jiang family. Your mother disapproves of allowing a daughter born from an extramarital affair to become the legitimate wife. Do you intend to marry me only to later bring Jiang Xianyue into the household as a concubine? Mu Lufeng, has that wretched Jiang Xianyue already become pregnant? If you continue to deny her entry into your residence, will her condition remain concealed for much longer? Chapter 86. The 7th-rank official before the Prime Minister Mu Liufeng's expression subtly shifted, shadows clouding his brow. Must you speak so harshly? You brought this upon yourself. Mingyue retorted with a cold laugh. Mere scraps and a lowly wretch, a match made in heaven. In an instant, Mu Liufeng's countenance darkened considerably. Were it not for the presence of Xiao Qihuang, he might have erupted on the spot. However, even in her absence, Mingyue would not have feared him. She lamented her inability to be a chivalrous heroine of the martial world. Had she not been bound by the edicts of the court for years prior, she would have reduced Mu Lufeng and Jiang Xianyue to mere pulp. Her skills would have easily afforded her the opportunity to strike when they were alone. Eliminating these two wretches would be as effortless as breathing. Yet, Mingyue had no intention of sacrificing her life. Her grievances extended beyond Mu Lufeng. They also encompassed her selfish and debauched father. Mu Lufeng, shortly, Zhan Qingwu shall escort you away. Xiao Qihuang's tone was frigid. You hold no military title. Should you trespass upon the borders again, be prepared to face the consequences as a spy. Do not blame the border commanders for their lack of leniency. With that, she signaled Zhan Qingwu to take him away. Mu Lufeng clenched his hands tightly, unwilling to depart. The betrothal to Mingyue was arranged by my late father. I have no authority to annul it. You defy your father's wishes, which is unfilial. Should you further contravene the imperial decree, that would be an act of disloyalty. Xiao Qihuang's demeanor turned icy. Mu Ho, can you bear the infamy of disloyalty and unfiliality? Have you considered the repercussions of defying the decree? I have no intention of defying it. Mu Lufeng lowered his gaze. I merely wish to win back Mingyue. If she consents, I will petition His Majesty for a marriage decree. You are delusional, Mingyue interjected coldly. You are indulging in a daydream. At that moment, Qi Yuan entered from outside the tent. Your Highness, Pei Ziyan has arrived. Xiao Qihuang waved her hand. Prepare a horse and immediately send Mu Lufeng away from the military camp. Yes. Mu Lufeng fell to his knees. I beseech your Highness. The long princess to allow me. Mingyue could no longer endure it. She strode forward in 3 steps, kicking him to the ground. If you do not leave, I shall ensure you do not see the light of tomorrow. Qihuang summoned 2 personal guards, who forcibly dragged Mu Lufeng away. Xiao Qihuang frowned slightly. See him off at once. Qihuang complied, lifting the tent flap and following them out. The guards pulled Mu Lufeng further away. While in the distance, Pei Ziyan, escorted by Yu Yin and Yi Lingfeng, staggered toward the main tent. The pace of the carriage was far slower than that of a horse. This was despite Yi Lingfeng and Yu Yin shortening their rest periods, traveling for 7 to 8 hours each day in order to arrive at the military camp early this morning. Upon entering the main tent, Pei Ziyan's eyes were locked on Xiao Qihuang's face as if he had a multitude of words to convey. Qingxue. Yin kicked out, and Pei Ziyan collapsed to the ground in response. Xiao Qihuang regarded him with indifference. The grace nurtured amidst finery had vanished. Pei Ziyan, in his current state, was disheveled, his clothes in disarray, emanating the rancid odor of days without bathing. His face, haggard and weary, bore no trace of his former handsome visage. Observing his utterly exhausted state, Xiao Qihuang withdrew her gaze and instructed, "Take him for a bath and find him some clothes to change into. We must not appear negligent in our hospitality upon our arrival in Zhaojing." Understood. Qingxue. Pei Ziyan looked at Xiao Qihuang with urgency. "I have something to tell you." Before he could finish, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Xiao Qihuang furrowed her brows. "Take him to rest." Yi Lingfeng dragged Pei Ziyan away like a lifeless dog. After 2 days in the carriage, feeling dizzy, Pei Ziyan endured several bouts of nausea on the journey. The jolting ride, though not as swift as horseback, proved to be quite jarring, leaving him weak and unable to eat, surviving only on sips of water. By the time they arrived at the military camp, it felt as though he had lost half his life. Xiao Qihuang returned to her chair. Mingyue stood beside her. "Your Highness, still calling yourself a maid?" Xiao Qihuang turned to glance at her. "Upon returning to Zhaojing, you shall be the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. What use is there for a maid?" Mingyue's eyes lowered slightly. "I do not wish to return to the Jiang family." Xiao Qihuang remained silent. "Your Highness requires a hot-tempered maid by her side." Mingyue's voice softened, imbued with a hint of vulnerability. "After returning to Zhaojing, the matter of His Majesty's succession will undoubtedly incite hostility towards you. There are tasks you cannot undertake. I can perform them in your stead. As long as I am by your side, I shall ensure no one dares to trouble you." Xiao Qihuang contemplated for a moment. "You are the daughter of a prominent family. It seems a disservice to have you serve as a maid." "I do not feel wronged," Mingyue replied, shaking her head fervently. "On the contrary, I believe serving as a palace maid beside your Highness is quite prestigious. Isn't it said that those serving before the Chancellor are of 7th rank? Your status surpasses that of the Chancellor. When you ascend the throne, I shall be a favored maid in attendance, commanding respect far greater than that of an uncherished legitimate daughter of a marquis. Most importantly, by serving as your Highness's maid, her selfish father would have no authority to meddle in her marriage. Regardless of whether he elevated a concubine or remarried, he could not interfere with her lifelong affairs." Xiao Qihuang met her eager gaze and eventually nodded. "Very well. If you wish to stay, then stay." Mingyue's face brightened, and she knelt with a thud, solemnly bowing. "Thank you, Your Highness." Xiao Qihuang sighed. "Get up." Pei Ziyan was utterly exhausted. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he slept soundly until dusk. Upon awakening, he was disoriented, unsure of his surroundings. Rising from the bed, he felt lightheaded and stumbled, falling to the floor. As the world spun around him and his mind felt clouded, he lay on the ground for a while before slowly sitting up. He surveyed his surroundings. It was quiet, shrouded in darkness. Outside, the sky had turned dark, and although the tent offered no light, he could hear footsteps approaching from beyond. Pei Ziyan reached out, searching for something to support himself. After a brief struggle, he managed to steady himself on the ground. Having awakened from his slumber, the fatigue had lessened considerably, yet an overwhelming wave of pain surged through his body, causing him to collapse back onto the floor, unable to suppress a groan. A gentle breeze swept through the air. Someone entered, holding a lantern, and the dark confines of the tent were suddenly illuminated. Upon seeing Pei Ziyan seated on the ground, the newcomer raised an eyebrow and remarked, What is His Highness the Crown Prince doing? Why did he not call for assistance upon waking? Pei Ziyan looked up to find it was Xiao Qingxue. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself against the pain and stood up, staggering back to sit on the wooden bed, a sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his pale face. Xiao Qingxue removed the lantern's cover and placed it on a corner of the table. Then, with a calm gaze, he addressed Pei Ziyan. Your Highness has suffered. Pei Ziyan's complexion remained ashen as he replied, I wish to see Qingxue. Qingxue is not here. After a moment of silence, Pei Ziyan had to amend his request. I wish to see Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess. Chapter 87. In the Snow. Do you truly despise me? The esteemed princess, burdened with her numerous affairs, is she so easily accessible to you? Xiao Qingxue scoffed coldly, asserting that your request to see General Qi was only possible because of his decision for you to come to Nanjao, entirely unrelated to the princess. Pei Ziyan insisted, I merely wish to see the princess. Ignoring him, Xiao Qingxue commanded aloud. Outside, a soldier entered bearing food. Let us dine, Xiao Qingxue remarked before turning to leave, pondering that good news might arrive in a few days. For now, it was paramount for Prince Pei to restore his health, lest he falter under the weight of forthcoming tidings. Pei Ziyan's expression shifted abruptly. What do you mean? Xiao Qingxue glanced back at him, a profound smile playing on his lips. A sense of foreboding gripped Pei Ziyan's heart. He exclaimed, You promised, within a year, not to mobilize troops against Yonhua. Xiao Qingxue lifted the curtain and strode out without a backward glance. Rest assured, we keep our word. Indeed, they had pledged not to engage militarily within that time frame. Yet this did not guarantee peace for Yonhua. If their own people sought conflict, who could prevent it? A sense of dread enveloped Pei Ziyan as he contemplated pursuing Xiao Qingxue for clarity, but was halted by the soldiers outside. I demand to see the princess, he stated firmly, locking eyes with the two unyielding guards. Please, escort me to the princess. The soldiers, clad in light armor, remained impassive, disregarding his plea. As he attempted to leave the main tent, their spears crossed before him, blocking his passage. Pei Ziyan's complexion soured, panic coursing through him. What did Xiao Qingxue's words imply? Good news? Were they truly preparing to wage war on Yonhua? His face drained of color as he retreated into the tent, collapsing onto the bed. In that moment, a recollection struck him. When he ordered the confinement of Qing Tian at the Jin Wangfu, was her heart not as heavy as his own now? She was not genuinely imprisoned. With her capabilities, the Jin Wangfu could not hold her. Yet, when he had commanded that, had she not felt an insurmountable chill? Pei Ziyan was engulfed in anguish and regret, lamenting how their paths had diverged to such a tragic extent, remorseful of his past actions towards her. How could he have treated her thus? He curled up on the bed, nearly overwhelmed by his sorrow. A single moment of folly had unraveled his happiness, stripped him of his rightful place as heir, and plunged Yonhua into impending turmoil. What was he doing? Qing Tian, why? Why could he not have revealed your true identity sooner? This feels profoundly unjust. Pei Ziyan, lacking the resilience of trained soldiers, had endured years of arduous travel,